Chapter 1. The Valkyrie of the Execution Ground. At the execution ground on the eastern border of the empire, a multitude of people jostled behind the barbed wire barricade, craning their necks like a flock of vultures awaiting their feed. The air was thick with the acrid scent of rust, dust, and low-quality tobacco. Suyi pushed his way through the throng, shouldering aside the frenzied crowd, provoking a chorus of coarse curses and shoves. Ignoring them, his weary gaze pierced through the swaying heads and flailing arms, fixating on the execution ground's center, starkly illuminated by a massive spotlight. There, bound to a cold metallic crucifix, was his beloved Jiang Yue. Clad in a blue prison uniform, her black hair clung to her pale face, her hands stretched apart by alloy chains. Despite her disheveled appearance, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Traitor, do you deserve to call yourself a sister of the West? A dog of the Western Federation? Kill her. How foolish was I to ever admire you? Indeed, no matter how formidable a woman is, she will only lead her country to ruin. The cacophony of vitriol scraped mercilessly at Suyi's nerves. As a soldier who had fought alongside Jiang Yue for many years, he understood her achievements better than anyone. The Western Federation's forces loomed ominously. It was she who held the pass and granted the Empire a moment's respite. When the Ninth Legion was encircled, it was she who tore open a breach with her blood. As the Federation's artillery rained down, she shielded the refugees with her own body. Her countless merits, forged in blood and loyalty. Yet now, the very compatriots she fought to protect, fueled by the Empire's fabricated evidence, denounced this once revered warrior as a traitor, a target for scorn. All her sacrifices and guardianship were submerged beneath the tide of malicious intent. In the fervor of hatred, the very air seemed to boil. Suyi fought his way out of the crowd, colliding with the cold railing. Gripping it tightly, he directed his voice toward the crucifix under the glaring light, straining to shout, "Jiang Yue, don't believe it. It's all a ruse. The promise of peace is a lie." Suyi had inadvertently uncovered a high-level conspiracy. The Western Federation had proposed an agreement. If the Eastern Summer executed Jiang Yue, they would exchange it for a decade of peace. The higher-ups in Eastern Summer, already wary of her prowess, seized the opportunity to falsely accuse her of treason. The surrounding shouts and frenzied uproar easily drowned out his cries. No one heard him, or rather, even if they did, they turned a deaf ear. Before the Empire's overwhelming propaganda and conclusive evidence, the voice of a single man seemed utterly insignificant. Suyi's shout faltered as he met her familiar gaze. Those eyes, once shimmering with ethereal light in the darkness, resolute beneath the molten sun of the Western realm, and countless times filled with tenderness as they looked at him. Now, across a sea of humanity, amidst the cacophony of slander and the boundary between life and death, those eyes gazed back at him calmly. No fear, no anger, no regret. A wave of anguish surged through him, blurring his vision. She knew. She understood everything. She was aware of the Empire's deceit, cognizant of the fragility of peace, yet still chose to face death for the sake of the Eastern Summer's people. Memories flooded back like a relentless tide. He recalled their first meeting. She was the Valkyrie of Eastern Summer, and shrank Esper, a paragon of virtue, revered by thousands, while he was merely a boy raised in the squalor of a refugee camp. When he was struggling to survive in that wretched place, it was Jiang Yue who extended her hand to him, saying, "Young man, are you willing to fight for the countless people of Eastern Summer?" Under the radiant sun, she exuded a bright and enchanting smile, captivating all who beheld her. It was in this moment that Suyi found himself enamored with her. Jiang Yue, in turn, did not disdain his lack of extraordinary abilities, accepting his affections with the promise that once the war concluded, they would step into the sanctity of marriage. Henceforth, she would forsake her role as a Valkyrie and embrace her destiny as his wife. The jarring noise of the loudspeaker abruptly silenced all commotion, bringing Suyi back to the grim reality before him. A senior officer, Lu Zhen, clad in crisp military attire, strode confidently onto the execution platform. He positioned himself at the center, wearing a chillingly insincere smile that suggested he held dominion over all. With a microphone amplifying his voice in the stillness, he declared, "Comrades," Lu Zhen intoned gravely, "today marks a sorrowful yet necessary day. We shall eradicate a traitor who has sullied our military insignia. His voice turned icy as he pronounced, former commander of the Western Front, Jiang Yue. Upon investigation, the charges of treason have been substantiated. He paused, each word striking like nails. Charge 1. Collusion with the Federation, betraying the core secrets of the Celestial Wall. Charge 2. Harboring Federation spies, leading to the fall of strategic strongholds. Charge 3. Conspiring to incite rebellion during the Celestial Festival, attempting to subvert the Empire. The weight of these accusations ignited the crowd into a frenzy. Kill her. Execute the traitor. 1,000 cuts. Long live the Eastern Xia. Long live the Empire. The torrent of curses and shouts surged toward the platform. The first rotten egg erupted at her feet, sparking a tempest of debris. Putrid leaves and refuse rained down upon Jiang Yue. She bore it in silence, her once bright eyes now dulled and devoid of light. Lu Zhen raised his voice further. The evidence is irrefutable. Jiang Yue is sentenced to death. Immediate execution. The word execution resonated like a funeral bell. The crowd descended into madness. That single utterance completely incited Su Ye's fury. No, no one shall harm her. He charged forward like a furious lion, disregarding all else as he broke through the barriers, rushing toward the center of the execution ground. Yet in the next instant, he was forcefully subdued by the abilities of the guards, flung away as if he were a mere insect. A person devoid of awakened abilities stood no chance against those who possessed them. Bloodied and battered, Su Yi struggled to rise, his expression bordering on madness. It was all his fault for being so weak. He could not even protect the one he loved. Never had Su Yi yearned for power so desperately. In despair, he gazed toward the execution ground. On the gallows, Jiang Yue summoned her last vestiges of strength to lift her head, her gaze piercing through the cacophony, finding Su Yi with uncanny precision. Her once vibrant eyes were now filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Her lips parted softly. 3 unvoiced words burned into Su Ye's consciousness. I'm sorry. He understood that her apology was for the events of 3 days prior, when Jiang Yue had received 12 imperial edicts, disregarding his pleas, insisting on her journey to the Empire of Great Xia. No, you need not apologize. It is they who should say they're sorry. It is not you who is at fault, but this world. Su Yi bellowed once more, crashing against the barrier. Yet soldiers restrained him with energy shackles, leaving him to writhe on the ground like a fish on the brink of death. Please, spare her. She has sacrificed so much for Eastern Xia. Have you all forgotten? Let me die in her stead. One life for another. Su Yi cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Only the soldiers' oppressive silence and the derisive expressions of those around could respond to him. Buzz! A brilliant red light blazed at the center of the execution platform, severing her final silhouette. The lethal crimson glow imploded, instantaneously consuming all. As the blinding light extinguished, wisps of blue smoke ascended. The execution platform now stood utterly vacant. The square fell into a brief stillness. Soon after, an even more frenzied cacophony erupted. Ha ha! Splendid. A clean death. Refreshing. A great relief for the heart. Let this be a lesson for treason. Cheers, applause, and laughter intertwined. Su Ye's body stiffened, his eyes bloodshot. Jiang Yue had vanished, more completely than death itself. What she safeguarded was an utter obliteration. Silent tears streamed down Su Ye's face, his body convulsing in anguish. That voiceless "I'm sorry" seemed to linger in the air. She was gone. How could she be gone? How could she possibly have perished? The image of her, with her hair gathered, remained vivid in Su Ye's memories. Yet, reality would not be reversed by a plea of, "Come back, my beloved." The chilling silence of death was the sole truth. Despair and agony enveloped his soul. She was no longer here, and living held little meaning for him now. Just as Su Yi felt his consciousness fading, a voice thundered in his mind. Conditions met, system activation in progress. Ding! Catastrophe system successfully activated. The host may draw upon catastrophe abilities and can bestow apocalyptic powers upon those who align with them. After completely annihilating the world, your beloved shall rise anew from the ashes. Catastrophe ability successfully acquired. You have obtained the calamity of infernal fire. Subsequent progress may be accumulated through world-ending actions upon reaching 100 reward value. You may draw catastrophe abilities. Commence your journey of annihilation. Can she return? In an instant, Su Ye's dilated pupils rekindled with vitality. He reclaimed all his strength and means, as if reborn. Amidst his relief, an unprecedented, overwhelming fury surged within his heart. His very soul ignited in flames. This world has ruthlessly stripped away my beloved. Destruction is its deserved fate. I shall create a world where Jiang Yue exists. Su Ye rose silently, a tempest brewing in his eyes. Thus, the prologue begins now. Chapter 2. What is your identity? At a breakfast shop, the television broadcast the news. Now for a morning brief. Regarding the horrific execution ground burning incident from several days ago, sources reveal that the investigation remains stagnant, unable to even define its scope. The law enforcement agency explains that there is simply too little evidence on site. The patrons paid no heed, continuing to enjoy their breakfast, with no one reacting to the news. This was not due to a calm demeanor among the people. Initially, the execution ground burning incident had indeed stirred a wave of agitation. After all, the deaths of hundreds in such a vast execution ground were too shocking to ignore. Fortunately, the authorities swiftly reassured the public, promising to dispatch military forces to protect the city. The army arrived, bringing clarity to the skies. From then on, the citizens no longer feared any actions from the perpetrators of the burning incident. Even if those criminals possessed the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard, they would surely not dare to approach a city under military protection. Thus, the unease swiftly subsided. Jiang Yue withdrew his gaze, exclaiming, "The execution ground burning the criminals sounds utterly terrifying. They are entirely unlike me." He set down his empty bowl. Green pepper pork noodles, 12 yuan, settled. Just as he aimed his phone at the QR code, Aunt Shun, the proprietress, hurried over, forcefully pushing his hand aside. Feigning anger, Xiao Zhang. "How many times must I tell you? Your meals here are on the house. You've tutored my son for 6 months without charge. How could I possibly accept this small sum for noodles?" Jiang Yue insisted on paying. Aunt Shun, "A deal is a deal." "What deal?" she interjected, not allowing him to finish, pushing him toward the door. "If you give me money, I might just turn against you. Hurry, don't be late for work." Jiang Yue, resigned, could only leave with the warmth of neighborhood camaraderie. This warmth was the foundation of his life. At the company, he was known as Timely Rain Old Zhang. The moment his colleague, Old Li, saw him, he called out, "Old Zhang, quick help. This code just won't run." Jiang Yue set aside his current task and swiftly resolved the issue. Old Li, grateful, clapped him on the shoulder. "Thanks, brother. We must go out for dinner this weekend. It's on me. Choose the expensive dishes, don't skimp." "All right. They'll be waiting to fleece you, you miser." Jiang Yue replied with a smile. The manager, upon reviewing the project progress report completed 3 days early, wore an approving expression. "Good lad. Well done. Keep it up. Promotion next quarter. I guarantee it." A promotion and raise would mean better support for his sister, who was about to advance in her studies. Jiang Yue nodded earnestly. "Thank you, manager. I will strive to do my best." As he returned home in the evening, the setting sun bathed the old district's alleys in golden light. Jiang Yue greeted familiar neighbors. Old Wang, Aunt Li, Uncle Zhao from the convenience store. Each person welcomed him with a smile. He cherished these ordinary yet warm days filled with human connection. This amiable rapport stemmed from a recognition received for an act of valor, but more so from his innate humility and kindness. However, fate's noose tightened abruptly. "Jiang Yue, quick, hurry home. Something terrible has happened." Uncle Wang, the neighbor, came rushing in, his face as pale as paper. Jiang Yue's heart sank. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him like icy water. He sprinted forward, turning the familiar corner, only to be frozen in horror at the sight before him. Home, that small dwelling, the repository of all his warm memories, was now engulfed in ravenous flames. The orange tongues of fire lashed out at the night sky. Thick smoke billowed, and the sound of wood cracking echoed like the sinister laughter of demons. "Dad! Mom! Little sister!" Jiang Yue's eyes widened in anguish as he let out a primal roar, recklessly charging toward the inferno. The searing heat lashed at his face like a burning blade, his skin instantly stinging and swelling, the acrid smoke choking his breath. Neighbors clung to him tightly. "You can't go in, Xiao Zhang. It's death if you do. The fire hydrant. Quickly find a fire hydrant." Jiang Yue shouted desperately. Or would there be a fire hydrant in the old district? Someone responded in despair. Call 119. Dial 119. He trembled as he fumbled for his phone. Help has arrived. It will take time for the fire truck to reach us. Uncle Wang's voice trembled with desperation. Time? His family could not afford to wait. Jiang Yue, driven by an overwhelming frenzy, seized a bucket and dashed to the neighbor's tap. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3. The feeble splashes of water against the inferno were like an ant attempting to shake a tree, evaporating almost instantly. A few neighbors joined in, but their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. He dialed his home number repeatedly, only to be met with the chilling sound of a disconnected line. It must have gone out. The phone must have run out of battery. The fire would be extinguished. He clung desperately to these thoughts, each second stretching into an eternity. At last, the piercing wail of the fire truck's siren grew louder. As the water jets subdued the flames, with embers still smoldering, Jiang Yue broke free from the restraints and charged inside. The acrid smoke assaulted his senses. The residual heat seared his skin. The sight in the living room shattered his last glimmer of hope. 3 charred bodies lay curled in positions of terror, as if frozen in their final moments of struggle. The pungent stench of burnt flesh mingled with the chilling aura of death, filling Jiang Yue's lungs with despair. He fell to his knees in the searing ashes, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. The world around him crumbled into an abyss of despair. Days later, the cold, official conclusion struck him like a slap to the face. Improper use of electricity led to an accidental fire. Jiang Yue clutched the forensic report, where it starkly stated, the bodies bore signs of external restraint. Uncle Wang's trembling testimony struck like thunder before the fire broke out. I saw a man in military uniform. Near your home. His gaze was terrifying. All clues pointed to a single name, Liu Yang. This name represented an officer stationed at the border of the Eastern Xia Empire, a wielder of a grade fire abilities. Moreover, Liu Yang belonged to an illustrious family, his status exceedingly high. The information Jiang Yue uncovered sent chills down his spine. This man had a notorious history, infamous in the Western Star Federation for his perverse enjoyment of burning live beings. Even within Eastern Xia, there were numerous accidental cremation cases linked to him, yet he always managed to evade justice due to his status and power. It must be him. He is the one who killed my entire family. Jiang Yue's eyes burned with fury as he stormed into the law enforcement agency, brandishing all the evidence he had. I demand a case be opened. Investigate Liu Yang. The officer who greeted him was the same one who had dealt with the fire scene. Their gaze shifted uneasily, and their tone was dismissive and disheartening. Mr. Zhang, the conclusion has already been reached. It was an accident. There is no evidence linking it to Major Liu. You should grieve. Evidence? Is this not evidence? Jiang Yue slammed the report and testimonies on the table. He was at the scene. He has the ability, the motive, a criminal record. The officers sighed, lowering their voice. Young man, accept your fate. What is Major Liu's status? And what is yours? A chicken egg against a rock, what's the point? The pity in their eyes cut deeper than any mockery. Status. Status. Jiang Yue stumbled out of the law enforcement agency, the sun blinding him while he felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. The privilege of the powerful was a passport for Liu Yang to trample on lives and remain unpunished. As an ordinary person without power or influence, how could he shake this formidable mountain? The sense of helplessness he faced that night against the flames engulfed him once more as he wandered aimlessly, like a soulless husk, ultimately veering into a dim and damp alley. Suddenly, shadows sprang forth from either side. A tremendous force slammed him against the wall, reeking of putrid water. A figure clad in a sharply tailored uniform leisurely emerged from the shadows. That face. Jiang Yue's pupils constricted. It was the cruel and arrogant visage that had haunted his nightmares and appeared countless times in investigative files. The newcomer was none other than Liu Yang. I've heard. Liu Yang's voice dripped with a Catan mouse playfulness, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, that you've been spreading rumors about me, claiming that I burned down your house. The sight of his nemesis ignited a furious fire within Jiang Yue's veins as blood boiled with an overwhelming hatred that eclipsed his fear. Beast, it's you. Do you confess? Ha! Liu Yang sneered disdainfully producing a recording pen from Jiang Yue's pocket. I did it, so what? With a flick of his fingertip, a bizarre flame erupted, instantly distorting and melting the recording device, which fell to the ground with a hissing sound, mocking Jiang Yue mercilessly. Indeed, it was I who set the fire, who incinerated those 3 insignificant ants. So what now? Lu Yang leaned closer, his face a mask of unrestrained malice and provocation. What can you do to me, you lowly wretch? I will kill you. Jiang Yue's eyes bulged with rage as he struggled fiercely, yet was held firmly in place. Kill me? With what strength? Lu Yang scoffed, his eyes suddenly narrowing, and with a punch that whistled through the air, he struck Jiang Yue's soft abdomen. Ugh! The searing pain curled him up like a boiled shrimp, his stomach churning violently. Worthless scum! Lu Yang seized his hair, smashing his face into the filthy mire beside him. The sickening crack of his nasal bone echoed, as the mixture of mud and blood filled his nostrils, warm blood instantly staining the murky water. Remember to call me Major Lu. Lu Yang's heavy boot pressed down on Jiang Yue's head, forcing his face deeper into the muck. His voice cold as steel. If you dare to annoy me like a pest again, he leaned down, whispering like a demon into Jiang Yue's bloodied ear. I wouldn't hesitate to send you to reunite with those 3 worthless souls, so you can be a family again. A subordinate nearby timely interjected, Major Lu, the director has instructed that the situation is sensitive right now. How boring. Lu Yang spat, turning away. Leave this wretch with a breath. Let him remember this lesson. Heavy fists and feet fell upon Jiang Yue's curled body like a torrential downpour, each blow laced with venomous curses. What are you to dare accuse Major Lu? You wretched creature! Do you think you can provoke Director Lu? If you dare to complain again, next time he'll break every bone in your body and toss you into the incinerator. Time slipped away, and at last, the violence ceased, the footsteps of the assailants fading into the distance. Jiang Yue lay in the puddle, the frigid muck soaking into his body, a piercing chill seeping into his very marrow. The agony from his broken nose was unbearable. His abdomen burned fiercely, and perhaps his ribs were fractured. Each breath was a torment that tore at him like a rending knife. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the searing hatred and overwhelming humiliation that consumed his heart. Dark clouds obscured the last vestige of moonlight, plunging the alley into utter darkness. The night rain fell in a gentle, persistent patter, whisking away the remnants of warmth from Jiang Yue. In the distance, a few crows cawed hoarsely, as if accompanying his despair with a mournful symphony. His identity, his power, the scorn of the enforcers, the mockery from Lu Yang all gnawed at his heart like venomous insects. He struggled, yet found himself devoid of the strength to even turn over. Water trickled down his face, indistinguishable whether it was rain or tears. Father, mother, little sister, he choked towards the pitch-black sky. I'm sorry. I am so powerless, I cannot even seek justice for you. An overwhelming sadness and sense of helplessness engulfed him. He was but an ordinary man, a creature as insignificant as dust in the presence of a class, superhumans, and authority. Power, I crave power. This thought burned within him like the fires of hell, fervently consuming the last vestiges of weakness and the illusions he held about this world. If only for vengeance, if only to rend that demon apart, if only to shatter this damned barrier of identity. I am willing to pay any price. Money? My soul? My life? Take them all. Just grant me power. As if responding to the roar within him, a cold, unfeeling voice, laced with temptation, suddenly echoed above him. Do you desire the power for revenge? Even if it leads you into the abyss. Chapter 3. Deep breaths. Dizziness is normal. I am willing to pay any price. Money? My soul? My life? Take them all. Just grant me power. Guided by this intense emotion, Sui ventured into a dark alley and discovered a young man lying in the mud. The youth was filthy, his face marred by bloodstains, clearly having suffered a beating. Detected a suitable host for apocalyptic abilities. The subject may choose to bestow these powers. This ability had been acquired when he activated the system, but today was the first time he encountered a compatible individual. Through the Cataclysm system, Sui keenly sensed the emotions of the young man. Rage, resentment, regret, hatred, despair. It was perfectly fitting to endow such a person with apocalyptic powers. Thus, Su Yi spoke. Do you desire the strength for revenge? Even if it means plunging into the abyss? Jiang Yue struggled to lift his gaze, but could not discern Su Ye's figure in the shadows. Nonetheless, he responded, Of course. I will pay any price. As long as I can take my revenge. Su Yi gradually crouched down. Very well, I bestow upon you power. He placed his right hand upon Jiang Yue's head, beginning to grant him the apocalyptic abilities. In an instant, Jiang Yue felt as though his brain had been pierced by an iron spike. His consciousness nearly faded. His once blank face contorted in agony. Ah! Su Yi calmly reassured him. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. He withdrew his hand and stood back, observing the transformation, for this was his first experience in bestowing apocalyptic powers. Jiang Yue endured the excruciating pain, only to find that after the headache, his entire body fell ablaze, as if his flesh were being scorched by searing flames. His blood surged through his veins like molten lead, and steam erupted from his skin. Even the mud beneath him began to boil ominously. Soon, he writhed in agony. Jiang Yue twisted in the mud, but fortunately, the ordeal was brief. Gasping for breath, he exhaled sparks. The surrounding muck had evaporated entirely. Jiang Yue propped himself up. My body has healed? He examined himself in astonishment. His severe injuries had miraculously vanished, and a tremendous power surged within him. To have healing as an added benefit of these abilities, what a delightful surprise. Su Yi noted this and urged him to test his powers. As Jiang Yue concentrated, a ball of flame erupted from his right hand. It was seamless, as if it were instinctual. He stared in awe at his palm. I have truly become an ability wielder. To Jiang Yue, this was utterly inconceivable. Ability wielders were exceedingly rare, let alone those with advanced powers. Su Yi nodded slightly, confirming that he had indeed bestowed the same fire-based powers as his own. However, he was curious about their potency. He encouraged Jiang Yue to increase the output and see how far he could go. Jiang Yue complied, channeling his newfound strength. Boom! Flames erupted like a column, nearly singeing his fingertips. He attempted to exert his full force, his palm transforming into a flamethrower. However, when he tried to amplify the intensity, he found himself unable to push further. Su Yi contrasted this with his own initial experience. Undoubtedly, Jiang Yue's prowess was lacking. Yet, he was still an advanced ability wielder, significantly stronger than the average individual. When Jiang Yue attempted to retract his power, the flames uncontrollably ignited the exterior wall. What should I do? I can't control it. Jiang Yue cried out in panic. With a snap of his fingers, Su Yi extinguished the flames, asserting his dominion over the power bestowed upon him. Jiang Yue felt a jolt of astonishment. How could someone wield a force beyond his grasp so effortlessly? More remarkably, this individual could bestow extraordinary abilities upon others. As far as he was aware, even the S-rank ability users and the two great nations of the Eastern Xia Empire and the Westar Federation had never encountered such a phenomenon. It was unfathomable, terrifying even, evoking a profound sense of reverence within him. Jiang Yue spoke with deference. You grant me power. What would you have me do? He unconsciously employed a respectful honorific. Naturally, there was a task to be assigned. However, before that, Su Yi shifted the conversation. Surely, you have other aspirations? Jiang Yue's gaze ignited with fervor. Indeed. Thank you for your understanding. How should I address you? My name is... Su Yi interrupted. From now on, you shall be known as Disaster 1, and I shall be Disaster 0. Jiang Yue's spirit trembled in response. Understood. Suddenly, Su Yi inquired, and what is the price? It was then that Jiang Yue noticed the flames still raging upon his right hand, refusing to be extinguished. After a moment of panic, he steadied himself. This cost is trivial. It is merely the beginning. The true price will be repaid in due course. Su Yi shook his head. Jiang Yue's expression remained composed. No matter. As long as I can obtain power, I shall willingly pay any price. Asimile grace Su Yi sedips. It appears you have come to terms with it. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors. With that, his figure seamlessly melded into the night. Jiang Yue bowed. May you walk safely, Lord Zero. Only after a prolonged moment did he rise upright. He clenched his burning right fist, preparing for what lay ahead. His objective was clear, to make Lu Yang experience his anguish. In the deep of night, in the desolate outskirts, Jiang Yue was enveloped in flames, leaving scorched earth in his wake. He momentarily paused, conjuring a fireball the size of a basin, which expanded exponentially within moments. With a casual toss, the fireball soared like a meteor towards a nearby hillock. Boom! The deafening sound echoed like thunder, audible for miles. The explosive flames illuminated the surroundings, and a violent shockwave flattened everything in its path. Jiang Yue stood at the edge of the blast, unwavering. As the smoke cleared, the hillock had transformed into a vast crater of charred earth. The surrounding flames abruptly receded, yet the fire on his right hand remained unquenched. The results were satisfactory. It was time for revenge. Footsteps faded into the distance, rustling softly. The following morning, a team clad in uniforms arrived. Indeed, the enforcement squad. Someone must have set off firecrackers. What a waste of a trip. Someone complained. Orders from above. Nothing we can do. We'll just take a quick look and leave. The others dismissed. The leader, Feng Ji, scanned the area, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait. Look at these fragments. Upon closer inspection, the group quickly sobered. The ground was strewn with charred debris, far from the remnants of mere firecrackers. Before them lay a crater exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Was this the work of an ability user? Liu Yang? No. He was drinking at the bureau last night. There had been no reports of mobilization. Was it a new ability user? Or perhaps one from West Star? They continued their investigation, discovering more charred pits. One individual, throat dry, remarked the destructive power. Must be at least A rank. It may indeed be of S rank. The atmosphere among the team suddenly grew tense. Quick, report it. An unknown high-level ability user has been discovered. The crowd hurriedly took photographs for evidence and collected samples. The dark clouds partially concealed the waning moon, while the orange streetlights cast a small circle of illumination. Jiang Yue stood before a grand mansion. Now it is my turn. Chapter 4. The catastrophe sequence. Jiang Yue approached the door with no intention of knocking. His right hand pressed against the alloy lock, and flames instantly engulfed the lock cylinder. Molten iron dripping down. The door swung open effortlessly, and Jiang Yue stepped into the villa. The occupants were oblivious. A woman lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, while a boy played with expensive toys. It was only when Jiang Yue appeared in the living room that they looked up in astonishment. Who are you? How did you enter my home? The woman inquired first, her tone a mix of surprise and suspicion, yet devoid of panic. As the wife of Liu Yang, an A-class ability user, she commanded respect in Dongxia. No one dared to provoke her family. To be cautious, she quickly sent a message while sternly declaring, "This is Liu Yang's home. You've made a mistake if you're here to rob us." Jiang Yue nodded. That's good to hear. The location is indeed correct. The woman's confusion deepened. Suddenly, the boy tossed aside his toy and stood up, shouting, "You lowlife! Who allowed you to come in? Kneel and apologize." His words were brazen and arrogant, incongruous with his age. Jiang Yue coldly observed, "I fail to understand why a beast would call others lowlifes." The boy, undeterred, retorted, "What else would you be? Filthy and ragged." Jiang Yue's clothes had not been changed in days, and the dirt smeared upon them indeed painted a disheveled picture. The woman's expression shifted, and she quickly pulled her son back, saying, "Don't mind his words. He's just mimicking what he sees on television." Noticing the unextinguished flames on Jiang Yue's hand, and realizing he must be an ability user, she sought to buy time. Jiang Yue's lips curled into a smirk. "Oh? You can endure being insulted as a beast? It seems you're quite eager for Liu Yang's return." The woman stumbled back protectively with her son. "Don't be impulsive. Take money, take anything. Just leave, and I guarantee Liu Yang won't pursue this. There will be a generous reward." Yet, she had retreated to a corner. With no further escape, Jiang Yue continued forward. "I have no interest in your possessions. And that so-called reward? Is it meant to have Liu Yang come and kill me?" The woman's face turned pale. "And no, that's impossible." But the boy screamed, "How dare a lowlife touch us? I'll have my father burn you alive." Burn alive? Jiang Yue's gaze turned icy, a reminder of the gravity of the situation. His right hand ignited with a sudden blaze. In the presence of an ability user, Ordinary individuals had no means to defend themselves. The woman trembled uncontrollably, her voice rising in desperation. "No, wait, I beg you, spare us." The boy clutched her arm tightly, burying his face in her side, only able to emit whimpers of fear. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yue's raised arm froze. He was not only pierced by the instinct for survival, but also gripped by the innate fear of extinguishing a life. The most heinous act he had ever committed was merely exchanging blows with schoolyard bullies. Thus, just as Jiang Yue was poised to act, he found himself at an impasse, uncertain of what course to take. "I have not committed any wrongdoing. Please don't kill me." The woman sensed the wavering in his eyes. The child was too young, innocent of the world. "Please, do not let your anger fall upon him." Her words poured forth like rapid-fire bullets. Lu Yang has made many mistakes, terrible things, but he is changing. I have always encouraged him. Please, grant us an opportunity, will you? We will change. I swear on our lives we will change. I beg you, spare us. Every word resonated in Jiang Yue's ears, shaking the resolve he had previously forged. In that moment, the harrowing scene of that fateful day replayed in his mind. An unquenchable blaze, his once cozy home reduced to mere remnants, and 3 charred corpses, unrecognizable and grotesque. In a daze, Jiang Yue found himself transported back to the sanctuary of his former home, where the cheerful laughter of his parents wafted from the kitchen. The aroma of delicious food filled the air, and the warm glow of lights illuminated the living room. His sister leaned against him, her gaze fixed upon the television screen, where a woman and a boy were depicted in sheer terror. Her soft voice echoed in his ears, imbued with the innocence of childhood, yet chilling to the bone. "Brother, please, help me kill them, will you?" "No." Jiang Yue's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice parched. "They say they are repentant. I cannot do it." His sister's laughter chimed like delicate wind chimes. They are merely acting, pretending to repent." "Acting?" Jiang Yue retorted. "Indeed, just acting. What would they do to buy time and survive? You know better than anyone what they truly are, don't you?" Jiang Yue's voice dropped, Suddenly, a haunting melody flowed from the television, mournful as a dirge. The sound of pastoral flutes in the suburbs falls upon that rustic village. Fate takes root. It is his sister turned her head, her large, contrasting eyes fixed on him. "Brother, just do it for me." She raised her tiny fist toward the woman on the screen. "Use the flame fist on her." The rain falls. The old hometown-esque greenery deepens. "I have heard. You are always alone." The melody lingered like an incantation, intertwining emotions of regret, weakness, compassion, sorrow, and fury. An amalgamation of sentiments toward his very being. Jiang Yue's lips twitched, ultimately contorting into a smile so sorrowful it resembled a grimace. JPG, the weathered city gate, entwined with ancient tree roots on the cobblestones echoes, wait again when he regained consciousness. The searing flames engulfed his entire being, and his right hand had long since extended outward. The cost of power revealed its most brutal visage. This all-consuming inferno was fueled by his very humanity. The fiercer the flames, the colder his soul became. Jiang Yue understood. He had paid the price. By executing an act of annihilation, you have earned a 30 reward value, with the current reward progress at 30. In the Law Enforcement Bureau's conference room, Lu Yang lounged with his legs propped on the table, toying with flames. Reports indicated the potential emergence of an A or S-level fire elemental ability user outside the city. Team leader Fang Ji was delivering a report when Lu Yang's phone buzzed with a message from his wife. "Intruder, come back quickly." No further response followed. He sprang to his feet. Fang Ji interjected, "The meeting isn't over yet." Lu Yang did not look back. "I have urgent matters to attend to. And as for that fire elemental user, anyone who crosses my path is doomed." With that, he vanished. Lu Yang raced home, but arrived only to witness devastation. The villa was engulfed in flames. He hastily wielded his ability to control fire. With his A-level prowess, he easily extinguished the flames, only to be met with the horrifying sight of his wife and son, their bodies charred and curled. Who could have done this? I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths." His anguished roar drew a crowd of onlookers. Retribution. Heaven has opened its eyes. Ah, This is what they call the inevitable downfall of the wicked. Why is he not consumed by flames? The blaze ignites, bringing a sense of relief. The onlookers whisper derisively, offer no sympathy. Liu Yang suddenly leaps back, his instincts honed on the battlefield, warning him of impending danger. In the next moment, a fiery fist crashes down where he had just stood. Is it you? Have you killed them? Liu Yang's face contorts in rage. From the flames, a figure emerges. Kill? I merely roasted them. Liu Yang's pupils constrict. That voice, that wretched commoner? Impossible. You possess no abilities. Jiang Yue replies coolly, literally speaking. Just like the good deeds you used to perform. The sound of roasting is rather unremarkable. It seems you lack an appreciation for it. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy did not last long. They could not endure. Each word strikes at Liu Yang's wounds. His eyes blaze crimson. I shall not kill you. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. Flames erupt from his palm. Even if you have abilities, my fire can melt steel, as fellow fire wielders. You cannot match my might. Jiang Yue casually waves his hand, dissipating the flames. Is this the extent of your heat? Liu Yang, taken aback, find himself staggered by a fireball that Jiang Yue conjured, scorching his chest and forcing him back a few steps, his breath ragged and labored. How can this be? Liu Yang cannot accept being defeated by the commoner he had scorned just days prior. He channels all his strength into the flames, transforming them into a brilliant red, increasing their potency, and engulfs Jiang Yue in fire. The price of arrogance. From within the inferno, a cold laugh rings out. Too weak. Purple flames surge forth, instantly consuming Liu Yang's fire, leaving Jiang Yue unscathed. My flames can even melt tungsten. An A-class ability wielder, pathetically weak. Liu Yang is rendered speechless. The purple fireball crashes into him, the searing pain eliciting a wretched scream. It is only now that he, a fire ability wielder, truly experiences the agony of flames. Ah, spare me. I was wrong. Jiang Yue coldly observes as he writhes in agony. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Is Liu Yang about to lose? An S-class? Where did this benevolent figure come from? Give him a beating. Quick, capture this moment. No one comes to his aid. The crowd continues to swell, and Liu Yang's screams ultimately fade into silence. As the purple flames dissipate, only charred remains are left. Jiang Yue turns to leave, and the crowd parts to make way. The tardy enforcement team arrives, guns raised. Put your hands up, surrender. Yet no one dares to intervene or fire against an opponent who isn't even an A-class. What is the worth of their lives? Feng Zhi's mind is shaken. That A-class ability wielder was defeated by the fiery figure before him. He does not dare to make a move. Since the other side shows no intention of attacking, there is no need to seek death. As Jiang Yue's figure vanishes, his words linger. So, it is this simple to seek vengeance when one possesses power. In the eastern outskirts cemetery, the mist has yet to lift. Jiang Yue stands silently before 3 brand new gravestones. This is the resting place he obtained at great cost. Until now, he had felt hopeless in his quest for vengeance. Even wishing to harm Liu Yang was a distant fantasy. Yet, unexpectedly, with the arrival of the Zero Lord, the entire world has been turned upside down. Not only has he acquired extraordinary powers, but he has also effortlessly slain Liu Yang, evading any repercussions. The act of vengeance was completed with alarming ease. In an instant, he found himself devoid of his greatest life ambition, rendered uncertain about his next steps. Jiang Yue stood transfixed, gazing blankly at the cold gravestone, as if turned to stone. Time flowed silently. The rising sun valiantly pierced the heavy leaden gray clouds above the small town, casting down rays of golden light. Sui appeared silently behind him. Is it done? Jiang Yue slowly averted his gaze. Yes, Lord Zero. Through the apocalyptic act, reward value of 20 acquired. Current reward value at 100. Reward value has reached 100, extracting new disaster ability. Extraction complete. Congratulations on acquiring the disaster ability of Flood. Detection of a new compatible individual. The host may choose to bestow the disaster ability. Sui turned around, his tone casual. Then let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Not long ago, the system had notified him of a new compatible individual. He needed to act swiftly in search of this person. Zhang Yao's gaze swept across the tranquil cemetery and the awakening cityscape in the distance, and he suddenly spoke. Lord Zero, what is the name of our organization? What is our purpose? Suyi halted his steps without turning back, his voice imbued with an absurd nonchalance. The organization? Let us call it Disaster Sequence. As for our purpose, it is rather simple, merely to obliterate this world. Chapter 5. Do you desire freedom? In a secluded corner of the Eastern Xia Empire, there exists an ordinary factory, where trucks enter and exit at scheduled intervals. The towering electric fences surrounding it delineate a no-man's land, its only somewhat conspicuous feature. Amidst the bustling corners of the empire, no one pays attention to this solitary edifice. Little do they know that within the confines of the electric fence, it is not machinery that roars to life, but rather ambition. The trucks that drive and do not carry mundane supplies, but rather perilous items that may alter the course of humanity's future, ability-enhancing serums, and cutting-edge experimental apparatus. This place is one of the many clandestine laboratories of the Eastern Xia Empire, aiming to transform the impossible into the possible, the mass production of those with extraordinary abilities. In this world, individuals with such abilities emerge at random, and even the lowest-tier, D-class ability bearers are fortunate outliers among the masses. Higher-tier ability bearers hold immense strategic value, serving as the bedrock of national strength. Despite the deterrent power of advanced weaponry, the mere existence of these individuals constitutes an undeniable strategic menace and supreme honor. Thus, awakening more individuals to these abilities has become a secret battlefield for the world's great powers vying for supremacy. As a major nation, Eastern Xia naturally pours vast resources into this endeavor. Deep within the experimental base lies a chamber filled with cold apparatus and dense surveillance. A prison for a girl named Quan Luo. The walls lined with emergency medications. The heavy iron door firmly sealed, and the solitary, impervious bulletproof window set high on the wall encapsulate the entirety of her world. She curls up in a corner, her meager clothing barely sufficient to cover her, yet failing to conceal the grotesque scars that mar her body, creeping up to her cheek. Each failed experiment, every instance of the organization's decay and excision, has left a harrowing imprint upon her. Why'd I come here? This thought echoes futilely in the empty room. Quan Luo, a name once belonging to an orphanage, a pathway leading to an ordinary adult life, until the arrival of that esteemed team. They painted a vision of glory in service to the nation and generous rewards, easily ensnaring her trust. Having received the nation's grace from a young age, Quan Luo stepped through the door that promised a bright future with a sincere desire to reciprocate. What awaited her, however, was not glory, but rather an abyss. The path to the ability factory is fraught with thorns, inhumane torment inflicted day after day. This laboratory primarily focuses on drug induction pathways. Initially, the treatments were mild, providing physical enhancement and mental stimulation, which Quan Luo could endure despite the accompanying nausea and pain. Yet, the experiments soon revealed their cruel true nature. The toxicity of the drugs escalated sharply. Large swathes of skin necrosed and rotted post-injection. Grotesque tumors erupted beneath her skin, grotesquely swollen, and her right toe, rendered permanently inactive, had to be amputated. Each failure exacted a toll upon her fragile body, leaving behind glaring scars. The deepest fears had long since transformed into instinctual memories. Quan Luo still recalls the sensation of that purplish-black venom igniting within her veins, her marrow boiling in turmoil, only subdued by an excess of tranquilizers. The most excruciating pain is the surgical removal of an uncontrollable sarcoma, while firmly bound to the operating table, devoid of any analgesics. She could vividly perceive the chilling blade slicing through flesh and peeling away tissue. The director's cold command reverberated. The agonizing pain might serve as the key to unlocking her extraordinary abilities. The piercing, soul-freezing screams became the shared backdrop of the entire laboratory that day. 3 days and nights of dark, unresponsive stupor were merely a fleeting respite from immense suffering. Pleas, cries, and whimpers, all her desperate struggles were disregarded. The dual torment of mind and body ground her down like a millstone, extinguishing the light in her eyes bit by bit. As the number of her fellow experimental subjects being carted away grew, her yearning transformed from a desire to escape this place to a longing for the release of death. "Please, grant me mercy in my life," she rasped, as if beseeching an inconsequential boon. "As a valuable experimental subject, how could we allow you to perish?" The director's response sealed her last glimmer of hope, plunging her deeper into an abyss of despair. Qian Luo numbly observed the decline of her fellow sufferers. She was the last remaining soul in this factory of aberrant powers, and she vaguely grasped the peculiarity of her own condition. With the same medication, others succumbed, yet she endured under rigorous treatment, akin to a twisted stroke of fortune. However, this peculiar self-healing ability, within the confines of a laboratory, had morphed into the most cruel of curses, allowing her to withstand more prolonged torment. The iron door clanged open. Familiar, stark white light pierced through, shattering her futile thoughts. The white-coated figures filed in, precise as machines. The brief respite had come to an end. Reagents were mixed, instruments were readied, and the status of the experimental subject was confirmed. The director's voice was monotonously exacting. Qian Luo was hoisted onto the operating table. Her pupils dilated, devoid of reaction, as she allowed the nurse's icy fingers to probe her body, watching the director prepare the unknown liquid destined for her veins. Having grown accustomed to it all, resistance only added to her physical suffering. The bizarre red and purple reagent silently coursed in her right arm. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through her. It felt as if what was being injected was not a medicinal solution, but a living entity that gnawed at her flesh. The heart-wrenching scream instantly filled the room. Not resisting did not equate to an absence of pain. This agony, penetrating to the marrow, was the one torment she could not acclimatize to. Yet, those within the room did not even blink. The rhythmic beeping of the data instruments was the only response. Heart rate surged, tissues rapidly necrosed. The nurse's voice remained devoid of emotion. "Observe for 2 minutes." The director's command was akin to scrutinizing a chemical reaction within a beaker. After 2 minutes of torment, the venom was drawn out. Qian Luo was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale as parchment, her right arm limp and convulsing. The injection site marred by a gory, purple-black depression. Recording complete. End. The tide of white-coated figures receded, the lights extinguished, leaving Qian Luo in a dim void of silence. Throughout the ordeal, no one cast a glance her way, let alone engaged in communication. On that operating table, her value was less than that of a mere white mouse, eliciting pity. The cold moonlight silently flowed along the edge of the bed, resembling a layer of stagnant frost. This is the only moment in the day when Qian Luo can momentarily shut down her mind and escape from reality. She gazes out at the limited expanse of sky, immersing herself in an imagined alternate life. The mundane work following her departure from the orphanage, the trivialities of daily sustenance. Perhaps exhausting, yet imbued with the warmth of existence she once longed for. A searing pain radiates from her right hand, shattering all illusions with precision. The unending torment has long since depleted both her body and spirit. Living is not a gift, but rather a curse. Some exist, yet have already succumbed to death. She has not been without her acts of defiance. The tightly clenched fork once pressed against her fragile throat, and the cold instruments have targeted her pulsating veins. Each time, just as those thoughts began to crystallize into action, the blinding red light in the corner of the room would suddenly flare to life. Soon, heavy footsteps would surge into the room like a tide. Fully armed soldiers would invariably impose her back into the shackles of reality with suffocating speed, extinguishing every spark of self-destruction. Day after day, time blurs and dissolves in the repetitive despair. Qian Luo can no longer discern when she was imprisoned in this factory of extraordinary powers, nor how many days and nights she has endured. Those wrapped in white coats continue their research with her flesh and spirit. Now, only emptiness and numbness remain within her body, rendering her a mere shell of existence. Her hollow pupils reflect the bright moon, devoid of thought or desire. Suddenly, a man's voice pierces the silence. "Do you wish for freedom?" Chapter 6. Please look at me closely. Do you desire freedom? The voice emerged abruptly. The layers of tightly woven defenses appeared utterly futile, including the iron gate that boasted the capacity to withstand tank fire. Detected an individual compatible with calamity abilities. The option to bestow calamity powers is available. Su Ye's figure silently materialized within this chamber, where even the air seemed to be suspended. His gaze swept over the young girl before him, and everything became painfully clear. A shattered experimental subject, mercilessly ground down by the trials of power development. Her body bore the scars of torment, her right foot missing 3 toes. The cramped space was cluttered with apparatus, and the walls were lined with reagent bottles. She was a miraculous specimen that had survived through suffering, yet this survival had plunged her into an even deeper despair. It must be said, the girl was indeed remarkably suited to wield calamity powers. The gears of her neck rusted and creaked, struggling to turn. This was the exclusive forbidden zone for the experimental personnel, never before graced by an unfamiliar face. Who was he? How had he breached the heavily guarded perimeter? Was this a mere illusion? A precursor to another experiment? Countless questions surged in her mind, only to be cast aside in an instant. Qianluo's voice, hoarse and filled with confusion, broke through the silence. Freedom? Those cold instruments, the excruciating pain that rends the nerves, the loneliness that penetrates to the marrow. An avalanche of memories, long since scourged, surged back to life. A desire, already crushed, unexpectedly resurfaced from the depths of her consciousness. Freedom. She yearned for freedom. She longed to escape this place. Yet, Qianluo's voice erupted suddenly, imbued with a desperate resolve. Freedom. I want freedom. Even if it were but a mirage, an echo from the abyss, she would cling to it fiercely. A flicker of dark light passed through Su Ye's eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he approached slowly. Even if, at the cost of everything, his voice was deep, laced with the seductive pull of the abyss. Any price. Qianluo's eyes ignited with a terrifying determination. I only want freedom. Even if the illusion shattered in the next moment and the dream faded away, she would grasp this solitary echo of hope amidst despair. Extracting calamity abilities. Extraction complete. The host acquires the calamity ability. Flood. The host may bestow calamity powers upon compatible individuals. Sui halted before Qianluo, his hand resting gently atop her head. Qianluo displayed no emotion, as if awaiting the next set of predetermined torments. After a moment, Su Yi withdrew his hand. Qianluo was left bewildered. Was freedom achievable with just one touch? Boom! An invisible torrent surged violently through her limbs and bones. Every inch of flesh, every nerve was violently stretched and torn apart. The pain exceeded all past experimental tortures, shattering nerve endings and reaching into her very soul. A piercing scream shattered the confines of her prison. She writhed, convulsed, her body crashing into the apparatus, shattering bottles, the acrid scent of the reagents mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Her head felt as if it would be crushed by an unseen force, her soul fraying in the tempest. Solicitude by observing quietly, his gaze focused as if he were a researcher documenting a precious data sample. The comparative results of bestowing calamity powers for the second time. The excruciating pain finally receded like a tide, leaving only the remnants of near-death exhaustion. Qianluo lay motionless in the cold filth as an extraordinary transformation began to unfold. Her raven-black hair grew wildly, shifting to a deep azure, cascading like a waterfall. The ghastly scar upon her face faded quietly, revealing skin that glowed with a porcelain-like radiance. Her neck, arms, and torso, once marred by old wounds, were now rejuvenated, as if the ice and snow of winter had melted away. Most astonishingly, her right foot, where the toes had been severed, exhibited flesh and sinew writhing frantically within a pale blue orb, coalescing and reshaping until, in an instant, the missing parts had been completely restored. The second catastrophe ability endowed her with a remarkable self-healing phenomenon, far surpassing that of the first. Suyi recorded the event in a hushed tone, intrigued by this accompanying effect. Qian Luo struggled to lift her body, her consciousness still not fully gathered. Her fingertips brushed against her cheek, smooth and delicate, no longer bearing the marks of shame. She suddenly lunged toward the mirror. The reflection revealed a young girl with bright eyes and pearly teeth, skin as fine as silk, and features so exquisite that her voluptuous form seemed at odds with her scarred past. The once self-conscious rise and fall of her chest now caused her thin white garment to swell impressively, hinting at a valley and mountain peak beneath. Paired with her tender skin, she appeared utterly pitiable, effortlessly igniting a protective instinct in others. The figure in the mirror could undoubtedly be called a beautiful maiden. Is this a miracle? She touched her cheek in disbelief, her fingertips trembling on the warm skin, tears long forgotten stinging her eyes. That scar had been the brand of her captivity, a mark she thought she would carry to the grave. Elation was swiftly replaced by terror. The commotion could summon an army to clear the scene. Do not panic, Suye's voice cut through the air coldly. The first will ensure we are not disturbed. She looked up to find the surveillance camera in the corner already shrouded in darkness. Now, let me see my creation, Suyi commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, Qian Luo replied without hesitation. Whether divine or demonic, the power and rebirth were gifts from the other. Suyi scrutinized the girl from head to toe, comparing her to the past. Now, try using your powers. Qian Luo had no doubts. She focused her mind and extended her palm. A crystalline sphere of water floated into existence, then shot forth abruptly. Bang! It struck the alloy wall, leaving a damp mark. Qian Luo froze. Do I truly possess abilities now? She had become the creation, long yearned for yet feared, an ability user. The forbidden fruit, which had cost Xia and the world vast sums and countless lives without ever being conquered, had been implanted within her at the whim of this stranger. The sharp, bone-deep sensation of reality reminded her that this was no dream. The presence before her had already transcended the colossal machinery of the nation. A mixture of awe and curiosity burgeoned within her. Increase output, Suyi observed. The water sphere expanded, quickly filling the room until it barely halted at the ceiling, shimmering with light amidst the chaos. Then, Qian Luo deftly controlled the sphere, causing it to shrink rapidly until it vanished. Her control was remarkably stable, surpassing that of the first. Sui nodded slightly. From now on, you are the second. Remember, I am the zero. Qian Luo suppressed the tremor within her heart and deeply bowed. As you command, Master Zero. Suyi, with his hands clasped behind his back, stepped aside to grant the young girl passage to the door, or rather, the path to hell. Number 2, you have been granted your freedom. Now, please commence your performance. The final vestiges of warmth in Qian Luo's eyes were frozen, igniting into a blazing inferno. As you wish. Please watch me closely. Chapter 7. The dream must end. Qian Luo stepped out of the room with a steady gait, contemplating the appropriate recompense for the figures clad in white. As for the possibility of their escape, the presence of the esteemed Zero would render such concerns moot. Suyi followed closely behind her, a playful smile dancing on his lips, although he had observed the first act of vengeance from a distance. Nothing could compare to the thrill of being embroiled in the unfolding drama. He was eager to witness how the tale of the second act of retribution would unfold. Before long, the two arrived at the threshold of the conference room. In her memory, each time she had been bound and wheeled through that door, it had been accompanied by a paralyzing dread. Yet now, she was free. Raising her hand, a torrent of water coalesced instantaneously, crashing violently against the door lock. With a resounding clang, the metal shattered, and she pushed the door open. Inside, the gathering of white-clad figures froze, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief at the intruder. Who are you? How did you get in? The director bellowed first. Qian Luo feigned ignorance, her icy gaze sweeping over the familiar faces. Yes, all 18 of them were present. The starkness of their lab coats made one hesitate and utter, "You are that test subject." All eyes turned to Qian Luo's visage. The scars vanished, yet the contours remained recognizable. Good heavens! How could those wounds have healed so swiftly? The critical question remained. Why had no alarm sounded at her arrival? The director barked, "Quick! Contact the security office immediately. The test subject has escaped, and there is an unknown intruder. Panic ensued as someone hurriedly grasped the emergency phone. Recognizing Quan Luo's identity, another pointed an accusing finger at Su Yi. "And who are you?" With a graceful flick of her wrist, Quan Luo sent a water sphere crashing into his chest like a heavy hammer. Thud! He slammed against the wall, collapsing in a heap. "How dare you show disrespect to the esteemed Zero?" The water flowed like a serpent, coiling around Quan Luo's fingers once more. Su Yi took a half step back, a smile still gracing his lips. "Please, continue as if I were not here." The assembly fell into a profound silence. "Director, all communications have failed. Emergency calls are down." An anxious report came forth. A wave of panic swept through the room. However, the director's eyes glimmered with fervor. "You have awakened your extraordinary abilities. Our experiment has succeeded." This proclamation ignited a spark among them, transforming despair into a distorted excitement. The experiment had triumphed. A decade of effort had finally borne fruit. 10 years, an entire decade. They wept and laughed, overwhelmed with joy. The dream of our experiment's success must awaken now. Quan Luo's cold laughter was akin to a poison blade. "These powers are a blessing from the esteemed Zero, having nothing to do with your research." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The director vehemently denied. Someone insisted. "It is undoubtedly our relentless efforts that led to your awakening." Another thundering sound echoed as the dissenting voice slammed against the wall. Quan Luo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Enough. A chilling aura enveloped the room, shaking everyone into a sobering clarity. Quan Luo nodded in satisfaction. "You have recognized your true identities. Now, the treatment shall commence." 18 tendrils of water surged forth, expertly binding each individual in place. Qin Luo strolled up to a cowering woman, delicately pinching a vial brimming with an eerie, swirling purple liquid. "No, please, don't." The woman shrieked in desperate anguish. Qin Luo remained unfazed as the needle pierced the woman's skin. A high-pitched, anguished scream erupted, and the woman's body convulsed violently, akin to a live shrimp. Her right hand rapidly swelled to a ghastly purple, rotting away. With a calm demeanor, Qin Luo tightened the water rope, admonishing, "Do not be agitated. You might frighten the other patients." Moments later, the woman lay gasping for breath. "One dose is insufficient. How dull," Qin Luo mused, shaking her head as she replaced it with a vial of inky black potion and approached the next victim. "Stop. I beg you, spare me." A new plea arose. Qin Luo tilted her head, her eyes reflecting pure confusion. Are you not robots? Do you feel fear? Then why did you not cease when I cried out for mercy?" This statement rendered everyone speechless. As the black liquid was injected, a blood-soaked tumor erupted visibly from the woman's shoulder. "Oh dear, it has deteriorated. Let me assist you." Qin Luo, seemingly from nowhere, produced a sharp scalpel, lowering its tip with precision and deliberation. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Luo's expression remained focused, akin to the most dutiful of doctors, her movements both swift and cruel. Upon completing the suturing, she tied a small bow at the wound. "All done. You will recover soon," she proclaimed, as if oblivious to the fact that the woman had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As she advanced to the next patient, the director finally broke down. "Cease. What do you desire? I shall give you anything." Qin Luo picked up several vials from the table, stating, "What I seek is quite simple, for you to endure a little longer during the upcoming injections." She expertly began mixing the concoction. "Do not rush, director. I shall prepare a special serum just for you." The director, drenched in sweat, gazed at the vividly colored liquid in horror. "Wait. Everything is negotiable. Spare me. I will pave the way for your future. I shall agree to any terms." His voice became shrill with terror. Qin Luo paid him no heed. The syringe filled with the vibrant liquid. She smiled at the director. "Your bespoke gift is ready for delivery." The needle punctured his skin. "No. I am a national-level research backbone. If you harm me, the entire nation will hunt you down." The director thrashed and screamed in madness. Qianluo's smile grew ever brighter. Understood, understood. Her hands remained unperturbed in their work. Ah! The director emitted a heart-wrenching wail. His body spasmed, swelling, contracting, and contorting. His skin rotting and oozing pus. Qianluo swiftly injected a healing serum. The struggle between destruction and regeneration ensued, as the awakening agent forced him to acutely experience every torment. The other onlookers turned ashen. Qianluo methodically treated the next patient. The screams rose and fell, gradually diminishing. "Kill me, I beg you." A near-innocent delight spread across Qianluo's face. "Oh, have you come to know the taste of suffering worse than death?" She leaned closer, her voice a mere whisper, "But back then, did you stop? The night is still young. Let us savor this slowly." As the final echo of despair faded away, Qianluo let out a long sigh, wiping the fine sweat from her brow. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," she said, turning to Su Yi, her cheeks flushed from the exertion. Unbeknownst to her, small puddles had already formed beneath her feet. By engaging in world-ending actions, you have earned a 30 reward value, with the current reward progress at 30. Yet, Su Yi remained unfazed, his trousers and shoes immaculate, as if a faint red light shielded him from the water. He smiled benevolently. "No matter. Your vengeance is quite a spectacle." Leaving behind the grotesque remnants of her foes, Qianluo hastily exited. The cacophony of screams soon subsided, and tranquility enveloped the once chaotic ability factory. Inhaling deeply, Qianluo felt an unprecedented elation coursing through her, every pore singing with delight. Her cheeks flushed further, and she lightly touched her lips, exclaiming. The overwhelming joy momentarily rendered her dazed, causing her ability to spiral out of control, water trickling down her calves. Suddenly regaining her composure, she apologized bashfully. "My sincerest apologies. I lost my decorum." Yet her gaze involuntarily fell upon his remarkably dry shoes. Su Ye's smile deepened. "Do not concern yourself. It was indeed remarkable. I witnessed a satisfactory performance." Qianluo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Now please, give your commands." Su Yi turned to leave. "No rush. Let us first depart." As shadows faded, the two stepped into the hazy moonlight. Abruptly, a figure wreathed in searing flames materialized silently. Qianluo's instinct sharpened, her aura swirling as she assumed a defensive stance. "Zero." The fiery figure slightly bowed, the flames flickering in tandem, its voice respectful and steady. "No one has escaped. All distress signals have been severed." "Excellent." 1. Su Yi nodded, his profound gaze sweeping over the vast, silent testing ground behind them, akin to a grave. Just then, the roar of engines reverberated. A mechanized battalion emerged from the swirling dust, fully equipped. Infantry wielding machine guns, rumbling war vehicles, and tanks forged of steel, all aimed their dark muzzles squarely at the three in the field. The distress signals were not obstructed. One appeared puzzled, then realized, no, they did not receive the distress signal. It was merely a routine communication that failed to connect, leading them to investigate the anomaly. Given that this was a highly classified ability research base, it was reasonable to have heavy security. "Drop your weapons. Surrender immediately. Repeat. Lay down your arms and surrender at once." The shrill commands from the loudspeaker echoed across the open terrain, carrying an undeniable tone of authority. All firearms and cannons were locked onto Su Yi and his companions, a chilling air of menace enveloping them. Flames surged around one, ready to unleash their fury. "However, 2 step forward first. Allow me to handle the cleanup. Such mundane tasks are best suited to me." Su Yi nodded slightly. "Very well." Qianluo's heart surged with a fierce desire to demonstrate her worth before the Zero, who had granted her a new lease on life. After all, her current abilities and existence were bestowed upon her by him. With determination, Qianluo raised her hand high. In an instant, 2 colossal torrents of water, infused with terrifying power, erupted from her palms, surging forth like dragons from the sea, directly targeting the awaiting troops. "Fire!" The commander's furious roar resonated in unison with the chaos. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bullets fell like a tempest, and shells screamed through the air, trailing fiery tails. The sounds of impact, tearing, and water explosions intertwined. Bullets and shells succumbed to the depths, contorting under the relentless force. The water surged forth with unabated ferocity, engulfing the entire battalion in an instant. Soldiers were swept away like autumn leaves caught in a vortex, while armored vehicles and tanks were lifted from the ground by an unparalleled might. Was it a high-level water elemental user? Gasps of astonishment, cries of anguish, and pleas for help were instantly drowned out by the roaring waters. Quan Luo twisted her hands inward with a sudden motion. The torrents of water began to spin rapidly, compressing and tearing apart. The bone-chilling sound of twisted steel shattering filled the air. The screams abruptly ceased. In the span of 2 breaths, the battlefield was left with only the distorted remnants of metal and an eerie silence. By performing an act of annihilation, you have gained a 30 reward value. Current reward value progress is 60. Quan Luo withdrew her hands, the waters calming. She turned to Su Yi. Lord Zero, did I do well? Su Yi surveyed the devastation and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your control of power and timing was remarkably precise. Thank you for your praise. A radiant smile blossomed on Quan Luo's face. Su Yi's tone remained neutral. Let us tidy up the scene. With a casual wave of his hand, a tremendous wave surged forth from thin air. It then came crashing down, its force surpassing Quan Luo's torrents by several magnitudes. It was as if the Milky Way itself had reversed its course. The surging flood swept away everything in its path, instantly engulfing and crashing into the vast facility of supernatural powers. Boom! The factory crumbled like a sandcastle made of paper, violently bursting, collapsing, and disintegrating, along with all traces of Quan Luo's creation, erased and swept away into oblivion. A vast, deep pool remained in its place, murky waters glistening under the moonlight. Witnessing this awe-inspiring power that could reshape the world with a mere gesture, Quan Luo's reverence soared to new heights. In her heart, only one vow remained. This body and this soul belong entirely to Lord Zero. For the rest of her life, she would obey without question. The tumultuous waves in Yihao's heart also took a long time to settle. Not only was Lord Zero's fire elemental ability ferocious, but his water abilities were equally formidable. The only word that came to his mind was terrifying. Let us go, came Su Yi's voice. The train waits for no one. Yes, yes. Quan Luo hurriedly followed, cautiously inquiring, Lord Zero, what would you have me do? Without turning back, Su Yi replied, you will know your mission in due time. He paused, his voice clear. Remember, we are called the disaster sequence. Our sole objective is the annihilation of the world. Chapter 8. Why are you so skilled? In the Eastern Xia Empire, at the heart of Yanjing, the midnight air hung with a slight chill. The luminous skyscrapers in the distance formed a dazzling urban skyline, while the depths of the alleys were shrouded in serene darkness. Wang Mingyao treaded cautiously along the damp cobblestone path, her steps somewhat unsteady, clad in exquisitely tailored luxury garments. The expensive handbag she held lightly in her fingertips glimmered with a matte sheen under the moonlight. Despite her wavering gait, it was not due to any peril. The public safety of Yanjing was well known. She had just emerged from 2 bars in search of a drink that would reach the depths of her soul. As she rounded a corner, an unfamiliar neon sign caught her eye. Midnight bar? Wang Mingyao paused, her brow furrowing. She was well acquainted with the bars in the vicinity, yet this one seemed to have materialized out of thin air. A new establishment? Intrigued, she pushed open the door. Warm, amber light flooded her vision. To her left stood a slender walnut bar, adorned with an array of spirits behind it. To her right, velvet drapes separated cozy booths, while a vintage record player filled the air with the languorous yet vibrant saxophone melody of Take 5. The bar exuded a retro charm, cleverly infused with a hint of Eastern restraint. Though the space was modest, it brimmed with a subtle, secretive ambience. A uniquely poised waitress approached. Good evening, welcome. Would you prefer to sit at the bar or in a booth? Wang Mingyao's gaze was drawn to the waitress's flowing indigo hair and her flawless, radiant skin illuminated by the soft light. The young woman possessed both elegance and vitality. How could such a remarkable girl be content in this secluded little venue? Wang Mingyao's curiosity deepened. She opted for the bar. Very well, this way please. The blue-haired waitress guided her to the bar. Directly in front was a handsome bartender, his right hand gloved, with a badge reading number 1. The waitress bore the number 2 on her chest. Wang Mingyao did not glance at the drink menu. 1 Long Island iced tea, please. Madam, the young bartender began, his voice languid. This cocktail has a high alcohol base. It may not be suitable. Prepare it, as I requested. Wang Mingyao interjected firmly, tapping the bar lightly with her fingertips. The bartender said nothing further, swiftly retrieving a glass. He poured in vodka, gin, rum, tequila, and Cointreau into a shaker, adding syrup. With fluid motions, he sliced a lemon and squeezed its juice. Amidst the clinking of ice, the shaker danced in the air. The liquid flowed into the chilled glass. Cola was poured gently along the rim, and a lemon slice crowned the drink. Long Island iced tea? Enjoy. He slid the glass before Wang Mingyao. She raised it to her lips, taking a delicate sip, then promptly finished it. Another. See you tomorrow. Wang Mingyao set down the empty glass. The bartender hesitated momentarily, the atmosphere subtly thickening. At that moment, a magnetic voice, imbued with a hint of mirth, resonated from the depths of the bar. Madam, good drinks deserve to be savored. Overindulgence may harm your health. Wang Mingyao lifted her gaze, her heart skipping a beat as she beheld a man emerging from the shadows, clad in a deep gray suit. His chiseled features were accentuated by a smile that danced upon his lips. He walked with a measured grace, his presence undeniably commanding. Such an aura was something Wang Mingyao had never encountered in Yanjing. She found herself momentarily transfixed. As the gentleman leisurely approached the bar, he met her gaze with serene confidence. Locking eyes with those profound orbs, Wang Mingyao felt a wave of shyness wash over her, compelling her to avert her gaze. All she desired was to drown her sorrows in spirits. Her voice instinctively lowered a notch. Oh, the man inquired softly, what troubles you? Wang Mingyao's eyes fell. The confession seemed almost absurd. She had experienced heartbreak. The pang of love is indeed relentless. The man nodded slightly, his fingertips gliding gently across the bar. Perhaps a margarita would be more fitting for her current state of mind. All right, she replied, unable to refuse his suggestion. She stole another glance at him, noticing he wore no name tag. May I ask, are you the owner? He responded candidly, already in motion. Salt, lime wedges, margarita glass. His movements were as fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The lime juice kissed the rim of the glass, perfectly dusting it with coarse salt, the result resembling a silver trim adorning the cup. Intrigued by his effortless skill, Wang Mingyao couldn't help but exclaim, Owner, how are you so proficient? He glanced up with a warm smile. I was once passionate about mixology, spending leisure time experimenting at home. As he spoke, he opened a shaker, added ice, and effortlessly grasped bottles of vodka and Cointreau, pouring the liquids with precision, unassisted by a jigger. 40 milliliters, 20 milliliters, exacting in every measure. A lemon danced gracefully from his fingertips, glinting momentarily before it met its fate in midair, transforming into a delicate slice and 2 plump wedges. He deftly held half a wedge, squeezing its juice into the shaker, the slice perfectly perched on the salted rim. Beautiful. Wang Mingyao couldn't resist clapping her hands. The shaker lid secured, he held the base with his right hand, supporting the top with his left, raising it to his ear before shaking it vigorously. The crisp, rhythmic clatter of ice striking the shaker resonated clearly in the tranquil bar. The man's poised stature became evident with each powerful shake, seemingly infused with an enchanting energy that made Wang Mengyao's heart resonate in synchrony. The lighting highlighted the focused profile of his face, a peculiar warmth creeping onto her cheeks. If the first gentleman resembled a diligent student adhering to protocol, the owner was undoubtedly a maestro on stage. He possessed the uncanny ability to discern the most clandestine desires of his patrons, transforming the act of mixing drinks into a captivating performance. As the liquid passed through a fine sieve, flowing into the glass, it appeared as clear and tranquil as a mirror, scarcely revealing a single superfluous bubble. The margarita glided down the bar towards her, its pristine liquid edged with a faint milky hue, the scents of lemon and tequila entwining delicately. Wang Mingyao cradled the glass in both hands, taking a small sip. The tang of lime, the saltiness of frost, the boldness of tequila, and the sweetness of Cointreau. A medley of intricate flavors entwined upon the tongue, merging and ultimately transforming into a peculiar warmth that cascaded down the throat. This was, without a doubt, the finest margarita I had ever savored. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting an unreserved admiration for the proprietor. Is this skill truly self-taught at home? Indeed, he replied with a candid smile, recalling his youthful days of meager means when he could only afford basic spirits to experiment with, guided by books. The conversation flowed effortlessly as Wang Mingyao inquired enthusiastically, and the owner responded with calm assurance. At the other end of the bar, number 2 nudged number 1 with an elbow, whispering, "Did you see that? She's aloof with you, but utterly enchanted by him." Number 1 shrugged in resignation, muttering almost to herself, "When I started, no one mentioned that charisma was a criterion in this competitive field." Yet, neither was surprised. The owner's skill was undeniable, effortlessly captivating. Wang Mingyao found herself lost in conversation for nearly half an hour, the proprietor maintaining a gentle and attentive demeanor throughout, with her chin resting in her hands. Her eyes sparkled with the reflection of scattered starlight. Upon pushing open the door, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a hidden gem nestled in the alley. In her years in Yinjing, while there had been others who stirred her heart, none had made her pulse race like this owner, evoking memories of her youthful innocence. Casting a glance at her watch, she reluctantly rose, saying, "It's getting late. I must return. Your drinks are truly exceptional." "Thank you for the compliment," the owner replied with a slight bow. After taking a couple of steps, Wang Mingyao turned back. Through the glass, she saw that tall figure quietly bidding her farewell. A warm current surged within her. She waved lightly, a smile blossoming on her face. "See you tomorrow. Looking forward to serving you again. See you tomorrow." His gentle voice drifted through the gap of the door. With a soft click, the door closed. A suppressed scream erupted. Number 2's temple twitched as she pointed at the door, her voice distorted with frustration. "I've tolerated her for long enough. Who gave her the audacity to gaze at Master Zero like that? Those eyes." The owner calmly raised a hand to halt her, saying, "Number 2, remain composed. She is the first customer. Serving her well is our duty." Number 1 surveyed their surroundings and cautioned, "Control yourself. Your murderous intent is freezing the air." Under Master Zero's gentle yet unmistakable gaze, Number 2 took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her ire, though restlessness lingered in her eyes. "Understood, it's for the mission." She averted her head. The owner surveyed the two, a slight smile playing on his lips. "The results are promising. The sign is now illuminated. More customers will follow. Are you prepared?" "I am ready," declared Number 1. Number 2, "I am ready." The following day, Wang Mingyao arrived as promised. She immediately requested the owner to concoct a drink for her, unperturbed by the additional costs. Aside from causing Quan Luo to grind his teeth for a while, there were no other issues. The reputation of Zero Bar gradually flourished, attracting an increasing number of patrons, and the bar began to generate revenue. From that point onward, Sui no longer worried about the bar's potential closure. The 0 Point Bar, a venture established by him, had nearly depleted his savings on the storefront, DCOR, and the procurement of spirits. The art of mixology practiced by Jiang Yue was imparted by Su Yi, who also trained Quan Luo in the nuances of service. This establishment was solely sustained by his efforts. The purpose of opening the bar was twofold. Firstly, to provide a refuge for the calamity sequence, and secondly, to indulge a past passion. Jiang Yue remained silently focused on processing orders, while Quan Luo exhibited signs of agitation, not due to the burdensome workload, but rather from witnessing Su Yi engage in conversation with mundane patrons while crafting cocktails, which stirred within her a sense of disdain and ire. To her, these ordinary souls were unworthy of experiencing the artistry and attention of the esteemed Zero. Nonetheless, aside from her dissatisfaction, Quan Luo did not express any overt actions. It was yet another evening steeped in darkness before the bar's opening. So he meticulously polished the last crystal glass when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Main quest released. Completion of the quest will yield progress towards world annihilation. Suye's hand froze momentarily as he polished the glass. It had arrived. This long-awaited task, capable of accumulating progress towards world destruction, had finally come. Chapter 9. The advantage is mine. Main mission: Northern Military Base. Mission objective: completely destroy the target and eliminate all living forces. Upon completion, accumulate reward points and progress toward annihilation. Mission requirement: limited to 24 hours. The mission objective is crystal clear: to obliterate a military base. Suyi gently slid his wine glass into the dark compartment of the counter, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the wooden surface, producing a crisp sound. Ready for departure. Target: Northern Military Base. The noon sun blazed like molten platinum, mercilessly scorching the isolated military fortress deep within the northern Gobi. Towering sentry cannons reflected blinding rays, while the massive radar array turned silently. Steel barriers crawled across the boundless tawny wasteland, enveloped in an eerie stillness, where even the sound of the wind was devoured by its invisible majesty. Three figures, their faces obscured by various masks, appeared abruptly before the thick, metallic gate of the base, as if conjured from thin air. Restricted zone of the north. Halt immediately. Advance any further, and I will open fire, the guard warned, raising his weapon without hesitation. The trio continued to advance, completely disregarding the warning. The soldier unflinchingly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A curtain of water unfurled before Quan Luo like a living barrier, absorbing the searing projectiles. Their kinetic energy diminished, leaving only a trail of murky bubbles. Ability user? Sound the alarm. With a flick of his fingers, the flowing stream instantly transformed into a rushing river, silently sweeping past the sentry, erasing the guard from existence. Simultaneously, Jiang Yue casually raised his right hand toward the heavy defensive fortifications. Boom! It was not a stream, but a torrential flow of molten metal that roared forth. Barbed wire, sandbags, and the heavy alloy gate twisted, softened, and flowed in an instant, as if snow met with the sun, rapidly melting away. A vast, dripping breach appeared before the trio. They stepped calmly over the searing debris and entered the forbidden zone. The piercing alarm from the watchtower rang throughout the base. Wail! The entire base erupted like an ant nest disturbed by a boulder, instantly boiling with activity. The hurried sounds of footsteps, the clashing of equipment, and the roar of engines intertwined. Soldiers surged like a tide from every passage and fortification, converging toward the gates. The rumble of tank treads over gravel echoed ominously. Before long, a dense thicket of steel loomed before Su Yi and his companions, an impenetrable forest of weaponry. Gun barrels stood like trees, artillery mouths ominous, countless crosshairs locking onto them. Sui stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over the assembled troops beneath his mask. He permitted their gathering, even unwittingly allowing the distress calls over the communication channels to persist. Open fire, the commander shouted hoarsely. In an instant, smoke billowed, and flames erupted. Bullets rained down like a tempest, artillery shells trailing deadly trajectories. Yet, a gossamer curtain of water, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet unyielding, silently extended before the trio, effortlessly swallowing the inferno and the barrage of armor-piercing projectiles, deflecting them. Water splashed, yet the curtain remained undisturbed. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Yue transformed into a blazing human torch. He surged forward, his right fist enveloped in a torrent of molten flames, launching a devastating strike from afar. Boom! A colossal fireball, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, materialized abruptly and crashed into the heart of the meticulously arranged military formation. The explosive shockwave surged upward, engulfing soldiers in flames and tearing apart the exteriors of armored vehicles. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the sizzling sounds of melting metal, permeating the air. The military formation collapsed in an instant. Report: our attack was ineffective. The enemy retaliates. We are suffering heavy losses. The communication channel was filled with desperate cries. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared at the front lines, akin to a stabilizing anchor amidst impending collapse. dressed in high-ranking military uniforms. Their epaulets shimmered with golden stars, and the prominent A insignia on their chests signified their formidable presence. The morale of the troops was instantly bolstered, and soldiers retreated rapidly as if clinging to a lifeline. Ah, the harbingers of death have arrived. Jiang Yue cracked his neck, the flames crackling ominously. The leading officer's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, his voice steady yet imbued with a chilling frost. Northern Border is no amusement park. State your names, or perish in the wilderness with your arrogance. Su Yi and his companions paid no heed to the inquiry, advancing unhurriedly, playing the aloof master, wearing a mask and donning a trench coat, thinking themselves formidable, oblivious to their impending doom. The officer, incensed by their disregard, erupted in laughter. How audacious to intrude upon a military base, believing yourselves to be significant figures. Another officer, brimming with confidence, thought, regardless of the circumstances, we have the numerical advantage. 5 against 3. Before he could finish, Su Yi sprang into action. In a blink, he traversed the distance of several dozen meters, appearing before the 3 officers. Number 1 and number 2, each take 1. The remaining 3 are mine. Understood. Jiang Yue and Quan Luo did not hesitate, each selecting a target as the raging flames and surging waters swiftly enveloped the 2 officers within their respective combat spheres. In that space, only Su Yi remained, poised to face the 3 furious A-grade powerhouses. To underestimate A-grade abilities? Such arrogance. Since you seek your demise so eagerly, allow me to oblige. The powers of the 3 surged magnificently. Su Yi's eyes were as calm as still water as he raised his hands. In his right palm, seething crimson flames roared and coalesced, shaping into a fire phoenix, its wings shimmering with a molten luster. In his left palm, a deep, ethereal blue current surged and gathered, forming a majestic water dragon that spiraled with an aura of chilling authority. Without any preparatory phase, the dual streams of energy expanded instantaneously. The fire phoenix let out a clarion call, while the water dragon released a resonant, thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. 2 torrents of destruction, one red and one blue, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, surged forth with the overwhelming force to incinerate all in their path, roaring towards the trio. The very air twisted under the weight of their terrifying power. Dual elements. Impossible. Alarm etched itself upon the faces of the 3. In a frantic moment, one of them transformed, muscles coiling into hardened steel, solid as iron. A tempestuous vortex, tearing through the air, coalesced before one individual, unleashing a ferocious gale. The final figure transformed into a mere specter, attempting to evade with utmost speed, accelerating in a desperate bid. Yet all was in vain. The fire phoenix descended like a meteor, crashing violently against a steel physique, and within the blinding white light, the hardened powers shattered in an instant. The figure was sent hurtling through the air, shrieking like a ragged cloth sack, leaving behind a trail of charred remnants. A colossal water dragon devoured the storm, with the wind barrier crumbling like fragile parchment. The torrent enveloped the wind wielder with precision, completely consuming him. As for the one who had raced forward, he was merely brushed by the cataclysmic aftermath of that terrible power. The intertwined energies of ice and fire struck him like an invisible hammer, and before he could utter a sound, he succumbed to darkness, crashing into a distant concrete wall like a projectile. As smoke and dust swirled about, only Su Yi remained, slowly retracting his hands. The surrounding heat and flowing water continued to surge as he softly remarked, "The new technique is rather impressive." An absolute silence enveloped the battlefield. In the distance, the battle between Jiang Yue and Quan Luo also reached its conclusion almost simultaneously. Beneath their feet lay the fallen A-level officers, silently proclaiming the crushing outcome. 5 A-level power users, once the pride of the Northern Front, had succumbed in less than 10 breaths. A suffocating terror finally breached the dam of their psyches. Flee! Quick escape! The anguished cries ignited a rout. The fighting spirit of all collapsed in an instant. Soldiers discarded their weapons, scattering in panic like ants scalded by boiling water. The remaining B and C level power users were utterly shattered, devoid of any thought of resistance. Clear the field. Su Ye's command was delivered with an unperturbed calm. Jiang Yue's form was engulfed in roaring flames, while Quan Luo's figure melded with the water, harvesting lives from the shadows. The cries of agony intertwined with the sounds of collapsing structures, forming a brutal symphony, and the clearing process concluded swiftly. Upon the ruins, smoke and dust slowly settled. Main mission completed. The northern military base has been destroyed. Reward value, 40. Current reward value, 100. Reward value reaches 100, extracting new disaster ability. Extraction complete. Congratulations, you have acquired the disaster ability. Hurricane. Obtained world-ending progress. Cumulative, 001. The system prompt resonated in Su Ye's mind, causing a brief pause in his actions. It was not the unexpected acquisition of a new disaster ability that took him aback, but rather the final statement of the system. 001? He repeatedly confirmed that figure. A moment of understanding washed over him. Indeed, what was the destruction of a military fortress in the grand scheme of annihilating a world? Merely a pebble cast into an ocean, stirring little in the way of ripples. Within the borders of Dongxia, there existed thousands of similar military bases, not to mention the multitude of nations on this planet. The road ahead is long, and the goal remains tantalizingly distant. Yet, as long as each step taken is resolute and unwavering, tearing apart the veil of demise, the moonlight shall eventually be seen once more. The path ahead is fraught with obstacles, he murmured softly to himself, turning away and stepping over the still smoking shards of steel. Fall back. Half an hour later, the immense shadow of a military transport aircraft swept over the ravaged base. Pang Su was the first to leap into the air, his acute perception as an A-class psychic keenly scanning the ground below. He landed beside a half-melted tank wreckage and immediately concealed himself. An oppressive silence enveloped the area, an absolute and ominous stillness that blanketed what had once been a vibrant steel behemoth. Only the crackling of flames and the drumming of water droplets could be heard. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, charred remnants, and the twisted essence left behind by a fierce clash of abilities. The target has evacuated. The site is confirmed secure. He spoke into the communicator, his voice parched. The follow-up personnel descended one after another, gasping in horror at the infernal scene before them. The ground bore the marks of a terrifying force, with massive blackened craters plunging deep and metal structures riddled with countless wounds. The results of the search and rescue were even more chilling. No one had survived. Over 1,000 elite soldiers, along with 5 A-class powerhouses, had been annihilated. 5 minutes. Perhaps even less. A technical officer examined the fragments of a timer melted by extreme heat, his voice laced with disbelief. The entire battle had lasted no more than 5 minutes. A chill crept up the spine of every individual present. What kind of force could obliterate a heavily guarded stronghold, manned by 5 A-class defenders, in such a brief span? The only valuable discovery was a corner of a surveillance camera storage module, which remained partially intact and cracked. The footage was urgently repaired and replayed. The terrified cries of soldiers echoed within the command vehicle. Run. They are the disaster sequence. And then came the moment that left everyone breathless, their hearts nearly ceasing to beat. A single individual faced off against 3 A-class psychics, effortlessly raising a hand, unleashing a torrent of flames and water that swept away everything in its path. Silence fell heavily within the command vehicle, the only sound being the distorted and horrifying images that flickered on the surveillance footage. A-class, rendered utterly helpless before him. Could it be an S-class beyond A-class? Finally, someone managed to force the word from deep within their throat, laced with endless dread. That night, a piece of news shattered the calm like a stone crashing into still waters, echoing throughout the upper echelons of Dongxia and the entire psychic community. The military base in the northern region had been utterly obliterated. No survivors. The terror organization known as the Disaster Sequence had made its presence known. There were suspected S-class psychics in existence. Panic and suspicion surged like a violent current beneath the tranquil surface. as the shadow cast by the S-class psychic enveloped the hearts of all who were aware of this calamity. No one knew where this terror organization, the disaster sequence, would cast the seeds of doom next. Chapter 10. It shall be named as one who comes and goes without return. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the steam rising from the noodle shop at the street corner enveloped the fragrant aroma of the noodles, caught in that awkward interval between breakfast and lunch. A young man pushed open the door and called out to the proprietress, "A bowl of sauerkraut and shredded pork noodles, please." "Certainly, have a seat," Aunt Chen replied briskly, lifting the lid off the steaming pot, as the snow-white noodles cascaded like a waterfall into the bubbling broth. The establishment had only one patron at that moment. Wiping her hands, Aunt Chen couldn't help but strike up a conversation. "Young man, is it already time for lunch?" Her tone carried a hint of curiosity. The young man shook his head slightly. "Breakfast. I was busy this morning and didn't have a chance." As she continued her work, Aunt Chen's gaze lingered thoughtfully on the young man, pondering what kind of work could be so pressing. The noodles danced and swirled in the boiling water, the timing perfect. With deftness, Aunt Chen scooped them up, drizzled the sauce, and topped it generously with sauerkraut and shredded pork, presenting a steaming bowl to Feng Ji. "Here, it is. Be careful, it's hot." In that fleeting moment, as she handed over the bowl, Aunt Chen's eyes caught sight of two photographs spread out on the table. Her movement abruptly halted, and she exclaimed, "Isn't this Jiang Yue?" Startled, Feng Ji looked up. "Do you know him?" "Know him? More than that." Aunt Chen's tone shifted to one of caution. "He has helped my family immensely." "What do you intend to do with his photograph?" Feng Ji remained silent, merely retrieving his credentials and placing them gently on the table. "Law Enforcement Bureau, Feng Ji. We are investigating some matters, and Jiang Yue may have pertinent information. I hope you can cooperate." The identification dispelled her doubts. Aunt Chen's tense shoulders relaxed as she dragged a chair closer and recounted the old stories. Her words imbued with gratitude towards Jiang Yue, even mentioning the times he had tutored her child. Feng Ji quickly noted down her account. "Have you seen him recently?" Aunt Chen shook her head, sighing. "I haven't seen him in a long while. Ever since he said he was going to uncover the truth behind that fire. It's as if he vanished from the world." A flicker of hope in Feng Ji's eyes dimmed. Jiang Yue's whereabouts remained elusive. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. A solid image of Jiang Yue had taken shape in his mind. Would he have committed a crime, would he? He is truly a good person. Aunt Chen couldn't suppress her concern, tentatively asking. "It is merely an investigation. At present, there are no suspicions directed towards him," Feng Ji replied in a soothing tone, attempting to reassure this evidently concerned woman. Having consumed his noodles with the swiftness of a tempest, Feng Ji exited the shop. The crisp air filled his lungs as Aunt Chen's evaluation echoed in his mind. Jiang Yue is a good person, universally recognized as such. This assessment resonated with the findings from other interviews. In the conference room of the Law Enforcement Bureau, the atmosphere was thick as lead. Feng Ji stood before the expansive information wall, which was densely populated with photographs and labels. Charred ruins sprawled before him, contorted remains of the deceased, and the haunting silhouettes of figures silently engulfed in flames captured on surveillance footage. They were categorized by time and location, with chilling case details annotated below. Feng Ji pressed the cap of his pen against his chin, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The execution ground cremation case, the fire at Jiang Yue's residence. Unusual fire-related incidents on the outskirts, the massacre of Liu Yang's entire family, an assault on a military base in the northern frontier. The echoes of these thoughts reverberated in the spacious room. They appeared isolated, yet there seemed to be an invisible thread connecting them all. He paced restlessly before the wall, his gaze piercing as it repeatedly swept over those vivid images. A certain relationship, so palpable, lay before him. Yet it was as elusive as flowers viewed through a fog. Footsteps and hushed voices filtered in from the corridor outside. "Is the leader still inside?" "Yes, don't disturb him. He seems to be in a trance. Ever since that night, we encountered that fire spirit. He's lost a good part of his soul." The murmurs faded, and Feng Ji remained ensconced in his own world, oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, amid the stream of information, a singular element illuminated from the myriad fragments. "Fire. Yes, fire." Fang Ji smote his thigh in realization, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The essence of all these events was centered around fire-related powers. It was the red thread that wove everything together. His gaze darted like lightning across the information wall. The terrifying fire wielder at the northern base. The fiery shadow from that night on the outskirts. They seemed to be one, or perhaps the same force. A trail of footsteps leading through it all. His finger pressed down heavily on the location of the fire at Jiang Yue's residence. Could it be that Jiang Yue was the fire wielder? He then pointed towards the site of Liu Yang's case. If it was Liu Yang's actions that granted Jiang Yue this power, although countless enigmas remained unexplained and the logical chain awaited solidification, Fang Ji was resolute in his belief. Jiang Yue was undoubtedly intertwined with this series of mysterious events inextricably. Tracking Jiang Yue might be the sole gateway to unraveling the entire truth, perhaps even to uncovering traces of that enigmatic organization, the catastrophe sequence. Time was of the essence. Fang Ji turned and rushed to his desk, swiftly writing, his penmanship imbued with conviction, pouring all analysis, conjectures, and that heavy intuition into the report. He required a higher level of authority. At the National Security Bureau headquarters, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than outside. Director Gao Jianguo's brow knitted into a tight furrow as his gaze scanned the headache-inducing reports on the screen. No progress on the cremation case at the execution ground? What a bunch of good-for-nothings. He muttered under his breath, irritably clicking to the next report. Liu Yang. Though a collateral branch, he was undeniably a member of the Liu family. How would the Liu family respond? A long sigh shattered the office's gloom. The cursor continued its descent until a report from a remote small town, signed by Fang Ji Law Enforcement Bureau, caught his eye. Gao Jianguo carelessly opened it, and seconds later, disappointment etched itself onto his face. Subjective conjecture. Baseless. He scoffed lightly. Jiang Yue, an ordinary person turned superhuman? The exorbitantly priced research at the Superpower Research Institute couldn't tackle such a tough nut. And here was a mere investigator daring to make such a judgment? An S-class firepower? Just a few pits? Tying it to the catastrophe sequence? He quickly closed the page, finding the content far too bizarre to merit consideration. Even if the investigation was solid, the conclusions drawn seemed like tales from a fantastical story. As a novel, perhaps it suffices? He scoffed, leaping to the next task. The content of the subsequent report was grave. An extraordinary abilities factory had been utterly obliterated. The incursion was executed with utmost professionalism. Communications were severed in an instant, surveillance rendered blind, and an entire reinforced battalion annihilated. Gao Jianguo murmured the summary of the report, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the desk. Whose handiwork was this? The West Star Federation? Or had those neighbors at the borders resumed their mischief? He was not particularly anxious about it. The location of the abilities factory was discreet. Occasional exposures and eliminations fell within the bounds of tolerance. As long as it did not incite public panic and no extraordinary pressure was exerted from above, he would refrain from further investigation. The true source of his unease stemmed from another matter. Bang, bang, bang. Just as one thinks of something, it manifests. Come in. Gao Jianguo's voice was laced with fatigue. Entering was the weary Pang Su, who placed a thick dossier on the desk. Director, the preliminary assessment report of the Northern Military Base. Gao Jianguo picked up the report, and his expression darkened with each word he read. Pang Su's work was impeccable, the details exhaustive. The entire battle lasted less than 5 minutes? Not a single survivor at the base. Gao Jianguo's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. The confirmation was irrefutable. The process was indeed that swift, that thorough. Pang Su's reply was heavy and resolute. An oppressive silence enveloped the office. This disaster sequence. Gao Jianguo squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. What on earth is this? It remains a mystery. Pang Su responded immediately. The organization appeared as if conjured from thin air. The three invading extraordinary beings bore completely blank identities, with no matching records found in the system archives. Gao Jianguo stared intently at the report. The archive was virtually an encyclopedia of extraordinary beings worldwide. These three had seemingly left no trace, like specters. The military was furious, undercurrents surged within the populace, and the upper echelons demanded a thorough investigation. An explanation must be provided. Personnel may be drawn from anywhere. At any cost. Jiang Yue abruptly raised his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground, he demanded to uncover the backgrounds of these 3 individuals. Especially that leading fellow, a high-level extraordinary being with dual abilities of fire and water. I refuse to believe he can maintain his anonymity indefinitely. Yes. Pang Su stood at attention, taking on the burden. Jiang Yue waved his hand, leaning wearily against the back of his chair. You are fatigued as well. Go rest first. However, Pang Su did not leave immediately. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke softly. Director, there is another speculation, not included in the report. Jiang Yue lifted his eyelids, signaling him to continue. They clearly had the capability to execute it more cleanly, preventing any distress signals or images from being transmitted. Pang Su quickened his pace of speech, yet communications were indeed sent out, and the crucial surveillance footage was deliberately preserved. This sensation feels less like destruction and more akin to a proclamation, intentionally informing us that the disaster sequence has arrived. The northern base is merely the commencement of their display of power. Hey, warning shot. Jiang Yue remained silent for a long while, the cold glint in his eyes intensifying. You are right. Such audacity, the disaster sequence, is exceedingly arrogant. He rose, gazing out the window, his tones suddenly chilling. What of dual abilities? As long as they dare to tread upon the sacred grounds of Dongxia. An S-class Esper, I shall ensure he goes and never returns. Chapter 11. Stand up. In the bustling midday of Shanghai, the sun blazed down upon the glass facades of towering skyscrapers. A sleek black sedan glided silently to the curb and came to a halt. The door swung open, and a girl with striking blue hair stepped out with grace. Her chiffon blouse clung to her exquisite curves, while a high-waisted pencil skirt accentuated her slender waist. Her breathtakingly beautiful visage captured the attention of everyone on the street. As if the cacophony of the crowd had been momentarily paused. Passers-by turned their heads, their footsteps faltering, their gazes fixated on her radiant blue hair, astonishing beauty. Whispers began to circulate. Was she an ascending star or a debutante from a noble family? Yet, the next moment brought a scene that silenced all speculation. The girl did not advance, but instead elegantly circled to the other side of the car, delicately pulling the door open, respectfully granting access to the occupant within. A dapper gentleman in a sharply tailored suit emerged. He stood tall, with striking features and an air of confidence perfectly balanced between poise and charm. A serene smile gracing his lips. Each step he took was steady and powerful, enveloped in an intangible aura that marked him as the undeniable center of attention upon his arrival. Women passing by caught their breath, their glances fervently following him, while mobile phone cameras instinctively aimed at this remarkable figure. Missing the opportunity would be a lamentable oversight. However, the brilliant girl by his side introduced a tinge of jealousy into the admiring stares. Men exchanged silent glances, momentarily competing, only to be engulfed by an inexplicable sense of defeat. This scene silently reaffirmed the harsh truth that lingered in the heart. Beauty and strength are often paired together. The complexity of emotions deepened with the details. The blue-haired girl remained respectfully half a step behind the man, her demeanor akin to that of a secretary. Could it be? Such a stunning beauty as his secretary? A gasp of disbelief escaped someone's lips. It couldn't be true. Did someone of his stature truly require a subordinate? Doubts quickly followed. How infuriating. The envy was palpable, as someone clenched and then released their fist. One could not help but concede. The man possessed that kind of capital. Rational observers sighed and shook their heads. How they wished to take her place. The whispers of envy lingered, barely audible. Su Yi remained oblivious to the surrounding clamor, walking directly into the building alongside Quan Luo. His purpose was clear, to conduct business, not to perform. Quan Luo caught the undertones of envy in the voices of the nearby women and subtly raised the corners of her lips. No matter how they fantasized at this moment, only she stood beside him. The reception staff quickly approached, ushering the two into a conference room. Mr. Su, Miss Quan, please hold on for a moment. Even with impeccable professionalism, the receptionist's gaze lingered on Su Yi a moment longer. This man possessed an extraordinary allure. Moments later, a jovial middle-aged man entered the room. You must be Mr. Su. What a pleasure to meet you. Su Yi rose, shaking hands firmly, exuding confidence. Indeed, regarding the collaboration on imported wines, the middle-aged man swiftly got to the point. Miss Wang mentioned your interest in our wines. What categories do you require? What quantities? Su Yi presented a list detailing the urgently needed base spirit brands, primarily comprising popular high-demand items. The man nodded after browsing. The majority had a stable inventory. However, the situation regarding tequila's place of origin was particularly special lately, with export restrictions making it difficult to supply large quantities in the short term. He spread his hands apologetically. The negotiations between both parties proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, perhaps due to Wang Mengyao's prior groundwork. With the contract details finalized, the pen glided across the paper, securing a steadfast supplier for the 0 Point Tavern. Upon leaving the corporate building, twilight had quietly stained the horizon. The sedan moved smoothly, the neon lights beginning to flicker on. Number 2, you may head back first, Su Yi suddenly spoke. Quan Luo instinctively began 0, but her words were interrupted by Su Ye's gaze. His long fingers gently pressed against his lips, offering a silent reminder. Boss, she quickly corrected herself, lowering her voice. Su Yi nodded, opened the door, and stepped out, his figure melding into the encroaching night. The city's cacophony of traffic gradually receded, and the evening's cool breeze brushed against his cheek. Rarely at leisure, Su Yi wandered aimlessly through the quiet, sprawling streets, relishing a moment of relaxation after work. Unbeknownst to him, he strayed from the main thoroughfare. The surrounding buildings grew shorter, clusters of factories loomed, and the air was thick with industrial scent, devoid of any picturesque allure. Disheartened, he was about to turn back when an unexpected delight caught his attention. Detection of a highly compatible disaster ability response individual. It could be endowed with disaster abilities. His brows lifted slightly in surprise. A casual stroll had yielded such an unexpected find. He keenly sensed a profound mental disturbance. Not a vibrant essence, but rather a depth akin to an abyss, condensed like a tangible entity. Hatred. Following this chilling emotion's pull, Su Yi silently tread towards a desolate area. As the sun completely vanished, the remaining faint light rendered the rows of abandoned factories increasingly eerie. Ultimately, the source pointed to a massive, oil-stained metal dumpster. A rare glimmer of astonishment flickered in Su Ye's eyes. The system's indication seemed to suggest something other than a living being. Without hesitation, he lifted the heavy lid of the dumpster. A pungent wave of rust and blood assaulted his senses. The sight before him diverged drastically from his expectations. The bottom of the dumpster was soaked in a half-congealed dark red substance. Scattered within were mangled and violently torn human tissues. The incisions were grotesque, the blood still viscous. Judging by the physical characteristics, the victim had once been a male. The occurrence had taken place in broad daylight. Su Yi silently regarded the indistinct mass of flesh and blood. A deceased individual? Dismembered remains? He gently tapped the edge of the dumpster with his fingertips, producing a low metallic sound. Could he bring such a thing back to life? His abilities indeed possessed formidable healing powers, sufficient to regenerate Quan Luo's severed fingers. Yet before him lay this pile of flesh. Although he was uncertain whether the individual was still alive, he could ascertain that they were beyond death. It was likely that this person had already begun queuing on the bridge of helplessness. Disaster ability extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Hurricane. The host can endow this ability to the compatible individual. The System S instructions were unmistakably clear. A wild thought crystallized in Su Ye's mind, almost bordering on madness. He extended his right hand, palm facing the gruesome chaos within the box. A vast and enigmatic invisible energy cascaded down like a silent tempest. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The scattered, colorless fragments began to tremble faintly. The congealed blood appeared to possess a reverse vitality, flowing back and coalescing. Severed tendons, twisted bones, and lifeless muscle fibers were meticulously drawn together by invisible threads, defying the laws of physics as they floated, approached, and fused in the air. The dark, lifeless flesh visibly shed its somber hue, gradually regaining an eerie, rosy glow. Su Ye's gaze remained tranquil, akin to that of a scientist observing a precise experiment, albeit tinged with slight impatience for the speed of the process. His deep voice resonated within the silent factory, issuing an undeniable command. Stand up. Buzz. The air seemed to thicken. The assembly speed of the components within the box surged dramatically. Blood instantaneously surged back into place. In a matter of breaths, the once fractured body coalesced into a complete, pale, naked male form. Astonishingly, the lifeless body stood up on its own. Moments later, an extremely faint, barely audible beating sound emanated from deep within the chest, growing clearer and stronger. Thump, thump. The ashen skin visibly flushed with color, and the chest began to heave violently. Cold fingers started to twitch nervously. A subtle, amused smile played at the corners of Su Ye's mouth. How intriguing. The bestowal of extraordinary power can indeed reverse life and death. The power of the system is truly unfathomable. The body abruptly opened its eyes, revealing a chaotic confusion within. Am I still alive? Its voice was as dry as sandpaper. The gaze, dazed, slowly swept over its bare arms and chest. Fragments of memories from before death surged in like a tsunami. In a moment of bewilderment, it looked down, and the next instant, ecstatic flames ignited within its soul. Ha ha ha! I'm back. Truly back. The hoarse laughter echoed with boundless madness throughout the desolate factory. Suddenly, it spotted the figure standing in the moonlight. It's you. You saved me. The young man wept freely, arms outstretched as he lunged forward. Benefactor, my rebirth parents. From now on, my life is yours. I am but your dog. Before he could finish, an invisible and supple wind gently pushed him away, stabilizing his overwhelming excitement. Suye fronit, disdainfully shaking his hand, seeking something to cover. Only then did the young man realize his nakedness, hastily finding a set of oil-stained, tattered work clothes in a corner to put on. Sui regarded the fully dressed young man with interest, the night deepening within his profound gaze. His voice remained calm and unruffled. Now, tell me about yourself. Chapter 12. Selling a high-ball Chinjin lay upon a rudimentary surgical table. The chill of the iron frame seeping through his thin garment and penetrating his skin. Shadows clad in masks and gloves busily maneuvered over the surgical instruments, adhering to the grim routine. Just as with the kidneys, a tax had to be paid, leaving him with a mere 20,000. Did he wish to sell again? Yes, for survival had become an impossibility. His voice was parched. The shadow responded with a curt acknowledgement, their movements deft and practiced. Chunjin was a frequent patron. Within the span of a year, he had relinquished half a liver, half a lung, a spleen, a cornea, a gallbladder, an entire stomach, a kidney, and several segments of his intestines. The components necessary to sustain his fleeting happiness in life ultimately succumbed to the relentless hunger within. The shadow's actions were remarkably skilled, yet the operation was miserly, devoid of even a drop of anesthetic. A healthy organ, upon successful matching, could effortlessly fetch 500,000 in the black market. Yet the volunteer would receive a paltry 100,000. Ironically, he firmly believed that this so-called tax was satisfactory at merely 20,000. Those in the organ black market privately regarded him as a great fool. Behold, that imbecile has returned. As for how long his battered body could endure, that was of no concern to the black market. Chun Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Soon, the separation was complete, and a highball was encased in a specially designed cold container. 2 stacks of crumpled banknotes were thrust into his trembling hands. Slowly, he maneuvered his way forward, sharp pangs of agony surging through his legs and assaulting his mind, taking what felt like an eternity to escape the black market. He staggered toward a nearby, bustling fast food establishment, intent on indulging in a hearty meal with the money he had acquired. The sensation of satiety was sublime. This long-forgotten fullness nearly brought him to tears. Then, step by step, he made his way back to what he called home. In truth, it was merely an abandoned factory in the suburbs. A piece of dilapidated wood, its original color indiscernible, constituted all his possessions. He collapsed upon the wooden board, utterly drained. A solitary moon hung beyond the shattered window bars, casting a cold, silvery glow. Chen Jin's unfocused gaze lingered on that glimmer of light, as fragments of memory surfaced within his mind. Since he could remember, he had resided in an orphanage. A caregiver there continually tormented Chen Jin, subjecting him to cruel taunts, withholding blankets and food, and inciting the other children to isolate him. At the age of 16, driven to the brink, he fiercely retaliated against the caregiver. The consequence was his expulsion from the orphanage, leaving him to confront the harsh realities of life alone, experiencing the bitter chill of society's indifference. He reflected on his past actions, pondering whether his stubbornness had been the root of his suffering. Perhaps a touch of humility could have altered his fate. Thus, he began to endure and acquiesce, retreating in the face of adversity. A miracle seemed to unfold. He found employment, and the hardened features of his co-workers appeared somewhat softened. This newfound submissiveness became a shield. For 6 long years, he exchanged his humility for a savings of 100,000, all in pursuit of a singular dream: to find a woman, one with whom he could engage in profound conversation. Then she arrived, her words gentle and soothing, her attire impeccable, and she willingly conversed with Chen Jin. He fell into what he believed to be love. Yet within a month his savings, along with the faint glimmer of hope, were swept away, leaving behind an indelible memory of deception. True to his learned virtue of acquiescence, he bore it all. The depletion of savings has triggered a chain reaction. Falling behind on rent leads to eviction, alternating between hunger and temporary satiation, deteriorating health, and ultimately, ruthless dismissal from his job. He has plummeted from the depths of society into a mire of despair. His job applications vanish into the abyss, and the only path for survival is to inflict harm upon his own body. With each act of desperation, his physical state deteriorates further. Each decline makes securing employment increasingly elusive, perpetuating a vicious cycle. His once focused determination has now become a deadlock. At this moment, sprawled upon the cold wooden planks, he feels an emptiness beneath him. The fleeting visions of beautiful women suddenly flicker before his eyes. Women, he murmurs to himself, then shakes his head violently to dispel the fantasy. Tomorrow, I shall seek employment once more. The morning light is blinding. Chen Jin exits the supermarket clutching a cheap plastic bag. Passers-by recoil as if from a plague, occasionally startled gasps from women punctuating the air. He has long grown accustomed to such reactions. Though I may not possess handsomeness, surely I am not frightful. The city awakens in the morning glow, yet he is engulfed by fatigue. Passing a steamed bun shop, Chen Jin observes the queue and the satisfied expressions of the patrons, silently diverting his path, pulling out a cold loaf of bread to nibble on. The nutritional value of buns and bread may be similar, yet the buns are prohibitively expensive. The sweetness of the bread seems less pronounced than before. A colossal screen at the intersection broadcasts the morning news. The subsequent report addresses the aftermath of the destruction at a northern military base. The National Security Bureau has announced the deployment of additional investigative forces to thoroughly examine the assault on the base. Authorities promise to uncover the perpetrators and seek justice for the fallen soldiers. People remain indifferent, continuing their routines, scarcely responding to the news. Such is the nature of Shanghai and Beijing, where individuals are preoccupied with their own affairs, too busy to acknowledge one another. On the construction site, the foreman chastises him sharply for his tardiness. Do you still want your wages? A fine of 200. Other workers chuckle as he lowers his head in apology. Once the work begins, his colleagues slyly assign the heavier tasks to him. The newcomer, mix the cement, haul the bricks, carry the steel bars. Chen Jin toils like a beast of burden. No one speaks in his defense, and during the break, he can only gnaw on the leftover bread. After a week of relentless labor, he requests his wages, only to be met with the foreman's mocking laughter. You slacked off. Your pay has already been deducted. Clenching his fists, he protests, how is that possible? Instantly, he finds himself surrounded by other workers. Dare to retaliate? Teach this unfortunate soul a lesson. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Fists and feet rain down upon him, and the weakened man curls up on the ground. Eventually, he is unceremoniously discarded into a pile of refuse. Gazing up at the dreary sky, he silently screams, "I have endured and labored with all my might. Why must they strip me of even the means to survive?" Amidst hunger and pain, one thought remains: to return home. Even if that home is merely a dilapidated wooden plank in an abandoned house on the outskirts. Chen Jin lies upon the plank, lost in contemplation, wondering if he has not yet yielded enough. But I have worked diligently and without complaint for an entire week, performing numerous tasks, yet received no wages. Moreover, I endured a brutal beating. Is this just? No matter how he contemplates, clarity eludes him. The virtue of concession seemed to bear no fruit. Chen Jin, burdened with both fresh wounds and old pains, once again stepped into the black market, reeking of disinfectant and blood. The 20,000 he had exchanged last time had long since been spent, and he had even sold another precious pill. He struggled to find his voice. Concepts such as happiness and posterity belonged to another realm. All that mattered now was survival. After the soul egg was extracted, figures began to gather around the operating table. Goodness, this fool truly sold the second one too. Someone exclaimed, "How ruthless. He is willing to part with everything." Another remarked, astonished, "Just look at his current state." Isnt he aptly named the Holy Gun Ranger. One suggested after scrutinizing him, "Ha ha ha, you truly are talent." Laughter erupted, filling the air with a sense of mirth. Chen Jin could only force a dry chuckle. Indeed, quite amusing. He did not wish to engage in idle chatter. "But what about my money?" The laughter ceased abruptly, and the crowd stared at him in disbelief. "You still want money? A bird dies for food, you know. Brothers, show him what we have." A group of men exhibited no intention of paying. Instead, they drew forth steel saws, cleavers, bone saws, and iron hooks. "What are you doing?" Chen Jin demanded. "Do not worry. You will know soon enough." Weakened from the operation, he was easily subdued. The gleaming hooks, blades, and saws were brandished before him. "This is just a little hobby of ours. Don't ruin the fun." "Wait." The sharp instruments pierced his flesh, and excruciating pain elicited a scream. "Stop. I beg you. Stop." No one paid heed. Chen Jin realized he had become mere meat on the chopping block, watching helplessly as his body was dismembered, powerless to resist. He abandoned his pleas and erupted in furious curses. "You beasts! May you not meet a good end." Whether we meet a good end is another matter. You are certainly doomed." Blood loss and excruciating pain eroded his consciousness as he sank into a pitch-black abyss. No matter how he struggled or cried out, he could only plummet in vain, until a voice pierced through his very soul. "Stand up," like a divine decree from the heavenly emperor, resplendent with authority. The dark sea was torn asunder, illuminating the depths. Consciousness returned. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vibrant world. "I'm still alive?" He slowly sat up, his gaze blankly sweeping over his intact arms and chest. Chen Jin trembled as he looked down. Joy surged like flames, igniting his very soul. "Ha ha! I'm back. I truly returned." His hoarse, frenzied laughter echoed in the empty factory, and he sprang to his feet. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure. Were you the one who saved me?" Chen Jin, tears streaming down his face, threw his arms wide and lunged forward. "My benefactor, the gift of rebirth. My life from now on belongs to you. I am but your dog." Chapter 13. Let the bullets fly. For a while Chen Jin briefly recounted his tragic past. Su Yi stood with his hands clasped behind him, his voice devoid of emotion. "You are now a wind elemental. Try to harness it." Chen Jin's mind stirred, and suddenly a spiral stream of air erupted from his palm. "Not only have I returned from the dead, but I also possess supernatural abilities?" His astonishment was palpable as he gazed at Su Yi, his eyes now filled with reverence. Who are you? A deity?" "Su Yi remainet nonjo mital." Merely inquiring, "What is it that you desire most at this moment?" "To collect my debts." Chen Jin's response was resolute, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. In an outdoor CAF, a beautiful woman was engaged in light-hearted banter with a man across from her. The man's gaze lingered on her, and the atmosphere was amicable. Suddenly, a ragged young man halted before their table. He fixed his gaze on the woman and stated clearly, "It's time to repay the 100,000. The couple looked up in surprise. The woman recognized the young man, her eyes brimming with disdain. Where did this filthy beggar come from? Stay away from me. The man, irritated by the interruption, retorted angrily, "What makes you think you belong here? Where's the security?" Chun-Jin remained undeterred. "Repay the money." The woman felt a surge of panic, recalling the weakling she once bullied and seeing him now before her. Yet she forced herself to remain composed. "What 100,000? I don't understand." Seeing her discomfort, the man rose in fury. "Are you insane? Will she deceive you out of your money, beggar?" Chun-Jin's cold gaze remained fixed on the woman as he repeated, "Repay the money." The woman brandished her phone as a threat. "If you continue to harass me, I'll call the authorities to have you arrested." Chun-Jin replied indifferently, "Once I have the money, I will disappear." The man, thoroughly enraged by being ignored, reached for Chun-Jin's collar. "I told you to get lost." Before he could finish his sentence, Chun-Jin's fist struck his face like a tempest. The man collapsed, clutching his cheek in pain, disbelief etched across his face. "I am a gentleman and never strike a woman, but I made no such promise regarding men," Chun-Jin remarked, shaking his wrist. His demeanor, previously calm, now starkly contrasted with the ferocity he had just displayed. The woman stared at Chun-Jin in bewilderment. This once timid wretch had transformed into someone formidable and terrifying? Her composure shattered in an instant. "You voluntarily transferred the money back then? How can that be considered deceit?" She stammered. The man, still on the ground, felt his idolized image of the woman begin to crumble. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Under the blazing sun, Chun-Jin's patience wore thin. With lightning speed, he delivered a resounding slap to the woman's face. "Smack!" she cried out, covering her swollen right cheek, tears mingling with resentment. "Didn't you say you wouldn't hit women?" "I am a gentleman, and naturally, I do not strike women," Chun-Jin replied calmly, nodding as he flexed his knuckles. "Thus, return the money." The woman was momentarily silenced by his logic, sobbing as she covered her face. Do you have any idea how psychologically damaging a slap is for a girl?" "I do not," Chun-Jin arched an eyebrow, his right hand already raised once more. The woman, frightened, recoiled. "No, don't hit me. I will repay you. I will transfer it to you right now." In a flurry, she retrieved her phone to make the transfer. Ding! Chun-Jin observed the funds credited to his account, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation, rallying behind Chun-Jin and denouncing the woman. "Ah, so that's the story, a debt collector. Well done. Swindling money. She deserves it. Brother, you are truly formidable. Such a decisive strike is necessary to deal with these gold diggers." The man on the ground, having witnessed the entire scene, felt his anger transform into relief. Had it not been for that punch, he could have easily been the next victim of deception. He sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain etched on his face, and fervently grasped Chun-Jin's hand, shaking it vigorously. "Brother, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. Who knows how much that wretched woman could have extorted from me." This sudden expression of gratitude momentarily stunned Chun-Jin. The man had taken a blow, and yet he was thanking him? The world truly can change through one's resolute actions. Chun-Jin felt a jolt within, as the belief in retreat he once held crumbled before him. Amidst the swirling dust of a construction site, Chun-Jin strolled in with an air of confidence. The foreman barked, "This is a construction zone. No loiterers allowed." Chun-Jin scanned the crowd, stating, "I am here for the unpaid wages. I'll take what is owed and leave." The foreman recognized him, a derisive smile creeping onto his face. "The harbinger of bad luck? You dare ask for money?" He then called out to the workers, "Hey boys, we've got a little entertainment." A dozen workers, their expressions dark, began to close in. The foreman crossed his arms, chuckling disdainfully. "Still brave enough to show up? Clearly, you haven't learned your lesson. Let us use him for practice." A fist lunged at Chun-Jin's face. He deftly sidestepped, realizing that evasion was not as difficult as it seemed. Did he still dare to evade? The workers, filled with rage, surged forward. Like a tempest, Chun-Jin danced through their punches and kicks, his opponents unable to even brush against his clothing. This was uncanny. How could they not touch him? Just as they stood dumbfounded, Chun Jin struck. Bang! One man's nose shattered, his anguished cries echoing as he collapsed. Chun Jin moved like a specter, each evasion stirring the air, every strike accompanied by a pained cry and another body hitting the ground. The tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The foreman turned pale. In mere moments, his dozen subordinates lay groaning on the ground. As Chun Jin approached him with measured steps, the foreman, drenched in cold sweat, hastily retrieved his phone. Wait. You wanted money, right? I'll give it to you now. Please, don't resort to violence. Right away. His fingers trembled as he hastily completed the transfer. Upon the funds being credited, the foreman forced a sycophantic smile. Big brother, you've taken care of the troublemaker. And I've returned the money. Can we consider this settled? The response came in the form of a swift, decisive punch. Bang! The foreman was sent sprawling to the ground, agony coursing through him. Chun Jin crouched down, his fist raised. That was the overdue wages. Now, let us calculate the interest. The sound of his fist striking, mingled with the wails of despair and pleas for mercy, reverberated throughout the site. Minutes later, Chun Jin stood up, content as he looked down at the writhing figure on the ground, incapacitated for 3 months. Efficiency must be prioritized. There are still debts awaiting my attention. He dusted off his clothes and exited the construction site. In the distance, a man and a woman moved in tandem with Chun Jin's departure. Qian Luo furrowed her delicate brows, her tone imbued with complexity. Lord Zero, is this truly the newcomer you wish to recruit? Sui gestured for her to continue. The atmosphere was devoid of elegance, bordering on tedious. Qian Luo spoke candidly, expressing that this individual did not align with the operational style of our cataclysmic sequence. Su Ye's gaze followed the resolute figure striding ahead, unperturbed. There was ample time. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Meanwhile, Chun Jin paused outside the sprawling factory, surveying the familiar sights of the black market. Hey, I'm back. Are you all prepared to welcome me? Chapter 14. The underling truly a shrimp head. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Jin once again ventured into the nefarious depths of the black market. As he pushed open the heavy door, an amalgamation of disinfectant and rust assaulted his senses. A figure clad in black, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "What do you wish to purchase?" "I have come to collect the debt you owe me," Chun Jin replied with a calm demeanor. The black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "How are you still alive? You were supposed to be in pieces. Impossible, absolutely impossible." His panicked outcry attracted the attention of his accomplices. Upon recognizing Chun Jin, the atmosphere froze. The pallor on their faces was palpable. The man they had dismembered had returned to life. An icy dread enveloped the room. "Are you a man or a ghost?" One stammered, teeth chattering. "Is this retribution?" Another nearly collapsed. "Regardless of whether he is man or ghost," bellowed a fierce individual, eyes glinting with malice. "Seize him. Cut him open once more." This declaration was promptly met with fervent agreement, the instinct for survival overpowering their fear. "Grab your weapons. Gut him," the leader barked, attempting to dispel the rising terror. Knives, saws, and clubs were brandished, illuminated by the faint glimmers from several lower-tier supernatural beings. They banded together to bolster their courage, cunning replacing their panic. "He must be a twin, here to extort us. Let us finish him." All together, the blades and supernatural shields surged towards Chun Jin. Even a B-grade expert would find themselves flustered. Yet, Chun Jin handled the onslaught with ease, an invisible barrier of wind forming around him. He deftly sidestepped their attacks, his fingers dancing in the air, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The intangible blades struck flesh, and amidst the cries of agony, the encirclement shattered. The injured staggered back, eyes wide with horror. What sorcery is this? No one dared to advance further. Chun Jin, with a hint of exasperation, mused to himself. "How ignorant you all are. Have you never heard the saying? The invisible blade is the most lethal. This is the power of wind." The black-clad man quickly grasped the situation, realizing, wind, he is a supernatural being. Could he be A-grade? Despair tightened its grip on them. The ruthless leader dropped to his knees, prostrating fervently, "My lord, how much do you require? Speak, and I shall comply." Chun Jin chuckled softly, bemused by the rapid shift in demeanor, their previous arrogance now transformed into subservience, a notion both amusing and absurd. "Having sold off more than a dozen parts, and you still wish to withhold some tax, let us settle on 1 million. Cash transfer will be arranged immediately." The black-clad man obsequiously replied, bowing even lower. They groveled in desperation merely to buy time, as one had discreetly pressed a crimson emergency button on the wall. Soon, 2 figures emerged from the shadows within the door. The black-clad man rejoiced. "Excellent. 2 A-grade masters have arrived. We are saved. Do you think the money of our organization is so easily acquired? You brat. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant." Those present scrambled to hide behind the 2 newcomers. Chun Jin observed with barely concealed amusement, witnessing the adage of dogs relying on their masters being vividly illustrated. "Just one little brat, and you can't even handle him? You lot are worthless." One sneered, picking his teeth with disdain, "Disturbing our peace." Another yawned, clearly unfazed. In the suburbs, the establishment of an organ trafficking den undoubtedly requires substantial power. "Sir, he is likely of A rank," the man in black hastily reminded. The 2 men lazily cast a glance at Chun Jin. With a swift motion, one raised his hand, and 6 small knives whistled through the air. Another man's throat bulged, unleashing a sonic wave that swept forth. A wall of wind suddenly illuminated the scene. The flying knives deflected, and the sound waves dispersed. Chun Jin remained steadfast. However, the black-clad goons behind him suffered dire consequences, howling in agony, rolling about, blood streaming from their orifices, or succumbing to mental collapse. Chun Jin brushed off his clothes, remarking, "How rude." The 2 men finally changed color, their murderous intent surging. Tough opponent. Full force. The telekinetic man was enveloped in a whirlwind of flying blades. The Soundwave man took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a drum. Chun Jin's gaze sharpened, and the surrounding air shrieked as a vortex of wind rose, transforming into a towering azure tornado, causing the solid floor to crack. 3 forces collided: the tornado, the blade storm, and the cataclysmic sound waves. A thunderous explosion erupted, blinding light illuminating the chaos. The shockwave overwhelming. The factory instantly became the eye of the storm. Survivors were hurled against the walls. Dust and smoke filled the air. Had they won? 2 against 1. It was surely a victory. The last time they had come looking for trouble, they had been dealt with. This time would be no different. However, as the fierce winds tore through the dust, the sight that emerged left the men in black utterly dumbfounded. The telekinetic man knelt on one knee, blood spilling from his mouth. The Soundwave man was embedded deep within a load-bearing wall, his fate uncertain. Despair poured over them like cold water. The telekinetic man was shaken to his core. How could they have been so utterly defeated? Was the opponent S rank, with no other option? He forced himself to remain calm. "Brother, we are backed by the Gao family. You must understand the situation. It's not too late to back down." He was certain that invoking the Gao family would intimidate anyone. If he could endure, the Gao family would surely annihilate his opponent, and he would survive. For having connections made all the difference. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him. The telekinetic man's face contorted as he was violently sent flying. Chun Jin shook his fist, his tone as casual as brushing away dust. "What Gao family? I've never heard of them." The telekinetic man crashed to the ground, his mind buzzing, yet the throbbing pain in his cheek paled in comparison to the absurd chill that gripped his heart. Never heard of the Gao family? How could that be? One of the 3 giants of Dongxia, their formidable reputation known worldwide. Was this fool utterly ignorant? Or was he hopelessly insane? Or perhaps he was truly a monster capable of such audacity in front of the Gao family, witnessing that even the Gao family could not intimidate the youth. The men in black could no longer maintain their composure. "Run!" Someone screamed, dashing toward the door, only to be violently rebuffed by an invisible wall of wind. Damn it! The fallen one's face turned ashen. Chun Jin stepped out of the smoke, the moonlight outlining his icy smile. "What is the hurry? The night is still long." Spare us. Sir, we have the money. Someone pleaded, tears streaming as they bowed in desperation. That was a debt. Chun-Jin shook his head, his fingertip tracing a line, causing the ground before the supplicant to crack deeply. Now, it was a matter of psychological compensation. He revealed a radiant and healthy smile, his teeth gleaming like snow. Rest assured, I shan't overstep. I merely intend to replicate the actions once inflicted upon me. That smile, reflected in the eyes of the cloaked figure, transformed into an eternal tableau of torment. The frigid moonlight seeped into the workshop, and soon, inhuman wails echoed, fluctuating from piercing cries to hoarse murmurs, until silence enveloped the space. After a considerable time, Chun-Jin discarded his blood-soaked, dark crimson coat and donned a clean work uniform. Taking a deep breath of the iron-scented air, he stretched his arms and sincerely mused, "To possess power is to be resolute. How mistaken I have been all along. Collecting debts is truly exhilarating. It feels akin to donning fresh undergarments on the morning of New Year's Day." With a buoyant spirit, Chun-Jin exited the factory. Just as two figures made their timely appearance, he promptly rushed towards Su Yi, exclaiming, "My deity, have you come to see me? I am deeply moved. Through acts of annihilation, you have acquired a 15 reward value. Current reward value progress stands at 25. Su Yi nodded slightly. You performed admirably, dispatching 2A ranks in your initial engagement. Chun-Jin rubbed his hands together with a bashful grin. Hee, I am but a vessel for divine strength. From now on, you shall be designated as disaster sequence number 3. Su Yi's words were succinct. Yes, I am number 3. Chun-Jin then turned to behold. Oh my heavens, what a stunningly beautiful woman of unparalleled and fantastical allure. He immediately closed the distance, asking, "My lady, are you in need of a boyfriend?" Quan Luo frowned, a jet of water propelling him back. You lowly man. What a fool. Su Yi gestured for them to proceed. Come, the 0-point bar awaits our presence. Chapter 15. Hakiro is about to exhale. Deep within the alleys of Yanjing, the neon sign of 0-point bar flickers quietly in the night. In front of the entrance, a young man clad in a well-fitted suit enthusiastically promotes the bar to passers-by who pause to observe. The prominent number 3 badge on his chest is particularly eye-catching. Ah, you truly have an eye for quality. Our establishment is quite extraordinary. His words flow with eloquence, as if 0-point bar were a paradise on earth, and stepping inside would be a stroke of fortune. Indeed, a few patrons, swayed by his charm, pushed open the heavy oak door of the bar. Chun-Jin's arrival has undoubtedly contributed to the bar's performance. As a new employee, his achievements are remarkable. Initially, the owner intended to cultivate Chun-Jin as the second bartender, but regrettably, the results fell short of expectations. The tools in his hands often appeared clumsy, and the intricate cocktail recipes seemed like ancient texts difficult to decipher. After inadvertently destroying 14 shakers and shattering 22 bottles of spirits, Chun-Jin was assigned to a task outside. Unexpectedly, this role suited him perfectly. During breaks, he would gaze at the interplay of light and shadow at the alley's entrance, pondering how many enchanting figures would emerge from there. The sound of high heels clicking against the cobblestones grew nearer, calm and unhurried. Chun-Jin turned towards the sound, his eyes brightening instantly as he approached. Miss Wang, you've arrived. Wang Mingyao nodded slightly. As a regular patron of the bar, she was naturally familiar with the number 3. She frequented this place almost regardless of the weather, and unless utterly overwhelmed, she would never miss a visit. While the drinks at 0 point are undoubtedly top-notch, her dedication stemmed more from the desire to savor a cup of the proprietor's special concoction, a near pilgrimage of anticipation. Number 3 today, may I indulge in the owner's special blend? Wang Mingyao's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible urgency. Chun-Jin scratched his head in contemplation. It should be possible. I saw the boss inside just before opening. By the way, Miss Wang, what do you like? Before he could finish his inquiry, Wang Mingyao had already smiled and swiftly pushed the door open, leaving him momentarily stunned. Not at all perturbed, Chun-Jin followed closely behind, his gaze irresistibly drawn to her graceful silhouette. In his eyes, her beauty ranked just below that of the second bartender behind the bar. However, He had yet to fully comprehend the true reason behind Wang Mengyao's unwavering quest for this special blend. Inside the bar, she expertly settled into a seat at the inner bar, where Quan Luo slightly bowed. "Miss Wang, the boss will arrive shortly." Wang Mengyao's eyes remained fixed on the entrance to the back room. With a click, the door swung open. The figure she had been anticipating stepped out with poise. And in that moment of eye contact, her heart raced silently. Su Yi, with his right hand gracefully resting on his chest, exuded an elegant demeanor. "Miss Wang, I had a feeling you would come today." His voice was gentle, and his presence possessed an undeniable allure that captivated attention. Wang Mengyao felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. "Boss Su today. May I have a Metropolitan, please?" "Of course," Su Yi replied with a soft smile, retrieving a martini glass from the freezer. The sound of ice clinking as it fell into the shaker accompanied the elegant pouring of vodka, Cointreau, lime juice, and cranberry juice in succession. A few drops of pomegranate syrup were added, the lid closed, and with a flourish of her wrist, the shadows danced within the vessel. The filtered liquid, a delicate rosy nectar, cascaded into the ice-filled glass, adorned with a slice of lime perched upon its rim. The glass was gently pushed toward Wang Mengyao. "Please." It was only then that she returned to her senses, carefully lifting the glass. Water droplets clung to the walls of the cup, and the light cast a myriad of twinkling reflections within the drink. A gentle sip seemed to wash away the fatigue of work, as the rich layers of flavor unfolded for her to savor. The sharpness of vodka, the smoothness of Cointreau, the refreshing zest of lime, and the sweet tartness of cranberry harmonized in a romantic symphony of the city, born from the clash of the shaker. "Boss Su, your craft is truly extraordinary," she exclaimed with genuine admiration. Each time she ventured to taste a new concoction, Su Yi had never disappointed her. His creations were always exquisite, incomparable to others. She had once extended a lavish invitation, only to be graciously declined. It was then she realized that money was not the key to conquering the man before her. Subsequently, Wang Mengyao animatedly shared the trivialities of her daily life, while Su Yi listened patiently, his gentlemanly demeanor unwavering. This place had become her personal sanctuary, making other bars pale in comparison. Beside her, Quan Luo's predatory gaze was impossible to conceal, and she suddenly parted her lips. "Ha!" Chun Jin's eyes sparkled. "Oh boy, the second beauty-s cat is huffing." Zhang Yao hastily tugged at his sleeve, lowering his voice. "Pretend you didn't see that. Be careful not to stir up trouble." In Quan Luo's eyes, these women who approached the boss were nothing but cunning vixens. Watching Wang Mengyao laugh and chat for a quarter of an hour was sheer torment for her. Finally, with a satisfied smile, Wang Mengyao rose to leave, her steps light as the breeze. Quan Luo glared at her retreating figure, her teeth clenched, wishing she could pounce. "Second, your demeanor might frighten the guests," Su Ye's gentle voice interjected. Quan Luo froze, the storm clouds on her face immediately shifting to a standard professional smile. "Yes, boss." She complied with Su Ye's instruction without question. He nodded slightly and turned to depart. The bar temporarily returned to tranquility. Chun Jin rested his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, why is the boss so popular? The ladies evidently preferred conversing with Su Yi. What was the secret behind it? His mind ached with the pondering. "Hey, what do you think?" Chun Jin suddenly broke the silence, leaning on the bar. "What kind of person is the boss, really?" The first and second beauties paused in unison. Having followed the boss for so long, they had never seriously contemplated this question. Zhang Yao set down the gleaming glass he had been polishing, contemplating for a moment. The boss is a man who believes in an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If you touch his bottom line. He did not elaborate further, but the warning in his tone was unmistakable. "What?" Chun Jin exclaimed in surprise, unable to imagine the boss being like that. He turned to Quan Luo. "Second, what do you think?" Quan Luo clasped her hands in front of her chest, responding without hesitation. "Do I even need to say? The boss is undoubtedly a man of boundless capabilities, utterly perfect. Moreover, no woman could ever tempt him." Her tone was resolute, her eyes gleaming. Chun Jin was left bewildered. "The boss is a perfect man?" "The two of you sound like you're describing entirely different people." The descriptions of the two individuals diverged significantly, rendering them of little reference value. Jiang Yue was organizing the liquor cabinet. We have concluded our discussion, and what about you? What do you perceive the boss to be like? Chun Jin recalled their initial encounter and affirmed decisively, the boss, he is nothing short of a deity. Jiang Yue sighed and rubbed his temples, having anticipated such a response from this fellow. Quan Luo vigorously wiped the tablecloth across the surface and shot him a glare. Nonsense. Who asked for your opinion? Number 3. Shouldn't you return to work? Are you trying to slack off? Reluctantly, Chun Jin rose, murmuring under his breath. Can I take a moment's respite? Thus, the discussion regarding the boss came to an end. Just as Chun Jin positioned himself at the door, he noticed a man in a national security uniform striding purposefully towards him. It seemed inappropriate to invite a public servant for a drink. Yet this thought lingered in Chun Jin's mind for but a fleeting second. He greeted the man with a smile. Sir, would you care for a drink? Our midnight bar offers libations you could only dream of. The uniformed man paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping across the youth and the establishment sign, before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us proceed here. Chun Jin stepped aside to lead him in. Pang Su entered through the door. The warm, amber light enveloped the nostalgic space. The bar on the left gleamed like a mirror, while the round tables on the right were arranged in a pleasing disarray. The soothing strains of jazz, what a wonderful world, flowed from an old phonograph, intertwining the raspy male vocals with the simple melodies, exuding a peculiar charm. As Pang Su surveyed the bar, Jiang Yue and Quan Luo, stationed behind the bar, scrutinized him in return, their eyes widening in astonishment. This reckless number 3 had actually brought a national security officer into a venue associated with calamity. Suppressing her anger, Quan Luo hissed to Jiang Yue, fool. Does number 3 have a hole in his head? He let a national security officer in. Little did she know that it was Chun Jin who had personally invited him. Jiang Yue's expression mirrored his unease as he whispered. It's not surprising what he does. What now? Should we report to the boss? No, we cannot rely on him for everything. He seems unaware. Let us serve him normally and avoid raising suspicions. The two quickly reached a consensus. Quan Luo donned a flawless smile and approached. Welcome. Would you prefer to sit at the bar or in a private booth? The bar, Pang Su casually replied. Jiang Yue spread his hands slightly. What would you like to drink? Pang Su glanced at the drink menu. I'll have a B-52 bomber. Just a moment. Jiang Yue adeptly retrieved the necessary tools and glassware. He warmed the shot glass with hot water before placing it on the bar. Skillfully, he poured 1/3 of coffee liqueur into the glass, tilted it, and slowly added Bailey's to 2/3 full. Then gently topped it with vodka until the liquid was nearly level with the rim. Without a sound, he discreetly peeled back a hidden adhesive on his right index finger, causing a small flame to leap up, igniting the top layer of the liquor. Swiftly, he covered the adhesive again and deftly extracted a piece of orange peel, pinching it between his fingers. With a sharp snap, the orange oil misted forth, splattering onto the flame, resulting in a brief and splendid burst of sparks. This dazzling finale prompted Pang Su, who had been engrossed in reading the newspaper, to lift his gaze, raising an eyebrow in appreciation. Wow, does the bomber have this special effect? Impressive. I'm glad you enjoy it, Jiang Yue replied. Jiang Yue inserted a straw into the still-burning glass of liquor. As a person endowed with extraordinary abilities, Pang Su suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yue's right hand. Are you truly content to mix drinks here? Jiang Yue maintained his composure, gently adjusting his gloves. You misunderstand. It is merely a small design. He discreetly tightened his gloves. Pang Su refrained from further inquiries, redirecting his attention to the glass before him. 3 distinct layers of liquid, with ethereal blue flames dancing atop, clearly delineating the boundary between ice and fire. After a brief moment, he took the straw into his mouth and inhaled deeply. A look of delight crossed his face as he savored the rich, roasted aroma of coffee, followed by the smooth embrace of creamy liqueur in the middle layer, culminating in the fiery rush of potent spirits from the top layer. The chilling body of the liquor contrasted marvelously with the warmth ignited within, creating a symphonic interplay of flavors that epitomized both war and peace. Your drink is exquisite. Thank you for the compliment. This bar is worth a return visit. amid the tedious task of investigating the disaster sequence. Discovering such a refined establishment for savoring spirits was indeed a pleasant surprise for Pang Su. He ordered another drink, leisurely perusing the newspaper, lingering for quite some time before departing. Unbeknownst to him, he had just brushed past the very disaster sequence he had been longing for. It was only when he confirmed the other's departure that the subtle tension within the bar quietly eased. At that moment, Su Yi returned to the bar counter, his gaze falling upon the newspaper left forgotten beside Pang Su's seat. He picked it up casually and scanned the headlines. The leading title caught his eye. Bang! The glass in Su Ye's hand shattered with a resounding crash. Fragments of glass mingled with the amber liquid, splattering across the bar top and upon the glaring lead letters. The federal lackey Jiang Yue does not deserve the title of God of War. Chapter 16. I'm a person who occasionally loses my sanity. The newspaper bore a glaring headline. Federal lackey Jiang Yue is unworthy of the title of war god. The wine glass in Su Ye's hand shattered with a sharp crack. The sound of breaking glass resonated crisply. Zhang Yao, Quan Luo, and Shinjin turned their gazes towards their boss. Since that day at the execution ground, he had never exhibited such an extreme loss of composure. Silence. An almost deathly stillness enveloped the room, as if the very air had solidified. Deep within Su Ye's eyes, dark red flames surged silently. It was not an illusion, but a tangible storm of murderous intent. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. How dare this newspaper? A terrifying pressure coursed through Su Ye's body like molten lava poised to erupt. He gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, that apocalyptic aura vanished without a trace. He remained silent, picking up the shards of glass from the bar, his movements restoring the precision and elegance of yesteryears. The overwhelming rage felt like a fleeting hallucination. Yet, the palpable aura of death was unmistakably real. Zhang Yao and the others breathed heavily, soaked in cold sweat, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of dread. Their boss was always the composed, all-controlling figure. This momentary outburst was their first experience of his fury. The bar was left in a stifling silence, punctuated only by the subtle sounds of tidying up. Su Yi arranged the bar meticulously, his gaze once more falling upon the corner of the newspaper. It was signed by the Empire Daily. With a gentle release of his fingers, the newspaper silently turned to ash in his grasp, scattering to the ground. On the bustling street, three masked figures appeared quietly. Chun Jin fiddled with his mask while muttering in a lowered voice. When the boss lost his temper, I truly thought we were done for. What on earth happened? Zhang Yao adjusted his gloves, his tone grave. That was the first time I witnessed such a side of the boss. I suspect someone must have touched his reverse scales. The look in his eyes. I saw a raging lion. Quan Luo's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling, even in wrath. The boss's charm remained utterly irresistible. So who stirred up this trouble? Shinjin pressed. Zhang Yao shook his head in ignorance, but Quan Luo asserted confidently. It must be the newspaper. I saw it with my own eyes. The moment the boss laid eyes on that paper, his aura shifted. No wonder the task is to destroy this newspaper office. Chun Jin's eyes widened in realization as he tapped his mask, pondering which article had committed such a grievous offense. Zhang Yao lifted his gaze towards the enormous sign of the Empire Daily headquarters, his voice cold and clear. There is no need to delve deeper. The boss's will is our direction. Let us commence our actions. Chun Jin clenched his fists. Understood. Quan Luo silently raised his hand, a stream of water silently coiling around his fingertips. The three figures moved like phantoms, entering the building. Meanwhile, at the Empire Daily headquarters, Su Yi donned a tailored black suit, a silver mask concealing his face, resembling a figure attending a funeral. He walked steadily towards the entrance. Halt! Two security guards barked, raising their shotguns sharply. Su Yi feigned ignorance, his steps unwavering. Seeking death, the trigger was pulled. Bang! Bang! Smoke billowed as a barrage of bullets erupted. Yet, they suddenly came to a halt a mere meter before him, a gossamer veil of water materializing out of thin air, intercepting all lead projectiles. The bullets, stripped of their momentum, fell helplessly to the ground, producing a dull thud. The pupils of the two security guards constricted, their faces frozen in horror. Suyi brushed past them silently. Without a sound, two tongues of fire erupted from beneath the guards' feet. Ah, ah, ah. Their shrill screams pierced the sky. They thrashed and rolled in a frenzy, but the flames, as if animated, swiftly consumed everything, reducing them to charred remains. Suyi approached the heavy alloy door. The heat spread silently. A small hole melted seamlessly into the fortified door, embedded with electronic locks, just large enough for him to pass. His strides were steady, his composure unruffled. His extraordinary abilities paved the way for him. The gasps of bystanders and the splashes of water attempting to extinguish the flames were rendered inaudible. The elevator ascended smoothly. With each soft chime, a new floor became the starting point of evaporated lives. An invisible realm swept across. Regardless of the employees' frantic screams and desperate attempts to isolate themselves, the pure and eerie flames accurately erupted from within them, turning them into contorted, lifeless husks in an instant, no matter where they sought refuge. The alarm could not even be triggered in time. Death escalated at an alarming rate. On the top floor, in an opulent lounge, the editor-in-chief hung up the unanswered phone in frustration. Has the editorial department perished? Just as he finished cursing, a chilling gaze from behind startled him. Who? The editor-in-chief whirled around, and upon seeing Suyi, his expression changed dramatically. Who are you? Access to the top floor is prohibited. Suyi's icy gaze swept across all the elegantly attired figures in the room. The catastrophe sequence. His voice was low yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. After a moment of silence, gasps filled the air. That catastrophe sequence. What does he want? The editor-in-chief, suppressing his fear, quickly calculated. What does he wish to publish through us? Fine, but with sincerity. A hint of a cold curve seemed to form beneath Suyi's mask. Before he could finish, bam, an invisible giant hand struck down fiercely. The editor-in-chief screamed as he was launched into the air, his teeth mingling with blood, crashing into a low table. The Enforcement Bureau has been notified. You cannot escape. In the corner, one person frantically pressed the alarm button, only to be completely enveloped by the searing white flames. Their agonizing shrieks extinguished in an instant, leaving only a floor of black ash. The chill of death gripped the hearts of these powerful elites. The editor-in-chief, disregarding his excruciating pain, scrambled backward. Wait. Don't take action. What do you want? News? The front page? Editorial? I'll give you everything. Immediately, Suyi looked down at him from above, as if observing struggling ants. Another person instantly transformed into a burning torch. The editor-in-chief, pale and tear-streaked, pleaded, We haven't offended you. Just state your terms. Let me go. I'll give you anything. Suyi leaned slightly forward, his voice like a final decree. Let you understand the essence of the situation. The Empire Gazette met its demise for a singular reason, having committed the irrevocable act that must never be undertaken. As the final syllable resonated, the entirety of the penthouse was abruptly engulfed by a searing, pure white flame. An indiscriminate feast of death commenced, with piercing screams coalescing into a symphony of hell. Individuals attempted to shatter the windows, but were violently rebuffed by an invisible barrier, thrust back into the heart of the inferno. Pleas for mercy, promises, and threats. All voices were devoured by the flames. Suyi stood serenely at the center of the chaos, his gaze behind the mask cold and indifferent. He savored the last struggles and contortions, as one might relish a poignant fireworks display. The penthouse was left only with twisted charred remains and the acrid stench of smoke. The pure white flames extinguished in silence. Suyi approached the floor-to-ceiling window without looking back. The sturdy blast-proof glass melted away like hot butter, creating an exit. He leaped gracefully, his coat billowing in the night wind, landing steadily in the middle of the street. A crowd of terrified onlookers had already gathered below. Did he just jump from the sky? Quick, capture it on camera. It's on fire. Call the police. Suyi disregarded the clamor, elegantly adjusting his suit sleeves that had been tousled by the air currents. Then he gently raised his hand. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers echoed. Thunderous roars erupted as an unparalleled inferno, akin to a slumbering volcano, awakened. violently surged from the foundation of the Empire Gazette building. A torrent of orange and pale white flames instantaneously consumed the entire skyscraper. Glass shattered, steel lamented, and structures distorted. Under the terrifying heat, this behemoth, a symbol of the Empire's mouthpiece, began to groan under the unbearable strain, tilting toward the cacophonous city streets, collapsing. The crowd erupted in screams, each individual fleeing in panic. Su Ye's words were as calm as a statement of fact. I am a person who occasionally descends into madness. By performing this act of annihilation, you have earned a 20 reward value. Current reward progress is at 45. The Empire Gazette was utterly obliterated this night. Su Ye inhaled the air thick with searing ashes and the essence of destruction, gazing up at the azure sky. The building behind him crumbled with a resounding crash. Much more comfortable now. Ding! Main quest Changshan port is now available. Completing the quest will yield reward value and progress toward annihilation. A cold smile flickered across Su Ye's lips as his figure gradually faded from view. Chapter 17 on July 21st, it was meant to be. Quan Luo's face flushed, her porcelain skin radiating a rosy hue, her breath slightly rapid. Boss, her voice, soft and alluring, could effortlessly ignite a fiery tumult in the listener's core. At this moment, she was not in the bar on the first floor, but rather in the secret office belonging to the boss on the second floor. This space was typically reserved for the boss's solitude. Suddenly, water began to spread across the floor. Quan Luo leaned on the desk, taking a long time to regain her composure. It needed to be cleaned up. She rose and departed, a swift current of water silently sweeping through. Once she had reassembled her attire, she transformed back into her usual second-in-command. In the blink of an eye, the office was pristine once more. The previous enchantment seemed as though it had never occurred. The summoned boss was absent. It had merely been her solitary indulgence. After all, July 21st was meant to be 0721. Jiang Yue glanced at the time. Second, you were a bit delayed. It took some time to manage the bar, Quan Luo replied calmly. Chun Jin rubbed his hands in excitement, unable to contain himself. I can hardly wait. Let us get to it. In their last mission, the trio had merely subdued a branch of the Empire daily, facing only some armed security and low-tier superhumans. The operation had been as effortless as a leisurely stroll, encountering no significant resistance. This time, however, the target was the Changshan port, a colossal trade hub with immense throughput. It was the perfect battlefield for the trio to unleash their full potential. Jiang Yue nodded. Proceed according to plan. As an important gateway of Dongxia, the Changshan port was naturally under tight surveillance. In the dead of night, searchlights moved like silver-white serpents, illuminating the surroundings of the port, while fully armed patrols conducted their rounds. Yet, these defenses, seemingly impenetrable to the average person, were as flimsy as air to the three. The trio made no attempt to conceal themselves, their silhouettes stark against the harsh light, masks obscuring their features, and their well-tailored suits stood in stark contrast to the port's ruggedness. Stop! Who goes there? The sentry barked, finger poised on the trigger. Disaster sequence. The leading man's voice penetrated the mask, deep and clear, followed by number 1 disaster. Immediately after, number 2 disaster. Number 3 disaster. The guard repeated this eerily familiar designation, disaster sequence. His companions turned pale in an instant. That newly emerged terror organization? Quick, sound the alarm. Those who recognized the name turned ashen. The shrill alarm echoed across the night sky of the port. Enemy attack. Highest alert. Firepower lock authorization initiated. The entire port erupted like an anthill struck by a hammer, instantly boiling over. Searchlights darted frantically, the sound of hurried footsteps, the clanking of equipment, and the shouts of commands merged into a chaotic symphony. The troops responded in an instant, transforming the port into a taut war machine. This was precisely what the trio desired, to compel the enemy to brace for impact, then to crush them with thunderous force, spreading fear, heralding the arrival of the disaster sequence. This was the requirement proposed by Su Ye. Destroying the northern base was merely the beginning. The name of disaster still required a more resounding footnote. Seizing the opportunity presented by this system task, they compelled the official attention, reluctantly announcing their existence. In simpler terms, to achieve fame and fortune. Behind the barricade, the guards were perplexed by the enemy's inaction. According to intelligence, the natural disaster sequence comprised all Class A powerhouses, notorious for their brutality and bloodlust, leaving no survivors at the northern base. They had anticipated instant demise, yet astonishingly, they were still alive. As doubts lingered, a tempest abruptly erupted, a swirling tornado. The wind blades shrieked, lifting both barricade and its occupants into the sky, resulting in a gruesome massacre. The sound of death echoed. Such is the might of the wind. Chen Jin danced wildly with his hands. The entrance, in an instant, gaped open. Jiang Yue and Quan Luo stepped onto the battlefield. Within moments, a multitude of guards had assembled at this location. Efficiency had become a death knell. Without command, gunfire roared, and a barrage rained towards the opening. Jiang Yue inhaled deeply, his breath transforming into a blazing inferno. The fierce flames extinguished. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets and shells either melted into molten iron or detonated midair. The cacophony was deafening, yet utterly futile. The flames swept through, engulfing the crowd, the air filled with anguished screams and the acrid scent of charred flesh. Quan Luo advanced directly toward the coastline, surrounded by a curtain of water. He raised a finger, conjuring ferocious water serpents that struck with lightning speed, devouring life. In the blink of an eye, despair reigned. Inside the turret, the operator frantically completed the lock-on. He pulled the trigger with fervor. The 180mm Annihilation round, shrieking, surged towards Jiang Yue. Such caliber could pierce a small vessel. Thunderous roar. The earth quaked, thick smoke and flames surged skyward, debris raining down. The operator, breathless, felt his pupils constrict as the smoke cleared amidst the flames. That figure remained steadfast. The fiery barrier was indeed the nemesis of all tangible weaponry. Jiang Yue's gaze fixed upon the turret, his right arm ablaze, and he swung his fist. The colossal fiery fist tore through the air. Boom! In an instant, only remnants of the turret remained. He gazed at the flaming fist, his emotions stirred. It was not astonishment at the power of the ability, but rather at his own chilling detachment. In the past, Jiang Yue would never have so nonchalantly taken another's life. Yet now, it was an effortless action. As Su Yi once remarked, the price of power would indeed be collected in due time. Meanwhile, Chen Jin charged forward like a mad beast, reducing all in the path of the wind blades to dust. Quan Luo summoned towering waves along the shoreline, crushing everything in their wake. Boats attempting to flee were mercilessly intercepted by the wall of water. The battle had become a one-sided slaughter. The initial courage of the troops dissipated in the face of their comrades' continuous fall. Their attacks were futile, as the enemy effortlessly obliterated vast swathes of their ranks. The participating powerhouses fared no better, similarly annihilated. The disparity in power levels was as vast as heaven and earth. The only surviving Class A powerhouse in the port cowered behind the barricade, drenched in cold sweat. A distress signal had been sent. If only they could delay them, reinforcements. No, they would die. There was no hope whatsoever. Observing the terrifying combat prowess of those three, stepping forward would be akin to signing one's own death warrant. He swiftly made a decision, stealthily slipping into a passageway behind him. Disregarding his subordinates' pleas for mercy, he fled in a panic. My life is far more precious. I beg your pardon. He sprinted through the dim corridor, seeking to absolve himself in his heart. The compensation, I shall ensure it is arranged for you all. The exit lies ahead. Safety is within reach. In a fit of elation, he flung open the security door. A figure stood outside, arms crossed. As the commander, where do you think you are going? A mocking voice echoed. The look of joy on his face instantly froze. Beep, beep, beep. Urgent intelligence flooded into the National Security Bureau. Emergency report. Long Beach Port has come under attack. Confirmed invaders are from the disaster sequence. Requesting the highest level of reinforcements. Pang Su abruptly rose. Prepare the air transport unit for immediate deployment. I must reach the scene directly. Inform all available forces to rush to Longshan with utmost urgency. Make haste. Yes. 2 minutes later, Armed helicopters roared into the sky. The disaster sequence had indeed resurfaced. Pang Su fixated on the city lights swiftly passing by outside the window, his hands clenched into fists, his voice low yet imbued with power. Disaster sequence. This time, I will surely catch your trail. Chapter 18. Did it erupt from the stone? With a fist that struck heavily against the charred remnants of the wall, Pang Su's knuckles turned pale in an instant. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it, I was too late." Receiving an urgent plea for assistance from the Changshan port, he had pushed himself to the limit, arriving in merely 10 minutes. Yet, the scene before him declared his efforts futile. The port had transformed into a hellscape. As far as the eye could see, there were shattered walls and no intact structures. At the docks, the skeletal remains of ships twisted and broke, with most sinking into the murky waters. In the oppressive silence, the only sound were the crackling of embers and the monotonous crashing of waves, accentuating the desolation of the ruins. "Commander Pang, what shall we do now?" came the tense voice of a subordinate from behind. Pang Su inhaled the searing air deeply, suppressing the rising impatience within him. "Split up. Search for survivors. Look for surveillance footage. Any clue we can find." "Yes." The team swiftly dispersed, their figures vanishing into the shadows of the collapsed walls. As his gaze swept over the signs of devastation, Pang Su's heart sank. The scale of destruction mirrored that of the military base in the Northern Territories. The members of the catastrophe sequence, all stabilized at the A-grade level. He murmured to himself, this was no ordinary A-grade ability user capable of contending with such force. It was no wonder the stationed lower and mid-tier A-grade troops at the port crumbled at the first touch. In the colossal framework of the Eastern Xia Empire, the number of A-grade ability users was substantial, with significant disparities in strength. This was why there existed such meticulous classifications into upper, mid, and lower tiers. The two standards of measurement were the raw strength of the ability user and the breadth of their ability's influence. As a standout among the upper A-grade echelon, Pang Su represented the core strength against the catastrophe sequence, standing among the elite at the threshold of S-grade. Report. A soldier came sprinting towards him. "We have located an underground shelter. Over 100 survivors have been found and are now secured." "Over 100? Pang Su's pupils constricted. The last time in the Northern Territories, there had been no survivors. A strong sense of dissonance surged within him. Had they been overlooked? Lead the way. Inside the shelter, the crowd huddled together, still in shock. Pang Su grabbed hold of a man, demanding, "Tell me what happened." We heard the alarm and took refuge here." The man's voice trembled, his eyes vacant. Outside, it sounded like the sky was collapsing. "We didn't dare to look." "What on earth happened?" "Commander? There are intruders in the port." Pang Su suppressed his disappointment, striving to maintain a calm tone. "You're safe now." Exiting the shelter, his doubts grew heavier. "Colonel Pong, we have found the surveillance footage." A report came swiftly. Indeed, the catastrophe sequence had brazenly left behind a visual testament of their actions. The screen illuminated, revealing the familiar masked figure. Pang Su immediately sensed something amiss. The leader had changed, a new face emanating fluctuations of wind-based abilities. The three were identified as sequence members, number 1, number 2, and number 3 of the catastrophe. An unabashed declaration of ambition. More critically, the violent energy fluctuations on screen clearly indicated that this newcomer, number 3, possessed A-grade strength that was on par with his companions. 3 upper-tier A-grade users. And potentially lurking behind them was that formidable S-grade leader. As Pang Su turned off the recording, a chill surged up his spine. How many more lives would be affected by this disaster sequence? His contemplations were abruptly interrupted by hurried footsteps. Report. The reinforcement troops have encountered a large number of civilians fleeing from the direction of the port. Where did this happen? Pang Su seized the walkie-talkie with urgency, an unsettling sensation coalescing in his heart. This was no mere coincidence. At the pinnacle of the public security headquarters, Pang Su stood before Director Gao Jiangyue's desk, delivering a chilling report. After listening, Gao Jiangyue fell silent for a moment before speaking, his voice somber. "Is it them again? The handiwork of the disaster sequence is not over yet." He pushed several photographs across the desk, revealing that just prior to the assault on the port, the Empire Daily had been obliterated, with no survivors. The perpetrators were indeed the same. The images depicted the audacious attire of those in the video, their leader among them. The Empire Daily? Pang Su furrowed his brow. That newspaper? If they seek notoriety, why not threaten the press instead of silencing them? It defies logic. A terrorist organization. Who can fathom their thoughts? Jiang Yue waved his hand, his expression grave. The most pressing concern now was public opinion. Look at this. He turned the computer screen toward Pang Su. The homepages of several major forums were replete with striking headlines regarding the disaster sequence. Discussion groups sprang up like mushrooms after rain, their fervor escalating. Who are they? What is their threat level? They have devastated Changshan port. What is the Public Security Bureau doing? Can the Eastern Xia Empire withstand this? In just a few days, this name had spread like a plague. Impossible. The government has confidentiality protocols. How could it escalate so rapidly? Unless he abruptly halted, the fearful faces of those in the shelter flashing through his mind. Were they the survivors who fled the port? Those who had not been gathered by the troops? Yes. Jiang Yue's voice was heavy. This is their scheme. The survivors have become their megaphones. Pang Su's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists. I thought those survivors were simply fortunate. Indeed, it was intentional. This is not entirely your fault. I too underestimated their intentions. Jiang Yue gestured for him not to blame himself. We have scoured all related departments for information on the disaster sequence, yet found no trace of their origins, as if they emerged from thin air. Pang Su felt no relief. Instead, a greater weight settled upon him. The fact that even Director Gao's resources could uncover no clues illustrated the organization's meticulousness and terror. I request that we continue the investigation. There must be traces left behind. Yes, we must pursue this to the end. Jiang Yue asserted firmly. I refuse to believe they simply sprang from the ground. As for public opinion, let the news department handle it. We absolutely cannot disclose all information regarding the disaster sequence at this moment. He tapped his fingers on the desk, emphasizing that a lack of information would only incite greater panic and severely undermine official credibility. The public deserves facts, not baseless fears. Pang Su opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. He comprehended the rationale, yet that weighty and suffocating sensation felt akin to a searing iron pressing against his chest. Having served in the Public Security Bureau for many years, he had successfully unraveled numerous cases that had left law enforcement at a standstill and had unveiled the true nature of several terrorist organizations, thus earning countless accolades. However, upon confronting the series of natural disasters, Pang Su found himself thwarted at every turn, his strength rendered ineffective. The sequence of calamities appeared and vanished unpredictably, leaving him in the dark as to where the next occurrence might manifest. As he exited the police station, the night had deepened. If only he could have arrived even a few minutes earlier. Had he been able to seize a single clue, the situation would not have devolved into such passivity. Perhaps many lives could have been saved as a result. The sense of defeat and the persistent guilt engulfed him like frigid ocean waters. The blinding lights along the streets pierced his eyes, while the cacophony of traffic sounded jarring to his ears. He yearned to numb his senses, to momentarily disengage. Pang Su irritably tugged at his collar and made his way toward the familiar neon sign at the corner of the street. He resolved to indulge in a drink to alleviate his agitation. Chapter 19. When under pressure, drink Alexander in the late hours of the night on the bustling streets of Yanjing. The neon lights began to dim, leaving only a few stubborn signs aglow. As Pang Su felt the coolness of the city's evening breeze, he strolled through the somewhat desolate alleys with a deliberate yet unhurried pace. His destination was clear. The familiar heavy wooden door of the midnight bar, marked by a simple yet distinctive sign at the top, came back into view, greeting his weary eyes. Welcome! Chun Jin's figure stood like a stone lion at the entrance, exuding a professional warmth as he guarded the threshold. Pang Su merely nodded slightly, without pausing, and pushed open the door. Instantly, warmth enveloped him, and the rich aromas greeted him. The deep tones of jazz intertwined with the faint scents of cigars and spirits, swiftly severing the desolation and chill of the outside world. The dim, golden light artfully divided the space, draping everything in a layer of hazy enchantment. Dressed in a tailored uniform, Quan Luo wore a more genuine professional smile than Shin Jin's. "Mr. Pang, your usual spot is just available." Her voice, though soft, pierced through the background music with clarity. She expertly guided Pang Su to a relatively secluded high stool beside the bar. As he settled in, Pang Su's gaze drifted to the other end of the bar, where patrons had already gathered. Upon taking his seat, he instinctively scanned the surroundings. At the far end of the bar, under the warm glow of the spotlight, a woman of exquisite attire and slender form leaned gracefully against the bar's edge, her swan-like neck slightly inclined in a seductive pose. She was engaged in a hushed conversation with a man behind the bar. The man was tall, his sharply tailored dark shirt accentuating broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with sleeves casually rolled up to reveal a modest yet valuable watch on his wrist. The light fell on his chiseled profile, portraying a calm and aloof handsomeness. It was Su Yi, the bar's owner. The woman lightly swirled the pale golden liquid in her glass, occasionally raising it to her lips, her sipping motion both elegant and deliberate. "Oh, Mr. Su, you're truly charming," she giggled, her eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and a hint of challenge. "Why not consider it? How about being my exclusive steward? As for the salary, you may dictate your terms." Her tone was playful, yet carried a resolute undertone of determination. With an apologetic smile, the handsome Su Yi gracefully declined. "I appreciate Miss Wang's kind offer, but this bar requires my attention, and I simply cannot spare myself." The woman, undeterred, continued to propose, "I understand your predicament. Part-time is also an option. You can come when you are free." Su Yi maintained his smile, his voice gentle yet firm. "I will certainly consider it when the opportunity arises." It was evident that this tug-of-war conversation had been ongoing for quite some time. Pang Su withdrew his gaze and inquired of Quan Luo, "Is that person behind the bar your boss?" "Indeed," Quan Luo replied succinctly. "The boss usually does not sit at the front unless there is a special request from an important guest for him to mix drinks." "I see," Pang Su acknowledged, not wishing to delve deeper, such as why Miss Wang was present. As a member of the National Security Bureau, he was well-versed in the affluent and influential of Yanjing and readily recognized Wang Mingyao, the heiress of the Wang Group. At this moment, he merely sought a corner to unwind amidst the workday. The bartender, Jiang Yue, inclined slightly. "What would you like to drink?" Pang Su's gaze swept over the menu. "An Alexander, please." Without delay, Jiang Yue sprang into action. He filled a shaker with ice, meticulously measuring out 30 milliliters each of brandy, Ciarmi de cacao, and fresh cream, pouring them into the shaker. With a click, the lid sealed shut. Jiang Yue's arm surged with energy, the shaker seeming to come alive in his hands, tracing a powerful and swift silver arc through the air. As he shook vigorously, the sound of ice clashing against the metal transitioned from a crisp chime to a dull hum. The cold walls of the shaker rapidly frosted over. The previously stratified liquids within underwent a subtle transformation amidst the swift shaking and chilling. The milky cream entwined with the potent spirits and cocoa, emulsifying and expanding, ultimately forming a delicate, dense froth, securely encased in the chilly environment. Through the ice filter, he poured the blended liquid into a glass, carefully preserving the frothy top, and finally dusted a pinch of nutmeg atop the pristine surface, as if adding the finishing touch. "Your Alexander." Jiang Yue placed the glass before Pang Su. Gazing at the soft, milky liquid, Pang Su felt his taut nerves begin to ease. He lifted the glass and took a slow sip. This classic cocktail, steeped in royal romance, while simple in preparation, exuded a sense of ritual. The initial taste was a rich fruitiness from the brandy intertwined with a hint of bitterness from the cocoa, swiftly enveloped by the creamy smoothness on his palate, concluding with a touch of nutmeg spiciness. The layers were distinct, reminiscent of a comforting dessert, warming his belly and gently alleviating the pressures of days filled with work. "Your bartending skills are quite adept. You've practiced for a long time, I presume?" Pang Su suddenly inquired. During this period of tracking natural disaster sequences, he often worked late into the night, and on his way home, he had become accustomed to stopping by for a drink, gradually becoming a regular, occasionally engaging in light conversation. Not for very long. Jiang Yue slightly shook his head. It's all thanks to my boss's guidance. Oh. Pang Su's gaze instinctively darted toward Su Ye's direction. A master begets an exceptional apprentice. Your boss must possess remarkable skills. I would love to witness them. Jiang Yue replied calmly. There will always be opportunities. In a corner of the bar, Quan Luo and Chun Jin spoke in hushed tones. Number 3, Quan Luo said warily. Do you think the National Security Bureau has caught wind of something? Why do they come here so frequently? Chun Jin appeared considerably more relaxed. I find him quite normal. Then why does he keep coming? Chun Jin scratched his head. Perhaps he simply wants to drink? Quan Lu. Ultimately, the night passed without incident. Guests departed one after another, and no one sensed anything unusual about the bar at midnight. On the contrary, its professional service far surpassed that of ordinary establishments, drawing back numerous patrons, including Pang Su. Ding dong. The clock struck 6 in the morning, signaling the end of business hours. Chun Jin stretched widely. Finally, we're done. Jiang Yue, wiping down the bar, reminded him, don't be in such a rush to rest. Let us tidy up first. Quan Luo crossed her arms, declaring, the 0-point bar is our home. We must cherish it. What Boss Wang offers is not merely money. Understood. Chun Jin's voice revealed a hint of fatigue. The back door swung open, and Su Yi appeared, stating, the cleaning is complete. We shall convene on the 2nd floor. Yes. The trio responded in unison. Their exchanged glances were laden with astonishment. It was an unprecedented occasion. Boss was calling a meeting. Undoubtedly, there were pressing matters at hand. The group promptly fell silent, their movements swift and efficient as they completed their tasks. In the office on the 2nd floor, the 3 sat before the desk, their hands neatly resting on their laps. Spines erect, expressions focused as if awaiting a mentor's address. Su Ye's gaze swept over them as he began to speak slowly. This is our inaugural formal meeting, and the agenda is of utmost importance, even concerning the future survival of the disaster sequence. A gulp echoed clearly in the still air. Su Ye continued, unhurried. It concerns a method to enhance the reputation of the disaster sequence. Listening attentively, the trio's eyes sparkled with fervor, their voices resonating with anticipation. Chapter 20. Execution announcement. As evening descended upon the Eastern Xia television network, the cold steel edifice of the main building loomed at the heart of the city. The night shift staff, drowsy and weary, monitored the signals while the broadcast room echoed with the soft hum of machinery. Suddenly, a cacophony of buzzing filled the air. All the lights in the building extinguished abruptly. What is happening? The backup power activated. Yet, the backup system has failed. How could this be? Gasps of astonishment reverberated throughout the building. The screens in the broadcast room flickered chaotically, and under the stark, pallid glow of emergency lights, sparks erupted from the control panel. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Quickly, contact security. There's an intruder. Before the words could fully escape, the heavy alloy door twisted and melted, yielding to 4 figures. Bathed in a furnace-like crimson glow, silently stepping into the chaotic broadcast center. The leader, tall and imposing, bore a silver mask that concealed the upper half of his face, clad in an immaculate black suit. Behind him, 3 figures resembled harbingers of doom. One enveloped in flames, his right hand ablaze, another with flowing blue hair, water swirling around his fingers, and the last exuding a fierce aura with an unseen gale shrieking around him. Su Ye's voice, transmitted through the mask, emanated a calm yet chilling power that swiftly quelled all noise, seizing control of the signal. The live broadcast commenced. Understood. Jiang Yue strode toward the main console, raising his right hand as flames precisely severed all physical connections. Quan Luo delicately tapped his fingertips, and water flowed like a serpent, weaving its way into the intricate circuitry, forcibly establishing a new signal pathway. Chun Jin glided like a specter through the corners, his invisible wind blades silently severing the throats of those attempting to flee. Signal source locked. Control takeover complete. Jiang Yue's voice resonated with steadiness. The backup signal tower has been incapacitated. Chun Jin nonchalantly brushed non-existent dust from his fingertips. Camera 1, Camera 2, all directed at you, Lord Zero. Quan Luo manipulated the water streams, ensuring the two clearest cameras were firmly focused on Su Yi. The entire broadcast center fell into a profound silence. All personnel wore expressions of terror, rendered speechless by the actions of the four who had entered the studio with such audacity. As news professionals, they immediately recognized the identities of the four, the cataclysmic sequence. Their notorious name was known to all. They stood frozen like ice sculptures, their breaths a luxury in the presence of absolute power and terror. Su Yi stood before the camera, his icy gaze seemingly penetrating the lens, addressing the entirety of the Eastern Xia Empire. Good afternoon, good evening, residents of Eastern Xia. Su Yi's voice, broadcast through the nation's signal towers, instantaneously enveloped the entire empire. Every household's television screen, every plaza's display, every car radio. All devices receiving the signal forcibly switched to a single image, a tall figure adorned in a silver mask and black suit, flanked by three shadowy figures radiating an aura of annihilation. Su Yi's voice resonated clearly in every corner as the cataclysmic sequence declared their presence. Before the screen, countless individuals stood frozen, their actions halted in sheer astonishment. What on earth is happening? Has the television been blacked out? The disaster sequence? What organization is behind this? Could this possibly be a prank orchestrated by the television station? While the majority expressed their bewilderment, a faction reacted with fervor. The disaster sequence? Is that the terrorist organization responsible for the destruction of the northern base and the port? How on earth did they manage to broadcast through the television station? Have they even taken control of the Eastern Xia TV? The disaster sequence, what are their intentions? Su Yi's voice persisted, resonating like the whispers of the Grim Reaper. Unmistakably clear, in 2 days at noon, we shall execute publicly at the central square of Yanjing. He paused momentarily, his gaze beneath the mask sharp as a blade. The chief executioner, a senior officer of the Eastern Xia Empire, Lu Zhan. Boom! This name detonated like a nuclear bomb, reverberating through every screen. In university dormitories, amidst the fervor of gaming, voices echoed with excitement. Only Mom is good in this world, and thus you have conquered me. I would gladly be your dog, my healer. Suddenly, the game was forcibly interrupted. A few bleary-eyed boys ripped off their headphones, staring in shock at the live broadcast window that had abruptly popped up on their screens. Damn it, I was just hitting it off with my healer, and now, this interruption. What the hell? Didn't I clear that Trojan virus from my computer? This isn't a virus. It's a nationwide announcement. What the hell? Lu Zhan? Is he that Officer Lu Zhan? The disaster sequence intends to execute him? This is monumental. Though Lu Zhan was not widely recognized as an officer, the Eastern Xia Empire had plenty of high-ranking officials. His notoriety stemmed from his role as the chief executioner of the traitor Jiang Yue, which had catapulted him into the public eye. Spectators chimed in, their voices rising in excitement. The disaster sequence is to execute Lu Zhan. This is incredible. In 2 days at Yanjing Central Square, I must take leave to witness this. A spectacle for the ages. While they may not fully understand the disaster sequence, their audacity to challenge the Eastern Xia Empire is truly remarkable. Such a thrilling affair must be witnessed. With a snap, the live feed abruptly went dark following Su Yi's chilling proclamation, the signal returning. Yet, all of Eastern Xia was already in a fervor. In the National Security Bureau's command hall, a resounding thud echoed as Gao Jiangwo slammed his fist onto the control panel, leaving a shallow dent in the hard alloy surface. The audacity of the disaster sequence was beyond belief. They completely disregarded the National Security Bureau and had the gall to publicly announce an execution. Gao Jiangwo's expression darkened, veins throbbing at his temples. As he bellowed into the microphone, his voice reverberating through the hall. Immediately, right now, connect me with the highest authority in all departments. Seal off Yanjing Central Square. Technical team, investigate. Trace the signal source and the intrusion path. We will unearth them no matter how deep we must dig. Pang Su, Come here. Pang Su suddenly stood up, his face grave enough to squeeze water from it. You lead the sharp blade team. Immediately secure Lu Zhan. We must not allow the calamity sequence to succeed. He cannot perish at their hands. Do you understand? Understood. Pang Su stood at attention, turned, and dashed out of the command hall, his steps swift as the wind. He burst out of the building and leaped into the waiting armored vehicle, its engine roaring like a beast, tearing through the night towards the western suburbs of Yanjing. Simultaneously, countless orders surged through the encrypted network to every corner of the empire. The city lights seemed to don a shroud of solemnity. Troops mobilized and superhumans assembled, an invisible net rapidly unfurling in the darkness. The entire war machine of the empire thundered to life, driven by a single organization, a singular announcement. In a high-end residential area, Lu Zhan felt as if struck by lightning, springing from the opulent sofa. His complexion instantly turned as pale as paper, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. The cigar in his hand fell onto the exquisite Persian carpet, scorching a blackened hole, of which he remained blissfully unaware. No, it's impossible. How dare they? How do they call my name? As a high-ranking military official, he was acutely aware of the calamity sequence's formidable power in their past actions. A profound dread coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent, squeezing tightly enough to render him nearly breathless. The image of Jiang Yue being engulfed by crimson light on the execution ground melded with the chilling visage on the screen before him. The shadow of death had never loomed so vividly and menacingly. He felt that gaze piercing through the screen, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. I don't recall provoking the calamity sequence. Why they targeted me? With so many within the imperial military, why must it be my life they seek? Lu Zhan's complexion paled further, unable to fathom the reason for being singled out. Suddenly, the jarring sound of his phone ringing startled him. But upon seeing the name of the caller, he immediately felt a wave of relief. Lu Hongxi, a major general of the National Defense Army, was also a member of the Lu family. Lu Zhan's expression gradually softened. Indeed, he was part of the Lu clan. Would the calamity sequence truly dare to act against him? He composed himself as he answered the call. Chapter 21. Trapping the Turtle in the Receiver. Lu Han's voice resonated with calm authority. The Lu family's elite has departed and will reach Yanjing within 3 hours. I will personally lead the Special Forces team to rendezvous with you. Excellent. Lu Zhan's Adam's apple bobbed as the weight on his heart finally lifted. He straightened his back, loosened his collar, and raised his voice. With the Lu family on our side, I see no calamity that can thwart us. His tone carried an air of bravado that belied the peril they faced. At the National Security Bureau's Operations Command Center, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. A massive circular screen displayed dozens of images, armored convoys at transportation hubs, armed helicopters overhead, and barricades along the square with shield generators. Pang Su spoke rapidly. All airspace has been secured. The central square has been cleared within a 3-kilometer radius, establishing an S-level alert zone. The ability detection matrix is operating at full power over the square and high points. 3 A-level ability teams will be under my command, deployed at Lu Zhan's safe house and along the route. Gao Jiang pointed emphatically at the red zone on the screen representing the square. What about Lu Zhan himself? The national security must retain control. The Lu family has rejected the relocation plan. Pang Su replied, his brow furrowed. They insist Lu Zhan remain at the villa in the western suburbs, defended by their own forces and the special team, allowing only peripheral arrangements. Preposterous. Gao Jiang erupted in anger. This is the territory of Dongxia, not Lu family's backyard. Do they think a handful of elite soldiers can withstand the calamity? Perhaps their previous failures to address the deaths among the Lu family's collateral relatives had led to their disillusionment with the National Security Bureau. A smooth voice emerged from the doorway. Zhao Chun, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, sauntered in, twirling a gilded pen between his fingers, a smile on his face and a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Director Gao, Major Pang, the situation is urgent. I have come personally with my team. Gao Jiangwo's gaze swept over Zhao's red insignia, his demeanor slightly softening. Your presence is indeed welcome, Director Zhao. The safety of the capital is a shared responsibility. Zhao Chun maintained his smile, his eyes glancing over the screen. The Liu family values their pride, and we shall grant them that. They can play their games with the core defense of a safe house. However, for the outer perimeter route blockades, diversions, and emergencies, these tasks require the collaboration of the National Security Bureau and the Law Enforcement Bureau to ensure absolute safety. What say you? He extended an olive branch while also drawing a line in the sand. Gao Jiangwo and Pang Su exchanged glances. Zhao Chan's proposal was the path of least resistance at this moment. Time was of the essence. There was no room for disputes. Agreed, Gao Jiangwo replied firmly. The Law Enforcement Bureau will handle the perimeter security and low-altitude defense. The National Security Bureau shall oversee ability detection and countermeasures, with Pang Su's elite team providing mobile support. As for Liu Zhan, he fixed his gaze on the coordinates of the villa displayed on the screen, coldly declaring, "Let the Liu family dream with their elite soldiers. We need only to vanquish the calamity." In the western suburbs, at Yunwu Villa, this luxurious retreat, concealed within the mountains, had transformed into a formidable fortress. The alloy gates were firmly shut, with flowing light blue energy patterns. The outer walls were cloaked in a camouflage net of laser vines. Every window had been fortified with blast-resistant composite armor, and a high-frequency energy field hummed incessantly. Liu Zhan sat behind his desk, the ancient texts before him untouched, the cigar between his fingers long extinguished. Beyond the imposing oak door, 6 figures meld into the shadows like sculpted stone. Clad in matte combat attire and adorned with insect-like alloy masks that reveal only their frigid electronic eyes, they hang ominously with chilling alloy blades at their waists. They are none other than the Liu family's deathly assassins, the Bone Eaters. In the outer periphery, 12 Special Forces operatives from the National Defense Army, led by Liu Hongxi, occupy every tactical point with the precision of hawks. Liu Hongxi reclines on the sofa, eyes closed in a meditative state, a slender, unsheathed blade resting across his lap, its hilt seemingly absorbing all light. He resembles a lethal weapon, suppressing his inherent ferocity. The Bone Eater guards, the Special Forces firepower net, and the National Security Enforcement web form a tri-layered protective barrier, preventing even a fly from breaching their defenses. Such fortification can only be described with a single term: a turtle trapped in a jar. Liu Zhan raises a teacup that has long since cooled, yet his hand trembles uncontrollably. The tea within the exquisite bone china cup creates delicate ripples against the rim. "Cousin Hongxi," he speaks with a parched throat. "Do you truly believe they would dare to come?" Liu Hongxi slowly opens his eyes, revealing a tranquil sea of ice within. The announcement has been made. The world is aware. If they fail to come, the name of the disaster sequence will become a laughingstock. His fingers unconsciously caress the hilt of his blade. They will undoubtedly come. The only distinction lies in how and from where they will arrive. A lump forms in Liu Zhan's throat, a chill racing from his spine to the crown of his head. The formidable layers of heavy troops in his eyes now appear as fragile paper shells poised to be torn apart by a colossal beast. Across various forums and discussion boards in the eastern summer region, the atmosphere is akin to a boiling cauldron. The entry for the disaster sequence execution announcement detonates like ice thrown into molten iron, causing an instantaneous explosion of fervor. The heat index surges at a terrifying pace, with servers teetering on the brink of collapse. The pinned hot post reads, "Rational analysis, the open conspiracy of a disaster sequence, and the predicament of Eastern summer." What seems to be an audacious execution forecast is, in reality, a brazen attempt to roast Eastern summer over an open flame. To abstain would mean a loss of national prestige. To engage would subject them to ridicule and humiliation. Liu Zhan's life or death has become inconsequential. This is the ultimate provocation of imperial authority. Beneath the hot post, arguments rage like wildfire. Support the comment above. The disaster sequence has accurately calculated the official response. This is a blatant conspiracy, whether Liu Zhan lives or dies. The official image lies in tatters. Nonsense. Our Eastern summer boasts 1,000,000-strong troops, with an abundance of extraordinary powers. How could we allow petty provocateurs to run rampant? I await the live broadcast to see how the disaster sequence meets its end. The The ashes of a northern base and Changshan port have yet to cool. From where does the commenter above derive such confidence? This dog of an official, Lu Jun, was so imposing when he smugly pronounced the death sentence of the war god Jiang Yue. Now he has become a tortoise withdrawing into its shell. The disaster sequence has executed beautifully, ridding the people of their afflictions. Who are you to argue? Sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water are all prepared. Front row seats available. In 2 days, the central square of Yanjing will feature a live broadcast of the century. Secure your spot now. Another wildly popular discussion thread reads, "Just emerged from the subway in Yanjing, trembling with trepidation." The accompanying image depicts the periphery of Central Square, teeming with armored vehicles. Armed soldiers, law enforcement vehicles flashing red and blue lights, and armed helicopters hovering ominously in the low sky. The comment section erupts instantaneously. Goodness, what is happening? Is a world war about to break out? Quick, stock up. The instant noodles at the supermarket are all gone. To the previous commenter, what are you panicking about? The more the authorities act like this, the more exhilarated I feel. It signifies that the disaster sequence is indeed formidable. My expectations are at an all-time high. I have already purchased a train ticket to the neighboring city. Dear brothers and sisters in Yanjing, take care. What is there to fear? With the collaboration of law enforcement and national security, alongside Lu's private troops and the National Defense Forces, this lineup would make even the divine kneel. I eagerly await the moment to counter the disaster sequence. Panic, anger, fervor, schadenfreude, and numbness collide and tear through the currents of the internet. The name disaster sequence encapsulates destruction and the unknown, looming like a colossal shadow, weighing heavily on the hearts of every individual in the Eastern summer. Time trudges along, laboriously crawling over tightly wound nerves. For the Guardians, 2 days feel as interminable as a century. At the National Security Headquarters, streams of data surge across the holographic displays. Gao Jiangwo's eyes are bloodshot as he hoarsely commands, "Anomaly detected at Surveillance Tower number 3. Team B, conduct an immediate rescan. Pang Su, converge on Zone 7. Rest assured, Director Gao, not even mosquito can pass through the skies," Zhao Chen replies, his voice weary. The swarm of law enforcement drones has already woven a net of death. Within the villa in the western suburbs, the assassins stand like statues, the special forces on duty, as Lu Hongxi's straight blade gleams ominously in his lap. Lu Zhen crushes his cigar, fear swirling in his eyes. These 2 days have been oppressive for everyone, with nerves perpetually on edge. At the periphery of Central Square, the barbed wire and shields glint coldly under the blazing sun. Exoskeletal soldiers stand like a forest of steel. The sniper's scope coldly surveys the silent square from a commanding height. The air is thick with the acrid smell of energy and cold metal. An invisible pressure envelopes this stage of death as the sun stretches the shadow of the sundial into a long, twisted silhouette. Only 20 minutes remain until the announced execution at noon. In the command center, Gao Jiangwo fixates on the crimson countdown. At the square's edge, a young soldier swallows nervously. From the villa's high point, the sniper wipes the sweat from his brow. The crowd outside the protective net stirs restlessly, with residents from other regions glued to the live broadcast. All of Eastern summer holds its breath in anticipation. Everyone awaits the appearance of the disaster sequence. Chapter 22. Even if it leads to death, it is worth the ticket price. The scorching sun blazed over the villa in the western suburbs, and the high-energy barrier shimmered with waves of heat. The countdown in the square loomed like a sword suspended over them, with less than 20 minutes until noon. Many ordinary spectators began to lose their patience. Why had the disaster sequence not yet arrived? With less than 20 minutes remaining, could it be that they were afraid? It is only natural to feel apprehensive given the government's extraordinary actions. Just as I predicted, the disaster sequence is nothing but a paper tiger, easily pierced. Alas, I had hoped to witness a grand spectacle, only to be left in vain anticipation. Behind a military shelter, a young soldier disdainfully licked his cracked lips. The disaster sequence? They dare only to issue threats. They wouldn't have the audacity to come even if they had 10 lives. An old soldier squinted at the eerily silent entrance. There isn't even a shadow, It's all been for naught. They clearly lost their nerve. Another ability user, with flickering arcs of electricity at his fingertips, scoffed. What nonsense is this disaster? Just a bunch of trickster rodents. Once the alert is lifted, I'll go have a drink. Buzz. Just as the words left his mouth, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Three figures did not emerge from the air, the ground, or any surveillance channels, but rather appeared like phantoms on the lawn 100 meters from the villa's main entrance. The young man in the middle was engulfed in flames. The blue-haired girl to his right was surrounded by flowing water with a gaze as cold as ice. And the young man on the left emanated a fierce aura, with the wind howling around him. The disaster sequence has made its appearance, with 18 minutes still remaining until noon. Enemy attack from the direction of the main entrance. The shrill alarm tore through the air. All moments of relaxation instantly snapped. Open fire. Suppressive fire. The officer bellowed in terror. In an instant, a torrent of bullets mixed with beams of supernatural energy formed a storm of destruction, engulfing the ground where the three stood. However, the next scene caused everyone's pupils to constrict in shock. Jiang Yue's lips curled into a cold arc. All the bullets and beams aimed at him bizarrely hovered half a meter away, melting and dripping like wax. It was as if they had collided with an invisible wall of despair. Missiles. Launch. The tail flames erupted, and the missiles soared forth with a deafening roar. Chunjin casually raised his hand to grasp. Boom! A tempestuous whirlwind erupted from the ground, as if an invisible giant hand forced the missile to change direction, transforming it into a runaway meteor that crashed violently into a distant armored personnel carrier. The explosive sound reverberated, accompanied by the mournful cries of metal and the screams of soldiers, as flames and smoke billowed into the sky. The shockwave overturned those who had thought themselves safe, shattering the defenses of all present. Despair spread. A monster. Damn it, can they even control missiles? Quan Luo pointed her delicate finger, unleashing a torrent of water. Boom! The villa's heavily fortified, armor-piercing alloy doors, along with the energy field, were instantly shattered by a 10-meter-wide column of raging water. The deluge surged into the courtyard like a colossal serpent, flattening the lawn and leaving chaos in its wake. Stop them! The officer screamed, his voice breaking. Several Grade A ability users desperately charged out, wielding frost, flames, and colossal rock fists that gleamed with power. Jiang Yue raised his right fist, thrusting it forward with ferocity. Boom! A massive fireball, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, coalesced from thin air, exuding an aura of annihilation that could scorch everything, crashing into the enemy ranks like a falling star. No, the screams were instantaneously swallowed by the explosion. Frost vaporized, rocks crumbled, and resistance against the flames appeared trivial and laughable. The fiery fists crushed everything, leaving only charred remnants and molten earth. Within the study of the villa, the heavy oak door trembled violently from the explosions and screams outside. Lu Zhen slumped in his chair, his face pallid as parchment, lips quivering, and cold sweat saturating his silk shirt. They're coming. Can we withstand them? He spoke incoherently, his teeth chattering. Lu Hongxi, with eyes closed and blade embraced, pierced through the fear with a low, resonant voice. What is there to panic about? The Bone Eaters have yet to move. The Special Forces have yet to act. They have not even approached the first door. He slowly opened his eyes, his pupils resembling a frigid, dark abyss, merely moths drawn to the flame. Their commotion matters not. No sooner had he spoken than a more violent clash of energy and muffled groans erupted from outside. Pang Su, the leader of the National Security's elite team, led the charge, surrounded by blazing white flames. His speed etched fiery trails in the air as he surged forward like a torrent of steel into the heart of the battlefield. Catastrophe sequence. You shall face me. Pang Su roared like thunder, unleashing an overwhelming pressure at the peak of A-class. His piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Yue, the military suppressor of superhumans. Flame Dragon Break. He thrust his palms forward. A colossal flame dragon, composed of radiant white fire, roared forth, its scales and claws distinctly visible as searing heat warped the air. Charging directly at Jiang Yue, Jiang Yue did not retreat or evade. Instead, he met it head-on with his right fist, entwined in purple flames. Hiss! A piercing, ripping sound replaced the explosion. The ferocious white flame dragon, upon contact with the purple flames, disintegrated as if ice met the sun, cleaved apart by the more refined and profound violet fire, devouring it. The massive dragon body rapidly collapsed into oblivion. The residual heat from the flames forced Pang Su to stagger back several steps, leaving charred footprints on the ground, a metallic taste surging in his throat. He fixated incredulously on Jiang Yue's right hand, ablaze with purple fire, filled with both disbelief and trepidation. This temperature is more pure than my incandescent starfire? He had not exerted his full strength. He had gravely underestimated his opponent. Suppressing the tumult in his blood, Pang Su barked at the two A-class members beside him. Together, subdue him. The frost wielder manifested a brilliant icy armor, while the lightning assailant transformed into a flash of electricity. The three formed a triangular encirclement, lunging at Jiang Yue. Others recklessly engaged with Quan Luo and Chen Jin. As superhuman powers flared, bullets whistled, explosions roared, and death cries echoed. The villa district transformed into a battlefield mire. Quan Luo moved with elegance akin to a dance, yet struck with the lethality of a serpent. Water flowed, morphing into a sturdy shield, deflecting firepower, at times solidifying into sharp water blades that sliced through enemies, or striking down foes like a heavy hammer. The Earth Manipulator, having just formed a rock fist, found a high-pressure water line piercing through his brow. Chen Jin waved his hands, summoning a hurricane that overturned armored vehicles and swept away cover. Wind blades shrieked as they sliced through, rending alloy armor like mere paper. Wind shadows flickered, leaving dismembered corpses strewn across the ground. The metal manipulator unleashed a flurry of flying daggers, but Chen Jin snorted disdainfully, conjuring an even stronger whirlwind to shatter the daggers, sending fragments flying like a sieve. The balance of battle slowly tipped. The elite team of Pang Su operated in perfect harmony, yet even with the remnants of their forces, they could not withstand the ferocity of the three Calamity warriors. At this moment, the outer crowd had long since retreated. Modern firearms held no sway against the catastrophe sequence. The Calamity sequence was too formidable. Three individuals held their own against a group of A-class superhumans. If I step back any further, I fear I too may become collateral damage. A minority of individuals, undeterred, even ventured closer to the battlefield. How exhilarating it is to witness such a magnificent clash. Even if death were to claim me, it would be worth every moment. Many others tuned in to the live broadcast set up by benevolent souls, with the popularity of each stream skyrocketing as comments poured in like a torrential rain. The combat prowess of the Cataclysm sequence is overwhelming. It seems the earlier destruction of military bases in the Changshan port was indeed a reality. It is finished. Those individuals are no match for the Cataclysm sequence. Is it conceivable that the illustrious Eastern Xia Empire could be vanquished by an obscure terrorist organization? Absolutely not. Within the streaming room, amidst awe and astonishment, a palpable sense of dread began to spread. If the joint defense cannot withstand the Cataclysm sequence, what fate awaits Luzhan? If the officers cannot survive, what hope is there for ordinary citizens? As the front line was inexorably compressed, drawing closer to the villa, Lu Hongxi's icy command pierced through the walls. Ebon Reapers, engage! The study door slid open, revealing 6 shadowy Ebon Reaper assassins. Their insectoid mass adorned with flickering red electronic eyes, silently melding into the chaotic shadows. 3 of them instantly locked onto Chen Jin. Swish, swish, swish. 3 chillingly precise blades of light severed all avenues of retreat. The blades, devouring light, radiated a bone-chilling cold. Oomph! A tempest swirled around Chen Jin, striving to shred the lethal light. With a rip, the strange blade forcefully tore through the barrier of wind. A cold gleam grazed Chen Jin's side, tearing his clothing and sending a spray of blood. What? Chen Jin gasped in surprise, retreating hastily, his expression finally betraying gravity. These assassins wield blades that can slice the wind. Simultaneously, 3 additional Ebon Reapers materialized around Quan Luo, their spectral blades aimed at vital points. The water shield activated, but as the blades pierced through, the darkness impeded the flow of water. Meanwhile, the others concentrated their strength to assault Jiang Yue, forcing him to retreat, his flames dimming considerably under the strain of defense. The pressure on the 3 intensified. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Those who had previously remained silent erupted into cheers. The Liu family had made their move, and the outcome was evident. The Cataclysm sequence had merely been overconfident, for the Liu family had yet to unleash their full potential. A splendid display. Let us continue to strive, aiming to eradicate this terrorist organization in one fell swoop. In the study, upon witnessing the Ebon Reapers in action, Lu Zhan's pallor began to return, his hand trembling as he reached for a cigar. Did you see that? Lu Hongxi caressed the hilt of his gleaming blade. The Cataclysm sequence is nothing of significance. In the face of absolute power, arrogance leads to self-destruction. Soon, they shall. His words were abruptly cut short. A figure, unnoticed until now, stood quietly outside the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the study. Smoke and chaos filled the air outside, the sounds of battle echoing, while within, an opulent silence reigned. He stood there, separated by special anti-material bulletproof glass. The silver mask, illuminated by the dark crimson light of the sky, reflected a cold, indifferent gleam. Tom seemed to stand still. Lu Hongxi tightened his grip on the knife, his eyes glimmering like the depths of night. His muscles were taut to the limit, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. As if an invisible hand had seized his heart with a vice-like grip. His breath was nearly stilled. He could not discern how his opponent had appeared. Lu Zhan had completely collapsed, as if his spine had been shattered, unable to emit even a scream. Su Ye's gaze pierced through the glass, sweeping over Lu Hongxi's firm grasp on the blade, ultimately resting upon the trembling Lu Zhan. His arrival rendered the once tumultuous battlefield abruptly silent. Chapter 23. Farewell. Time seemed to stand still within the study of the villa. Lu Hongxi's right hand, gripping the knife, trembled slightly, the faint glow wrapped around the hilt flickering. Beyond the special bulletproof glass, reputed to resist anti-material snipers, the figure in the silver mask stood silently outside the window, shrouded in smoke. Silent yet more suffocating than the thunderous battle outside, it bore down on Lu Hongxi. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead with just a glance. He understood. He had not underestimated the power of the disaster sequence, but he had gravely miscalculated the strength of its leader. As a major general in the National Defense Army, Lu Hongxi's prowess was undeniable. Though classified as A-level, he was, in truth, closer to S-level, having fought against S-level opponents in countless bouts without defeat. This was precisely why the Liu family had entrusted him with the protection of Lu Zhan, aiming to mitigate public sensitivity. Summoning an S-level would carry a different significance altogether. Furthermore, with Lu Hongxi's strength, even if the leader of the disaster sequence were S-level, alongside numerous upper A-levels, they could still stand a chance in battle. Yet now, the pressure exerted by Su Yi felt even more formidable than that of an S-level ability user. Lu Hongxi began to feel that he had erred profoundly, regretting having accepted this task so readily. At this moment, the livestream's bullet comments surged to a frenzied peak. Who can rival the Bone Eater? The disaster sequence has wilted. Ha ha ha. They were so arrogant just moments ago. The prowess of the Liu family is immediately evident. It's all under control. Only 5 minutes remain until the execution, and the disaster sequence can't even touch the villa's outer wall. Just wait to see the terrorists get slapped down like dogs. Long live Dongxia. I told you, provoke us like that, and your head will be knocked off. Amidst this cacophony of assured victory, Su Yi outside the window made his move. He merely raised his right hand slightly, his index finger casually touching the heavy bulletproof glass as if popping a bubble. There was no thunderous roar, no crack spreading. The seemingly indestructible glass, along with the energy matrix embedded within, instantly transformed into a shimmering silver dust, drifting away like whispers in the wind. A chilling breeze, laced with the scent of gunpowder, flooded into the silent study as Su Yi stepped through the veil of silver dust. His footsteps were soundless, yet they shattered Lu Zhen's last shred of hope, causing his body to slump to the ground like a pile of mud. Seeking death, Lu Hongxi's roar shattered the stillness of the air, unleashing his most potent strike without reservation. The ghostly 7 flashes, the straight knife in his lap, transformed into a pure shadow that tore through space. There was no sound of wind, no trace of its path, as if light itself had been severed. 7 blades of concentrated energy instantly sealed off all avenues of escape for Su Yi, causing even the air to wail under the unbearable strain. This was his ultimate technique, capable of instantaneously slaying upper A-levels. Su Yi's gaze remained as still and deep as an ancient well. With his left hand, he waved casually, his movement as light as brushing dust from his shoulder. Whoosh! A semi-transparent, pale blue water curtain appeared out of thin air, delicate as the wings of a cicada, yet resembling a wall of size that had existed since time immemorial. Thud! 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 The 7 terrifying blade lights, sharp enough to slice through alloys, met the water curtain with a resounding crash, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Not a single ripple was stirred, vanishing without a trace. The water curtain continued to flow with a serene blue glow. What? Lu Hongxi's pupils constricted sharply, and for the first time, his hand, gripping the knife, trembled uncontrollably. The blade of the bone-eating dead could slice through the wind, yet his Phantom 7 flash could not penetrate even a layer of water. This completely surpassed his comprehension of supernatural abilities. Outside the villa, on the battlefield, Pang Su braced himself against a strike from Jiang Yue's purple flame, catching a fleeting glimpse of the study window shattering into powder, his heart sinking. This is bad. The target is Lu Zhen. Quickly, return for support. Yet, the tempest conjured by Chun Jin ensnared him and the other members of the Sharp Blade team like a living entity. The colossal water serpent of Quan Luo swept across the battlefield, forcefully flinging the bone-eating dead, attempting to charge towards the villa, its voice icy. Your adversaries are us. Within the study, having failed to land a blow, Lu Hongxi's eyes filled with blood vessels, abandoning all restraint. He let out a low roar, his skin emanating an eerie metallic sheen, the straight blade in his hand humming and swelling, as the ghostly light transformed into tangible, pitch-black flames that coiled around the blade. This strike would compel even an S-class to retreat. I refuse to believe you can withstand it. Aiming slash. This was a forbidden power obtained by sacrificing his life potential. As the blade passed, the space twisted, and the valuable mahogany furniture within the study silently turned to ash. Even the light was devoured by the pitch-black flames. This was his final strike, wagering his life and dignity. Su Yi finally lifted his gaze, confronting this life-and-death blow. But that was all there was to it. His right hand opened, facing the tearing black flames, and gently clenched. Boom! It was not an explosion, but rather a muffled sound akin to the collapse of space. The ghostly flame of the Yinming slash, capable of incinerating the soul, was forcibly distorted and compressed by an invisible and terrifying gravitational force just half a foot from Su Ye's palm. The pitch-black flames struggled fiercely, yet like light plunging into a black hole, they were mercilessly crushed, collapsing into a fist-sized, extremely unstable sphere of black energy. So he closed his fingers. Puff! That condensed sphere of black energy, embodying Lu Hongxi's life force, vanished silently in the air like a burst soap bubble, leaving not a single ripple of energy. Lu Hongxi felt as if struck by lightning, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood. The straight blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground with a piercing clang. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, hair disheveled, his eyes filled only with boundless horror and deathly silence. This is impossible. A hoarse voice escaped through his blood-stained teeth, tinged with bewilderment as his worldview shattered. In the command center, Gout Jiang Yue witnessed the study window transform into silver dust and immediately shouted into the communicator. He has entered. All units, intercept at all costs. Target the study. Hurry. After issuing this command, the surveillance footage revealed Lu Hongxi's defeat. Zhao Qin's gilded pen clattered to the ground, oblivious to him as he stared blankly at the screen, murmuring, "That water, that method of crushing the Yinming slash, this is no mere suspected S-class. He is S-class, and perhaps even more." Pang Su endured the tempest unleashed by Chun Jin on the battlefield, while the roar of Gout Jiang Yue echoed through the communicator. He could only gaze at the villa, tantalizingly close yet utterly out of reach, unable to provide any assistance. Suyi's gaze swept past Lu Hongxi, who knelt in despair, and settled on the limp form of Lu Zhan. The moment had arrived. The indifferent phrase hung in the air like a final judgment. An unseen force seized Lu Zhan, lifting his body into the air. Su Yi turned, stepping out of the breached study and into the smoke-laden courtyard. Zhang Yue, Guan Lu, and Chen Jin swiftly broke free from their adversaries, converging behind Su Yi. Chun Jin grinned widely, raising his hands as a violent whirlwind erupted from the ground, instantly sweeping the four of them, along with the lifeless Lu Zhan, into the sky. Farewell. They transformed into a streak of azure light, tearing through the clouds, racing towards the central square of Yinjing City. Chase! Hurry up! Pang Su watched the vanishing azure glow, screaming into the communicator, his voice laced with unprecedented panic. This scene was naturally captured by the live broadcast cameras, and the audience witnessed everything with clarity. The target, Lu Zhan, had been taken away. The live chat erupted into chaos. Wasn't Lu Zhan inside the villa? How could he have been captured? He just flew away. They took Lu Zhan away, right in front of the National Security Bureau and the Lu family. Was he the defense supposed to be impregnable? What were those superhumans doing? Hurry and stop them. Many viewers in the live chat were emotionally stirred, struggling to comprehend the unfolding images. Amidst the clamor, the quick-witted voiced their thoughts. The catastrophe sequence. They are truly heading to the central square. Indeed, the location they had previously announced was the central square. Quickly, to the square. The century's execution is about to commence. Broadcaster, can you hurry up? If you go any slower, we'll miss the action. Those live streaming began to regain their composure from the shocking visuals and accepted the audience's suggestions to move. A broadcaster donned in a skull mask swiftly started an off-road vehicle, reassuring the viewers. "Dear family, please remain calm. I am heading to the central square right now." As a truth-seeking blogger, he only engages with reality, doing whatever the audience wishes to see. Moreover, he himself was exceedingly curious about how the catastrophe sequence would proceed, and whether the so-called execution could truly be realized. For ordinary citizens, however, the unfolding situation was anything but entertaining. The breach in national defenses shattered their psychological barrier. Panic spread like a contagion. Everyone before their screens, whether common folk on the streets or high-ranking officials in the command center, came to a stark realization. The announcement was no mere rhetoric. The catastrophe sequence would, under the gaze of billions, execute this grim spectacle. In the National Security Bureau Command Center, Gao Zhengguo's voice had grown hoarse from shouting, and Zhao Chun's complexion turned pale. They were rapidly mobilizing personnel towards the central square, while also notifying higher-ups for reinforcements, directly requesting the intervention of S-class superhumans. Gao Zhengguo fixated intently on the scene at the central square of Yinjing. Hurry, it must be swift, if the execution cannot be halted. The central square of Yinjing, under the blazing sun at noon, cast the shadow of the sundial to its briefest form. In the heart of the desolate square, the atmosphere subtly warped as four figures materialized, swept in by a fierce wind. Su Yi stood foremost, flanked by Zhang Yue, Quan Luo, and Chun Jin, forming a triangular guard. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan found himself ensnared by an unseen force, suspended at the center of the square, exposed to countless horrified gazes and cameras. Those who attempted to approach were swiftly eliminated. Even a group of upper-tier rank could not contend, let alone these ordinary individuals. Soon, the square fell into an eerie silence. Across Dongxia and indeed the world, every screen capable of receiving signals was forcibly occupied by this execution scene. Suyi raised his gaze, piercing through the space as if scanning all who were watching. With a simple gesture, an execution device materialized, identical to the one at the border execution site. At this moment, Lu Jun, who had shown no resistance thus far, suddenly began to struggle, exclaiming, "Wait, don't kill me. I have wronged none of you." Suyi stood in silence, showing no inclination to respond, and the other three mirrored his demeanor. Lu Jun shouted desperately, for the sake of survival. Such actions were deemed necessary, even if these images would be seen by all the inhabitants of Dongxia. Yet it was all in vain. He ceased his cries, turning to face the machine, his pupils constricting. As the chief executioner, he was all too familiar with it. It was with this very device that Lu Jun had obliterated Jiang Yue, subsequently rising from the rank of major to colonel due to this deed, even though he was merely a B-rank esper. It wasn't too long before he found himself at the receiving end of such an execution. In an instant, Lu Jun speculated, could they be radical elements seeking revenge for Jiang Yue, thus targeting him? However, realizing this now was far too late. Ding dong, the noon bell tolled. Suye's voice was devoid of emotion. The auspicious hour has arrived. He then pressed the red button on the execution machine. The device whirred to life, a profound crimson radiance igniting and then swelling. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent collapse. Centered around Lu Jun, the space seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand. Light distorted, matter annihilated. Lu Jun's body, along with the terror, despair, and resentment on his face, was dismantled inch by inch within that collapsing crimson glow, stripped away, reduced to the most primal particles. Like a pencil sketch erased by an eraser, he vanished entirely from this world, the red light extinguished. In the center of the square, only a smooth, mirror-like, unfathomable circular pit remained. The last trace of Lu Jun was utterly obliterated. Senior military officer of the Dongxia Empire, former chief executioner, now Colonel Lu Jun, was publicly executed by the calamity sequence at precisely noon, his essence and spirit extinguished. A profound silence enveloped all of Dongxia. In the confines of the live broadcast room, a cascade of comments imbued with boundless dread floated by. Annihilated. Nothing remains. Had Lu Jun truly met his demise? Or had the law enforcement and national security agencies, as well as the Lu family, vanished too? The catastrophe sequence has indeed fulfilled its grim promise. Today they were able to eliminate Lu Jun. Who shall they target tomorrow? It is inconceivable that the Eastern Xia would allow a terrorist organization to succeed. It is over. Even Yinjing is no longer safe. The prelude to apocalypse resonates with the tremors of billions, heralding its first ominous note. The catastrophe sequence, a force that enacts its words with unerring precision. Chapter 24. The sword of disaster. The scene of the highest council of the Eastern Xia Empire was enveloped in a chilling silence around the circular conference table, where a suspended light screen incessantly replayed the devastating images of the disaster sequence dismantling the defenses. The atmosphere was thick with tension, punctuated only by the hum of machinery and the stifled breaths of the assembly. Why are we still concealing this? Jiang Yue bellowed, slamming his palm on the table, spittle flying across its surface. The entire world has witnessed this. We have become a laughingstock. This incident had profoundly undermined the credibility of the National Security Bureau. Zhao Chun polished his gilded pen, asserting, the suppression of information is intended to prevent panic and uphold the dignity of our nation. Are we to admit that despite deploying all our forces, we could not protect a single individual? This is more destabilizing than the disaster itself. Dignity? Su Wen, the director of the intelligence agency, scoffed, pointing at the glaring crimson on the global sentiment map. Look, Eastern Xia is inept. Our national machinery is paralyzed. Who will be next? Panic has already surged like a tsunami, and this tattered fabric of dignity has long been shredded. Incapable? Damn it! Jiang Yue's anger surged, his veins bulging, yet words eluded him. Enough! The deep voice of Defense Minister Yang Yue quelled the tumult. His hawk-like gaze swept across the assembly. Debating the lockdown is futile. The death of Liu Zhen is a disgraceful nail embedded in the heart of the empire. The question now is, shall we extract it ourselves, or allow it to bleed perpetually? Behind him, the screen shifted, freezing on the figure of Su Yi, his silver mask glinting with a cold luminescence. How do we extract it? Liu Hongxi's voice was hoarse from the corner. Wrapped in bandages, he clutched a ghostly dagger, now reduced to half its length. The bone-eating death warriors are annihilated. The special forces have suffered severe casualties, and every member of Pang Su's elite team bears injuries. We are confronting a walking disaster. What can be gained by disclosing this information other than inciting nationwide panic and obliterating the empire's prestige? Truth. Unity. Pang Su rose, his face marred by scars, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The public has the right to know what the danger is. Concealment breeds suspicion and despair. We must reveal the crimes, power, and threats posed by the disaster sequence. Let the empire recognize its enemies. Transform fear into strength for the people. No one anticipated that. Despite his full participation in the battle, he could exude such commanding presence while speaking. The conference hall fell into a brief silence, broken only by heavy breaths. Pang Su is right. A new voice interjected. The side door slid open, and Gao Hui, clad in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, his temples flecked with gray, entered. His demeanor was composed, his gaze profound, and the jade ring he wore glimmered with brilliance. As the representative of the Gao family within the decision-making echelon, he approached the podium, surveying Liu Hongxi's broken blade and Pang Su's wounds. The shroud of concealment could not mask the festering wound. Gao Hui's voice, though not loud, was clear. Evading the issue will not resolve it. After a brief pause, he declared, I hereby announce, with the highest specifications to the nation and the world, the existence of the disaster sequence, its crimes, and its extinction-level threat. It shall be designated as the Empire's utmost priority for eradication. Simultaneously, he initiated the Swarinchi project, conditionally opening access to low-tier ability awakening serums for the public, encouraging voluntary military enlistment. Fear requires an outlet. Strength is the finest sedative. He turned to the light screen, resolutely stating, this sword of disaster looming above must be seized and severed by Eastern Xia, rather than allowing it to be severed in darkness. Let it be placed under the blazing sun, forged in a national crucible, and melted down. A sudden stillness enveloped the conference room as everyone struggled to breathe. Their throats parched. The revelation of the disaster sequence was something that, while some might reject, was nevertheless anticipated. However, the Swarinchi project was an unexpected turn of events. Previously, they had heard that the research department was unsure how to concoct a potion that would bestow supernatural abilities upon individuals. Yet, due to a considerable failure rate observed in clinical trials, coupled with high risks, it had not been promoted. But the frenzied actions of the disaster sequence had sent shockwaves throughout the nation of Dongxia, prompting the immediate public release of the potion. Everyone understood. Even those in the upper echelons of the government felt the mounting pressure. At noon, all official media outlets, platforms, and towering screens across the empire transformed into a backdrop of black adorned with golden patterns. A chilling electronic voice resonated, accompanied by a rolling display of horrifying imagery. The silver mask of Su Yi, Zhang Yao's fiery fist, the colossal wave of Quan Luo, Chun Jin's hurricane, and the scorched earth of the northern frontier, the ruins of Changshan, and the wasteland of the western suburbs of Yanjing. Highest alert notification of the Dongxia Empire, codename, Disaster Sequence, Threat Level, S. Characteristics include public warning, extremely dangerous. Report upon sighting and maintain distance. Imperial call to action. Nationwide disaster resistance. The nation first fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by an uproar. In the alleys of Yanjing, old Zhang at the pancake stand dropped his spatula with a clang, staring at the silver mask on the towering screen, pancake batter dripping. Heaven. A disaster? Are there truly deities and monsters? Can I still make pancakes? In a high-rise building in Yanjing, a coffee cup shattered as a female executive, her face pale and frantic, shouted, book a plane ticket. Leave Dongxia. Immediately, the crowd at the city government's complaint window erupted. The government has acknowledged it. Those killing stars are real. Where are our soldiers? Panic spread and chaos ensued. In a border tavern, a scarred man slammed his cup down, shouting in fury, "I bled to protect this nation, and it can't even defend itself. This military uniform is worthless." A suffocating rage filled the tavern. At the White House of the Western Star Federation, President Maxim raised his glass in raucous laughter. Cheers to the Dongxia people's predicament. His aides chuckled. Secretary of State Theodore smiled and ordered, "Immediately condemn the disaster. Mourn Liu Zhan, and simultaneously accelerate the infiltration of Night Owl." The wounds of Dongxia present a prime opportunity for chaos to be injected. Let us toast to the disaster sequence. Cheers to the disaster sequence. In the Duchy of Baiyuan, within the Kremlin, the Grand Marshal fixated on the scenes of devastation, issuing a grave command. Send someone to investigate the disaster sequence's details. Disarmament restrictions in the Far East must be lifted. Let the flames of Dongxia not reach our backyard. In the European Union, leaders from various nations deliberated. An S-level threat? Is Dongxia exaggerating? Look at this data. Energy residues exceed sampling limits. Perhaps a terrifying organization has indeed emerged from thin air. How Dongxia fares is of no concern to us. The current issue is to deal with those troublesome elements domestically. At the Defense Ministry Command Center of the island nation, a group of individuals exhibited expressions of delight. Yoshi, this terror organization is exhausting Dongxia. How splendid, almost breathtaking. It would be best if both sides were to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Such a formidable entity targeting Dongxia. Could it be the handiwork of the Western Star Federation? The global response to the revelation of the Cataclysm sequence has varied widely, with most nations exhibiting little reaction. After all, it is not occurring within their own borders. Many countries seem to revel in the spectacle. Upon the conclusion of the announcement, Jiang Yue stood before the window on the top floor of the National Security Bureau. The steel metropolis outside appeared shrouded in gloom, the clamor underscored by an air of tension. The battle-scarred Pang Su remained silent behind him. Without turning, Jiang Yue spoke in a hoarse voice. The announcement is merely the beginning. This fire will either roast us alive, or we shall incinerate the cataclysm. He gazed at the churning leaden clouds on the horizon, his eyes weary yet sharp. However, Dongxia would never sit idly by. He abruptly turned, a spark of exhilaration igniting deep within him. The Supreme Command has proposed the establishment of a Special Operations Group, Long Yuan, directly under the National Command structure. The nation will appoint an S-level officer as the leader and will initiate training camps to enhance the combat capabilities of the team members, striving to cultivate more formidable, superpowered individuals. Furthermore, they will be granted interdepartmental coordination authority, permissions for unannounced operations, and global pursuit mandates, with but one objective: to eradicate the Cataclysm sequence. Pang Su's previously ashen countenance began to brighten. "Director Gao, I wish to apply for membership in Long Yuan." Jiang Yue chuckled. "Knowing you would say that, I had already submitted your application to join." Pang Su felt a renewed sense of hope. As long as Dongxia prioritizes this endeavor, no adversary shall stand a chance. Stepping out of the room, he encountered several bandaged individuals waiting outside. "Captain Pang, we must continue to fight." Pang Su surveyed the group, heartened by their determination. "It is splendid that you possess such resolve, but henceforth, you may no longer refer to me as Captain Pang, for we shall be joining a new organization, Long Yuan, in a clandestine base. Long Yuan members trained fervently to augment their strength." Pang Su, drenched in sweat and breathless, bore no trace of fatigue upon his face. "Just wait, I shall not fall yet." He yearned for another confrontation with the Cataclysm sequence, eager to vanquish his foes once more. Chapter 25. Molotov cocktail. As Su Yi attended to the bar, a voice resonated in his mind. Main mission execution completed. Cataclysm progress accumulated at 0.05, currently 0.07. Reward value attained at 30. Current accumulated reward value is 100. Reward value has reached 100. Extracting rewards. Special reward obtained. 3 doses of the disaster awakening potion, Molotov cocktail. Note: requires the host's specially crafted vessel for activation. As the system prompt concluded, 3 vials shimmering with starlight materialized before him. Su Yi gingerly picked up the vials and approached the liquor cabinet, his fingertips grazing the amber surface of the tequila bottle. The glassy sheen of the blue Curacao and the emerald walls of the mint liquor. I shall prepare the Molotov cocktail for you. Su Yi's voice shattered the silence. Jiang Yue abruptly looked up, while Quan Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly bursting into cheers. Chun Jin instinctively pressed a hand against his racing heart. The owner personally crafting cocktails was akin to bestowing extraordinary abilities. After all, he had only mixed drinks for a select few core patrons before, never for the 3 of them simultaneously. The bar transformed into a sacred altar, and the trio gazed upon it with reverent expressions. Su Yi's movements flowed like water. The crisp sound of ice colliding with the shaker was the soul hymn. The arc of the bottle's pouring was as precise as a mathematical formula. The taut lines of his arm during the shaking exuded a beauty of destruction. Each awakening potion was infused into distinct base spirits. The crimson merged with tequila, the deep blue blended with blue Curacao, and the verdant essence seeped into the mint liquor. Rebirth through flames. Su Yi pushed forward a glass adorned with golden red flames to Jiang Yue, the liquid within shimmering with fragmented sparks. Echoes of the deep sea. Quan Luo delicately accepted her glass, the blue liquid swirling like a vortex. Crystalline ice blossoming at its core. The eye of the hurricane. Before Chinjin, the emerald liquid was beset by miniature tornadoes that tore the mint leaves. Their expressions revealed their astonishment. Each cocktail was uniquely shaped, and the scenes within were nothing short of extraordinary. Undoubtedly, this Molotov cocktail was anything but ordinary. Who would expect natural landscapes within a typical cocktail? Drink it. Su Yi's voice brooked no argument. Faced with the peculiar concoctions, the 3 raised their glasses, their resolute trust overpowering any foreboding sense of doom. Boom! Jiang Yue's glass shattered. Violet flames erupted from his 7 orifices, his skin cracking to reveal a network akin to molten lava. He curled on the ground, howling, each convulsion shaking the earth, his entire right arm transforming into a swirling torrent of purple flames. Quan Luo's scream was stifled by the surging waves trapped in her throat. She levitated midair, her bones emitting a haunting crack, only to be instantaneously mended by the ethereal blue light. Her blue hair cascaded down to her ankles, droplets of water falling to the ground, eroding it into craters. Wave-like patterns crept up her neck, her eyes transforming into deep blue vortices devoid of pupils. Chun Jin's body was shredded by invisible blades of wind, only to heal in the next moment. The azure wind patterns spread from his heart. Visible currents slithered beneath his skin like venomous serpents. His uncontrollable powers lifted a metal barstool, instantly shredding it into a flurry of silvery dust. The air within the bar wailed amidst the searing heat, oppressive pressure, and the sensation of tearing. Su Yi stood at the eye of the storm, the hem of his suit flapping violently in the gusts. Yet his gaze remained fixated as if analyzing experimental data. The anguish seemed to stretch on for an eternity, surpassing even the pain endured during the bestowal of power. When the final roar subsided, the trio had already collapsed, their energies dissipating and etching grotesque patterns into the walls. The moment they rose, the air became thick with tension. Is this my fire? Jiang Yue's right arm bore violet flames, docile as a pet, effortlessly subdued at a mere flicker of thought. Quan Luo gently tapped his fingertips, causing a droplet of water to split and morph into various shapes, as if the water itself had been imbued with life. Chun Jin's exhalation formed a miniature tempest in his palm, its core dark as a black hole. Excellent. My powers have grown stronger. The genuine S-rank pressure made the very foundation of the building groan under the burden. The bar is in your hands, Su Yi declared with satisfaction as he turned to leave. The trio, unable to revel in their newfound strength, hastily bowed to see him off. His silhouette vanished into the neon-lit cityscape. Only after the boss had walked far did they rise, exchanging glances that reflected excitement and confidence. I can feel the flames burning hotter, and my control over them has improved. Zhang Yao's palm ignited and extinguished the violet flames at will. Quan Luo was encircled by swirling blue waters. It feels as if my water has developed its own will, able to execute my commands independently. Chun Jin could not suppress his laughter. Thanks to the divine gift, with this power, I am confident I can easily defeat the bone-chilling foes we faced that day. Zhang Yao could not help but question, so, does this mean we are now S-rank ability wielders? That seems likely. Those earlier had claimed we were higher rank. And after this enhancement, we should surely be S-rank, Quan Luo mused, observing the water's flow. Chun Jin ruffled his hair. However, even with this enhancement to S-rank, I still did not feel close to divinity. Quan Luo shot him a scathing glare. Isn't that obvious? Our powers are bestowed by the boss. All right, enough chatter. We must tidy up quickly, as the business will open soon, Zhang Yao reminded, glancing at the time. The trio immediately set to work clearing the wreckage within a bar, having caused considerable damage during their display of powers. The night in Yinjing had never been so tumultuous. So you passed by a convenience store, where a television blared with an expert's frantic voice. The disaster sequence is a malignancy on the Empire's body. We must. Two youths with bleached hair wrestle for the last 2 cases of instant noodles, shouting in excitement as they pushed through the crowd. The last noodles are mine. In the shadows of a street corner, a girl in a school uniform curled up, refreshing her phone. The cold glow of the screen illuminated her cat ear hairpin. The forum's title glaring exposed the disaster sequence. It is all the Eastern Xia government's incompetence. The supermarket shelves stood somewhat bare, food supplies having been swept clean, as officials struggled to maintain order, barely suppressing the chaos of the scramble. Su Ye's fingertips glided across the screen, a torrent of fragmented information coalescing into a flood. There exists a sensational post on the forum, showcasing the live execution footage from earlier. The chilling images of that execution evoke terror with every viewing. One user declares, reality should reflect the narratives of retribution. Those corrupt officials deserve severe punishment. Another comments, is the figure above truly a traitor, profiting from the calamity sequence? An analytical voice interjects, enough of the bickering. The focus should be on the anomaly level of the calamity sequence. The water curtain undoubtedly surpasses S-class standards. Accompanying this discourse are numerous trending posts questioning the intent of the calamity sequence, decrying the looting of supermarket supplies, and announcing a global manhunt for the calamity sequence. As Suyi turns off his phone, a cold smirk graces his lips in the reflection of the display window. Fear, admiration, speculation, and greed. These myriad human expressions flourish under the shadow of apocalypse, more intricate than the layers of cocktail. In a border execution ground, the moonlight gleams like frost. A colossal metallic cross radiates a cold glow in the night. Suyi materializes in this restricted territory, standing where Jiang Yue once vanished, upon land steeped in despair. He opens his palm, watching a soft, golden orb whirl within, while countless strands of light reach into the void. He is attempting to harness the power to reverse life and death through the calamity system. Ever since resurrecting number 3 with the system, this notion has lingered in his mind, yet the burdens of life have delayed his experimentation until today. After a prolonged wait, the system remains unresponsive. Suddenly, the orb bursts like a fragile soap bubble, scattering golden sparks that sear his palm with agonizing intensity. Clenching his fist tightly, blood seeps from between his fingers, staining the parched earth below. This outcome was anticipated. To imbue oneself with powers through the system, one must harbor profound negative emotions. However, Jiang Yue is nothing short of perfect. Even after being betrayed by her own nation, she harbored no hatred, rendering resurrection through such means impossible. Gazing at the luminous moon above, Su Ye's voice echoes across the wilderness. Jiang Yue, why do you hide from me? The wind howls mournfully, the shadow of the cross enveloping him, reminiscent of an embrace yet akin to a prison. Meanwhile, Pang Su, having endured a day of rigorous training, sits before his computer, seeking information on the calamity sequence. For him, This serves as a form of respite. Today, a national security investigation report catches his eye, containing speculations about the calamity sequence from some time ago. With a mindset that refuses to overlook even trivialities, he delves into its contents. The report presents various conjectures and analyses of the case. Although these are mere hypotheses, they are underpinned by meticulous logic. Could Jiang Yue have suddenly awakened abilities, becoming part of the calamity sequence? The transformation of ordinary individuals into extraordinary beings? He furrows his brow, reading on with patience. Had he encountered such statements previously, they would have elicited nothing but ridicule. However, the emergence of the swearing agent has transformed the prospect of ordinary people gaining powers into a tangible reality. If others possess similar means, it would not be entirely surprising. Who precisely is this Yao? As Pang Su opened the image within the report, a familiar visage materialized. The head bartender? Chapter 26. The storm approaches. Dragon Abyss Training Secret Base. The rhythmic tapping of Pang Su's fingertips against the keyboard resonated as the sole metronome in the dimly lit room. Before him, 3 luminous screens displayed an almost forgotten, antiquated report, the membership information of 0 Hour Bar, and a still image of the cataclysmic sequence, one unleashing a fiery fist at Changshan Port. He regarded the report with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, placing greater faith in tangible evidence than mere conjecture. Without a sufficient chain of proof, nothing could be substantiated. The habitual movements, the distinctive features, countless mundane details raced through Pang Su's mind in a frenzied comparison, overlapping in a blur. With a decisive clap, he struck the pause button, the image freezing on the unnatural gleam at the edge of Jiang Yue's glove. In that identical position, the fiery gauntlet at Changshan Port bore a similar, almost obscured violet glimmer. Moreover, the bartender at the bar was indeed named Jiang Yue, his appearance unmistakably identical. However, this alone failed to provide conclusive evidence that Jiang Yue was Cataclysm 1. Next, he would scrutinize the others. Beyond the report, Pang Su continued his analysis, juxtaposing the waitress from 0 Hour Bar with Cataclysm 2. The striking blue hair was hard to overlook. Even with her face concealed by a mask, their physiques aligned perfectly. The same reasoning applied to the third receptionist. Yet, the identities of both bar employees were fabricated. This only intensified his suspicions. Ultimately, Pang Su accessed the identity information of the enigmatic owner, only to find it devoid of any details. Undeterred, he conducted a fundamental comparison of their silhouettes in his mind. The owner bore an uncanny resemblance to the leader of the Cataclysm sequence. It was undeniable. They were indeed the Cataclysm sequence. Pang Su let out a low growl, his throat constricting as if filled with ice. While a couple of similarities could be attributed to coincidence, such a plethora of resemblances could not be mere happenstance. The report, seemingly the ramblings of a madman, was shockingly the truth. Behind that smooth B-52 bomber cocktail lay the inferno capable of incinerating a military base. He grasped the encrypted communicator. Director Gao, I have discovered the hiding place of the Cataclysm sequence. 0 Hour Bar is their stronghold, requesting the highest directive. In the Imperial Security Council, the emergency operations room pulsed with an eerie cold light emitted from the circular holographic table. Pang Su's urgent communication fell into the stagnant air like a bomb, the ripples of tension refusing to dissipate. The defense minister, Yang Yue, rapped his knuckles sharply against the alloy tabletop, the resonating echo silencing all whispers. Consolidate the intelligence. His voice was devoid of warmth. Minister of Intelligence, Su Wan, promptly summoned Pang Su's analytical chain. On the holographic display, the report from Feng Ji, Pang Su's cross-references, Jiang Yue's trajectory of life juxtaposed with the timeline of Cataclysm's activities and the anomalous energy concealment records of 0 Hour Bar. A series of crimson threads intertwined like venomous serpents, ensnaring the neon sign of the bar's projection. Su Wan spoke rapidly, each word striking like icy droplets, synthesizing Pang Su's urgent analysis and our retrospective assessment. Aside from Jiang Yue's legitimate identity, the others were all unregistered. Based on circumstantial evidence, behavioral patterns, and the characteristics of energy leakage, The credibility exceeded 78. The 0-point bar serves as the core hideout and operational base for the disaster sequence. Gao Jianguo's muscles tightened like rock, a hiss escaping through his clenched teeth. Pang Su's instincts were not mistaken. The darkness lurked beneath the lights. They were mixing drinks right beneath our noses. Memories of the Alexander cocktail, which had once offered him a fleeting moment of relaxation, churned violently in his stomach. Indeed, Pang Su had previously invited Gao Jianguo to the 0-point bar for drinks, specifically ordering the stress-relieving Alexander. Pang Su felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a regular patron of the 0-point bar, he had failed to notice the abnormalities until now. A scoff echoed from the corner. The virtual image of Director Zhao Chun from the Law Enforcement Bureau flickering at the edge of the illuminated table. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The National Security Bureau finds itself hosting a bar at its own doorstep, and it seems you're enjoying yourselves quite a bit. Director Gao, what splendid taste you have. He leisurely adjusted his cuffs, the image subtly wavering. Such a tough nut, perhaps it's best left to your professional department to crack. As for my humble Law Enforcement Bureau, I shall refrain from wading into these murky waters. The image flickered twice before extinguishing. Gao Jianguo's breath came in heavy gasps, his greeting teetering on the edge of explosion. You! Damn it! At that moment, Yang Liwei abruptly raised his hand to halt him. Gao Jianguo, do not speak recklessly. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on the far end of the long table. There, a figure nearly melded into the shadows of the conference room. Only the silver blade he toyed with catching the light, occasionally reflecting a cold glimmer. Yang Liwei's voice turned grave. Captain Liu, what is your assessment? The silhouette stirred. Captain Long Yuan, the S-class ability user Liu Wenhao, finally lifted his face. It was a youthful visage, sharp and chiseled. Yet the corners of his mouth curled in a hint of irreverence, a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere. Assessment? Liu Wenhao's voice was languid. Yet it sent a chill through the room. A handful of rats hiding in their holes? Have you grown weary from your incessant analysis? He leaned slightly forward, shadows sliding away, revealing his frigid gaze as he scrutinized the image of the 0-point bar on the screen, as if viewing a poorly crafted toy. Mayor Liu Rui of Yinjing spoke heavily. The leader of the disaster sequence is S-class, accompanied by 3 near S-class members. And the 0-point bar is situated in a bustling area. A reckless assault could lead to civilian casualties. Casualties? Liu Wenhao chuckled briefly, as if he had heard a jest. His fingertips struck the small blade against the table, producing a sharp sound as the hilt trembled. Cornering rats in their holes will inevitably result in their demise. His gaze swept dismissively over Liu Rui. What you desire is simply to drive this blade of Long Yuan into the rat's den, isn't it? He reclined back into his chair, shadows reclaiming his face. His voice coldly resonating. Containment? Encirclement? That is your concern. My task is simply to crush the rat. One or a litter, it matters not. Liu Wenhao raised his gaze to Yang Liwei, his eyes devoid of supplication, only conveying a message. I alone am enough. Arrogance. Utterly supreme arrogance. The conference room was engulfed in an oppressive silence. Gao Jianguo clenched his jaw tightly, while the image of Pang Su on the screen wore a furrowed brow. An S-grade possesses its own advantages, yet the stakes are perilously high. Pang Su promptly voiced his opinion. Captain Liu's prowess is beyond question, and so is the calamity sequence. However, 1 S-grade is insufficient for assurance. I request the assignment of an additional S-grade. His words resonated deeply with the assembly, yet no one dared to speak up. And there was a reason for this. Suwon was the first to refute. I comprehend your perspective, but S-grades cannot be so easily reassigned. Currently, all S-grades are engaged in critical missions and cannot be spared. As the Minister of Intelligence, she possessed a deeper understanding of the movements of S-grade ability users than most. Gao Jianguo opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He had intended to propose the deployment of a higher-tier A-grade, but in the face of the calamity sequence, it would bear little significance. Unless they could dispatch an entity as formidable as Liu's Death Warriors, it would be impossible to suppress the adversary. The previous intervention had been prompted by the involvement of Liu family members, but this time, Yang Liwei scrutinized Pang Su for a prolonged moment. and within the depths of his seasoned eyes, a glimmer of decisive resolve flickered. Very well. I shall assume the role of the second S-grade. Upon utterance of this declaration, the conference room erupted in astonishment. Jiang Yue, though not a member of one of the three prominent families, had ascended to the position of Minister of Defense due to his formidable strength as an S-grade ability user. He had merely been preoccupied with affairs, gradually fading into the background, yet it was not due to a lack of capability. This operation must achieve decisive success. Allowing the calamity sequence to escape would spell endless troubles. Having sat in the office for too long, it was time to stretch my limbs and engage in action. A sense of relief washed over the assembly. With Minister Yang taking charge, their confidence soared. With two S-grades in action, how could the calamity sequence possibly contend? Now, the calamity sequence had nowhere to flee. Jiang Yue issued a solemn command, each word laden with gravity. Beijing is to be placed under a level 1 lockdown immediately. Centered around 0-point bar, a radius of 2 kilometers shall enforce absolute physical isolation and communication silence. The Ministry of Internal Affairs will coordinate the clearance of the area and the evacuation of civilians. Not a single fly shall escape. The Ability Warfare Department. Activate the Zhu Long Energy Barrier Generator at full power. Envelop the target building and inhibit any potential escape. Jiang Yue's hand firmly pressed upon the projection of 0-point bar. His resolve to eliminate the calamity was unwavering. Yes, the orders flowed like a cold torrent through encrypted channels. Beneath the city's surface, immense energy began to coalesce, while above ground, the piercing alarms melded with the roar of armored vehicles, tearing through the night sky. An invisible iron wall was closing in on that neon-lit alley. 0-point bar. Jiang Yue stood behind the bar, meticulously polishing a crystal-clear whiskey glass with a pristine white cloth. Quan Luo leaned against the bar, dozing off, daydreaming of what could transpire upon the boss's return, his face often flushed with a rosy hue. Chun Jin held a mirror, admiring himself, occasionally adjusting his hair or striking poses, hoping that the female patrons would cast a few more glances his way. At the entrance of the alley, the first heavy alloy barrier fell with a resounding crash, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping. The wind chimes hanging outside the bar swayed, producing a cacophony of delicate, disordered jingles. The tempest had arrived at the threshold. Chapter 27. Hee, I must survive. The afternoon sun in Yinjing cast a cold light through the reflections of the iron torrent. The walnut door of the 0-point bar stood firmly closed, its warm yellow glow starkly contrasting with the lifeless battlefield outside. A high-frequency energy field hummed, and armored engines roared as hundreds of armed soldiers sealed off the street, while armed helicopters hovered like vultures. The air was taut like a fully drawn bow. Two figures stepped into the heart of this oppressive atmosphere. On the left was Lu Wenhao, known as Thunder Prison. His deep blue military uniform was immaculate, with golden stars on his epaulets shining brightly. Fragmented blue and white arcs of electricity erupted from his fingertips, causing the asphalt beneath to crack silently, as countless electric serpents slithered about, seemingly dragging the entire street into the core of a thunderstorm. On the right stood Jiang Yue, known as Earth Dragon. His dark green military attire resembled a mountain, and each heavy step he took made the ground surge, as if it were alive, creating bottomless chasms in the concrete pavement. His cold gaze swept over the bar sign. The presence of these two S-class powerhouses pointed directly at the hiding place of the disaster sequence within the 0-point bar. The soldiers outside, unafraid, embodied the confidence that S-class supernatural beings brought. Pang Su stood half a step behind them, his gloves soaked with sweat. He understood well what S-class meant, capable of destroying an entire city. As a rising star of Long Yuan and a former patron of the bar, he fixed his gaze on the door, the incandescent starfire within him surging, yearning to cleanse the humiliation. Disaster sequence. Lu Wenhao's voice pierced the air like high-voltage electricity. Cease your resistance and accept judgment. The only response was the hum of rotor blades. Creak. The door swung open. Three figures leaned casually against the bar counter. They had already donned formal attire and the masks of the disaster sequence. Hee, Qian Luo chuckled. her fingertips causing a stream of water to suddenly expand into a floating ocean of ice. Judgment? With these scraps of metal? A murderous intent surged. Attack! Jiang Yue bellowed. A lava stone ball swelled dramatically in the wind, growing to the size of a building as it hurtled towards the door, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As the stone ball passed, the buildings on either side melted and collapsed like wax figures. Lu Wenhao flicked his fingers. The sky darkened abruptly as a pale, lightning pillar, over 10 meters wide, tore through the clouds, accompanied by the might of thunder striking Jiang Yue. Before the lightning arrived, the ground surrounding the bar had already transformed into a blazing white glass-like state. An S-class strike, divine might descended. Jiang Yue finally moved. He merely set down his glass. Buzz! The void seemed ignited, and a torrent of purple flames erupted from his right arm, soaring into the sky. The fiery flow was no ordinary flame. It possessed a burning attribute at the level of laws, instantly weaving into a molten golden kite shield spanning half the street. This was the newfound power bestowed by the Molotov cocktail. The purple and gold runes swirling upon the shield burned the space, creating spiderweb-like cracks. Boom! The lightning pillar collided with a massive lava ball, and the point of impact erupted with a brilliance akin to a supernova. A visible, circular shockwave rapidly expanded, as if an invisible giant hammer had struck the entire block, causing buildings to snap in half and lifting the ground into towering waves of earth. Flames, torrential molten metal, and black arcs of electricity tearing through space transformed the area before the door into a hellscape. In the distance, the Yenjing TV tower trembled violently amidst the shockwaves, emitting a piercing wail. Jiang Yue and Lu Wenhao instantly bore grave expressions, realizing upon engagement that their opponent was not merely an upper A level, but unequivocally an S level. Are you certain about the accuracy of your intelligence? Lu Wenhao's earlier contempt vanished without a trace. Jiang Yue promptly commanded, "Order the troops to retreat at once." A palpable air of panic enveloped the command center. No one anticipated that after a brief absence, their adversary had ascended to S level. Hai Jiangwo's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Our intelligence is flawless. We are unaware of the methods employed by the Calamity Sequence to augment their power." Jiang Yue steadied the crowd with his words. "Discussions of that nature are futile. We must first devise a plan to subdue the Calamity Sequence." As the smoke lingered, 3 figures charged forth fearlessly. "Bang Su, block them!" Lu Wenhao barked, his hands forming a grip, conjuring a cataclysmic storm of lightning that blanketed the sky, with innumerable lightning spears cascading down like divine retribution. Pang Su gritted his teeth and surged forward, a blazing inferno coalescing into a lion's head at his fist, lunging towards Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue merely raised his hand. Finger splayed. Swoosh! Pang Su was horrified to discover that his ferocious starfire was instantaneously extracted and tamed. Even the multiple lightning spears unleashed by Lu Wenhao were ensnared by the purple flames, effortlessly subdued. "Your fire is too tepid," Jiang Yue murmured, as he fused the energy of lightning and fire, collapsing it into a lotus that he flung back. The lotus detonated silently, its blinding brilliance eclipsing even the sun. A terrifying energy expanded spherically, reducing soldiers along its path to ash, while armored vehicles crumbled like snow under the sun. Pang Su tumbled desperately, his shoulder grazed, instantly charred. How is this possible? The moment he engaged, he comprehended one thing. The chasm of disparity had become insurmountable, despite his relentless training and rapid advancement. He was taken aback to find his opponent had also grown stronger. Their last encounter had seen exchanges, yet this time, defeat came with a single strike. The gap had widened further. "All of you rise to your feet." Chun Jin roared, arms outstretched, his body spinning like a top. The winds of the entire city were forcibly redirected. 18 colossal azure tornadoes erupted, the core's negative pressure uprooting half of a stadium. No longer was debris swept up, but entire segments of the highway's steel framework and concrete blocks transformed into a deadly mixer crashing into the military formation. The defense was shredded as if made of paper. Soldiers were whisked into the air. In mere moments, the troops suffered devastating losses. Even those wishing to retreat found themselves unable to do so in the face of the Calamity Sequence's onslaught. Stop them. Yang Yue's fury rose, his fists pounding the ground. Boom! The tectonic plates beneath him groaned, kilometers of jagged cliffs shifting like a dragon awakening, as the colossal wall descended upon the three. Flashy nonsense, Quan Luo scoffed. Advancing rather than retreating. Ethereal blue water surged forth from him, swelling into several water dragons that distorted the light in their wake. Crash! Boom! At the moment the water dragon collided with the rock face, time appeared to freeze. In the next moment, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted in a fan-shaped explosion. As the colossal wall, 100 meters thick, crumbled layer by layer, rendering the defenses utterly futile. Qian Luo clasped her hands before her chest. As the entire city's drainage system surged upward, coalescing into a brilliant azure spiral that pierced the heavens. The vacuum created by the whirling spear tore apart the clouds, forming a massive vortex. Whoosh! The water spear was launched, transforming into a dazzling blue line as it advanced. In an instant, it penetrated the hastily erected 12 layers of thunder barriers set by Lu Wenhao. The lightning net shattered like fragile glass with each passing moment. Lu Wenhao let out a muffled groan as his military uniform was torn to shreds, exposing bloodied flesh upon his ribs. For the first time, terror flickered in his eyes. Despite both parties being classified as S-rank, he found himself at a disadvantage after several exchanges. Considering the adversary had one additional member, the battle should not have been so dire. All signs indicated one undeniable truth. The opponent's strength exceeded his own. In the command center, silence reigned like a tomb. The images segmented by the light screen were harrowing. The skyline of the city torn apart by a tornado, volcanic plumes erupting after breaching the Earth's crust, and the debris floating in the deep azure lake. S-rank. All three are S-rank. The officers murmured in disbelief. Such a tremendous commotion had already alarmed the residents of Yanjing. An earthquake? Why are the buildings shaking? Look over at the National Security Bureau. High-ranking superhumans are engaged in battle. Impossible. This is Yanjing. Who would dare to fight here? Yet, as people turned their gaze, they were left speechless. For the city known as a bastion of safety was now ravaged by magma, rivers, and tornadoes. Such an abnormal phenomenon could only be attributed to superhumans clashing. Who would dare to engage in combat within the city limits of Yanjing? I see military personnel. Who has the audacity to attack the army? The distance is too great. I cannot see clearly. Those at a distance were astonished, but not panicked. They understood that someone was protecting them. However, those in close proximity held a different perspective. Although the authorities had cleared the area prior to the encirclement, the terrifying power of an S-rank confrontation affected the entire vicinity. Some screamed as flames ignited them. Others suffocated beneath the blue torrents, and some were swept away by the green tornado. It was the disaster sequence. They were attacking Yanjing. Quick, flee. Help, I do not wish to die. If you wish to live, then run. I have yet to experience negative distance contact. How can I perish here? I must survive. In this area, cries for help, frantic pleas, and voices of terror melded into a cacophony. Amidst this turmoil, there were those who boldly approached the battlefield. I can't believe I stumbled upon the scene of a disaster sequence battle. What incredible luck. A man donned in a skull mask raised a camera and began broadcasting live. Family, I am a genuine hunter. There is no time for explanation. I am at the scene of a disaster sequence battle. The title of the live stream read, Live Coverage of the Disaster Sequence. As the broadcast commenced, a flood of viewers poured in, and comments erupted like mushrooms after rain. Alas, the attire and masks truly embody the Calamity Sequence. Is it real? The Calamity Sequence has struck again. Where might they be? Adjacent lies the National Security Bureau. Thus, this must be in Yanjing. My goodness, they dared to cause chaos in Yanjing once more, showing no fear of death. Look, entangled with the Calamity Sequence are none other than Lu Wenhao and Yang Yue, both of whom are S-class ability users. What on earth does this imply? Does it mean the Calamity sequence also possesses S-class abilities? On the battlefield, Lu Wenhao's heart felt as cold as ice, while Thunder's might proved feeble before the violet flames. Yang Yue gazed at the molten rock wall before him, the backlash of the Earth's power causing blood to seep from his mouth and nose. The signs of defeat were evident. Pang Su knelt, his shoulder in excruciating pain. His pride shattered. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Yue's right hand, where molten veins coursed beneath the skin, violet flames entwining obediently. Ah! The pinnacle of agony elicited a primal roar from Pang Su. He disregarded tactics, madly lunging at Jiang Yue. Incandescent flames surging forth. Return. Pang Su. Yang Yue attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Jiang Yue remained unfazed, not even turning his gaze, casually waving his hand. A thin arc of violet flame, delicate as a cicada's wing, swept through, severing Pang Su's flames, armor, and the trajectory of his charge, cleaving through 3 office buildings with precision. Thud! Pang Su's chest plate melted through, flesh torn asunder, crashing into the ruins like a broken kite, blood gushing forth, plunging into darkness. Lu Wenhao and Yang Liwei's hearts ached, yet they could not afford to be distracted. Qian Luo's icy ocean had transformed into a tsunami engulfing the streets, forcing Lu Wenhao to evade repeatedly. Chen Jin's tornado merged into a spear of wind that pierced the heavens, grinding Yang Liwei's massive crystalline fist into powder. Retreat! Lu Wenhao's heart bled as he forced the command through clenched teeth. In this battle, there was no chance of victory. The remnants of the forces retreated in disarray, helicopters struggling to ascend amidst the charged chaos of the atmosphere. Amidst the smoke, 3 figures stood unscathed in the center of the ruins. Beneath Qian Luo lay a sprawling sea of ice, while Chen Jin stood atop a pillar of wind reaching the sky. Jiang Yue slightly raised his head, his cold mask seemingly penetrating the fabric of space, gazing toward the command center. He lifted his right hand, finger extended, gesturing gently toward the luminous screen, silently, yet bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. This provocation incited no anger. The high-ranking officials before the screen turned pale. In the next moment, the 3 figures soared into the air, tearing through the murky clouds above the city, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was the scorched earth, the ruins, and the dead zone of half of Yinjing's western district. 2 S-class individuals were dispatched to encircle the Calamity sequence, yet allowed their adversaries to depart unscathed. Chapter 28. Where are the most beautiful people? In the eastern outskirts of Yinjing, atop a mountain peak, 3 figures knelt behind a solitary individual. The turbulent waters surrounding Qian Luo cascaded like shattered teardrops, gently pattering onto the grass. Lord Zero. Her voice trembled, her disheveled blue hair clinging to her sweat-drenched forehead. We failed to protect the 0-point bar. We have disappointed your expectations and ruined your hard work. I implore you to punish us severely. I am willing to endure any punishment. The bar was the closest place to Su Yi, a sanctuary in her heart, now rendered to naught, causing her profound anguish. Jiang Yue clenched his fiery right fist, the flames flickering in response to his inner turmoil. Please punish us, he urged. Chen Jin appeared somewhat bewildered, at a loss for words, observing Qian Luo's fervent reaction while stealing glances at Su Yi's indifferent silhouette. When the 0-point bar was besieged, they had resolved to demonstrate their strength and teach the adversary a lesson, entirely forgetting the bar's sanctity. The result was that the establishment lay in ruins after the battle, with their contributions entwined within the debris. Only in hindsight did they feel regret. It was the owner's establishment, and it had been so easily destroyed. Su Yi slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping calmly over Qian Luo, Jiang Yue, and Chen Jin, ultimately resting on the distant, ravaged city at the foot of the mountain. The 0-point bar? His voice was devoid of emotion, as if indifferent to the matter. If it is destroyed, then so be it. Qian Luo abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with incredulous astonishment. She had anticipated a thunderous wrath, yet was met only with a profound silence. Su Yi's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space. As agents of calamity, they should act freely, without being confined to a single corner. He paused, finally directing his attention back to the three of them. Go forth and pursue your desires. I look forward to your future endeavors. Before his words could fully resonate, his figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke in the wind, leaving behind three kneeling silhouettes in the encroaching twilight, enveloped in silence. After a long moment, the three slowly rose. Chen Jin scratched his head, breaking the stillness. Does the boss mean we should express ourselves freely? Quan Luo gazed towards the place where Su Yi had vanished, murmuring, Lord Zero allows us to act as we wish. This overwhelming freedom felt akin to a heavy shackle, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Zhang Yao was also perplexed, pondering their course of action. He looked towards the city, where chaotic uproar was echoing. This world is vast. The three exchanged glances. Should they obliterate several major cities, like in the north? Chen Jin rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Quan Luo shook her head, the water swirling restlessly between her fingers. Too crude. Lord Zero desires total annihilation, not mere ruins. We require a more enduring and profound method. Shall we sever all water sources? Or perhaps set the earth ablaze eternally? Zhang Yao suggested, glancing at his flames. Can our power truly reach such magnitude? Quan Luo furrowed her brow, questioning how they could ensure that everyone experienced despair. Manipulate the weather? Create global hurricanes and tsunamis? Chen Jin envisioned the scene. The scope is excessively broad, making precise control exceedingly difficult, and what the Zero Lord desires is not merely natural disasters, but the collapse of order and the degeneration of human hearts. Zhang Yao has pinpointed the crux of the matter. The discussion has reached a stalemate. The goals are overly grandiose, and the means appear rather one-dimensional. How can the abstract concept of world annihilation be transformed into a concrete action that would satisfy the Zero Lord? As night deepens and the chill seeps into the bones, perhaps Quan Luo gazes at the distant city, where lights twinkle like stars, his eyes flickering with a haunting glow. They must fundamentally obliterate their hope. Let trust shatter, let refuge vanish, and render the so-called nation a mere joke. Zhang Yao and Chen Jin ponder thoughtfully. We should act separately, Zhang Yao finally declares, his voice imbued with resolve, each finding our own path to annihilation in our own manner. The boss has said, we are free to follow our desires. Excellent. Chen Jin is the first to respond, eager to test his own strength. I will seek out the most beautiful, the most fragile people. Quan Luo takes a deep breath, suppressing the sense of loss at the departure of the Zero Lord, his blue hair dancing in the night wind. I shall venture forth to see how much despair water can bear. Zhang Yao nods, choosing not to elaborate further, his figure first transforming into a flash of fire, plunging into the endless darkness of the south. Quan Luo follows closely behind, morphing into a mist that melds with the night. Chen Jin lets out a peculiar laugh, his entire being becoming a swift wind, vanishing in another direction. The news of the devastation in the western district of Yinjing spread like ice dropped into boiling oil, instantly shattering the entire Dongxia Empire. The charge sent from the ruins of the Imperial Gazette has yet to dissipate when the core area of Yinjing was violently shattered in broad daylight. With 2 S-class operatives stationed and heavy defenses set, they were nonetheless left in disarray, outmatched by 3 members of the Calamity sequence who departed unscathed. Panic is no longer a mere undercurrent. It has become a tsunami sweeping across the nation. Supermarket shelves have been stripped bare, with even salt and toilet paper becoming hard currency. The highways are congested with vehicles attempting to flee the metropolis, the cacophony of horns, curses, and cries forming a desperate symphony. Lines form outside banks as people scramble for cash, clinging to the last remnants of security. This time, no amount of official intervention can halt the actions of the populace. Meanwhile, the internet is in an uproar, servers crashing repeatedly. Useless. All of them are useless. Is a National Security Bureau just idling? Is the Law Enforcement Bureau made of paper? Are S-class operatives mere decorations? The Calamity sequence is right here in Yinjing, right beneath our noses, opening bars. And the National Security Bureau is a frequent guest. Is a National Security Bureau blind or compromised? My home is on the edge of the Western District. When the explosion occurred, all the glass shattered. I nearly lost my life. What can the Dongxia government do to protect us? With all the taxes we pay to support the military and superhumans, they can't even defend their own capital. Taxpayers would be better off supporting a dog. Huh. What happened to that boast about the Northern Sword and the impregnable Changshan port? Look at the humiliation. Now even Yinjing has become a civ, and they still speak of the highest alert. S-class threats. What is the result? The S-class outnumber and outmatch you. Encirclement? More like delivering heads on a platter. It's over. Absolutely over. The calamity sequence strikes indiscriminately, taking lives and wreaking havoc wherever it pleases. Who shall be the next victim? Are we, the ordinary populace, to bear the brunt? Some compatriots are correct. They are a bunch of inept fools. They revel in their authority over us common folk. Flee if you can. Escape as far as your legs will carry you. This nation is beyond salvation. Many are venting their dissatisfaction and rage online, uttering words that would once have remained unspoken. Yet now, everyone speaks freely, denouncing the government's incapacity without fear of repercussions. After all, the authorities are now too preoccupied with their own troubles to monitor the digital realm. Amidst the cacophony of insults and accusations, there remains a steadfast belief in the nation among some. Run, you cowardly rats. I shall not abandon my post. Huh, even if you flee the East Summer, where shall you go? Is any other place less perilous? The calamity sequence has merely devastated a few regions. Do you speak as if the sky has fallen? Just wait. It won't be long before justice catches up with the calamity sequence, and those who sought refuge will soon regret their choices. Indeed, if we cannot trust in our own empire, whom can we trust? Fear, anger, and despair, alongside rebukes of governmental ineptitude, slither through our hearts like countless venomous serpents. The details of the destruction at 0 Point Bar have spread through anonymous leaks, now serving as yet another testament to the calamity sequence's mockery of the empire. Safety? In the face of true catastrophe, what was once our pride, the torrent of steel and the barriers of power, has proven as fragile as parchment. Confusion envelopes Jiang Yue like a chilling tide, leaving him uncertain of his path or purpose. Annihilation? What a grand concept! To act upon whim? Yet his heart seems reduced to mere ashes and an empty sensation of burning. By some twist of fate, he returns to the small town that once cradled all his warmth. Concealing his presence and obscuring his face, he steps onto the familiar yet alien streets. The air is thick with a scent born of panic and decay, more potent than the day Liu Yang set fire to his family. Whispers surround the Yinjing tragedy, voices hushed and eyes filled with unease. Jiang Yue makes his way to the cemetery on the outskirts, as a light rain begins to fall, soaking his shoulders. 3 tombstones stand side by side in silence amidst the rain. Before the graves, Jiang Yue stands speechless. He reaches out, yearning to touch the cold stone, yet the flames of fury flicker at his fingertips, forcing him to halt before he can graze the inscription. Raindrops cascade down his cheeks. The thrill of vengeance has long since cooled. He has avenged his family, but what now? What is he to do next? This question eludes him. He stands there for an indeterminate time, the drizzle intensifying into a steady rain. Turning away, he walks with heavy steps, unknowingly halting before a familiar noodle shop. Aunt Chin's busy figure remains, though her brow now bears a hint of worry. The shop is quiet and far less lively than before. He orders a bowl of shredded pork with green peppers over noodles. Jiang Yue lowered his head, deliberately muffling his voice, and took a seat in the darkest corner of the room. All right, just a moment, Aunt Chun said, failing to recognize him, her habitual warmth shining through. The steaming bowl of noodles soon arrived, the familiar aroma enveloping him. Jiang Yue picked up his chopsticks, shielding his face, and devoured the noodles voraciously. The steam rising from the broth stung his eyes. This ordinary warmth was one of the scant few sensations that provided him with a hint of comfort in this frigid world. At that moment, the door swung open, and a weary man with dark circles under his eyes entered, dressed in casual attire. It was Feng Ji. Their eyes met instantaneously. The The chopsticks in Jiang Yue's hand seemed ready to ignite. The air felt as though it had solidified. The only sound in the noodle shop was the crackling of the stove. Feng Zhi did not gasp, did not draw a weapon, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. He walked directly to the empty seat across from Jiang Yue and ordered a bowl of noodles as well. When the noodles arrived, Feng Zhi ate silently, his pace unhurried. A cloud of steam separated the two, the atmosphere thick enough to squeeze water from it. After finishing the last bite, Jiang Yue set down his chopsticks, preparing to rise and leave. He was uncertain of what he might do if he lingered. Wait. Feng Zhi finally spoke, his voice laden with a profound weariness, shattering the suffocating silence. Jiang Yue paused, but did not turn around. I resigned. Feng Zhi's tone was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Following the report of the failure in the encirclement at Yinjing, Jiang Yue's body trembled slightly. In the past, I always believed I was right. Pursuing the truth, upholding order, these felt like inherent duties. Feng Zhi gazed at the scallions floating in his bowl, his tone tinged with self-mockery and deeper resignation. Now I realize, some matters are better left unexplored. Otherwise, they only lead to regret. He lifted his gaze, looking complexly at Jiang Yue's back, devoid of hostility, filled instead with a weary understanding and a heavy realization. I have but one question. Was it you who set fire to Liu Yang's entire family? Silence enveloped the noodle shop, the crackling of the stove ringing particularly clear. After a few seconds, a low voice responded, yes. Feng Zhi exhaled deeply, as if shedding a burden of 1,000 pounds. He did not speak further, picked up his chopsticks, lowered his head, and continued to eat the now slightly cold noodles in his bowl. Jiang Yue chose not to linger, pushing open the door and vanishing into the gradually falling rain. Feng Zhi chewed slowly, his gaze fixed on the empty bowl across from him, until it was spotless. After settling the bill, he told Anshun that the noodles were delicious before stepping out into the rain. The icy droplets soaked the anxious little city. Two briefly intersecting lines extended once more into their respective unknowns, yet both remained shrouded in a vast shadow of fate. Chapter 29. The proper way to deal with wicked women. On the East Coast, in the village of Longchong, a once impoverished and briny fishing hamlet now finds itself enveloped in a fervent atmosphere. In the heart of the village, an abandoned shipyard has been cleared to construct a crude altar. This altar is built from reef stones, with a pool of flowing clear water at its center. Behind it hangs a tapestry depicting the goddess of Luo. Oh, blessed goddess! My son Awang's tuberculosis has ceased to torment him after just 3 days of drinking the holy water, exclaimed an elderly fisherman, kneeling before the altar, prompting a chorus of affirmations and admiration from the gathered devotees. Miraculous occurrences unfold daily, as the villager's sorrow is replaced by piety. They murmur prayers in hushed tones, forming long lines to scoop the sacred water or pay homage to the goddess of Luo. Rumors of Longchong Village's devotion to the goddess have spread, attracting skepticism from the outside world. They're mad, utterly mad. Surely poverty has driven them to this cult. What goddess? It's probably just a ruse to swindle money. They say that water can heal. Perhaps it has hallucinogens in it. These superstitious people are pitiable. A little sleight of hand can leave them spinning in circles. Amidst the swirling gossip, Lin Hai, an intern reporter from the East Coast Observer, enters the village with a sense of skepticism. The editor has tasked him with uncovering this alleged cult deception. The fervor in the air unsettles Lin Hai. He observes the devotees kneeling and listens to their accounts of miracles with disdain, raising his camera to capture the scene. At that moment, a commotion erupts in the crowd. A woman, her complexion waxen and abdomen distended, is carried to the altar, barely clinging to life. Oh, goddess of Luo, have mercy! The hospital has declared there is no hope. Her husband cries, prostrating himself in despair. The faithful kneel down in prayer, pleading fervently. Lin Hai adjusts the focus of his camera, preparing to document the spectacle. No priest is present at the altar. The holy water ripples in response to the supplications. Suddenly, a stream of the sacred water rises, cradling the woman and suspending her at the altar's center. Lin Hai's finger freezes above the shutter. He observes with clarity. There are no visible strings or mechanisms. An even more astonishing scene unfolds as the holy water transforms into a blue serpent. Coiling around the woman's abdomen, a soft glow emanates. The woman's swelling begins to recede, her complexion regains its rosy hue, and her breathing steadies. Moments later, she opens her eyes and weeps for her recovery, her family overwhelmed with joy. A miracle, a true miracle. The devotees worship fervently. Lin Hai's camera slips from his grasp and falls to the ground. He feels a chill coursing through him, his understanding of reality shattered. The miracle he has witnessed is no mere trick. Trembling, he retrieves his camera and captures the divine spectacle. Days later, the East Coast Observer's front page features Lin Hai's report. Longchong miracle? Terminally ill woman's life restored before the altar of the goddess. A first-hand account from the reporter, authentic and undeniable. The article vividly details the event he witnessed, accompanied by photographs of the woman's abdomen suspended in healing and recovery. The report ignites not only societal interest, but also resembles a heavy bomb dropped into the still waters of society. The initial hours are filled with shock, followed swiftly by a tidal wave of public discourse. The photo must be doctored. The reporter has been brainwashed. A mere publicity stunt. He has sacrificed his integrity for sales. Coincidence? A mere fleeting recovery or misdiagnosis. If this were true, I would consume this computer screen on the spot. Yet the reports from Lin Hai, along with those irrefutable photographs, leave no room for doubt. The true earthquake occurs in the corners where modern medicine has delivered its grim verdict, swallowed by anguish and despair. The comment section beneath the news quickly becomes inundated with desperate pleas and tear-streaked inquiries. Address. Please provide the address of Chang'an Village. Save my mother and child. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, I must take her to try. I have already purchased my train ticket, hoping that the goddess Luotian will bless my father with a safe recovery. More individuals condemned by modern medicine, in their despair, catch a glimpse of hope. Clinging to a last resort mentality, a young man afflicted with bone cancer arrives at Chang'an Village in a wheelchair, accompanied by his family. Under the gaze of countless eyes, including Lin Hai's, he is lifted onto the altar. The same scene unfolds. Holy water is raised, serpentine water entwines his ailing body, and a faint light flickers. Hours later, astonishingly, the young man manages to rise from his wheelchair. This is no longer an isolated incident. Witnessed by the media's cameras and an increasing number of reporters, the video of the bone cancer patient standing and walking spreads across the internet with viral speed. The silence of the spiral is shattered, and society collectively falls mute. The last bastion of scientific logic is brutally pierced by a raw miracle. Online, comments declaring impossible. This is a crazy special effect. Flood the screen, yet they are overshadowed by a tsunami of fervent declarations. The goddess Luotian has manifested. Miracle Land, Chang'an Village. I am willing to worship Luotian for a lifetime. In a single night, Chang'an Village becomes a sensation. News spreads like wildfire. The desperate flock like migratory birds from all directions. The train station is filled with figures leaning on crutches, seated in wheelchairs, and adorned with medical tubes. Each bus headed for the East Coast resembles an arc of pilgrimage. The narrow road to Chang'an Village is choked with vehicles. The sound of horns and anxious beeping ringing day and night. The port buzzes with unprecedented activity. Small boats bobbing with souls seeking salvation on the route to the fishing village. Cars, trains, ships. A tide of the ailing from various locales flows toward the small fishing village. The altar expands, simple yet sacred. Crowds queue day and night, praying for holy water or offering their reverence. The sounds of supplications, incantations, and joyful weeping merge into an ocean of devotion. Each new healing case draws in more desperate souls. In a shadow atop the nearby rocks, a blue figure stands quietly. Quan Luo gazes down at the jubilant throng blessed by her grace, her deep blue eyes devoid of compassion, filled only with coldness and satisfaction. She distinctly feels the explosive growth of her followers, the power of faith continuously converging. The flood of her extraordinary abilities gradually surges, strengthening and deepening. Each prayer, each miracle, adds a brick to this apocalyptic force. She is gathering strength, Is divine grace like a tide? No, this is the torrent preparing for the end of days. The roar of engines rends the tranquility of the coastal highway as a fiery red supercar speeds past. In the driver's seat, Chun Jin donned sunglasses, a smirk of irreverence playing on his lips. He ardently indulged in his whims, extravagantly squandering his wealth on luxurious cars, exquisite timepieces, and lavish banquets, all in pursuit of captivating the fairer sex. Yet, where were the beautiful women? Chun Jin murmured as he surveyed the desolate beach, wondering how a BMW could suffice without the company of alluring ladies. Just as he contemplated leaving, a splash of vibrant color caught his eye. At an outdoors CAF by the sea, a woman was savoring her tea alone, clad in a simple white dress. The sea breeze accentuated her graceful figure, while her chestnut curls cascaded over her shoulders. Her finely chiseled profile, illuminated by the sun, resembled a work of art, exuding elegance. Chun Jin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a deft maneuver, his sports car came to a halt beside the CAF. He removed his sunglasses, revealing his handsome, carefree visage, and approached her. "Excuse me," he said, flashing a self-assured smile he deemed irresistible. "It seems you're the only one here who truly appreciates tranquility. Would you mind sharing a table? This one is on me." He gestured towards a coffee cup in her hand, his wristwatch glimmering with diamonds as he moved. The woman lifted her gaze, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of well-timed surprise as they danced over Chun Jin and the sports car behind him. A fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flashed in her eyes before it melted into a gentle, bashful smile. Of course, it's been rather quiet lately. Her name was Zhou Tingting, and the ensuing hours unfolded like the script of Chun Jin's dreams. Zhou Tingting spoke with grace and depth of knowledge, occasionally listening to Chun Jin's extravagant tales of adventure, her laughter elicited by his deliberate humor, her gaze imbued with admiration and allure. The subtle fragrance of her perfume, mingling with the aroma of coffee and the sea breeze, tugged at Chun Jin's heartstrings. Love at first sight? Chun Jin scoffed inwardly. Yet Zhou Tingting was undeniably distinct from the women he had encountered previously. She possessed a purity and enigmatic charm that stirred feelings within him, a variant of his desire to conquer. Thus, the onslaught of wealth commenced. Chun Jin escorted her to the finest restaurants, chartered yachts, and offered her a view of the night skyline from a presidential suite, presenting her with exquisite jewels. Zhou Tingting accepted with a mix of surprise and shyness, her eyes gradually brimming with affection. Immersed in the illusion of being enveloped by true love, Chun Jin remained oblivious as his fortune dwindled rapidly. Chun Jin, there's a remarkable investment opportunity orchestrated by my uncle, guaranteed to yield profits. Though the entry threshold is somewhat steep, Zhou Tingting whispered sweetly as she nestled in his embrace after dinner. "How much?" he inquired, emboldened by alcohol and beauty. "It requires 2 million for circulation, and it will swiftly return with interest." Zhou Tingting's eyes sparkled with anticipation and trust. "A mere trifle," Chun Jin replied without hesitation, transferring the funds. However, after receiving the money, her demeanor shifted subtly. Days later, Zhou Tingting suggested a private retreat to a secluded cliffside villa by the sea. Blinded by love, Chun Jin eagerly acquiesced. The villa sat isolated atop the cliff, cut off from civilization. Once again ensnared in a web of desire, Chun Jin drank a sleep-inducing red wine and succumbed to slumber. Yet, a searing pain in his abdomen jolted him awake. Zhou Tingting's exquisite visage now radiated cold malice and greed, her hand clutching a peculiar dagger glimmering with an eerie blue sheen, which had already pierced his belly. By the bedside stood 3 menacing figures, one of whom clutched Chun Jin's wallet and car keys. "You all suffer from excruciating pain accompanied by violent rage. In your next life, may you not be so foolish yet so affluent," Zhou Tingting pronounced coldly, suddenly drawing her blade, ready to strike. 3 men with sinister grins lunged forward, wielding ethereal blue daggers that emitted energy fluctuations specifically designed to bypass psychic defenses. "Ah!" Chun Jin clutched his wound, his eyes instantly engulfed by a tempest of azure fury. The first burly man charged directly at him, only to be seized by an invisible force. With the sound of shattering bones, he was crushed, flesh and entrails splattering everywhere. The second man, horrified, lost his grip on the dagger, which hurled toward Qinjin. Mid-flight, it collided with an unseen wall of wind, instantly disintegrating into metallic powder, scattered in the air. The third man, clutching a set of keys, turned to flee towards the door, but his body was violently torn apart by the hurricane's relentless rage. Splatter. His body was gruesomely dismembered, blood raining down. Within 3 seconds, the room transformed into a hellish slaughterhouse. Zhou Tingting trembled uncontrollably, fear extinguishing her murderous intent, disbelief consuming her. A monster. She screamed, turning to flee. Planning to escape? Qinjin's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the abyss. The abdominal wound, suppressed by his psychic abilities, ceased to bleed, while deceit, betrayal, and murder ignited the flames of annihilation deep within his soul. Zhou Tingting was lifted by an unseen force, crashing down at Qinjin's feet, her dagger slipping from her grasp. Do you cherish wealth? Qinjin loomed above her, his gaze filled solely with the desire for destruction. The corner safe, brimming with cash, was sliced open by invisible wind blades. Countless blood-stained bills were swept up by the hurricane, forming a tornado of currency within the room. Ah, spare me. Do not kill me. Zhou Tingting shrieked in terror. Spare you? Yet you wish to end my life. Qinjin grinned savagely. Did you not consider that in your attempt to slay me, you might meet your own demise? Zhou Tingting cried out, raising her identification badge. Wait. My uncle is from a Gao family. If you kill me, he will certainly not let you go. Qinjin hesitated, pondering what the Gao family was. Suddenly, he recalled having heard the name before, though the details eluded him. Qinjin tapped his ear. Never mind. What does it matter who belongs to which family? If you wish to kill me, be prepared to face death yourself. Subsequently, amidst Zhou Tingting's despairing gaze, he raised his hand, a whirlwind erupting, sweeping up a mass of bills. Do not kill me. But the storm of currency relentlessly bore down upon Zhou Tingting. Countless paper notes transformed into razor-sharp blades. PFFT, 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 PFFT. The sound of relentless slicing filled the air. The white dress and skin were instantaneously shredded. Blood gushed forth. Screams of terror were drowned out by the cacophony of slicing blades and the fluttering of bills. The tempest subsided, leaving a haunting silence. Shredded currency mingled with flesh and bone, thickly carpeting the room. Zhou Tingting and her companions vanished, leaving behind an indistinguishable mass of blood and paper pulp. Qinjin stood amidst the pool of blood, his suit soiled. He gazed at his bloodied hands, surveying the scene he had orchestrated. A dull ache throbbed in his stabbed abdomen, while the betrayal of his own heart felt even more agonizing. Yet, the exhilarating thrill of destruction coursed through his veins, prompting him to laugh uproariously. Ha ha ha! Blissful, truly exhilarating. This is how one should deal with wicked women. His laughter echoed amidst the carnage. He retrieved his blood-stained phone, gazing intently at the recipient's account name displayed in the transaction records, a tempest of fury igniting once more in his eyes. His uncle. You say? Patience. We shall address each matter in turn. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his smile reminiscent of a malevolent specter. The sea breeze swept in, rustling the scattered, blood-soaked fragments of banknotes strewn across the ground, failing to disperse the lingering scent of violence and madness. Tin Yun turned, stepping into the moonlight outside, leaving behind a grave forged from human lives and wealth. Chapter 30. The Maiden of Tiandao Palace. The streets of Kyoto, Japan, are enveloped in an almost morbid sense of order. The morning light sweeps across the dry landscape gardens, as office workers bow with precision akin to that measured by protractor, and the bento boxes in convenience stores are arranged like ammunition in an arsenal. A colossal electronic news screen incessantly broadcasts the dire situation in Dongxia. Natural disasters ravage the imperial capital. The incompetence of the Dongxia government laid bare. Below, a barrage of comments scrolls relentlessly. Delightful. Dongxia has met its fate. Next in line is the Western Star Federation. Our Japan reigns supreme in Asia. Yet, what if those monsters turn their gaze towards us? Such unfounded fears. Our nation's defensive barrier is as solid as a fortress. As long as the calamities do not reach Japan, all shall be well. The gloating visages reveal a certain frivolous cruelty. Tiandao Palace, a landmark of Kyoto, looms with its immense white tower casting shadows in the northern suburbs. The stained glass glimmers under the sun, casting a sanctified glow. Inscribed in golden letters above the entrance are the words of compassion and sanctuary. Within, however, lies a cold, precise, hope-devouring mill of flesh and blood. Miss Chitose Sakura sits cross-legged in her small room, barely accommodating a narrow bed and a low table. On the table lies her entire meal for the day, a plate of cold salt-cured salmon and half a bowl of congealed miso soup. The walls are bare, with the sole decoration being a massive electronic screen beside the metal access door displaying the code of conduct for abilities users. The third rule, in glaring crimson letters, repeatedly emphasizes prohibition of unauthorized contact with external objects. Miss Chitose, it is time for combat. The emotionless, synthetic voice from the speaker above shatters the silence. She rises silently, her delicate, pale fingers unconsciously brushing against the cold, alloy window sill. There, lodged, is a withered, darkened cherry blossom petal, blown in by the wind at an unknown time, her only connection to the outside world within this cage. The corridor resembles a sterile beehive, pure white, cold, with a metallic sheen. On either side are heavy alloy doors, each imprisoning a weapon known as an abilities user. Occasionally, a door silently slides open, revealing a twisted figure in a wheelchair, the skin exhibiting an eerie pallor, or a huddled shape with blindfolded eyes and a collar pulsating with a ghostly blue light, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Medical staff clad in white coats hurriedly push carts laden with cold instruments, the rubber wheels squeaking against the polished tiles, shattering the last remnants of thin humanity within this prison. In the full-length mirror of the changing room, a cold humanoid weapon poised for battle stares back. The black suit with golden trims clings tightly to her slender frame, which harbors the power of destruction, and at her waist, two slender, glistening katana hang. Exudinga Shirinyoha, beneath the exposed nape of her neck. A metallic interface the size of a coin was deeply embedded in her cervical skin, extending delicate, spiderweb-like circuits of pale blue bioelectricity that seemed to meld with her raven black hair. This marked her 47th extermination mission. The cold voice of her instructor crackled through the miniature communicator, delivering the target. The back alleys of Kabukicho in Shinjuku, where the Red Serpent, an illegal association of psychics, posed a threat classified as Level B. For this mission, the use of judgment is permitted. Understood. Sakura Chidori's response was calm and devoid of emotion, betraying not a hint of sentiment. Only her heart, encased in a frigid shell, tightened uncontrollably at the mention of judgment, sending a familiar, sharp pang coursing through her chest. The back alleys of Kabukicho were shadows where sunlight could never penetrate. The air was thick with the acrid stench of decaying refuse, the cloying sweetness of cheap perfume, and the miasma of vomit. The Red Serpent thugs, recently having plundered a 24-hour convenience store, were in a state of euphoric frenzy. They laughed maniacally as they hurled stolen sake bottles against the walls, the shattering glass and splattering liquid mirroring their unrestrained desires. Fiery, crimson orbs erupted against the filthy walls, and a brawny man, muscles as solid as rock, twisted a bicycle into a pretzel with his bare hands. The chaotic bursts of psychic energy clawed at the already tenuous darkness of the night, as if wild beasts were unleashed. Sakura's silhouette floated into view, akin to a withered leaf swept away by the chill wind, silently descending at the alley's entrance. Her katana remained sheathed, not having been drawn even a fraction. She merely raised her right hand, fingers slightly splayed, palm directed towards the frenzied figures within the alley. Judgment. A resonating hum instantly rent the air. In the void, a pure white spear of light, exceeding 10 meters in length, abruptly coalesced into existence. Its blinding radiance cleaved through the darkness of the alley like a blade, adorned with thorny crimson veins. wherever it passed. The air warped under searing heat, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain. This radiance bore an unwavering, absolute will, a decree of life's annihilation. It's a dog of the heavenly path. The leader of the thugs bellowed, his eyes bulging with rage, his lava-like crimson fists surging with destructive heat as he roared towards the spear. Hiss! The spear did not melt the lava, but wielded a more fundamental power of obliteration, instantly stripping away the vitality contained within the molten arm. The searing, magma-like limb crumbled into lifeless, ashen debris the moment it touched the spear. The spear's momentum remained unrelenting, akin to a blade of divine retribution, effortlessly piercing through the leader's chest. His expression froze. How could this be? There was no violent explosion, no molten concrete. Only the leader, impaled by the spear, visibly withered in the sacred white light. In less than a second, all vitality was drained from him, leaving behind a hunched, desiccated corpse with a charred, carbonized exterior. The residual force of the spear pinned him firmly against the wall, preserving the expression of horror etched upon his face in death. Run! It's Amaterasu! The remaining ruffians, upon recognizing the figure before them, were instantly gripped by a profound terror that overwhelmed all else. It was too late. Qian Dao Ying's left hand unfurled like a lotus blossom, summoning forth a second spear, then a third. More pure, white light spears silently coalesced around her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears, akin to the harbingers of death, soared forth with the intent to strip away life. One ruffian, attempting to conjure a metallic shield, felt a spear graze his arm. He watched in horror as the color drained from his limb, transforming it into a pallid, desiccated appendage. His desperate wail was abruptly silenced, his body collapsing like withered wood. No, do not kill me. Another screamed, trying to meld into the shadows, only to be pierced through the chest by a light spear with unerring precision. He barely had time to utter a cry before his body shriveled and withered in flight, collapsing into a charred, lifeless form. The last man, in a fit of despair, activated his earth-shifting abilities, yet as half his body sank into the ground. A pursuing spear struck with the force of thunder, piercing deep beneath the surface. There was no violent reaction, only a grim, grayish pallor spreading across the ground, a harbinger of life's complete cessation. The earth beneath him instantly lost all vitality, the soil turning into a lifeless, hardened crust. 15 seconds. Those in the command room witnessed this scene, their lips parched. The power of judgment, no matter how many times one observes it, instills fear. Thankfully, this power belongs solely to our Tian Dao Palace. It is the enemy who should tremble. Truly, as the mightiest Amaterasu, fulfilling a B-grade mission with such ease. Scattered across the ground were the lifeless remnants, fragile and gray, alongside thoroughly carbonized corpses. The air was thick with a chilling void, the scent of life forcibly extinguished. As the pure white light dissipated, it left behind a realm utterly cleansed, steeped in lifelessness. Qian Dao gradually lowered her hands. The cold moonlight streamed through the crevices of towering edifices, illuminating her pallid, almost translucent visage. A thick, inky black blood oozed slowly from her left ear, meandering down her porcelain skin and dripping onto the cold shoulder armor of her combat attire. Amaterasu is compromised. Immediate recovery required, shouted the personnel responsible for the aftermath. Springing into action, the power of judgment was indeed formidable, capable of directly depriving less powerful foes of their lives. This ability, bordering on the realm of rules, was undeniably potent, yet its cost was equally great. With each invocation of judgment to strip away life, it felt as though a source of vitality within her was being insidiously eroded, tainted, and decayed. Deep within the regenerative unit of Tian Dao Palace, resembling a colossal, upright metal coffin, a faint, cold light emanated. Routine check for being conducted on Amaterasu. Nurses busily calibrated various instruments. Qian Dao's bare form was submerged in a viscous, pale green nutrient solution, with dozens of tubes, akin to cold serpents, piercing her arms, spine, and temples. Her body was adorned with a sprawling network of black patterns, reminiscent of spider silk, extending from her delicate fingertips to her exquisite collarbone. These markings writhed subtly under the dim light of the nutrient solution, as if imbued with life. More unsettlingly, through her pale skin, the blood could be perceived as a foreboding shade of inky black. The backlash of the judgmental abilities intensified. Outside the glass wall, researchers clad in white coats scrutinized the data of Chitose Sakura's body. The accumulation of necrotic blood had surpassed the threshold, with the primary areas of decay located in the spine, liver, and left kidney. The overall blood activity had plummeted to perilous levels, necessitating immediate blood replacement. A cold mechanical arm precisely pierced the metallic interface embedded in the flesh at the nape of her neck, along with the vascular access points in her elbows. Hiss! A thick drainage tube was instantly filled with viscous blood, resembling tar, exuding a pungent blend of rust and decay. Chitose Sakura's body convulsed uncontrollably in the frigid nutrient solution. As the last remnants of foul black blood were siphoned away, her body nearly slumped into the icy liquid, her breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Once the black blood was extracted, the blood replacement apparatus was connected. The voice of the white-coated personnel was devoid of warmth. Subsequently, another set of tubing was attached. Gurgle, gurgle. Vivid red blood was forcefully injected into her cold veins by a high-pressure pump. This life-giving essence did not bring warmth, but rather an excruciating agony akin to millions of burning steel needles coursing through her vessels. A primal, suppressed whimper erupted from the depths of Chitose Sakura's throat. The pain surged like a tsunami, threatening to drown her fragile consciousness. She lay lifelessly on the cold transfer bed, akin to a meticulously crafted weapon that had been brutally repaired. Blood replacement completed. The transfer to the safe room commenced. The staff executed their orders with merciless efficiency. The sound of metal rollers echoed through the desolate corridor, where colossal murals depicted so-called benevolent angels adorned the walls. Those angels, with drooping wings and indistinct faces, bore hollow gazes akin to omnipresent surveillance cameras. The transfer bed halted before a cell door no larger than 6 tatami mats. The alloy door slid silently to one side, severing the last flicker of light and sound from the outside world. Chitose Sakura curled up in the impenetrable darkness behind the door, huddled into a tight ball. The only sound was the slow, heavy beat of her heart within her chest. She gazed at the small window before her. This was her solitary, fragile connection to the isolated world beyond. Outside, the neon lights of Kyoto still shimmered, illuminating a facade of revelry and illusion. Faintly, the indistinct sound of news broadcasts filtered through, laced with a deliberate cheerfulness. Natural disasters wreak havoc in the east, causing global astonishment. Yet our Yamato remains orderly and stable, a testament to our divine protection. Within the cramped cell, only the girl, as stifled. Broken breaths could be heard, akin to the last cherry blossom futilely blooming in the cold wind, awaiting its inevitable demise. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded. "Do you wish to escape this cage?" The sound, though not loud, resonated like a thunderclap, exploding within Qian Dao Ying's heart. Chapter 31. The enigmatic woman Kanzaki Sakura gazed at the secure door, accessible only to the staff and her father. Beyond it lay the source of the sounds. The alloy door slid open silently, particles of light dancing in the frigid air. A man stood at the threshold, clad in a sharply tailored black trench coat, his visage obscured by a silver mask. The stark white light from the corridor's ceiling cast a glow, revealing only a hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. Detection of a person with an extremely compatible disaster ability. It is advised that the host bestow the ability of annihilation upon this individual. Suye's gaze fell upon her, scrutinizing. It was the first time he had heard the system suggest such a thing. The girl must possess something extraordinary. The fourth type of disaster ability was Annihilation, which Su Yi had acquired after amassing reward points following the encirclement battle. It had taken an eternity to finally encounter someone compatible. Kanzaki Sakura was equally observing him. The coldness of the mask and the elegance of the trench coat could not conceal the aura emanating from him, one that sent shivers through the very soul. It was dangerous, yet akin to the only lifeline a drowning person could grasp. As Suyi stepped forward, the door closed behind him, seemingly isolating them from another realm. The gates of Tiandao Palace were known for their one-way passage. Suye's voice broke the silence, deep and resonant, each word falling like icy beads upon the metallic floor. Leaving would exact a price. Kanzaki Sakura did not inquire about the cost. She merely nodded slowly, yet resolutely. Though it was their first encounter, there was no hesitation. The price? What cost could outweigh this ceaseless cage of despair? Her thoughts surged like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Tianzhao was the codename bestowed upon her by the palace master, a heavy shackle to bear. She was the sharpest blade of Tiandao Palace, capable of annihilating any foe. Yet, this power was akin to honey laced with poison. Each use of her ability brought forth excruciating pain that tore at her nerves. A backlash from the intense rejection of her formidable powers against her mortal flesh. What was even more lethal was the life-sustaining serum, which controlled the rejection response. Held tightly in the hands of her father, the palace master. The world beyond the window was vast and infinitely beautiful, yet it bore no significance for her. She felt like a meticulously polished doll placed within a crystal box, gleaming, fragile, utterly devoid of vitality. Monotonous? No, it was a profound void, stripped of all sensation, where even pain became numbed. She had witnessed some companions who, upon arrival, might have harbored fear, anger, or despair, but swiftly succumbed to the same empty stillness that consumed her. Their bodies would be implanted with various instruments, infused with colorful serums, emitting inhuman wails, only to vanish quietly without a trace. No one knew where they went, as if they had never existed. For Kanzaki Sakura, occasional missions felt like fleeting moments of fresh air for a prisoner. She had glimpsed the vibrant tapestry of human life, the balloons chased by children on the streets, couples nestled on park benches, the aroma of food wafting from alleys. Those vivid sensations pierced her cold heart like countless needles. If she had known nothing of it, perhaps it would have been a blessing. The cherry blossom of Thousand Islands possesses the capacity to effortlessly distort and shatter a towering skyscraper, yet remains powerless to reach out and touch a butterfly fluttering by. This stark contrast gives rise to a suffocating sense of absurdity. What chills her even further is the gaze of her father, which grows increasingly unsettling with each passing day. It no longer scrutinizes weaponry. Instead, it embodies a twisted amalgamation of greed, possession, and desire. Though she cannot fathom the true meaning behind that gaze, she is acutely aware that it portends dire consequences. Escape? That thought has burgeoned wildly through countless agonizing nights, each one grinding painfully against her nerves. Yet, she finds herself unable to flee. Each instance of her powers spiraling out of control leaves her in a state of weakness, reliant on the frigid blue serum coursing through her veins. Departing from the Temple of Heaven without the serum to counteract the effects would result in her body disintegrating in a violent rejection. Power serves as a prison, while the serum acts as chains. Amaterasu is merely a decaying, domesticated offering suspended in the clouds. Suye's fingertips stirred slightly, and an invisible force field enveloped the entire safe room in an instant. So, his voice remained calm and unperturbed as he raised his right hand over the crown of Thousand Islands Cherry's head. No inquiries were made, nor was there any hesitation. Thousand Islands Cherry closed her eyes, akin to a sacrificial lamb preparing for the unknown judgment. Boom! What erupted was not merely sound, but the thunderous roar of a soul being torn asunder. The formless torrent was exponentially more violent than anything simulated within the experimental chamber of the Temple of Heaven, instantly penetrating every limb and sinew of Thousand Islands Cherry. The fluid surging through her veins felt no longer like blood, but rather a venom capable of corrupting all. Her bones groaned under the immense pressure, and every nerve ending screamed in madness, conveying a pain potent enough to obliterate consciousness. Ugh! The wretched howls, suppressed for far too long, finally broke free from her throat their pitch piercingly anguished. Her body convulsed violently, as if repeatedly struck by high-voltage currents. Beneath her skin, a deep crimson glow radiated outward, flowing sinuously and tracing an otherworldly totem. Her raven hair, as if dipped in dye, began to visibly fade from the roots, transforming into a fiery crimson. Even her eyes mirrored this transformation, becoming a vivid scarlet. The shackles of the past shattered. The lingering pain and weakness from prolonged backlash of her powers, akin to remnants cast into a furnace, swiftly dissolved. The torment persisted, seemingly without end. Yet, Thousand Islands Cherry bit down hard on her lower lip, tasting the iron-like sweetness of rust. She could distinctly sense that something deeper, something more fundamental, was being reshaped within her. It was an unprecedented sense of completeness. As her nearly collapsing consciousness seized a moment to breathe, the intense pain receded like a tide. What remained was a profound exhaustion born anew, coupled with a surge of power emanating from the very essence of life itself. Suyi observed these transformations from the side, noting that her hair color and physical recovery mirrored that of the second subject. The only difference lay in one turning blue and the other red, likely related to the distinct nature of their acquired calamity powers. Thousand Islands Cherry gasped for breath, beads of sweat sliding down her brow. She lifted her hand, her fingertips now steady. Her gaze swept across the fiery cascade of her newly reborn red hair, draping over her shoulders, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing her eyes. As Katanda Sakura became aware of her own transformation, her expression was filled with disbelief, utterly unable to fathom the changes she had undergone, as if she were ensnared in a dream. After all, her body had not only regained its health, but the small devices within her had vanished entirely, a phenomenon that could only be described as miraculous. Supporting her feeble body, she struggled to rise. Just as she was about to speak, Katanda Sakura hurriedly pressed her lips together, sensing the immense power within her stirring. This meant that uttering a word could unleash annihilative abilities, potentially endangering the very person who had come to her aid. In silence, she approached Sui, extending her delicate fingers to grasp his right hand, gently and earnestly inscribing the words "thank you" in the palm of his broad hand. The cool sensation from his palm made him lower his gaze, a barely perceptible arch of his brow betraying his curiosity. Unable to speak, his tone revealed no emotion. Katanda Sakura shook her head, writing again in his palm with a newfound caution born of her power, danger. Sui's gaze sharpened, resting on her crimson eyes, which had shed their despair, now radiating a pure, fiery sense of strength. Danger? The first reaction from someone who had just endured a ritual of power capable of shattering an ordinary person was to warn him of peril. Sui could fully control his abilities, but that did not imply that others shared the same capacity. In an instant, a clear thought struck him. Her powers, during that furnace-like metamorphosis, must have transcended the bounds of reason. Yet, with great power comes an inherent duality. The very fact that she might not fully master this sudden, transformed strength was precisely why she issued the warning. Granting Katanda Sakura the ability of natural disasters had altered many aspects from before, bringing forth numerous surprises. A low, rich chuckle escaped Sui's throat. He seized her wrist with an undeniable grip, as if uncovering a rare treasure, infused with a sense of playful control. You are indeed an intriguing woman. The cold alloy door slid open once more, revealing not the desolate corridors of the heavenly Tao Palace, but a night sky alive with the vibrant glow of city lights and the essence of freedom. Sui took her hand, stepping forward. "Let us go, number 4. His voice mingled with the night breeze, declaring that this prison was unworthy of her new name. Katanda Sakura cast a final glance back at the heavenly Tao Palace. That cold prison suspended in the clouds. A cherry blossom petal, having drifted in unbeknownst to her, was stirred by an invisible breeze, gently trembling as it broke free from the metallic confines. It twirled gracefully, silently ascending into the vast and uncharted night sky. A new calamity had already been born. Deep within the heavenly Tao Palace, in a chamber filled with intricate surveillance screens, the blaring alarm was abruptly silenced. On the massive main screen, the last frame before the alloy door closed froze, Sui's indifferent silhouette departing, alongside Katanda Sakura's hair, a striking red that burned like fire under the harsh fluorescent lights. The ethereal blue luminescence of the screen illuminated a visage contorted by profound shock and fury. He was none other than by Yang Jianren, the revered leader of the Tiandao Palace, a figure whom all within the palace affectionately regarded as a paternal presence. Yang Jianren fixated intently on the blinding red displayed on the screen, his fingers deeply embedded in the luxurious leather armrest, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound as he exerted pressure. Red-haired Amaterasu. No, the color was inconsequential. What mattered was that Amaterasu had inexplicably vacated the safe house. A hoarse growl rumbled in his throat, his eyes swirling with incredulous rage interspersed with a tinge of fear that even he was unaware of. Who is it? Who dared to tamper with my key? His gaze abruptly darted to the lower right corner of the screen, where the status of the temperature-controlled medicine box was displayed, revealing half a vial of the ethereal blue serum lying still and undisturbed. This indicated that Saintess Sakura had not administered the final life-prolonging injection. Without the serum to suppress the backlash, she should have been unable to act due to her powers rebounding. Investigate, he bellowed frantically into the communicator, his voice reverberating through the expansive chamber, mobilizing all resources. Issue an underground bounty. Bring her back to me. And that man, I demand he pay the most excruciating price. Chapter 32. Is it your turn to oppose, you creatures? Kyoto, the capital of Japan, stands as both the political and economic nucleus of the nation, boasting a resident population exceeding 10 million. Rather than merely a city, it is more accurately described as an urban expanse. The entire metropolis functions like a colossal clock, with each individual acting as a minute cog. The tick of the second hand resonating with the pace of human activity. In the early morning, Kyoto is shrouded in a delicate mist, the vapors of the Kamo River rising ethereally, and the cobblestone paths glistening with dewdrops. Sui stands at the bridge's edge, the hem of his trench coat fluttering in the gentle breeze, while his silver mask gleams with a cool hue beneath the hazy light. Beside him, Saintess Sakura resembles a fawn venturing into the forest for the first time, each step imbued with a sense of wonder. Her flowing crimson hair resembles flickering flames, caressing her porcelain neck and gracefully sculpted shoulders in the soft wind. Leaning slightly forward, she cautiously touches a bead of condensation resting upon the stone railing. With a soft plop, the droplet bursts, the coolness wetting her fingertip. She quickly retracts her hand, her crimson eyes widening in surprise, then purses her lips, swiftly extracting a marker and a piece of cardboard from her canvas bag, scribbling several crooked yet earnest characters. Cool. Sui glances down at the cardboard, the corners of his lips barely twitching beneath the mask. He remains silent, merely stepping forward along the riverbank. Saintess Sakura immediately follows, her canvas bag swinging at her side, filled with treasures she has collected along the way. A fragmented blue glass marble, a flyer adorned with a lucky cat, and various uniquely shaped fallen leaves. To her, the world is a tapestry of enigmas waiting to be unraveled. As the sun rises higher, the air begins to warm with the early summer's embrace. Sui leads her to an open-air CAF nestled beneath a long corridor adorned with blooming wisteria. The shade cast by the umbrellas creates inviting circles of coolness. Saintess Sakura orders an ice cream parfait drizzled with amber caramel and bright red strawberries. She tilts her head slightly, strands of red hair falling beside her cheeks, accentuating the delicate lines of her profile, her skin nearly translucent in the sunlight. She savors the treat, each spoonful of icy sweetness causing her to squint in delight. Her crimson eyes sparkling and her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Seated across from her, Sui orders only a glass of ice water. At that moment, a large screen in the square broadcasts news, the anchor's expression grave. Breaking news. The Enforcement Bureau is urgently searching for the assailant responsible for the assassination of the former Prime Minister 2 days ago. The perpetrator is a young male, approximately 175 centimeters tall, wearing gray overalls and a cap during the incident. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant. If you spot any suspicious individuals, please call the hotline displayed at the bottom of the screen. Those providing valuable leads will be rewarded handsomely. The footage flickers through blurry surveillance images and photographs of police cordons. Chitose Sakura watches the screen, then glances back at the silent Su-Yi, her gaze lingering on the cold silver mask he wears. Setting down her spoon, she picks up her pen, hastily jotting down words in her sketchbook before turning it around and hesitantly sliding it toward him. The cardboard bears her somewhat clumsy handwriting. You wearing this looks like a suspicious person. Su-Ye's gaze shifts between the awkward script and the girl's earnest, albeit slightly anxious. Crimson eyes. A rare flicker of astonishment grazed his eyes. Su-Yi fell silent for a brief moment, then suddenly raised his hand. The class made a soft sound as the silver mask was decisively removed. The surrounding air seemed to pause for an instant. The owner of the cold drink shop forgot to stir the ice in his cup, while a few female students at the adjacent table choked on their pearls, sending them back to the bottom of their cups, followed by a few low gasps of surprise. Sunlight kissed his face without obstruction. His stern brow cast deep shadows. The bridge of his nose was as sharp as a blade, and his jawline was clear and formidable. His slightly pursed lips bore no trace of a smile. Yet the breathtaking beauty of his almost ethereal features exuded a captivating power. Most alluring were his fathomless eyes, now shimmering with a hint of light, reflecting the pure and unblemished face of the girl before him. Chit Sakura, with her crimson eyes, gazed unwaveringly. After a few seconds, she lowered her head, the nib of her pen gliding across the cardboard with a soft, rustling sound, before she raised it high. So handsome. It was direct, unembellished, and as natural as a child pointing out the blue sky. A faint chuckle escaped him, a nearly imperceptible smile blossoming at the corners of Su-Ye's lips. He pinched the cold silver mask between his fingers and casually tossed it into the depths of his canvas bag, never to wear it again. The sunlight fell upon his true visage, and the once overwhelming chill seemed to dissipate slightly, adding an air of inscrutable allure. "Let us go," he said, his voice still deep, yet imbued with an indescribable warmth. The removal of the mask was akin to shedding an invisible barrier. In the ensuing journey, Chit Sakura's steps appeared to lighten, as Kyoto transformed into a playground of exploration. Money? Su-Ye's trench coat pocket seemed to connect to an endless space, effortlessly producing a thick stack of bills. With the funds he provided, she traversed from the taiyaki shop to the century-old pastry store, from capsule toy machines to the fortune-telling stalls at the shrine, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Amidst the bustling crowd of Nishiki Market, she held a sizzling takoyaki, gasping as it burned her, yet reluctant to set it down. Her crimson eyes reflected the flickering flames and glistening oil of the stall, as she drew a teary, smiley face on the cardboard. Hot, delicious. Su-Yi leaned against the pillar of a nearby condiment stall, watching her awkwardly blow on the food, and could not help but reminisce, as the tranquil darkness in his eyes seemed to be tinged with a faint warmth from the mundane joys of life. The steps of Kaimizu Temple were long. Chit Sakura, with her remarkable stamina, moved briskly, yet she deliberately stepped extra on the edge of each stone step, savoring the subtle sensations beneath her feet. Before the vermilion Neo Gate, she clumsily imitated the worshippers, clapping her hands, bowing, tossing a coin, and then neatly inscribing on a wooden plaque with a marker, "I hope to eat ice cream every day." Beside her writing, she sketched a simple ice cream cone. Su-Ye's gaze lingered on that plaque for a moment. The absurd dissonance between a member of the apocalypse sequence and a wish for ice cream struck a strangely harmonious chord. The turning point arrived at a street-side shop of traditional Japanese attire. The wooden sign was gently struck by a wind chime, producing a crisp sound. The interior of the shop was bathed in soft light, adorned with an array of colorful yukatas and modern kimonos. The proprietress, a plump middle-aged woman, instantly brightened at the sight of the two newcomers. "Oh my!" she exclaimed, eagerly approaching them, her gaze flitting between Su-Yi and Qianshan Ying's striking crimson hair. "Welcome. You two are truly a match made in heaven." With her hands clasped together, she beamed broadly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Miss, your red hair is so unique, reminiscent of a blazing dawn, paired with the gentleman's charisma Oh dear, a couple blessed by the gods. Here to honeymoon in Kyoto, I presume? We have the latest couples yukatas that would perfectly complement you both. Qianshan blinked in bewilderment, clearly not grasping the terms match made in heaven or honeymoon, yet the notion of being a couple resonated with her. She glanced at Su Yi for guidance. He offered no explanation, merely gestured towards the myriad of garments displayed. Choose what you like. This was undoubtedly a tacit approval. Immediately, Qianshan dove into the sea of clothing. She caressed the silky satin and soft cotton linen, her crimson eyes shimmering with pure delight. Ultimately, she halted before a long dress in a gradient hue. The base was a tranquil indigo, gradually lightening from the waist down to a pristine moon white, with delicate cherry blossom patterns embroidered in silver thread at the hem, evoking the sense of moonlight flowing as it swayed. Clutching the dress, her eyes radiated unabashed affection as she scribbled on a cardboard, like the river at night. The proprietress beamed. "Miss, you have exquisite taste. This is cherry blossom under the moon, tranquil and romantic, perfectly suited for a beauty as unique and ethereal as you." When Qianshan emerged from the fitting room donned in the cherry blossom under the moon, the air itself seemed to hold its breath for a moment. Already in natural beauty, her scars now healed, she radiated an unreserved allure in the indigo gown. The deep blue and moon white exquisitely highlighted her porcelain skin and flame-like red hair, creating a breathtaking contrast of serenity and fervor. Su Ye's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he promptly handed over cash to purchase the dress. "A perfect match," the proprietress exclaimed while wrapping the old garments. "As you two walk the streets, the rate of people turning their heads will undoubtedly be 200%. Her words soon proved prophetic. Stepping out of the shop, Qianshan in her new gown walked beside Su Yi, clad in a dark trench coat, one with hair like fire, embodying an innocent naivety amidst her cool demeanor. The other, tall and poised, with features so perfect they bordered on surreal. Yet his gaze was unfathomably deep. The striking clash of colors and contrasting airs cast an undeniable focal point on the ancient streets of Kyoto, immediately attracting attention. Look, don't they look like they stepped out of a comic book?" A group of high school girls gasped, covering their mouths in excitement. "Oh my, are they stars or models? Is that red hair real? It looks so natural. How can they be so stunning? And that guy is incredibly handsome. Such a strong presence." They lamented, "What a divine pairing. Mom, I've witnessed the ultimate visual feast." Many marveled, captivated by the couple's beauty and charisma. While some gazed with envy and longing, naturally, others harbored jealousy and resentment. Alas, what purpose does mere beauty serve if one appears unfit for the trials of life? Indeed, that woman's hair is dyed in a manner reminiscent of a rebellious youth, feigning innocence. How absurd to feel envy. They are a match made in heaven. And who are you, a mere grotesque, to oppose them? Undeniably, they possess the means, that charisma, that physique. An ordinary person could not hope to attain such grace in several lifetimes. Yearning, astonishment, jealousy, speculation, and an undercurrent of unease. A myriad of gazes and whispers enveloped them like a finely woven net from all directions. Yet, Chitose Sakura remained blissfully unaware of these stares, her attention captivated by a snoozing calico cat by the roadside. She crouched down and gently prodded its ear with the edge of a cardboard piece. Sui, on the other hand, feigned indifference, accustomed as he was to being at the eye of the storm. What did a few murmurs amount to? As dusk settled and the city lights began to twinkle, the two found themselves seated on the outdoor terrace of a riverside izakaya by the Kamo River. The table was adorned with freshly grilled eel rice, a platter of golden, crispy tempura, and the strawberry daifuku that Chitose insisted upon ordering. The river mirrored the glowing lanterns from either bank, while the evening breeze carried the tantalizing aroma of food mingled with the faint notes of a shamisen. Chitose scooped a spoonful of eel rice, her focus unwavering as she brought the sauce-coated morsel to her lips, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she drew a large smiley face on the cardboard. Sui, his fingers delicately grasping a sake cup, observed the contentment radiating from the girl's face as she savored her meal. The clamor of the outside world seemed to fade. Isolated beyond the shimmering surface of the Kamo, as distant as another realm. As the night deepened, the lights outlined the silhouette of Kyoto Tower. In a narrow, cluttered alleyway, rainwater pooled in the uneven ground, reflecting a flickering, faulty street lamp above. A youth, huddled in a corner and swathed in a tattered jacket, trembled as he set down his cheap bottle of alcohol, his murky gaze fixated on a fleeting shadow at the alley's mouth. Without hesitation, he dialed a number. In another dimly lit room, filled with monitors and communication devices, the sharp ring of a telephone pierced the air. A weary man, adorned with a headset, snatched up the receiver. "What? You say you found a lead?" His fingers danced across the keyboard, the glow of the screen illuminating the cold sweat on his brow. A cryptic message, marked with a glaring red, surged through the invisible network, piercing the soft, languid night of Kyoto, swiftly uploading. At that moment, the breeze by the Kamo River carried a barely perceptible chill. Chapter 33. How to Deal with Social Trash. The night in Kyoto was illuminated by countless lights. As the Kamo River mirrored the flowing lanterns along its banks, resembling a river strewn with stardust, Chitose Sakura moved with a buoyancy that bordered on a dance. Her indigo dress rippling in the evening breeze, while her crimson hair blazed under the neon glow. She leaned closely against Su Yi, eagerly scribbling on a piece of cardboard she carried, holding it up for him to see. "Takoyaki. Hot. Delicious." Accompanied by exaggerated teardrops and smiling faces. "Goldfish scooping. The little fish is slippery. It got away." Illustrated with a crooked fish and a torn paper net. "Masks. Scary faces. Frightening." Paired with a simplistic drawing of a tongue sticking out. Although her formidable powers constrained her verbal expression, they did not hinder her from conveying her thoughts about the myriad wonders of the world. In Chitose Sakura's crimson pupils, the vibrant shop signs, bustling crowds, and wafting aromas of food were reflected, each minute detail filling her with awe. She tugged Su Yi through the narrow alleys beside Gion South Hanami Lane, savoring matcha dumplings beneath the warm curtains of a century-old shop, and pausing in front of a cacophonous outdoor stall, entranced by the sizzling eel on the grill. Each novel experience transformed into clumsy yet vivid characters and drawings on her cardboard. Sui allowed her to lead, his pace unhurried. His gaze surveyed the kaleidoscopic street scene, yet his deep-set eyes remained untouched by the surrounding clamor. The flickering figures and glances lurking in the shadows of the alley fell clearly within his perception. However, Sui chose to disregard them, much like a dragon would ignore the movements of ants at its feet. His attention seemed solely focused on the girl's every jubilant turn and the tender words on her cardboard. Eventually, their footsteps halted beneath the iconic Kyoto Tower. The towering structure, soaring to 333 meters, resembled a colossal silver pen pointing toward the night sky. Chitose Sakura gazed upwards, her mouth agape. Profoundly awed by this marvel of steel, she had only glimpsed it from afar before, but now she truly appreciated the grandeur of this edifice. The elevator ascended smoothly, and the slight sensation of weightlessness instinctively made her clutch Su Yi's arm tighter. At the observation deck, 300 meters high, a vast floor-to-ceiling glass encasement unveiled the entirety of Kyoto beneath them. The river of lights flowed below, while the Kamo River wound through the city like a dark satin ribbon. In the distance, the low hills sketched undulating lines against the night sky, and further still, the city's radiance extended to the horizon, merging with the starlit sky. The cacophony was sequestered below, leaving only an exquisite tranquility of grandeur. Chitose Sakura pressed her forehead against the cool glass, her crimson eyes wide open, reflecting the entirety of Kyoto. After a long moment, she slowly straightened, retrieved her cardboard, and with utmost seriousness, inscribed each stroke as if to etch this awe into permanence. The world is vast and beautiful. Sui stood beside her, the hem of his trench coat stirred by the cool currents at this height. He lowered his gaze to her words, then lifted his eyes to behold the seemingly eternal tapestry of the city composed of countless points of light below, his voice deep. The world is indeed vast and beautiful. However, he paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating the dazzling facade, revealing the undercurrents swirling beneath the polished surface. This world is not solely comprised of beauty. Katanda Sakura turned her head, a hint of bewildered inquiry flickering in her crimson eyes. Suyi refrained from elaborating. It was time to descend. The elevator glided down smoothly, the numbers changing sequentially. Ding! With a soft chime, the elevator doors slid open, greeted not by the cool evening breeze, but by a wave of foul air mingled with low-quality tobacco, engine oil, and sweat, accompanied by a sea of malevolent stares. The plaza at the base of Kyoto Tower was now entirely dominated by a group of raucous bikers. 18 cheap cars formed a tight circle around the elevator exit, while dozens of motorcycles, modified into mechanical behemoths, were haphazardly parked, their engines silenced yet still exuding an aggressive aura. These thugs varied in age, yet their eyes shared a common ferocity, hollow, twisted by a cocktail of alcohol, speed, and violence. Their bare arms and necks were adorned with ghastly tattoos, while steel pipes, chains, and baseball bats were carelessly slung over shoulders or dragged along the ground, producing a jarring metallic screech. The appearance of Suyi and Katanda Sakura felt akin to two lambs thrown into a wolf pack. "Hey, finally out," one shouted. "Look at that red-haired girl. Absolutely stunning. Hiss, that face is celebrity-worthy." Another chimed in. "And who's that pretty boy beside her? Soft-skinned. Looks like we're in for some fun tonight." One of them sneered. "Aren't these two the ones with the bounty on their heads?" Brothers blocked their way. Profanity slithered around them like venomous snakes, instantly encircling the pair. The thugs grinned maliciously, inching closer, their weapons glinting under the pale light at the tower's base. One brandished a baseball bat, striking the ground with a dull thud, a menacing threat. Another swung a chain, eyeing them like prey ready for slaughter. The atmosphere was taut, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, saturated with a sense of brutality and bloodlust. Suye's gaze calmly swept over the loathsome thugs, akin to surveying a pile of moving refuse. He slightly tilted his head and inquired of the girl beside him, "How shall we deal with these creatures?" A flicker of confusion crossed Katanda Sakura's crimson eyes, followed by a moment of earnest contemplation. She produced a piece of cardboard and swiftly inscribed, "What to do?" Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if Suyi had posed a mathematical conundrum requiring resolution. A cold smirk curved at the corners of Suye's lips. The leader of the thugs, observing Suye's seemingly indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of rage ignite within him, fueled by the sting of derision. "Damn it, what are you pretending for?" He bellowed like a beast, suddenly leaping onto a grotesquely modified Harley-Davidson beside him. The massive engine roared to life, unleashing a deafening howl. The tires spun on the smooth surface, emitting smoke and accompanied by a shrill screech of friction. "You bustats!" The bald leader cackled maniacally, flooring the accelerator with fervor. The Harley roared forth like an unbridled black behemoth, exuding an aura of destruction as its exhaust pipes expelled scorching fumes. Its headlights cleaved through the darkness, hurtling relentlessly towards Suyi with ferocious intent. The speed was blinding, the proximity alarming, as if in the next heartbeat, that slender figure would be utterly crushed beneath its steel wheels. Surrounding ruffians erupted in bloodthirsty cheers and whistles. Just as the massive front wheel was poised to brush against the hem of his trench coat, Suyi gently raised his right hand towards the roaring motorcycle. A subtle hum, barely audible yet seemingly capable of piercing the soul, resonated in the air. There was no cataclysmic collision, no deafening clang of twisted metal. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The heavy Harley, laden with the momentum of annihilation, along with its marauding leader, slowly dissipated. It was not an explosion, nor a shattering. It was complete obliteration. Like the most precise of erasers, it wholly erased the essence of material existence. The cacophony of the square, the jeers, the mocking laughter, the vile curses, vanished in an instant. The ruffians, who had been reveling just moments before, now wore expressions frozen as if encased in an invisible frost. Their cheers transformed into gasps of air escaping from a punctured throat, and the whistles became lodged in their throats. "Monster!" A voice, trembling and cracked, broke the silence, igniting a panicked frenzy. The ruffians, akin to locusts disturbed from their nest, discarded their helmets, and fled in terror, their spirits shattered. Yet, it was too late. With a casual flick of his fingers, each movement reduced a ruffian's body to silent ashes, regardless of the desperate actions of the marauders. The outcome remained unaltered. There were no violent clashes, no ear-splitting roars, only the purest, most efficient, and coldest form of annihilation. Like the gentle sweeping away of a thin layer of snow on a winter morning, it left no trace. In less than 10 breaths, not a single ruffian remained standing in the square. Chito's Sakura stood quietly in place, her crimson gaze reflecting Su Yi's figure in the tranquil scene. As the ace of Tiandao Palace, having undertaken numerous missions and personally judged many, she displayed little reaction to the unfolding scenario, her expression one of focused observation. Chito's Sakura glanced at the vanished beings, then lowered her gaze to her fingers, seemingly deep in thought. Moments later, she raised a cardboard sign, now inscribed with fresh characters. All clear. Excellent. The writing was crisp, imbued with a chilling sense of affirmation. Sui nodded slightly, pleased with the response. At that moment, from the depths of the surrounding darkness, another set of footsteps emerged, heavier and more orderly. A group of men clad in matching black suits, ties, and sunglasses surged forth like a tide, swiftly sealing off all exits of the square. They were more numerous, their presence more imposing, their gazes colder, with bulges at their waists clearly indicating concealed weapons, in stark contrast to the earlier rabble of marauders. This was a well-trained force steeped in the essence of the underworld, the entrenched super gang of Japan, the Yamakawa group. They disregarded the scattered litter on the ground, their gaze fixed on Su Yi and Qi Daoying, particularly on Qi Daoying's striking crimson hair that shone brilliantly even in the darkness. A middle-aged man, slicked back hair gleaming, adorned in a floral shirt that revealed an expanse of grotesque tattoos, slowly approached, flanked by several robust men exuding palpable waves of supernatural energy. A hefty cigar clutched between his lips, he exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes roaming over Qi Daoying with an evaluative scrutiny laced with unabashed greed. TSK, TSK, TSK. The tattooed man rasped, his voice grating, 100 million in cold hard cash. All for this red-headed little girl? Those lunatics from the Heavenly Path Palace truly spare no expense. His avaricious gaze swept over Qi Daoying's flawless visage and slender figure, then flicked disdainfully to the seemingly frail Su Yi beside her, his lips curling into a derisive smirk. Boss, this money is too easy to earn, right? Just a little girl, and 100 million awaits upon her capture. A burly man with a scarred face, radiating a fierce aura, licked his lips, his eyes glinting with malice. Exactly. Look at that delicate face. Haha, before we take her back, brothers, can we? Another member lewdly rubbed his hands together, provoking a chorus of sinister laughter. Save your breath, you fool. That a person specifically requested by Father. If you ruin her, you'd have to pay tenfold, admonished a higher-ranking supernatural being, though his tone dripped with a longing for the immense bounty. With this sum, do we still need to resort to street brawls? We could buy yachts, date starlets, and pop champagne every day. Ha ha ha. True enough. Move swiftly. Deal with the man directly. Leave no trace. The tattooed man extinguished his cigar forcefully in the ashtray offered by his subordinate, waving his hand to issue the command. In his eyes, the couple before him had become mere prey upon the chopping block. The gang members immediately dispersed, surrounding the two. Suyi regarded these deluded gangsters as if observing a swarm of buzzing flies. He tilted his head slightly towards Qi Daoying beside him. The girl's crimson pupils held no trace of anger or fear, only a crystalline coldness, as if the menacing figures before her were no different from the raucous delinquents from moments ago. Number 4. Suye's voice was calm and unwavering. How should we deal with this? Societal filth? Qi Daoying lifted her head, her red eyes meeting Suye's profound gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked up a piece of cardboard, the tip of her pen gliding across the surface, producing a soft, rustling sound, before she raised it high. On the white cardboard, 2 distinctly drawn characters appeared. Eliminate. Chapter 34. The title of natural disaster, Su Yi gazed at the neat inscription of clean up on the cardboard, nodding slightly. No words were necessary. This was the most fundamental principle of action for the sequence of natural disasters. 3 members, radiating formidable energy, stepped forward with a casual demeanor, entirely dismissing the 2 individuals before them. The gang members erupted in uproar. With 3 A-rank captains in play, who could possibly stand against them? In my opinion, there was no need for all 3 captains to engage. No, there shouldn't be any need for the supernatural beings to intervene. We brothers are sufficient as we are. Among them, the tattooed man feigned a grip with both hands, declaring, "Sleep well. When you awaken, everything will be over." An invisible wave of mental force struck like a venomous sting, piercing the minds of Su Yi and Chitose Sakura. Chitose Sakura's crimson eyes instantly locked onto the arrogant tattooed man. She did not even draw her blade fully. She merely nudged the hilt of her katana with her right thumb. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the blade slid an inch from its sheath, a dark, ethereal glow shimmering along the edge. Beside the tattooed man, a burly man with a scarred face bellowed, seeking death. His muscles bulged, and a yellowish aura flared, cracking the ground beneath and causing debris to float and coalesce into a colossal rock fist, which hurtled toward Chitose Sakura's slender form with a fierce wind. The third assailant transformed into a blur, a dagger glinting ominously in his hand, aimed directly at Su Yi's throat. No words were needed. The attack was lethal. Chitose Sakura moved. She did not fully draw her blade, but merely extended the inch-long, exposed katana forward. Buzz! That seemingly languid motion carried an indescribable rhythm. The profound black glow at the blade's tip suddenly expanded, morphing into 3 fine strands as delicate as hair, silently shooting forth. Swoosh! 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 There was no earth-shattering collision. The first black line made contact with the rock fist, instantly disassembling the gathered earth and stone, obliterating it into nothingness. The second black line precisely pierced the mental shockwave, eradicating the invisible energy without even causing a ripple. The third black line arrived just in time, striking the throat of the shadowy figure with the dagger. The dagger clattered to the ground, and the individual stood frozen, his body disintegrating like a sheet of paper ignited by flame, rapidly vanishing into the night breeze. Swift, ruthless, absolute. The thunderous onslaught of the 3 A-rank supernatural beings shattered like fragile bubbles under Chitose Sakura's nonchalant gesture. The square fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the members of the mountain and river group froze, morphing into disbelief and terror. Annihilation. Annihilation? This is impossible. The tattooed man's voice trembled in fear. This was clearly the judgment of Amaterasu. No, wait. The judgment is white. This is black. As a collaborator on the outskirts of the Celestial Path Palace, he was intimately familiar with Amaterasu's signature ability of judgment. The white spear that deprives life symbolizes death. Yet the dark power before him, silently erasing existence, though similar in essence to judgment, was purer, more domineering, and infinitely more terrifying. The Celestial Path Palace. The leader of the Floral Shirt Brigade, his eyes blazing with fury, let out a primal roar. Are you all mocking me? This is no ordinary target. You have concealed vital information. Do you wish for us to become fodder for death? A profound terror surged forth like an icy tide, instantly engulfing all the gang members. Even the most formidable A-level executives were obliterated in an instant, rendered as insignificant as ants. What could these ordinary individuals and low-level superhumans possibly do? Flee! A piercing scream erupted from an unknown source. Panic spread like a contagion. Moments ago, the once formidable members of the Yamakawa group scattered in disarray, akin to a swarm of ants scalded by boiling water, frantically fleeing in all directions. The roar of motorcycle engines erupted chaotically, while car tires screeched against the pavement, and the crowd jostled against one another. The leader reacted the swiftest. His corpulent form exhibited an agility unexpected for his size, as he shoved aside his subordinates and tumbled toward the nearest armored vehicle. Quick, start the engine. Depart from Kyoto. Leave this cursed place. The engine roared to life, whisking him away from the scene. However, Chitose Sakura's gaze, calm and collected, swept over every fleeing figure, ultimately resting upon that armored car. Despite the myriad of grievances against the heavenly Tao Palace, she firmly adhered to a singular principle of action: eradicate evil without mercy. If one fails to obliterate malevolence entirely, it would only invite greater troubles for oneself and others. Taking a slight breath, for the first time in this newfound world of freedom, she clearly enunciated two words: judgment. Buzz! The very fabric of space within Kyoto Tower Plaza warped abruptly. A colossal eye, forged from profound darkness, materialized silently in the night sky above Chitose Sakura. This eye bore no whites, only a pure, abyssal pupil, within which countless minuscule whirlpools spun. The gaze cast by the giant eye was frigid, merciless, and indifferent, as though the heavens loomed over mere dust. As the gaze of the giant eye intensified, intricate black patterns swiftly spread, precisely branding each member of the Yamakawa group. Regardless of whether they hid within cars, behind motorcycles, or sought refuge in a dumpster down a narrow alley, that dark mark disregarded any physical barriers, penetrating steel, stone, and refuse, directly imprinting upon their skin. The tattooed leader caught sight of an eerie dark brand materializing upon his forehead in the rearview mirror. His countenance darkened. What on earth was this? They all sensed a terrifying entity had set its sights upon them. Chitose Sakura gripped the hilt of her unsheathed inch-long katana tightly, its inky luminescence burning with unprecedented intensity. She articulated once more, annihilation. The moment her words fell, she gently swept the blade downward. No cataclysmic flash of light, no apocalyptic surge of energy, only an absolute, undeniable will to erase, descending upon the world with her motion. Pop, pop, pop. Countless bubbles burst simultaneously. All members of the Yamakawa group, marked by the dark eye, regardless of their location or actions at that moment. They all vanished in silence at the same moment. No screams, no hymnants, no explosions. Only irregularly shaped, smoothly edged pits and depressions left in their wake. In an instant, the entire plaza at the base of Kyoto Tower and its surrounding areas were rendered empty. As this transpired, Chitose Sakura's face paled, resembling exquisite porcelain. The vast, abyssal power of annihilation within her was suddenly drained, causing her body to sway, her footing to falter, and darkness to cloud her vision. A profound sense of weakness and fatigue surged within her, akin to a tsunami. She barely had time to retract her katana before her body involuntarily collapsed backward. A sturdy arm timely encircled her waist. Suyi supported the exhausted Chitose Sakura. The girl's lithe frame leaned against him, her crimson hair cascading over his dark coat. Suyi gazed down at the breathless girl in his arms, feeling the subtle tremors of her spent strength, his expression profound. The catastrophe of annihilation was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder they were so harmoniously attuned. This power, this resolve, this cost, he was immensely satisfied. The night breeze swept across the desolate plaza, failing to disperse the intangible aura of annihilation. A prominent thread on the forum read, exclusive, titles of the catastrophe sequence members. Night Crimson, Lotus Luo, Shun Feng Yao. Posted by The Skeleton Cannot Lie, founder of the forum, True Hunter. The post was lengthy, yet many continued to read out of curiosity. Dear friends, I am a skeleton. Yes, the very one who live-streamed from the battlefield in the western district of Yenjing, nearly swept away by the aftershocks. After 3 days and nights of painstakingly analyzing countless battlefield recordings, energy residue reports, and eyewitness testimonies, including my own experiences, I can finally assert with confidence: the titles of the core members of the catastrophe sequence have been established. Do not let the cold, impersonal designation of number 1 catastrophe deceive you any longer. True strength has its name. These titles are the crystallization of collective wisdom, a consensus forged by countless observing eyes. They are 1,000 times more fitting than the official versions. 1. Catastrophe Leader Knight. Reason: the silver mask is his emblem. akin to the last flicker of cold light before the onset of night. His appearance often signifies the end of order and the fading of dawn. His powers are unfathomable. His methods enigmatic, traversing the shadows and wielding the ultimate authority of catastrophe. He is the origin of the catastrophe sequence, the very embodiment of the enveloping darkness in the world. 2. Number 1 Catastrophe, Crimson Lotus. Reason, bound by hellfire, purple flames that consume the world. His flames are no ordinary fire, but the purifying and destructive essence of the Crimson Lotus, the molten iron that incinerated the city at the northern base. The purple flame kite shield that withstood dual S-level forces in the western district of Yanjing. Each time he strikes, that furious, profound purple flame, capable of scorching the soul, blooms like a hellish crimson lotus, incinerating all impurities. Crimson lotus fire, burning sin and annihilating the world. 3. Number 2 Catastrophe, Luo Shun. Reason, mastery over water. With an inscrutable grace, with hair cascading like a waterfall and an elegant demeanor, she possesses the power to command the sea to submit. Her water nourishes life and can also unleash cataclysmic torrents. The goddess of the Luo River commands reverence for her divine aquatic powers, as well as an intuitive encapsulation of her otherworldly beauty and inscrutable methods. The deity of the Luo River wields dominion over life and death. The third natural disaster, Fuyao, justification. It soars upward, defying the heavens. Its winds are the spears of a tempest that rips through the firmament, an invisible hand that toys with all existence. Tornadoes at Changshan port upturning tanks, and 18 deadly storms swirling through the wreckage of skyscrapers in the western district of Yanjing. Swift as the wind, exuberant in spirit, the mastery over wind reaches its zenith. Fuyao rides the winds, cleansing the cosmos. In conclusion, the Dark Knight, the Red Lotus, the Luo Goddess, and Fuyao. These are the most fitting, vivid, and widely acknowledged titles bestowed upon the 4 core members of the natural disaster sequence by the populace. They stem from countless world-shaking battles, embodying the consensus of numerous witnesses. More apt than numerical designations, they reflect the very essence of their powers. This post is accompanied by a plethora of battlefield screenshots, energy spectrum analysis comparisons, and organized eyewitness accounts, forming a complete chain of evidence. Technical enthusiasts are welcome to delve deeper. A high-quality long post soon received responses. Dream Response 1. Wow. Front row. The Hunter is incredible. This analysis is spot on. Dark Knight, Red Lotus, Luo Goddess, Fuyao. Sounds 1,000 times more captivating than any mere numerical designation. Energy expert. From a technical perspective, the analysis provided by Skeleton is fundamentally accurate. The purple flames of the Red Lotus, the waters of the Luo Goddess, and the hurricane of Fuyao are all more formidable than ordinary abilities. The data on the Dark Knight is scant, yet to dominate the 3 is no feat for an ordinary individual. Wind Whisper, Luo Goddess. Is it the one from Chang'an Village? I've heard the locals worship her as a living deity. Accompanied by a blurred photo of an altar, gossip enthusiast. Fuyao is such a cool name. It sounds so ethereal, but I sense a hint of comedic charm in the 3rd designation. It contrasts sharply with such a celestial name. Keyboard Warrior. Official sources can go take a hike. Look at the names the people have coined. So grand and profound. All you know are numbers. Pathetic. Ghost. Latest news. The titles of Dark Knight, Red Lotus, Luo Goddess, and Fuyao have spread like wildfire in the underground world and among those with abilities, a trend that cannot be halted. Skeleton, who never lies, responds to all. Thank you for your support. This forum exists to unveil the obscure truths. The titles of the natural disaster sequence are just the beginning. I shall continue to unearth more buried realities. Stay tuned. The forum discussion grew like a rolling snowball, with countless individuals quoting, analyzing, and supplementing the evidence provided by Skeleton. Dark Knight, Red Lotus, Luo Goddess, Fuyao. These 4 names, imbued with power and imagery, leave an indelible mark on memory. They swiftly replaced numerical designations, becoming the true, indisputable titles of the members of the natural disaster sequence in the hearts of the people. In the high-rise office of Tiandao Palace, a powerful figure slammed the desk, causing fine cracks to spread across its surface. You say the Shanchuan group caught someone, yet you couldn't even stop them? When we arrived at the Kyoto Tower, not a soul was in sight. Why, yes. The subordinates bowed their heads deeply. You useless lot. The person, gasping heavily with a grim expression reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, exclaimed, "Do you comprehend the dire consequences if Amaterasu were to depart from our land? At all costs, we must bring Amaterasu back." Chapter 35. Will you form a band with me for life? The morning light in Kyoto was filtered through heavy clouds, casting a dreary gray hue. Chitose Sakura adjusted the collar of her black trench coat, having exchanged her indigo long skirt for a fitted uniform akin to that of Suyi, with silver threads tracing the patterns of flowing clouds on her sleeves. Her crimson hair was tied into a high ponytail, and a dark silver mask obscured the upper half of her face, pressing down her fringe. Suyi, clad in his customary black trench coat, stood tall, his silver mask concealing only his cold, piercing gaze. The two walked side by side along the bustling streets of Kyoto. Just past breakfast hour, office workers hurried by, and trains whizzed past. A massive street screen was broadcasting breaking news. Kyoto law enforcement announces that, thanks to the active reporting and cooperation of concerned citizens, the assassin of former Prime Minister Takagi has been apprehended this morning. The suspect has confessed to the crime, and hearings regarding his motives and ultimate wrongdoing will be held soon at the Kyoto Supreme Court. Law enforcement urges citizens to remain vigilant. Most pedestrians cast a fleeting glance at the news before continuing on their way. A few murmured in relief that the perpetrator had been caught, but the majority remained indifferent. Although Suyi and Chitose Sakura's attire was distinctive and exuded an air of menace, it initially failed to stir significant attention in this city where eccentric fashion was not uncommon. Many simply assumed they were part of an underground idol group or avant-garde designer cosplay, offering curious or appreciative glances before moving on. Wow, that red-haired one is so cool. The masked man looks like he stepped out of an anime. Some even took photos to share online. Will you form a band with me for life? Someone directly extended an invitation, until their footsteps halted in the northern outskirts of Kyoto. Before them stood the towering, pure white edifice of Tiandao Palace, exuding an aura of cold sanctity like an insurmountable barrier. Sunlight glinted off its smooth alloy exterior, reflecting a blinding brilliance. The two stood on an open ground 100 meters from the main entrance of Tiandao Palace. Their target was unmistakable, their stance resolute. In an instant, the expressions of those who had initially thought them mere cosplayers shifted dramatically. That direction was Tiandao Palace. Were they attempting to breach it? Or were they planning? Were they posing for the palace? Surely, they weren't filming a drama and seeking on-site shots, were they? Wait, that mask. The voice of a young man filming with his phone suddenly rose in pitch, laced with incredulous terror. Yes, it's the disaster sequence. That dark night. The red-haired one could be a new member. The name disaster sequence ignited panic within the crowd like a spark in hot oil. Thanks to relentless promotion by the Japanese authorities, the populace was already acutely familiar with this name. Hadn't the disaster sequence been wreaking havoc in Dongxia all along? What? How could they be here in Japan? Run. Get away from here. This is madness. Are they planning to attack Tiandao Palace? Call law enforcement. Hurry. The crowd shrieked and retreated like a receding tide, the air filled with the piercing screams of women amidst the chaos of pushing and trampling. Yet, some surged forward against the tide, faces alight with a morbid excitement, raising their phones in a frenzied capture. Incredible news. The calamity sequence has descended upon Japan. Target, Tiandao Palace. The clamor, panic, and curious gazes formed an invisible web, intertwining around Suyi and Chitose Sakura, yet they remained oblivious to it all. Chitose Sakura, as crimson pupils pierced through the cold mask, quietly gazing at the towering white edifice that imprisoned and tormented her, a structure that masqueraded as benevolence but was, in essence, a hellish prison. Suyi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the hem of his trench coat billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, embodying the stillness before a tempest. Within the command room at the pinnacle of Tiandao Palace, an enormous main screen vividly displayed the two figures outside the palace gates. Nosy-eye Kenjin fixated on the screen, his astonishment at Chitose Sakura's signature red hair and the presence of Su Yi swiftly morphed into ecstasy. She has returned. Amaterasu has returned. He abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes glinting with a twisted greed, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I knew it! She cannot escape my grasp. That man can be captured alongside her for thorough examination." In his eyes, this was not a crisis, but a providential opportunity. Capturing Chitose Sakura would ensure the fruition of his plans. However, before his manic laughter could dissipate, the entire Tiandao Palace trembled violently. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to an ancient beast awakening from its subterranean slumber. The indestructible alloy structure groaned under the strain, and all screens within the command room flickered with static. Alarm lights spun erratically, and the piercing buzz drowned out Nosy-eye Kenjin's laughter. On the screen, a chilling dark beam and a rending dark purple fire pillar struck against the energy shield of Tiandao Palace. The barrier, reputed to withstand the full force of an S-class powerhouse, quivered violently, instantly adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. They dared to attack directly. They were courting death. The ecstasy on Nosy-eye Kenjin's face transformed instantaneously into a visage of furious rage as he activated the highest defense protocol. All combat units, mobilize. Crush them. While the Enforcement Bureau and the station troops, have them engage as well. Quickly, his commands cascaded through the palace like ice dropped into boiling water, propelling the entire war machine of Tiandao Palace and Kyoto into high gear. The massive structure of Tiandao Palace unveiled countless hidden gun ports, radiant energy beginning to coalesce. The heavy gates thundered open, and waves of soldiers clad in unified white combat attire, their expressions vacant and hollow, exuding psychic energy, surged forth like a tide. They were the expendable weapons of Tiandao Palace, numerous and resolute in their fatalistic charge. Simultaneously, the sharp wail of sirens approached. As the black armored convoy of the Kyoto Enforcement Bureau tore through the streets, armed helicopters whirled above. In the distance, the flag of the Japanese Ministry of Defense fluttered atop military vehicles, heavy equipment rumbling closer. In an instant, the front of Tiandao Palace transformed into a battleground of steel and supernatural powers. Energy beams interwove like a net, explosive flames soared skyward, and the brilliance of psychic powers rent the air. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Chitose Sakura stepped forward, her crimson eyes fixated on the surging tide of white figures and the barrage of gunfire ahead. Her voice rang out, crisp and melodious, judgment. A hum resonated as the shadowy visage of an obliterating eye coalesced above her, its frigid gaze instantly branding the foremost ranks of soldiers and artillery. Condemnation. With a deft flick of her blade, a series of muffled thuds echoed as dozens of weapons, along with their energy assaults and several turrets, dissipated, leaving behind only smooth craters and twisted metal bases. The terrifying force of Annihilation proved effective not only against life, but also against inorganic matter. On the opposite side, Suye's fingertips twitched. With a thunderous roar, a dark violet line of fire shot forth silently, effortlessly piercing through several armed helicopters. Instead of plummeting, the struck helicopters disintegrated midair like burning scraps of paper, vanishing into nothingness. The duo's attacks resembled divine retribution, effortlessly dismantling what appeared to be a formidable offensive. The aftermath of the battle wreaked havoc indiscriminately. A building, struck by an uncontrollable energy blast, snapped in half, its glass facade cascading down like a torrential rain. Help! The onlookers erupted into chaos, screaming and scattering as the city descended into utter pandemonium. Those who had previously been excitedly filming now cursed their fate for not having two extra legs. Unperturbed, Su Yi and Chitose Sakura traversed the battlefield towards the Temple of Heaven. No, bastard! Neo Kenrin's eyes bulged with rage in the violently shaking command room. Just one more week. If only I could wait one more week. The ability transfer matrix would be complete. I would seize her judgment power flawlessly. becoming the immaculate deity who controls life and death. He howled in despair, his eyes bloodshot with madness and resentment. Why did you have to appear? You've destroyed everything. In a frenzied motion, he yanked open a temperature-controlled safe beside him, retrieving a vial pulsating with an ominous, ghostly blue glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked it and tilted his head back, downing the viscous liquid in one gulp. The instant the liquid slid down his throat, Neo Kenrin emitted a horrifying scream. His muscles swelled and twisted grotesquely, his skin splitting open to reveal writhing, proliferating tissues reminiscent of black roots beneath. His head elongated and deformed, fangs erupting from his mouth, while his spine pierced through his back. A terrifying surge of S-class energy erupted, breaching the dome of the command room. Power. This is the ultimate power. You will all perish. Transformed into a monstrous aberration, Neo Kenrin's voice rasped like sandpaper. His colossal form smashed through layers of alloy walls. Crashing down like a meteor, Chitose Sakura's gaze remained utterly unperturbed beneath her mask. She did not even glance at the menacing creature plummeting toward her. Instead, she merely raised her blade slightly, the vortex of annihilation within her crimson eyes beginning to swirl. Judgment. The end. This time, there was no shadowy eye. She herself had become the embodiment of the concept of obliteration. A slender thread, as fine as a hair, appeared to slice through the absolute darkness of the cosmos, silently extending from the tip of her blade. This darkness disregarded space, ignored the violent energy storms unleashed by the monster's roars, and gently yet precisely brushed against the massive, grotesque form of the creature known as Nozyang Jian. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The frenzied expression on the monster's face frozen in place as its claws hung, suspended in the air. In the next instant, that colossal body was entirely deconstructed, returning to its most fundamental particles before being utterly annihilated. Only an absolute void remained, as if the existence of Nozyang Jian, along with his frenzied ambition and unwilling howls, had never graced this world. The wind whispered through the cherry blossom-tipped strands of her crimson hair as she slowly sheathed her blade, her movements gentle. The mask obscured her expression, yet her crimson eyes, glimmering through the cold metal, gazed quietly and profoundly at the Heavenly Path Palace, the very source of her anguish and despair. Her voice, though soft, resonated with clarity. Farewell, prison. In response to her words, or perhaps to the lingering echoes of annihilation, a thunderous roar erupted. The monumental white tower, stripped of its core control and energy support, buckled under the residual forces of the preceding battle, emitting a final mournful cry as it began to collapse irretrievably from its base, layer by layer. Massive chunks of debris plummeted like an avalanche, stirring clouds of dust that obscured the sky above northern Kyoto. Amidst this apocalyptic scene, a fortunate observer, untouched by the chaos, trembled as they captured an eternal moment through a telephoto lens. The swirling gray and white dust formed a vast curtain, revealing two dark silhouettes standing side by side before the ruins. One figure stood tall like a king of the night, while the other, with fiery red hair, blazed like flames against the turbulent air. Before them lay the grand spectacle of the White Tower, emblematic of the old prison, collapsing with a thunderous crash. This photograph, infused with destructive power and a strange beauty, immortalized the crimson-haired girl and the silver-masked figure as iconic symbols of the apocalypse. It was destined to send shockwaves across the world. As the dust settled and the image and news swept through Japan like a raging storm, the entire archipelago was engulfed in unprecedented tremors and fear. The Heavenly Path Palace was gone, destroyed by two individuals from the disaster sequence. Nozyang Jian had transformed into a monster and was dead. Where their next target be? Nara? Osaka? Hurry, pack your things. Leave Kyoto. Leave Japan. Panic spread through the streets. Supermarkets were stripped bare, and the rush to airports and ports caused traffic to explode. The internet was ablaze, the internal workings of the Heavenly Path Palace exposed. What was once a sanctuary was nothing but a hellish prison for superhumans. Human experimentation, mind control. Nozyang Jian was a demon, He used those girls as weapons, as test subjects. Amaterasu, that red-haired girl, she was a victim. She was a victim who had escaped. Was the disaster sequence this time a force for the public good? A force for good? They were an even more terrifying calamity. Who knows where they will strike next? What is the government of Yamato doing? They cannot even protect their own territory. The government of Yamato is in a state of chaos, grappling with immense domestic panic and criticism while urgently seeking assistance from the international community. Simultaneously, they are desperately trying to suppress further revelations about the internal scandals of the heavenly Tao Palace. The photograph, later dubbed the Scarlet Obliteration of Eternal Night, along with the news of the fourth core member of the Calamity Sequence, Obliteration, has ignited a global uproar within half an hour. The president of the Xixing Federation has convened a national security meeting. We must immediately reassess the threat level posed by the Calamity Sequence. A fourth member? One possessing the power of obliteration. Could they be targeting us next? The Grand Marshal of the Northern Plains Duchy, upon reviewing the intelligence, wore a grave expression. The annihilation of a national-level supernatural organization by two individuals signifies a strength that necessitates a reinforcement of the Far East defense line. The nations of the Euroborean Alliance are embroiled in heated debates. Will they cross the sea? We must enhance border supernatural monitoring. Activate the Joint Defense Protocol immediately. The smaller nations caught between these great powers are gripped by fear, with many leaders unable to find rest, as if the shadow of calamity could descend upon their lands at any moment. The world, shaken by the seemingly understated yet earth-shattering blow of the Calamity Sequence, has once again plunged into a deeper vortex of fear and turmoil. In the dark of night, alongside names like Dark Night, Crimson Lotus, and Goddess of Aluo, the name Obliteration, entwined with crimson hair and ruins, has indelibly marked the source of terror across the globe. Chapter 36. Should good people allow guns to be pointed at them? The dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves of the phoenix tree, casting fleeting spots of light upon Jiang Yue's outstretched palm. The eternal violet flame flickered quietly, consuming light and warmth, yet not igniting even a single fallen leaf. He stood outside the weathered walls of his alma mater, his gaze penetrating the rusted iron bars, resting upon the gnarled branches of the ancient phoenix tree at the far end of the playground. The wind carried the faint sounds of children's laughter, intertwined with the distant voice of his homeroom teacher. The Eastern Summer is a nation governed by imperial law, where fairness and justice are never absent. Fairness and justice? The violet flame in his fingers danced silently for a moment. If there were indeed fairness and justice, how had Jiang Yue become the man he was today? For the past few days, he had been aimlessly exploring the methods of annihilation. After much contemplation, he still had not discovered his own approach, which left him feeling somewhat restless. He recalled the last words spoken by Su Yi at their parting. "Act according to your whims," he murmured softly. "The words of my mentor must hold a deeper significance, yet I am unable to comprehend it at this moment. I may not be particularly clever, so I shall simply act upon the surface meaning." Now, he had returned to the small town that had nurtured him and cast him into the abyss, resolved to follow the dictates of his heart. Jiang Yue compiled a list of local officials, each name tainted by darkened blood. The evening breeze blew, yet it could not cool the fire burning within his heart. He fastened the cold, dark silver mask, his figure merging silently into the dense night. The reckoning had begun. In the elegant residential complex of Yasi Garden, Building 7, the warm yellow censer light illuminated the entrance, casting a gentle glow upon the exquisite walnut floor. The melodious strains of traditional opera emanated from the television as Ma Changhe reclined on a plush sofa, indulging in ruby-red grapes. These precious fruits, produced by the Aurora Alliance, were exceedingly expensive, usually sold by the bunch, with a single cluster fetching over 100,000. Yet before Ma Changhe lay a heaping plate of them. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door echoed. 3 firm raps. "Who is it?" he inquired, frowning slightly, his tone tinged with impatience as he wiped his hands on a paper towel. He approached the door. "Open up, it's warm inside," came a voice from beyond the door, calm and gentle, reminiscent of standard delivery person or community worker. "Warmth? What warmth?" Ma Changhe muttered, instinctively unlocking the door. The safety chain still hung in place, allowing only a 10-centimeter gap through which the chilled air from his air-conditioned home escaped. I don't recall ordering. His voice trailed off abruptly. Through the narrow opening, he discerned the figure outside. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, a dark silver mask obscured the upper half of the person's face. Their posture as rigid as a spear. This figure bore a name. The catastrophe sequence? A chill coursed through Ma Chang's body, his blood instantly freezing. A wave of terror surging from his feet to the crown of his head. In a frenzy, he attempted to slam the door shut. His body, driven by sheer fear, unleashed a frantic strength. But it was too late. Suddenly, the 10-centimeter gap was filled with a pure, radiant violet glow. A slender flame, condensed like liquid amethyst, slithered in with the precision and coldness of a serpent, penetrating through the door's fissure. As the flame brushed past Ma Chang's right hand gripping the doorknob, there was no intense pain, only an inexplicable sense of vanishing. What is this? He stared in disbelief at his hand, sublimating into nothingness, his voice trapped within him. Unable to escape, the fiery serpent had already pierced his throat, and soon his entire being began to burn slowly. Jiang Yue stepped forward. The reinforced security door instantaneously disintegrated into delicate particles of dust, vanishing entirely. The television in the living room continued to play traditional opera, the vibrant ruby-red grapes still glistening with droplets of water. Ma Changhe lay sprawled in the center of the foyer, akin to a shoddy marionette set ablaze. Jiang Yue surveyed the living room, where the walls were adorned with an array of antiques and collectibles. Though he was no connoisseur, he could surmise their considerable worth. His wealth, accrued by skimming government budgets, was indeed substantial. Just as he was about to turn away, he caught sight of a family portrait hanging on the wall. In an instant, Jiang Yue hesitated. Rationality urged him to eliminate the principal offender, while the flame insisted that no criminal should escape unscathed. Two conflicting thoughts clashed within his mind, making it difficult to discern a victor. In such a predicament, he resolved to contemplate deeply. In a daze, he was transported back to a time when everything had yet to change. "Brother, shall we have a snowball fight?" His sister tugged at him, leading him towards a snow-laden clearing. "All right then." Jiang Yue found it hard to refuse her request. Once granted permission, his sister hurled a snowball at him. Catch! Splat! Taken completely off guard, Jiang Yue was hit squarely. Yet he felt no anger. "Oh, you dare to ambush me? Now I shall take this seriously." The snowballs danced through the air as they engaged in playful combat. Suddenly, Jiang Yue spoke. "Sister, what do you think I should do?" She appeared before him, her large eyes reflecting only black and white, gazing intently at him. "Brother, isn't this quite simple? You must eradicate the root of the problem." Jiang Yue hesitated. But people often say, the sins of the father should not bring harm to the children. "Brother, at this point, do you still believe in those grandiloquent proclamations?" His sister rolled the snowball in her hands. He fell silent. The snowball in his sister's grasp grew larger and larger. People also say, when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Isn't that so? But Jiang Yue was at a loss for words. The snow atop the distant mountains began to descend, quickly transforming into an avalanche, rushing towards them. His sister beamed a sunny, charming smile. "Brother, you are a hero. You must justly judge every criminal." Jiang Yue responded, "Perhaps you are right." With a whoosh, the flurry of snow engulfed their figures. When Jiang Yue regained his senses, he found himself standing at the threshold of the bedroom. He placed his hand upon the doorknob and slowly turned it. The crackling sounds echoed repeatedly. The residents of Building 6 were roused from their slumber. He drew back the curtains, wondering what was happening so late at night. The flickering flames illuminated his face, as the entire building complex was engulfed in fire. A figure clad in a black mask stood at the entrance. The curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only the sound of hurried, suppressed breaths. Could it be the catastrophe sequence? He immediately dialed the enforcement bureau. After observing the ferocity of the blaze for a moment, Jiang Yue turned and walked away, relying solely on his own legs. Without employing any supernatural powers, even if he were to be discovered, he felt no concern. On the top floor of the small city's enforcement bureau, in the director's office. A voice blared through the receiver. Catastrophe sequence. It's Hong Lian. Just appeared at the Yasi Garden Villa complex. Director's son, exceptionally astute, felt beads of cold sweat soak through his shirt. Lian, the fiend who incinerated the Bebe base and challenged 2 S-rank enforcers in Yanjing? What to do? He grabbed the intercom and shouted, his voice cracking. Everyone, highest combat readiness. Lock onto threats within the city. Report immediately upon sighting Hong Lian. Superhumans are to fire first. Shoot to kill. He then dialed the neighboring city's enforcement bureau to report Hong Lian's appearance and request reinforcements. After completing these tasks, Director Sun set down the phone. Yet his internal dread remained unabated. He understood that an S-rank superhuman was far beyond what a small city could contend with. In the west of the city, at the Tsuehu Villa, lights flickered to life on the second floor as a plump man groggily opened his eyes, wondering who had turned on the lights. Upon recognizing the figure before him, his mind abruptly cleared. Catastrophe sequence. Jiang Yue directly questioned. Secretary Li, 10 years ago. The compensation for land acquisition in Tsuehu village amounted to 30 million. Where's the money? Secretary Li's cold sweat trickled down his neck into his nightgown. What are you saying? I don't understand. Jiang Yue smirked. Let me enlighten you. It's all in your wife's overseas account statements and in the invoice for your son's Ferrari. He raised his right hand, and purple flames silently danced in his palm. Wait. I can't hide the truth any longer. That 30 million was indeed embezzled by me. If you want the money, I can find a way to get it for you. Please, don't resort to violence. Jiang Yue's smile widened. It's good that you've confessed. In an instant, the violet flames engulfed Secretary Li, eliciting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Awe. Murder. A woman rushing to the scene caught sight of this horrific spectacle and screamed in terror. Jiang Yue approached with a smile. Don't be hasty. You're next. The shrill sound of a whistle grew closer. Red and blue lights soon halted outside the villa. Several enforcement vehicles screeched to a stop at the ornate iron gate, and a dozen enforcers rushed out, their guns aimed squarely at Jiang Yue in the courtyard. The woman quickly hid behind the enforcers, her fear slightly alleviated. Don't move. Raise your hands, barked the leading officer, his hair touched with gray, yet his gaze remained sharp. Jiang Yue, however, paid no heed, continuing his advance. Stop, Jiang Yue. Director Sun, trembling with a gun in hand, felt his palms dampen with sweat. This time, Jiang Yue paused, scrutinizing the enforcers before finally fixing his gaze on Director Sunday. No one knew what he intended to do. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, save for the sound of someone swallowing hard, a jarring noise in that moment. Jiang Yue spoke with an unruffled calm. Director Sun, you were the first on the scene when my house caught fire, weren't you? Director Sun's lips trembled as he replied. Jiang Yue, please stop this. Don't make a grave mistake. Stop? Jiang Yue echoed, as if he had encountered an utterly ludicrous term. A cold, humorless smile curled at the corners of his mouth. When my parents and little sister were being scorched by the flames, he took a step forward, his voice rising sharply. Why didn't you tell Lu Yang to stop? Director Sun seemed to be drained of all strength, staggering backward, his weapon drooping. Jiang Yue gazed at the enforcers and spoke again. I will punish the scum that the law cannot touch. Will you still try to hinder me? You dare not point your guns at those corrupt officials, yet you have the audacity to aim them at me. What kind of absurd logic is this? Must the good be threatened with firearms? His vehement inquiry left the enforcer speechless. Jiang Yue advanced towards the woman, stating, I have no qualms about cleansing this place in flames. In an instant, she was reduced to ashes amidst her screams. His gaze was resolute. None on the list would escape. The crowd watched Jiang Yue depart, yet they dared not make any further movements. Director Sun stood frozen, devoid of color, slowly removing his hat to reveal a head of gray hair. Report to the provincial department, he said hoarsely to his stunned subordinate. The target has been confirmed as a member of the disaster sequence. Hong Lian, threat level S, extremely dangerous. Request the highest level of support. As Jiang Yue passed through an intersection, a large screen broadcast urgent news. Emergency report from Kyoto, Japan. The fourth disaster of the disaster sequence has appeared. The Tiandao Palace has collapsed. The palace master, Beiyang Jianren, has been confirmed dead. Here are the details. A brief transition showed a haze of smoke over the ruins. Two figures captured in a blurred frame. A stern silhouette in a dark trench coat and a cascade of fiery red hair. The fourth disaster, obliteration. Zhang Yao murmured, then withdrew his gaze, the last name on his list turning to ash at his fingertips. He adjusted his collar and turned to vanish into the lingering morning mist, leaving behind a barely audible self-muttered remark. It seems I must hasten my pace. Chapter 37. A vibrant scene of flourishing life. The sunlight in Chang'an village appears more crystalline than elsewhere, with the air infused with a blend of sea salt and fragrant incense. The altar has been transformed from a humble rocky platform into a magnificent three-tiered circular dais, adorned with steps of white marble. At its center, the sacred water sparkles with an ever-increasing clarity, its surface perpetually veiled in a delicate blue mist. Each dawn and dusk, new miracles unfold. The paralyzed rise unsteadily to their feet. Those suffering from cancer find relief from their afflictions, and withered faces regain their rosy hue. Each miracle is eagerly recounted by the faithful, giving rise to ever-growing waves of pilgrimage. The resounding cries of divine grace abounds. O gracious Lady of the Luo, crash against the village's periphery like relentless ocean waves. At the village's edge, brand new wooden houses sprout forth like mushrooms after rain. The muddy paths are paved with blue stone, and vendors sell peace charms and holy water in porcelain vials, all while handling currency with a near-sacred reverence, murmuring softly, "May the Lady bless us." Children frolic outside the newly built school, while elderly fishermen mend their nets, humming newly composed ballads in praise of the Luo goddess. The lyrics rich with themes of benevolence and divine purification. The rising smoke from chimneys mingles with laughter and chatter, creating a veritable utopia, seemingly untouched by worldly woes. The newly arrived residents were expressions of profound gratitude and cautious reverence, instinctively lowering their voices, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility and sanctity of this place. The blessings of the Luo goddess. Old fisherman Wang scoops a ladle of holy water to nourish his vegetable patch, and the tender green shoots visibly unfurl their leaves at an astonishing pace. Overcome with emotion, he kneels in the dirt, even the vegetables soaking up the ethereal essence. Oh, gracious lady, oh, gracious lady! The villagers passing by pause, their faces a tapestry of envy, awe, and a deep-seated faith. Yet, this vibrant scene of flourishing life is abruptly shattered by the thunderous roar of engines. 3 black SUVs brazenly crash through the village's wooden fence, their tires flinging mud onto the pristine bluestone pathway. The doors swing open, and 5 grim-faced men emerge, the leader bearing a vicious scar across his face, an aura of volatile energy swirling around him. This violent intrusion ignites the villagers' anger, but more prominently, a sense of desecration and fear. Who dares to trespass upon this sacred ground? Protect the altar. You must leave at once. The air is thick with furious, tremulous shouts. Search. That must have hidden here. The scarred man rasps, sending the crowd into a frenzy. A woman clutching a baby instinctively buries the child's face in her bosom, murmuring prayers for the Luo goddess's protection. Fishermen, nets in hand, tighten their grips, their eyes betraying a fear in the face of extraordinary power. Journalist Lin Hai raises his camera, capturing this unexpected intrusion. Several elder villagers, including the village chief, step forward with steely resolve, forcing smiles as they address the intruders. This is the sacred dwelling of the Luo goddess, and we are not aware of your intentions. His voice, laced with humility, carries an unmistakable undertone of defiance. Get lost. A burly man with a scar on his face bellowed from behind, casually waving his hand. A searing wave of heat erupted violently, sending the village chief flying with a horrific scream, his chest charred black. The village chief, several young fishermen, their eyes wide with rage, seized their harpoons, ready to charge and fight back. The goddess will protect us. The crowd erupted in anguished roars, yet faced with that inhuman power, their desperate courage surged forth. Ants, scoffed another man with an effeminate visage, flicking his fingers. Sharp icicles materialized out of thin air, shooting like lightning towards the thigh of the foremost youth. Thud! Blood splattered as the young man collapsed, clutching his wounded leg in agony. The cries echoed like knives in the hearts of the villagers. Several women covered their children's eyes, stifling their sobs. Block our way, and we will kill them all. The scar-faced man stepped forward, a violent gust of wind sending the front row of villagers sprawling. His gaze was fixed on a newly painted wooden house deep within the village, his palm gathering a swirling sphere of distorted air, the destructive energy causing the atmosphere to wail in response. While dogs crawl out, otherwise, I shall raze this wretched village to the ground. This blatant threat of death silenced all voices. Despair washed over every face like a frigid tide. They had witnessed the holy water heal grievous ailments, yet had never dared to invoke the goddess's wrath. Faith appeared feeble beneath the weight of absolute power. Just as the wind sphere was about to be unleashed upon the wooden house, the calm, holy water at the altar began to boil unexpectedly. Look, the holy water! Someone screamed in a voice filled with ecstatic relief. From the swirling mist, the goddess slowly rose. Her indigo hair danced without wind, droplets cascading from its tips, refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. She did not even glance at the marauders. Instead, she extended a delicate finger, gently beckoning towards the agitated water's surface. A droplet leaped forth, translucent and round, scarcely the size of a grain of rice. All eyes were riveted on that droplet, breaths held in suspense. Divine retribution. Someone murmured, tears streaming down their face. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. That droplet hovered in midair, suddenly transforming into a nearly imperceptible azure thread. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Three soft sounds, barely audible, yet resonating like thunder in every heart. The wind sphere in the scar-faced man's palm silently dissipated. His fierce expression froze, a tiny hole appearing in his brow, devoid of blood, with a single azure droplet slowly seeping out. Behind him, the effeminate man who had unleashed the icicles and another burly man with flames flickering in his palm wore expressions of shock, their bodies frozen in place. All three bore identical azure holes in their foreheads. Thud, thud, thud. Three bodies toppled to the ground, stirring up a fine dust. Silence enveloped the scene. The sea breeze swept through the immobilized crowd, carrying away the lingering scent of blood. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, akin to a landslide or tsunami. The goddess has manifested. Wang Bo's hoarse cries shattered the silence as he fell to his knees in reverence. Praise the goddess's divine might. Thank you, goddess, for your saving grace. Long live the goddess, compassionate goddess. The fervent cries, ecstatic weeping, and the dull thud of foreheads striking the ground coalesced into a singular cacophony, causing the entire altar area to tremble beneath the sonic waves. The overwhelming euphoria of surviving calamity intertwined with an utmost reverence for divine power, forming a torrent of nearly frenzied faith. People hastily knelt, as if believing that drawing closer to the altar would allow them to more fully bask in divine grace. The remaining two empowered individuals stood frozen, their teeth chattering, their trousers suddenly soaked. They gazed at the blue-haired figure atop the altar, their knees buckling as they fell to the ground, foreheads pressed firmly against the cold stone slab. Trembling violently, "Oh, Lady Luo, have mercy! Spare us!" Their desperate cries pierced through the tumult of the crowd, as humble as dust. Yet, Quan Luo did not cast a glance their way. She merely lifted her fingertips. The two kneeling were seized by an invisible hand, screaming as they were dissolved into nothingness. The lady is wise. They deserve to die. Such is the fate of those who desecrate the divine. The villagers' cheers carried a sense of vindication. The Lady Luo has manifested. Wang Bo's shout ignited an even more frenzied wave of prostration. Like a fuse being lit, the crowd collapsed in unison. The sound of foreheads striking the ground, merging into a tide of devotion. Lady Luo, may you be merciful. Long live Lady Luo. Their cries soared into the heavens. Lin Hai's finger pressed firmly on the shutter release. The soft clicks of his camera drowned in the cacophony of voices. In the viewfinder, the blue-haired maiden stood upon the altar, bathed in the fervent gaze of her devotees, her expression as indifferent as an ancient glacier, with only a trace of moisture lingering on her fingertips, quietly evaporating. This tableau of sanctity and power, of compassion and coldness, was forever captured by him. As night descended, cool as water, the altar was adorned with mountains of fresh flowers, bouquets continually arriving, the air thick with their rich fragrance. Quan Luo sat alone beneath the moonlight, her fingers delicately pinching a blue rose presented by a devotee, its petals glistening with dew. The water's surface reflected her profile, exquisite and unearthly. The villagers maintained a respectful distance around her, no one daring to approach and disturb the sanctity. The low murmur of chanting and prayer wove through the night, lending solemnity to this sacred place. Have you heard? The hushed whispers floated in, carried by a few old fishermen keeping vigil. The Temple of Heaven in the capital of Yamato has collapsed. Collapsed? But that is a holy site. Their voices filled with incredulity. Holy site? Another voice interjected with disdain. The news has exploded. It's rife with unspeakable activities. Human experiments, mind control. They say it was leveled by the disaster sequence. The television displayed the devastation clearly. It was truly horrific. The disaster sequence? That Red Lotus? No, it's something new. Codenamed Annihilation. They say it's a red-haired female demon, more terrifying than Red Lotus. One person reduced the Temple of Heaven to rubble. Photos have surfaced. The red hair billows like fire, standing before the ruins. That gaze. Ugh, it's chilling. So unlike Our Lady's compassion. Click. The azure stem of the blue rose in Quan Luo's grasp snapped with a soft sound. Its petals drifted down, cascading into the sacred water, creating delicate ripples that shattered the visage of perfection reflected within. Red hair, a woman, obliteration, a new calamity? Quan Luo silently mulled over this term, a sudden sense of crisis tightening around her heart. This was not merely a threat to her power, but perhaps a challenge to her status? She gazed into the cold reflection of herself in the water, her indigo hair flowing like a tranquil deep sea. An unprecedented, piercing sensation surged within her, akin to an icicle piercing the still surface of a lake, plunging deeply into her core. Was this new calamity mightier than her? More resplendent? More noticed by the enigmatic Zero? The mere thought made the sacred water at her fingertips quiver slightly. No, within Quan Luo's eyes, a cold flame ignited in the depths of the indigo. She slowly closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, a shadowy hue churned within her indigo pupils. The sacred water began to swirl silently at her feet, forming an ever-deepening vortex, as if connecting to an unfathomable abyss. The surrounding chants seemed to pause for a moment, and the night watch fisherman felt an inexplicable shiver of trepidation. She released her grip, and the severed flower stem plunged into the whirlpool, instantly consumed without a trace. A fresh droplet of water silently coalesced at her fingertips, darker than the night and colder than ice, emanating an ominous sense of devouring. It seemed time to hasten. Quan Luo's voice mingled with the night breeze, as light as a sigh, yet causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Beneath the moonlight, her lips curled into a breathtaking, emotionless arc. No longer did it reflect the deity's compassion, but rather a chilling resolve imbued with urgency. Outside the altar, the night watch fishermen shivered in unison, looking around in confusion, only to see the figure of the Lady of the Luo growing ever more ethereal and sacred in the moonlight, as if the recent bone-chilling cold was merely a figment of their imagination. They tightened their garments against the deep night sea breeze and continued their low, fervent recitations of the prayer, beseeching divine protection throughout the long night. Yet at the center of the altar, the once revered azure, sacred water, considered the source of life by countless devotees, was expanding slowly and silently. For I shall not yield to you. Chapter 38. Walking alone in the dark alley for love I adore you, striding alone through the shadowy alleys. I cherish the sight of you standing tall without submission, confronting despair without shedding a tear. Chun Jin hummed a discordant tune, his fingertips entwined with a swirl of azure wind. I love your tattered attire, yet you dare to defy the bullets of fate. I love how you and I are so alike, with our flaws mirroring one another. Following the name of the account, Gao Lei, displayed on his phone screen. Chun-Jin pursued it like a hound detecting the scent of blood, leading him to the private club known as Yunding Tianke. Through the vast glass Fade, he observed everything within. Beneath the grand crystal chandelier, Gao Lei's corpulent figure sank into an opulent leather sofa, his face glistening with drunken mirth. He embraced a provocatively dressed woman with his left arm, while his right hand wandered restlessly along the thigh of another alluring girl. Glimmers of diamond-studded watches, cigars, and expensive liquor cluttered the table, the air thick with the intoxicating aroma of wealth, desire, and tobacco. "Uncle, another drink, please," the woman giggled, pouring more liquor into Gao Lei's mouth. All right, drink. I'm in high spirits today." Gao Lei laughed heartily, relishing his royal treatment, oblivious to the icy night outside, where a pair of eyes, ablaze with twisted fury, were fixated upon him. It was profoundly unjust, utterly unfair. Why should such scum revel in indulgence, basking in luxury through deceit and exploitation, while he, Chun-Jin, merely sought a woman to share his heart with, albeit with limited means, only to be swindled of all his savings, nearly meeting a gruesome fate? Damn it. Chun-Jin's lips curled into a grimace of displeasure, his gaze igniting with a madness akin to sparks igniting in boiling oil, bursting into flames. I detest such connections. He raised his foot, executing no flamboyant gesture, and casually kicked the alloy door, reputed to withstand rocket fire. Boom! It was not an explosion, but sheer force. A ferocious hurricane compressed to its utmost, resembling an invisible battering ram. The heavy door and its frame twisted inward, contorted, and tore apart. The alloy groaned under the unbearable strain, as if a piece of waste paper was being ripped open, creating a vast gash. Glass shards mingled with metal fragments shot into the club like a torrential downpour. The opulent music ceased abruptly. The crystal chandeliers swayed violently, and screams, the sound of shattering glass, and heavy objects hitting the ground instantly replaced the melody. Under attack. Quick! Grab your guns. Protect President Gao. After a brief silence, a piercing alarm blared. 7 or 8 bodyguards, clad in black suits and exuding a formidable presence, sprang from various corners, drawing their weapons with swift precision, clearly not ordinary security personnel. Among them, 2 exuded faint energy fluctuations typical of empowered individuals. One conjured a fireball in his palm, while another's arms were enveloped in rocky armor. "Who is this madman?" "Seeking death," barked the lead bodyguard, his weapon's dark muzzle locking onto the figure at the door, clad in a floral shirt and shorts, appearing nonchalant. As they beheld a flamboyant young man without a mask barging in, they instinctively raised their firearms, prepared to confront the intruder. Had they glimpsed his attire, reminiscent of a cataclysmic disaster, they would have fled in terror. Chun-Jin brushed off the dust that clung to him, disregarding the gun barrels aimed at him. He sauntered forward, his gaze drifting past the anxious bodyguards, landing directly on the bewildered Gao Lei sprawled on the sofa. A grin spread across Chun-Jin's face, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Ah, Uncle Gao Lei, I have a matter to discuss with you." Who are you?" Gao Lei's complexion turned ashen, his flesh quivering in fear. He hastily pushed aside the screaming woman beside him, shouting, "Subdue him! Beat him to death!" The bodyguards, no longer hesitating, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Explosive fireballs whistled through the air, and stone fists descended with crushing force. "How noisy," Chun-Jin remarked, pouting as if complaining about a neighbor's renovations. He hardly raised a hand. In the very moment when bullets, fireballs, and stone fists were about to make contact with his body, a low hum resonated. An invisible, rapidly rotating sphere of wind expanded abruptly around Chun-Jin. The bullets struck the wind barrier, instantly disintegrating into myriad fine particles. The fireballs were ensnared by the whirlwind, vanishing like scraps of paper cast into a furnace. The stone fists collided with the wind barrier. The hardened stone armor ground to dust, easily twisted and dismantled by the ferocious gale. At the edge of the wind domain, the two nearest gun-toting bodyguards were engulfed as if thrown into a high-speed meat grinder. Their piercing screams lasted but half a second. The sound of tearing flesh echoed horrifically. Blood and sinew scattered. In an instant, they were reduced to indistinguishable masses of gore, crashing against the wall in a blinding splash of crimson. Monster! The remaining bodyguards, including the two psychics, felt their pupils constrict in sheer terror, overwhelmed by an immense dread. The nonchalant display of power before them was beyond their capacity to resist. Run! The rock manipulator reacted the quickest, turning to smash through the window. Where do you think you're going? The fun has only just begun. Chun Jin cackled, flicking his fingers. A slender, yet tangible azure wind line, sharp as death's finger, shot forth, precisely piercing the back of the rock manipulator's heart. The man halted abruptly, incredulously staring at the gaping hole in his chest, its edges smooth as glass. No blood flowed, for all flesh bone, and organs had been utterly shattered and obliterated upon contact with the terrifying force it contained within the wind line. With a thunderous crash, the heavy rock body collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The once proud stone armor now resembled a poorly crafted earthen mound. Witnessing the instantaneous demise of his comrade, the fireball manipulator was seized by panic, collapsing to his knees. Don't kill me. Spare me. Spare you? Chun Jin tilted his head, pondering an amusing question. You certainly weren't contemplating mercy when you struck at me, were you? With a casual wave of his hand, the limp fireball of an ability user was uncontrollably lifted into the air, violently hurled against the massive wine cabinet by an invisible hand of wind. Crash! Boom! The luxurious cabinet, along with its collection of fine wines, shattered into a million pieces in an instant. Glass shards with splinters and splattered wine mingled with fragments of flesh, scattering throughout the hall. The pungent aroma of alcohol intertwined with the metallic scent of blood, permeating the entire space. Gao Lei was utterly paralyzed with fear. The two expensive ability user bodyguards he had hired were crushed like ants. He surveyed the chaos and carnage, trembling uncontrollably under the weight of immense terror. Wait, brother. Let us talk this over. Gao Lei slumped on the sofa, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Money. I have money. I'll give you 5 million. No, I'll give you 10 million. Spare me, it's good for you too. I am from the Gao family. The Gao family of Dongxia. If you harm me, the Gao family will not let you off. The Gao family? Chun Jin's smile vanished in an instant. Damn it, the Gao family again. Like a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. How annoying. He stepped forward forcefully, and a violent gust of wind overturned the heavy coffee table, sending fine liquor and fruit platters tumbling to the ground. I'm targeting your Gao family. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Chun Jin's figure vanished in an instant. Gao Lei felt a blur before his eyes, followed by an irresistible force that clutched his neck, lifting his corpulent body from the sofa as if he were a mere chicken destined for slaughter. Ugh, off! Gao Lei's feet left the ground, his eyes bulging, his face turning a deep shade of purple, only able to emit suffocating gasps. Is the Gao family really that powerful? Chun Jin leaned closer to the distorted, oxygen-deprived face, a cruel smile gracing his lips. I am targeting the Gao family. Rest assured, I'm pressed for time. I'll give you a swift end. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed hauntingly through the hall. Chun Jin released his grip, and Gao Lei's hefty body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mud, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his face frozen in a mask of sheer terror and disbelief. In the hall, the only survivors were the women huddled in the corners, trembling and nearly fainting. The acrid stench of blood mingled with the odor of urine. Chun Jin wrinkled his nose in disgust, his gaze sweeping across the wreckage before landing on the diamond-encrusted limited edition watch on Gao Lei's wrist, along with several scattered checks on the floor. Oh, what a treasure! His eyes lit up, the earlier aura of menace and irritation dissipating in an instant as he hummed an off-key tune. Shall I go? Is it worth it? This tattered cloak, shall I fight? Fight! With the most humble dreams, I pay tribute to the wails and roars of the night. Who says that only those standing in the light are heroes? Chun Jin picked up the watch, casually slipping it onto his wrist, and deftly stuffed the scattered checks into his pocket. Not bad, not bad. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Chen patted his pocket with satisfaction, whistled cheerfully, and, without a glance at the women fainted in the corner or the flashing surveillance cameras above, swaggered out through the original hole, his figure quickly merging into the night. Only the desolate silence and the acrid scent of blood remained in the lofty peak of the celestial realm. In the core estate of the Gao family within the Eastern Summer Imperial capital, a slab of top-tier Hitian jade was violently smashed onto the Zetan wood desk, shattering into pieces instantly. Useless. A pack of imbeciles. Gao Qiyuan's hair stood on end, his chest heaving violently, his usually well-maintained visage now contorted with rage. The Celestial Realm. Once again, the Celestial Realm. In just 2 short months, our second stronghold has been obliterated. That fool Gao Lei has met his demise as well. Before him, several loyal subordinates remained utterly silent, their heads bowed low, not daring to utter a word. The last incident had occurred at an organ black market stronghold on the outskirts of Huijing, where mysterious wind elemental ability user had left no survivors. Not only had they lost a crucial supply source for organs, but they had also suffered a significant loss of clientele. And now, scarcely a moment had passed since that calamity, and yet another vital money laundering and intelligence hub, the Celestial Realm, had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Gao Lei, the subordinate stationed there, had been killed. Gao Qiyuan's voice roared like a wounded beast, echoing throughout the opulent study. I want to know who did this. I will unearth them, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground. Do they think the Gao family is made of clay? He slammed his palm onto the desk, causing a fissure to crack open in the sturdy Zetan wood surface. The organ market, human trafficking, usury, money laundering, these enterprises were all nurtured by my own hand. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested? These industries not only contribute profits annually to the family, but also provide convenience to influential figures. No one dares to touch my enterprises. Yet recently, someone has disregarded the rules. A glint of madness flickered in Gao Qiyuan's eyes. Whoever it may be, those who dare to interfere with Gao Qiyuan's domain will regret ever stepping foot in this world. Go. Inform the MO Run. Instruct them to abandon all current affairs and devote their full efforts to tracking down the slaughterer of the Celestial Realm. His subordinates trembled, sensing the chilling air. Hastily responding, "Yes, Master Yuan, we shall attend to this immediately." Watching his subordinates retreat in a flurry, the muscles in Gao Qiyuan's face continued to twitch. He approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sprawling lights outside the estate that symbolized power, his expression dark enough to drip water. Regardless of your esteemed origins, if you dare to pull out Gao Qiyuan's teeth, be prepared to be flayed and dismembered, never to be reborn. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word as if casting a curse. In the night, the Gao family estate was permeated with an aura of deadly intent. The curtain of a hunt targeting Qinjin had quietly lifted. Chapter 39, The Fourth Calamity, Judgment. In the capital of the Yamato nation, the Supreme Court stood as a somber bastion of justice. The air was thick with the scent of rust and disinfectant. The gallery was packed to the brim. Countless eyes fixated on the gaunt figure of the defendant, Takagi Tatsu, clad in a faded prison uniform, his hands shackled with heavy chains. His demeanor was strikingly calm, an incongruity amidst the courtroom's fervent atmosphere. In the back row of the gallery, a group of devout followers of the Shinka sect, draped in white and bearing banners, cast venomous glances in his direction, their lips moving silently in curses. In summary, the defendant Takagi Tatsu, having long harbored malicious intent, utilized his authority to amass wealth and perpetrate persecution. Takagi Tatsu, do you have any further statements regarding your case? The judge's voice was frigid, imbued with a mechanical gravitas, reverberating through the hall via a loudspeaker. Takagi Tatsu slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the faces that seemed eager to devour him, ultimately resting upon the camera. His voice, though subdued, commanded a hush over the raucous courtroom. He exploited his power, amassed fortune, and inflicted suffering. Countless families have been shattered due to his actions, innumerable lives devastated, some even lost, including my father, my brother. I assassinated him not out of personal vengeance, but to sever the head of this venomous serpent, to seek justice for those consumed by the Shinku sect. His tone was devoid of anger, merely a calm recitation of facts. Yet it ignited the fury of the Shinku followers in the gallery, like a drop of water igniting hot oil. Nonsense. Blasphemy. He is the earthly embodiment of the Shinku. You demon. Murderer. Sophist. The Shinku sect brings blessings. Your father reaped what he sowed. Amidst the cacophony of shouts and curses from the Shinku followers, the voices of ordinary citizens were also intermingled, caught in the fervor of the moment. How much welfare has he fought for us? You ungrateful wretch. He deserves to die. Execute him immediately. Yes, death penalty. Carry it out at once. To appease the spirit of the Prime Minister. Filthy words splattered upon Takagi Tatsu like putrid refuse. Several fervent followers even attempted to breach the court's security, brandishing their Shinku scriptures with grotesque visages. In their eyes, Takagi Tatsu had become an irredeemable, inhuman demon, while they were the embodiments of compassion and selfless devotion. Takagi Tatsu observed this scene with calm detachment, gazing upon the utterly blinded and foolish individuals who had become unwitting accomplices. A profound sense of absurdity and deep sorrow enveloped him. He had undertaken what he believed to be the right course of action, eradicating the support for a malevolent cult. Yet what awaited him? Shackles, judgment, and an avalanche of vitriol. There was no understanding, no gratitude, only a fervent desire for his immediate demise. He spotted a figure in the corner of the gallery, one he had once striven to protect with all his might. In a fleeting lull amidst the uproar of the Shinku followers, a frail woman clad in the white garb of a Shinku devotee trembled as she rose. She was Takagi Tatsu's mother. She did not gaze upon her son, but instead turned towards the judge and the audience, bowing deeply and humbly. Her voice tinged with sobs. Your Honor, esteemed guests, I am deeply sorry. It is my failure to educate my son that led him to commit such a heinous crime. His sins are unforgivable, and his death is but a trivial matter. We, as a family, have betrayed the teachings of the divine light and the spirits of our ancestors. I am willing to devote the remainder of my life to serve the divine light more devoutly, to atone for my son's transgressions, and to plead for the divine light's forgiveness. I implore you, forgive us. As she spoke, she knelt in the courtroom, her hands clasped together, murmuring prayers from the scriptures of the divine light. This scene was more striking than any curse uttered by the followers of the divine light. It pierced like a venomous dagger into Takamura's heart. His mother, the very person who should have been his strongest support, was now kneeling before his adversaries, pleading for forgiveness from the cult that had devoured his father and brother, twisting their family into a grotesque form, and personally nailing him to the pillar of shame. Takamura slowly closed his eyes. The last thread connecting him to the world had snapped completely. Anger, disappointment, pain, all had vanished. Only an endless void and numbness remained. He felt indifferent. Ultimately, the judge struck the gavel, and amidst the shouts of death penalty, from the followers of the divine light and the incited agreement from some members of the public, declared, the defendant Takamura shall be sentenced to death. Given the gravity of the case, it requires review by the Supreme Procuratorate, and the execution date will be announced later. The death sentence, postponed. This did not quell the fervor of the divine light followers. Rather, it incited even louder cries. Postponed? Why the delay? What more needs to be verified when the evidence is irrefutable? It is clearly a cover-up. Such a person should be eradicated immediately. He must not live another day. The voices of the followers of the divine light mingled with those of ordinary citizens. I demand immediate execution to prevent further complications. Divine light's might. Purify the evil. The blood of the false believers is the finest offering to the spirits. Takamura does not deserve forgiveness. Execute him immediately in honor of the deities. Divine light is supreme. The unforgivable must be executed on the spot. This fervent group of devotees was so agitated that the court officers struggled to maintain order. Takamura was taken away by the officers, his eyes still closed, like a shell devoid of all soul. The tumult of the courtroom, his mother's weeping, the curses of the followers. Everything was now irrelevant to him. The cold moonlight filtered through the narrow window of the prison transport, illuminating his pallid face. In the realm of Dongxia, a genuine forum, the turmoil in Kyoto, Japan, rippled like a stone cast into a lake, creating vast waves. New users continuously joined, server traffic reached unprecedented heights, and several posts soared to prominence, garnering overwhelming attention. The pinned hot topic, on the sole title of the fourth catastrophe, Judgment, posted by The Skeleton Does Not Lie. Dear members, I am the Skeleton. You are all aware of the cataclysmic explosion in Kyoto, Japan, where the Temple of Heavenly Tao was reduced to ashes, as the fourth catastrophe swept across the globe with its annihilating power. However, regarding the title of the fourth calamity, debates surrounding judgment, condemnation, and annihilation continue unabated. After countless sleepless nights meticulously analyzing all publicly available footage, energy residue reports, and behavioral patterns, I have arrived at a conclusion. The fourth calamity is judgment. The rationale is as follows. Wielding divine retribution, there is no mercy in condemnation. She stands as the ultimate arbiter, transcending the realm of rules. Where her thoughts reach, there lies the courtroom. Her gaze fixes upon one, and judgment is pronounced. To strip away life and obliterate existence are the cold executions of her final decree. Her abilities are characterized as follows. Eye of Judgment, a colossal phantom eye looming in the air, casting its gaze to imprint guilt. Blade of Condemnation, a jet-black line of annihilation, rendering matter, energy, and existence into the void. On the level of rules, the essence of her power surpasses destruction. Embodying the supreme laws of judgment takes immediate effect and deprivation of existence. Before the temple of heavenly law, her annihilating powers are formidable. Various machines, artillery, and supernatural beings, along with their assaults, are instantaneously erased, leaving only the hollow remnants of severed rules. In a grand synthesis, in the chaotic darkness of night, the crimson lotus incinerates sins. The goddess of Luo commands life and death, and the winds rise to cleanse the cosmos. The Eye of Judgment, merciless in condemnation, the final decree echoes, and all returns to silence. Numerous replies flood beneath the post. True. Wang Defa, truly remarkable. The Skeleton immediately analyzed the title of the fourth calamity, substantiated with reason. I bow in admiration. Argerat, the Skeleton is impressive. Listening to your words is worth more than a decade of study. Judgment indeed possesses a depth far beyond annihilation. That blade, that gaze, embodies the essence of the judge. Kyoto, Japan IP at the scene, trembling. The Skeleton speaks the truth. Her power is terrifying. The emergence of those black eyes feels as if the heavens have opened their eyes, marking those who must perish. Judgment. It is undoubtedly judgment. User 444165540. Wow, there are monsters on site. The experience must be far more shocking than the blurry video. I can only affirm that the word judgment is well-deserved. Aside from the fervor surrounding the fourth calamity title, another post is gaining considerable attention. Pin hot post. In-depth investigation. The endless corpses beneath the sacred white tower of the Temple of Heavenly Law. Shocking. Explosive. Poster. The Skeleton never lies content. The so-called land of love and protection in Japan has collapsed. It has crumbled well, but not thoroughly enough. Today, I will unveil the shameful veil of this pure white hell and reveal how many wrong souls are buried within. Core Revelations, Partial 1. Human Armament Factory. Absolutely not voluntary. The so-called volunteers are primarily orphans from welfare institutions, indebted individuals, and vagrants. They are forcibly implanted with neural controllers, with undeniable evidence of the neck interface, subjected to inhumane experiments of ability activation and genetic modification. Defective specimens are disposed of directly, with attached incinerator residue detection reports. 2. Life-sustaining drugs death tokens. The life-sustaining agents controlled by the Nose Training Health Organization are highly toxic. While they temporarily suppress the backlash of abilities, they actually accelerate organ decay. Leaked internal medical reports reveal alarmingly high blood replacement frequencies, with organ necrosis at an appalling level. 3. Mental hell. The code of conduct for superpowered individuals is a brainwashing manual. High-frequency mental suggestion, sensory deprivation, and pharmacological control transform living beings into obedient killing machines. Defectors will be remotely activated by a control device, leading to brain death. Anonymous testimony from former researchers. 4. The money laundering machine. Due to space constraints. More shocking details can be found in the forum under Heavenly Path Palace Confidential Archives, continuously updated. It promises to broaden your horizons. The Heavenly Path Palace is not a sanctuary. It is a den of iniquity cloaked in a guise of sanctity. Those who indulge in the art of nasal nourishment deserve their fate. The judgment of a natural disaster sequence is an act of divine retribution. In the world, I am chilled to the bone. I once believed the Heavenly Path Palace was a guardian of righteousness, yet it harbors such darkness. Elizabeth from South Street. Good heavens, this is truly perverse. Human experimentation, money laundering, and even hoarding collectibles? The land of the rising sun is indeed a concentration camp for the depraved. The judgment is splendidly executed. Hypocritical saints begone. Alas, those victims are truly pitiable. This is a bloody tragedy of humanity. The judgment is cleansing the world of sin. Mushroom soup. No wonder judgment seeks to destroy it. This abomination is a global threat. By the way, will the next target of judgment be the Divine Light sect? It seems to be of the same ilk as the Heavenly Path Palace. Individuals express their views in the thread, often reaching a consensus on many issues. Many laud the exceptional skills of the true hunters, who consistently uncover the hidden truths lurking in the depths. The moonlight continues to cast a cold glow upon the earth. Deep within the prison of the land of the rising sun, Takagi lies on a hard cot, listening to the faint sounds of the Divine Light sect's celebration of justice from afar, his face devoid of expression. Two worlds, two cacophonies, intertwined to create an absurd and oppressive symphony under the shadow of impending doom. In the dimly lit chamber of the Divine Light sect's headquarters, a figure caresses a gem-encrusted scripture. Gazing at Takagi's expressionless face on the screen, a cold and satisfied smile curling at the corners of their mouth. Chapter 40. This world is truly wretched. Takahashi's body languished within a solitary cell, its walls composed of frigid concrete, with only a narrow iron window high above allowing a meager sliver of moonlight to seep through. He slumped against the equally cold wall, the chill of the cement floor seeping into his bones. The voices echoed within his mind. The Divine Light sect is a legitimate faith. It is you who is aberrant. Your sins are unforgivable. Former Prime Minister Abe is in support of legitimate religious practices. It would be better for the Divine Light sect to carry out the death penalty. There is no liberation, only a deeper weariness. In truth, Takahashi was not surprised by the verdict of death. He had prepared himself for it from the outset. What truly disheartened him was the unwavering resilience of the Divine Light sect, which remained unscathed by any adverse repercussions. His intention had been to strike a blow against the sect, to awaken the populace to its dangers. Yet he had not anticipated that ordinary people would join the sect in condemning him. Perhaps he had been mistaken. Not everyone possesses the capacity for rational thought. He gradually reclined, the unforgiving ground pressing against his bones, while the moonlight streamed through the iron bars, casting a pallid glow upon his curled form. His eyelids grew heavy, consciousness sinking into a profound fatigue and emptiness, descending into a chaotic abyss of darkness. Within that darkness, fragments of memory surged forth like a relentless tide, dragging him back to a place long faded from his life, once known as home. The hues of memory were imbued with a warm, golden glow. It was a narrow yet tidy old machiya on the outskirts of Kyoto. Beneath the soft light of an oil lamp, his father, Kenichi Takahashi, possessed fingers that were both robust and remarkably deft. A skilled technician at a small machining factory, he was, in Takahashi's eyes, an omnipotent superhero. His father could magically mend the various broken items that neighbors brought, transforming cold metal and intricate blueprints into functioning wonders. A creaky old clock, a leaky tin kettle, even the tin frog damaged by children. The air was infused with the mingling scents of machine oil, wood shavings, and the miso soup prepared by his mother. "Look, Ada," his father would say, lifting him onto his knee, pointing to the precise lines on the blueprints, his voice low and gentle. "Anything in this world can be repaired if one earnestly seeks to understand its structure. Remember, tools are extensions of the hand, and knowledge is the eye of the heart." The small screwdriver and file were the first gift bestowed upon him by his father, treasured as if they were precious toys. His mother, Keiko Takahashi, always wore a gentle smile, silently tidying up the tools scattered after her husband's work, folding the faded but clean work clothes with care. His elder brother, Kentaro, 7 years his senior, was the pitcher for the youth baseball team, strong and robust, often taking him to the riverside to catch fish and teaching him how to skip stones to create beautiful ripples. In those days, home was a refuge. His father's broad shoulders shielded against the storm. His mother's embrace was a warm hearth, and his brother's silhouette served as an aspirational figure to chase after. Life was modest yet stable, filled with hope and a steadfast belief in the future. Takahashi believed that life would continue in a regular and steady manner, much like the clock his father had repaired. Yet, the turning point arrived like an unforeseen landslide. At the age of 12, his father's small-scale processing factory, which had been diligently operated for 2 decades, was suddenly and maliciously acquired by a large conglomerate known as Xinguang Heavy Industry at an absurdly low price. Overnight, his father and dozens of skilled craftsmen found themselves unemployed. Behind Xinguang Heavy Industry loomed the rapidly rising Xinguang sect, under the guise of providing spiritual solace. It infiltrated every corner of society, including the very arteries of the economy, by exploiting the fervent faith and donations of its followers. After losing his job, Takagi Kenichi, a stubborn technician who only understood machinery, faced relentless obstacles in the harsh economic winter and rampant age discrimination. He attempted to open a repair shop, but it remained desolate. He set aside his pride to apply for lower positions, only to be met with disdain. His savings slipped away like sand through his fingers. Despair coiled around this once formidable man like a creeping vine as he began to retreat into silence, the light in his eyes flickering dimmer by the day. Takagi recalled countless nights when he quietly arose to find his father sitting despondently at his workbench, absent-mindedly stroking a severely worn gear. His gaze lost in the pitch-black night outside, his silhouette hunched like a bent steel plate. Then, on a cold, rainy morning, Takagi was jolted awake by his mother's heart-wrenching cries. His father, clad in a faded and oil-stained work uniform, had hanged himself from the beam of an abandoned warehouse near the factory's old site. In his pocket lay a crumpled, barely legible note. "Keiko Ada Kentaro. I'm sorry. I did my best." In an instant, their home crumbled. The sudden collapse of the family's cornerstone plunged this already precarious household into a deeper abyss of despair. The funeral was simple and sorrowful, attended by only a few old colleagues, while the shadow of the Xinguang sect loomed like a dark cloud over every corner. The devastating blow of their father's suicide left their mother, Takagi Keiko, as if her soul had been wrenched from her, weeping incessantly and drifting in a daze. The burdens of life and immense grief rendered her disoriented. It was then that the comforters from the Xinguang sect appeared, like hyenas scenting blood at the most opportune moment. Dressed in pristine white uniforms and wearing sympathetic smiles, they frequently visited under the pretext of bestowing divine grace upon the afflicted. However, what they offered was not tangible assistance, but rather a meticulously woven spiritual prison. Time and again, they instilled in Keiko the notion that her husband's misfortune was the result of unresolved karmic debts from a past life, requiring devout allegiance to Xinguang for the atonement of the deceased and blessings for the living in order to attain redemption and liberation. Consumed by despair and confusion, the mother clung to this last lifeline, increasingly attending the sect's gatherings, sacrificing the meager savings meant for their survival and Kentaro's education at the altar. Meanwhile, his brother Takagi Kentaro, once a bright and spirited youth, rapidly shed his innocence following their father's death as if he had aged overnight. He relinquished his studies and beloved baseball, shouldering the burden of supporting the family. He juggled 3 jobs, delivering newspapers in the early morning, working at a convenience store during the day, and washing dishes at an izakaya at night, exhausted like a worn-out old dog. Takahashi watched helplessly as the light in his brother's eyes, much like their father's, was gradually extinguished by the burdens of life and their mother's deepening superstition. Kintaro had once furiously torn apart a pamphlet about the Shink religion that their mother had brought home, engaging in a fierce argument with her, accusing those involved of being vampires. Yet, the tears of their mother and her pleas for peace for their father's soul ultimately forced him into a painful silence. The strain of their meager existence and the weight of mental anguish swiftly took a toll on Kintaro's health. He developed a severe gastric ulcer, but could not bring himself to spend money on a doctor, relying instead on cheap painkillers to endure. One winter night, after a grueling 16-hour shift, Kintaro collapsed in the frigid, biting snow on his way home from an izakaya, never to awaken again. The doctor diagnosed him with massive gastric bleeding compounded by extreme fatigue and malnutrition. The death of his brother became the final straw that broke Takahashi, plunging their mother deeper into the abyss of the Shink faith. She cried out that it was Kintaro's disrespect towards the divine that brought their punishment, and she threw herself into worship and donations to the Shink religion with increasing fervor, as if such acts could absolve their sins and procure a semblance of peace. In that moment, Takahashi's heart turned to ice. I was not born to weep. I was not born to yield. I resolved to become a star. He recognized that the root of his family's misfortune pointed directly to the Shink religion, cloaked as it was in a guise of sanctity, and to the vast protective umbrella of the political elite in Japan that sheltered and exploited it for profit. Particularly, the former Prime Minister, Abe Inizuka, who frequently endorsed the Shink faith to solidify his electoral power. Hatred, like cold molten iron, cooled and solidified in Takahashi's heart, forging itself into a blade. He was neither crushed by suffering, nor did he choose to succumb like a coward, nor did he unleash indiscriminate vengeance upon society like a madman. His father's teachings echoed, "Tools are extensions of the hand, and knowledge is the eye of the heart." He sought revenge, but with a clear target, to obliterate the source of their suffering. Like a solitary wolf, he embarked on a long and clandestine period of preparation. Inheriting his father's mechanical acumen and practical skills, he juggled part-time jobs to sustain the most basic living for himself and his mother, despite most of his earnings still being devoted to her. Takahashi seized every moment and resource to fervently study and delve into his pursuits. No longer the docile youth, his gaze sharpened and became vigilant. He immersed himself in countless books on the principles of explosives, ballistics, gunpowder ratios, and machining. Navigating the murky waters of various technical forums online, he cautiously collected seemingly insignificant materials, discarded metal pipes, specific types of nuts, components from circuit boards, and black powder extracted from fireworks. The initial plan was to construct a powerful bomb to detonate when Abe Inizuka inaugurated the new headquarters of the Shink religion, sending those vampires and their lair skyward. He meticulously designed the detonation device, repeatedly simulating and calculating. However, as he stood at the anticipated epicenter of the explosion, observing the ordinary pedestrians, elderly individuals, children who might be caught in the crossfire, he hesitated. His father's repairs were meant to improve lives, not to inflict harm upon the innocent. Takagi Tada aimed to vanquish demons, not those common people, like himself, who were blinded and oppressed by life. The destructive power of the bomb could not be accurately controlled. The guilt of harming the innocent was unbearable. "I cannot misfire," he murmured to himself in the corner of an abandoned warehouse, slowly dismantling the meticulously prepared explosive materials. A new, more precise, yet challenging plan began to take shape in his mind. A homemade firearm. He would execute this overdue judgment at close range and with pinpoint accuracy. It was the day when Abe Kinsan delivered a campaign speech in Kyoto for the new facilities of the Shinka cult. The sun shone brightly, the crowd was dense, and the Shinku followers donned glaring white garments, waving flags and fervently chanting slogans. The security appeared tight, but after months of reconnaissance, observation, and simulation, Takagi Tada had already deciphered their rotation patterns and visual blind spots. Dressed inconspicuously in a gray polo shirt, khaki work pants, and high-top basketball shoes, with black glasses and a gray mask, he blended seamlessly into the throng. He arrived near the speech venue hours in advance, awaiting the commencement of the address. When Abe Kinson's familiar figure emerged on the makeshift podium, wearing a disingenuous, benevolent smile and waving to the cheering crowd, Takagi Tada's heartbeat calmed instead of quickening. He did not rush to act. Instead, he crossed his arms and listened to Abe Kinson's speech, which was vacuous and vague, laden with the unmistakable aroma of a politician. Slowly, he withdrew the crude, yet lethal weapon from his bag, his movements steady as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The barrel glinted coldly under the sunlight. Without hesitation, without excitement, only a chilling resolve to fulfill his mission, he raised his arm and aimed. He pulled the trigger. Bang! Immediately followed by a second shot. Bang! Two dull, yet deafening gunshots shattered the fade of false tranquility. The crowd's cheers morphed into terrified screams. Takagi Tada distinctly witnessed Abe Kinson's body jerk violently. The insincere smile on his face freezing and fracturing, replaced by incredulity and the agony of death as he fell backward. A direct hit. Takagi Tada did not glance back a second time. He turned without hesitation, like a specter merging with the shadows, traversing the chaotic crowd to escape. The sound of police whistles and sirens grew nearer, the turmoil serving as his best cover. He did not run, but maintained a pace akin to that of everyday life, navigating through the chaotic streets before vanishing into the entrance of an old residential area. The entire process was chillingly composed. He returned to the cold, now unfamiliar place he once called home. His mother was absent, likely attending another Shinka gathering. He watched the assassination news unfold on the television, his photograph starkly visible on the wanted poster. The enforcement agency's net of pursuit is swiftly tightening, and he knows that it is only a matter of time before he is discovered. What should he do next? An overwhelming sense of exhaustion and emptiness washes over him. Revenge has been exacted, yet his home lies in ruins, lives have been lost, and his mother remains ensnared in despair. This world appears unchanged by the fall of the villain. A news ticker at the bottom of the television screen scrolls a message offering a substantial reward for information on a major case. Takeda's gaze falters. He recalls the small diner at the corner, where the proprietors, a kind couple, always offered an extra scoop of rice to workers like him who were short on funds. Yet, their lives seem perpetually strained. The establishment is dilapidated, and the cost of their daughter's education often casts a shadow over their faces. Sooner or later, he will be caught. Why not use the reward to assist them? A thought rises abruptly, tinged with a sense of self-destructive relief. He stands, casting a final glance around this place that has borne witness to his life's joys and sorrows, now reduced to cold memories. Then he walks calmly out the door, heading toward that familiar diner. It is midday, and the diner is nearly empty. The owner is wiping down tables, and upon seeing him, instinctively offers a warm smile. Takeda-kun, here, so early today? The usual? Takeda does not take a seat. Instead, he gazes steadily at the owner, his voice subdued. It was me, the one on the news. The owner's hand freezes mid-wipe, his smile fading into shock as he stares at him. Takeda points to the landline phone in the diner, his tone devoid of emotion. Report me. The reward is for your daughter's education. After speaking, he turns away from the owner's terror-stricken face and sits quietly in the corner, gazing out at the overcast sky as if waiting for a bowl of hot rice as he usually would. He hears the owner trembling as he picks up the receiver, hears the incoherent call to the police and the distant wail of sirens growing nearer. He does not resist. When the cold handcuffs clasp his wrists, he even feels a peculiar sense of calm. The tide of memory recedes, casting him back into the frigid confines of a cell. In the corridor outside, a television in an unknown cell plays a late-night program of the Divine Light Church, the hypocritical and beguiling voice intermittently drifting in. The divine light shines, purifying the soul. Though darkness may briefly obscure, we, the faithful, must uphold our piety and dedicate ourselves. Eternal divine light, long-lasting blessings. The corners of Takeda's mouth twitch ever so slightly, a silent, icy mockery. This world is utterly rotten, regardless of how many fathers or brothers perish. No matter how much blood is shed, these parasitic monsters will always don a polished exterior, deceiving the masses with lies, standing high above all. Clank! The iron door of the cell creaks open. Chapter 41. Destroying the old world with power. The cold shackles scraped against Takamida's wrists, the metallic scent mingling with the musty odor of the cell. Suddenly, the lock clicked, and someone entered. He could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids. It wasn't until the oppressive sensation of an ice pick pressed against his throat that the air thickened. Takamida's eyes flew open. In the doorway, a tall figure stood silently, backlit by the stark, pale light of the corridor. The dark trench coat fell gracefully, untainted by the filth of this wretched prison. The figure's face was concealed by a chilling silver mask. The cataclysmic sequence, the dark night. Takamida's pupils constricted sharply, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. The leader of the cataclysmic sequence, the terrifying entity that had turned the East into chaos and reduced the divine path of Japan to dust. What was he doing here? Was he here to kill him? Or... Countless thoughts flickered through his mind like lightning, only to be forcefully suppressed. It mattered not. Takamida lowered his eyelids once more, his voice dry and hoarse, imbued with a near-numb tranquility. The cataclysmic sequence, the dark night, a name that resonates like thunder. However, I am but a solitary being, possessing nothing worthy of your schemes. He shifted the heavy shackles, the metallic clashing producing a jarring sound. If you intend to kill me, then do it. The anticipated death did not come. So he stepped slowly into the cell, his gait unhurried. He did not glance at the cold instruments of torture. Instead, his gaze pierced through the mask, landing on Takamida. To kill you? Suye's voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. No, I'm here to offer you a choice. He halted a step away, an intangible pressure causing Takamida to catch his breath. Leave his prison and gain the power to rewrite everything. Suye's voice, akin to the whispers of an abyss, brimmed with temptation and danger, or remain here, awaiting the carefully prepared fate by the Divine Light sect. Takamida suddenly raised his head, surprise flashing in his eyes, followed swiftly by intense wariness. Power? To become a terrorist like you, creating disasters and slaughtering the innocent? Moreover, how could one bestow power upon ordinary people? He twisted his lips in disdain. You ignited the flames of war in the East, leveled skyscrapers in Kyoto, rendering countless people homeless. This power I do not desire. His expression hidden beneath the mask. Only when Takamida's labored breaths echoed in the cramped cell did he slowly speak, his tone calm, yet imbued with immense gravity. Innocent? You assassinated the former prime minister who sheltered the Divine Light sect for those so-called innocents. And what was the outcome? Did any of them express gratitude towards you? They regard you as a demon, cursing you to die at once. Your mother knelt before your enemies, pleading for the mercy of the Divine Light. Each word was like a searing iron brand, brutally searing into Takamida's bloody wounds. His body trembled violently, his complexion turning ashen, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet he found himself unable to refute. Suyi leaned slightly forward, the silver mask glinting coldly in the dim light, each word like an ice pick. Piercing through Takamida's last defenses, a gentleman is born of small nation, not of the gentleman's transgressions. What you believe you're safeguarding is merely a breeding ground for malevolence. What you sacrifice for is nothing more than a puppet of ignorance and blind conformity. This decaying world is unworthy of your sacrifice, and even less deserving of the gift your father bequeathed to you. Those eyes capable of discerning structure and mending fractures. Eyes? Takamura was jolted. His father's words pierced through the dust-laden corridors of memory, echoing thunderously in his desolate mind. Suye's voice resonated like a clarion call, imbued with undeniable authority. Your eyes have witnessed the malignant growth of the Divine Light sect, perceiving the warped architecture of this reality. Now I bestow upon you power, not to wreak havoc, but... Suye's voice paused momentarily, infused with a chilling fervor that penetrated the essence of existence, but to utterly transform it, in the most direct and thorough manner. Use this strength to annihilate this irredeemable old world. Boom! The entirety of Takamura-da's realm reverberated with a resounding roar. Suye's right hand, akin to a mark of judgment, pressed heavily upon Takamura-da's crown. Buzz! An ineffable terror surged forth, akin to countless searing steel needles, instantaneously piercing through the sinews and marrow of Takamura-da. The agony that transcended mere physical rupture was a torment emanating from the very core of his bones, as if molten metal were being forcibly infused, replacing him with excruciating suffering. Takamura emitted a wretched, inhuman wail, his body convulsing like a fish out of water, his eyes bloodshot, nearly bulging from their sockets. He could distinctly sense the unsettling crackling of his bones, as if being hammered and reshaped by an unseen force. More terrifying still was the blood. That flowing warmth seemed to be siphoned away, replaced by a cold, heavy, mercury-like metallic fluid. It surged violently through his veins, each wave bringing with it a piercing burn and a sensation of tearing. Buzz! Beneath Takamura's exposed skin, bizarre silver-gray patterns spread like living entities, rising grotesquely. Fingertips, the backs of his hands, his neck, the metallic sheen swiftly enveloped his skin, transforming him into a statue of metal, as if being cast in molten form. The chamber reverberated with the grinding of bones under an invisible force, the hum of flowing metal, and Takamura-da's primal, suppressed roars. This agony of transformation seemed to stretch into eternity. As the last vestige of pain receded, Takamura-da lay as if pulled from water, drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. He trembled and raised his hand. His skin regained its normal hue, yet an unprecedented sense of weighty resilience surged through his flesh and bones. A flicker of thought ignited. Buzz! A blinding silver radiance erupted from his fingertips. A stream of liquid metal, akin to quicksilver, seeped forth. It morphed at will into fine needles, slender blades, intricate gears, even a diminutive replica identical to the cherished gear from his father's memory. Have I truly become an extraordinary being? Sui nodded slightly beside him, satisfied with the outcome. Takamura-da had acquired extraordinary abilities, the calamity of metal. The formidable power to manipulate metal has seamlessly woven itself into the fabric of his existence. Memories of his father, laboring over parts beneath the flickering glow of an oil lamp, and the tools polished to a gleam, evoke an innate fascination and understanding of mechanical structures. All his dormant aspirations ignite with a resounding fervor in the face of this metallic torrent of energy. A thought, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through his mind. Armor. Just as his father once mended the broken with his own hands, he would forge an indomitable shell for himself from this flowing metal. Buzzing. The silvery liquid metal surged forth from every pore of his body like a living tide. It flowed rapidly through the air, taking shape and hardening. Intricate geometric lines delineated a sleek silhouette, while cold, curved armor plates nested together, with precisely interlocking miniature gear structures at the joints. The silver-gray metal enveloped him like a living entity, swiftly ascending from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Ultimately, a full-body armor imbued with a sense of futuristic technology enveloped him completely, akin to a second skin. The eye slits of the helmet ignited with two icy blue, elongated beams of light, and as the visor descended, a faint white mist escaped with each breath. Power. The weight of the armor conformed perfectly to his body, bestowing unparalleled control. Beneath the frigid touch of the metal lay a torrent of strength and the exhilarating fulfillment of childhood dreams. Takamura slowly clenched his metal-clad fist, the knuckles emitting a deep, resonant sound of metallic friction. Buzz. The internal view of the helmet illuminated with a soft blue halo, complex parameters cascading like a waterfall. Through the cold metallic visor, he gazed toward the dark silhouette at the doorway. At that very moment, bang, clang, the heavy alloy door of the cell was forcefully thrust open from the outside. Three figures clad in the distinctive white robes of the Church of Divine Light stormed in. The leader brandished a short blade entwined with crimson energy, his face twisted with a fervent, murderous intent. Takamada, you blasphemer of the Church of Divine Light. We are commanded by divine decree to personally take your wretched life as a sacrifice to the esteemed former Prime Minister's spirit. The voice abruptly ceased. The three figures seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand around their throats, their pupils dilating to the maximum, staring incredulously at the center of the cell. There stood a formidable iron monstrosity, radiating a cold metallic sheen and an overwhelming aura of menace in the dim light. Chapter 42. Takagi, the one who loves to capture in the frigid confines of the cell. The air hung heavy and stagnant. The three acolytes of the divine light, clad in glaring white robes, stood rigid, with their leader brandishing a crimson dagger, his face frozen in a fervent zeal. The figure standing in the center of the cell was a stark contrast to the lamb they had anticipated for sacrifice. A sleek suit of silver-gray armor enveloped his entire being, joints perfectly articulated, and the eye slots of his helmet glowed with an icy blue luminescence. An overwhelming sense of pressure suffocated the trio. "Where's the sinner, Takagi-da?" The leader's voice wavered, the red glow of the dagger dimming slightly. With a click, the faceplate retracted, revealing Takagi-da's frigid visage. "I'm right here." The trio's pupils constricted to pinpricks, staring in disbelief at the familiar yet alien face before them. "You. How could you?" One acolyte stammered, pointing at the astonishing armor as if witnessing a blasphemy. "A monster. You have transformed into a monster." Another acolyte shrieked in hysteria, fear failing to eclipse their fervor. "But the divine light will surely purify this monster, for the vengeance of our former prime minister." The leader finally regained a semblance of courage, and the crimson dagger erupted in a blinding radiance. He roared as he charged forward alongside the other two, like moths drawn to a flame, recklessly lunging at the armored figure. In Takagi-da's eyes, the icy blue light flickered. Buzz. Three condensed silver metal pistols shot forth from his fingertips. Thud, thud, thud. The trio froze in place, a smooth hole appearing in their chests, foreheads, and throats, wounds instantly sealed by the intense heat of the metal. They collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. The faceplate of Takagi-da closed, the silver glimmer at his fingertips vanishing. "How does it feel?" Suya's voice was calm. Takagi-da remained silent for a moment, savoring the surge of power within him, flowing like liquid metal. "Incredible. This is the sensation of power." The voice emanating from the helmet resonated with a metallic hum and exhilaration. "Without it, I would have had no means to resist and would have perished moments ago." He clenched his metallic fist, the sound of grinding knuckles deep and forceful. "I must admit, Lord Knight, you were right." He raised his gaze, piercing through the wall towards the direction of the Divine Light headquarters. Only power can judge evil and honor the souls of the departed. The heavy metallic footsteps echoed over the bodies, akin to the beating of war drums. "Now, I shall make those sinners pay the price." At the Divine Light headquarters, within the grand cathedral of holy light, the atmosphere was filled with a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow beneath the dome, mingling incense with alcohol. The grand ceremony of divine bestowed union was in full swing. Enthralled, the faithful reveled amidst the deafening hymns and mesmerizing lights, while divine servants flitted about pouring drinks and dancers on the high platform swayed their waists. "Divine grace abounds. Union of freedom," the officiant proclaimed passionately. "Praise the divine light." The fervent response from the faithful surged as they embraced one another, clinking their goblets in celebration. Boom! The gilded stained glass grand doors, along with their alloy framework, shattered explosively. Glass shards rained down like a shower of jewels, enveloping the space in a cloud of dust. A heavy figure clad in silver-gray armor strode through the chaos and cries, entering the sanctuary. His icy blue gaze pierced through the haze, locking onto the golden-robed leader on the platform. "Enemy attack. Who goes there? Quickly protect the leader." A cacophony of screams erupted. Several A-class psychic guardians surged forward, unleashing flames, frost, and telekinetic blasts upon the metallic figure. What is there to panic about? The leader remained remarkably composed. These mere intruders were well within the capabilities of a steward. Divine protection. Takamura showed no reaction to the onslaught, allowing them to strike. Boom, boom, boom. The psychic assaults collided with the armor, dissipating silently into nothingness. He raised his hand, fingers slightly splayed. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple silver metallic darts pierced the vital points of the guardians with precision. Several fell instantly, slain in an instant. A monster. The followers were utterly shattered, screaming and fleeing. An exit? Where has the exit gone? No signal on their phones. No means to call for help. The landline was also unreachable. In that moment, they had become fish in a barrel. Leader, save us. Cries of desperation filled the air. The leader's expression shifted, sweat beading on his forehead. Friends, remain calm. He adopted a demeanor of tolerance and negotiation. Money? Status? Power? Immortality? All could be discussed. Why resort to violence? Discuss? Takamura scoffed. Very well, let us converse. His visor slid open, revealing his true visage. Takamura, the very individual who attempted to assassinate the prime minister. Was he not meant to be imprisoned? My heavens, how could he have transformed into this? That metal shell, how did he achieve it? Gasps of horror erupted. The leader's final semblance of composure shattered, his voice trembling as he struggled to muster a semblance of a smile. Takamura, it's a misunderstanding. Your father and brother were victims of fate tests? Spare me your deceitful rhetoric. Takamura's metallic roar drowned out the clamor. Why did my father succumb to unemployment and despair? Why did my brother perish on the streets? My mother exhausted her fortune, only to be met with your exploitation and control. He stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath him, unable to respond. Then let your lives provide the answer. The visor slammed shut, his right arm morphed, liquid metal coalescing into a rapidly spinning, menacing chainsaw sword. To atone for the countless lives you have consumed. Impudent, I possess the grace of that deity. Do you truly believe you can oppose divine light? The leader cast aside pretense, producing a vial of ethereal blue liquid and downing it in one gulp. Ah! His body grotesquely transformed, swelling. His skin cracked, revealing writhing black tissue beneath. His spine ruptured through his golden robe, fangs protruding. An S-class, terrifying aura enveloped the space. A divine messenger. The leader had morphed into a divine emissary. A miracle, a genuine miracle had descended. A miracle, purifying the evil. The followers reignited their fervor. Roar. The mutated monstrosity, with its crimson, chaotic eyes, first targeted the throng of followers below. A dark green, corrosive acid sprayed forth under immense pressure. Hisses. Ah. Leader. It's me. Save me. My face. My hands. Dozens of followers melted away amidst their agonized screams. Ecstasy transformed into terror and despair. Do you see? Takamura's chainsaw howled mockingly. This is the deity you worship. This is the sanctuary you seek. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a silver lightning bolt surged forth, charging towards the monstrous entity engaged in a frenzied massacre. Death! The chainsaw sword collided with the creature's bony claws, sending sparks flying. Once more, the beast spewed forth corrosive acid, yet it proved utterly ineffective against the armor. The power of the calamity, infused with the essence of metal, was harnessed to its zenith by Takamura. The liquid metal transformed into chains that ensnared, morphed into diamond-tipped projectiles, and solidified into shields for defense. Takamura resembled a divine warrior of metal, where strength and precision harmoniously entwined. Seizing the moment when the creature's center of gravity faltered, he cast the chainsaw sword like a boomerang. The monster recoiled in terror. Takamura advanced, his fists morphing into vicious, pointed hammers. For my father, for my brother, for all those who have been consumed. Thud, 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 thud. The hammers struck against the chest and abdomen, shattering bones with a muffled resonance. The final blow. The metallic fist compressed into a high-speed, rotating drill. Splat! His strike pierced through the chest. The creature's roar abruptly ceased, as the madness within its crimson eyes faded to mere astonishment. Takamura withdrew his arm, stained with dark green blood and shattered innards. The colossal monster collapsed with a thunderous crash. Takamura stood atop the ruins, his armor drenched in blood. The entire cathedral of holy light fell into a profound silence. The surviving faithful lay prostrate on the ground, staring vacantly at the fallen carcass of the beast, then glancing at the armored figure. Perceiving Takamura as a vengeful deity returned from the depths of hell, their faith shattered, leaving only an abyss of fear and confusion. As Takamura moved, he incited a chorus of gasps and screams among the onlookers. However, he merely passed by them, his intentions clear from the outset, those who guided the profiteers. He dragged a priest from behind a shattered column. The priest immediately cried out, begging for mercy, pleading, "Please, spare me. Do not kill me." "Spare you? Yet, did you show mercy to those innocent souls?" With a swift motion of his right hand, the priest's head burst like a watermelon. Unhurried, Takamura proceeded to the next location, opening a hidden compartment in the floor, where another priest awaited, condemned in his despair. Truly, it was futile for these individuals to hide within their headquarters. All exits were sealed, and his armor was equipped with thermal detection devices. To Takamura, their actions resembled that of an ostrich burying its head in the sand. During his school days, he had relished such games of hide and seek, for he adored the thrill of capture. Soon, none remained alive among the high-ranking officials of the Holy Light. I hope that in the future, you can become normal individuals untempted by deceit. Takamura clapped his hands, and the metallic barriers sealing the entire temple swiftly dissipated. Just as he approached the entrance, preparing to depart, a piercing whistle echoed from afar. The elite military police swiftly surrounded the exit. What they beheld was a figure clad in silver-gray armor, exuding an aura of cold lethality. Blood, both red and green, dripped slowly from the armor. Drip! Drip! Takamura gazed calmly at them. They raised their weapons, yet none dared to fire, for they all felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered breathing a challenge. A silent standoff ensued between the two parties. Chapter 43. The shifting tides of international opinion. The dome of the Holy Light Cathedral, the headquarters of the Divine Light sect, appeared as if it had been torn asunder by the hand of a colossal deity. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air as a figure clad in silvery gray armor ascended into the heavens, emitting a blinding azure tail flame that instantaneously melted a gaping hole in the exquisite religious frescoes. Shattered stained glass and fragments of alloy cascaded down like hail, causing the encircling military and police below to retreat in disarray, their weapons futilely tracking the luminous streak that cleaved through the night sky. The calamity of the metal disaster. Terror-stricken cries erupted over the radio waves, only to be drowned out by the shrill wail of engines. Takagi did not look back. The frigid armor insulated him from the residual bloodshed and ignorant wails within the sanctuary, as well as from the clamor of the earthly realm. He soared like a silent silver comet, breaching the leaden clouds of Kyoto, vanishing into the vast expanse above, leaving behind a landscape of chaos and a faith-based kingdom in utter ruin. As the morning light pierced through the clouds, the name of the metal disaster had spread like a plague across the global networks. Another calamity, a monstrous armored figure controlling metal. The upper echelons of the Divine Light sect had been annihilated. The site resembled a battlefield ravaged by a metallic tempest. How terrifying! Where the next target be? Whispers suggested he had ignored ordinary believers, targeting only the elite. Hypocrisy. Does the disaster sequence not claim lives? Perhaps it was all an elaborate charade. Speculations regarding the motives and actions of the metal disaster abounded, yet no definitive conclusions emerged. Amidst the shock of this newly surfaced calamity, another piece of news ignited discussions in forums. The notorious criminal Takagi had escaped from prison, and his whereabouts were currently unknown. Was the prison in Japan made of paper? How did Takagi manage to flee? Wasn't it said that the facility holding him was impenetrable? And yet, he escaped so easily. They allowed such a dangerous criminal to slip away, a band of inept fools. The escape of the criminal incited public discontent, with many denouncing the Japanese government and losing trust in its capabilities. In the ensuing discussions, someone quickly pointed out a peculiar coincidence. Takagi Da's disappearance coincided with the destruction of the Divine Light sect's headquarters by the metal disaster. Could it be mere happenstance? It was indeed suspicious, as it was well known that Takagi Da harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Divine Light sect. Was it possible that Takagi Da was, in fact, the metal disaster? Jiang Yue, the fire calamity, had also transformed from an ordinary individual into something extraordinary. The evidence was compelling. The disaster sequence possessed the ability to metamorphose individuals into monstrosities. The metal disaster must undoubtedly be Takagi Da. The implications were chilling. An ordinary person, overnight, acquiring power rivaling that of an S-class entity, executing precise vengeance. Who else but the disaster sequence could achieve such a feat? The odds were high that the disaster sequence had previously been active in Kyoto, if one event could be deemed coincidental. The simultaneous emergence of so many occurrences could hardly be dismissed as mere chance. Doubt, fear, and conspiracy theories surged through the torrent of information. Some unearthed records of Jiang Yue's benevolent past prior to the fire incident, drawing comparisons with the fiery abilities exhibited after the execution. Others fixated intently on the flawless, impenetrable armor enveloping the metal disaster. No one has ever witnessed its true form. Thus, this speculation has taken root in the hearts of countless individuals like a parasite, causing an increase in anxiety due to its unverifiability. Soon, testimonies from surviving members of the Divine Light Church confirmed the public's conjecture. Beneath that armor was none other than Takamura Da, the escapee. The calamity, known as the metal disaster, is indeed Takamura Da. The means to transform ordinary individuals into superhumans has only been in its nascent stage after years of research by various nations, managing at best to elevate ordinary people to low-tier superhumans. Such technology is regarded as a treasure by major powers. For instance, the Swearin potion from the Eastern Xia has only a certain probability of awakening ordinary individuals as superhumans, and it was compelled to be revealed by the disaster sequence. However, the disaster sequence is different. It can directly transform ordinary individuals into high-tier superhumans. The disparity between the two is akin to that of heaven and earth. How could this not capture the attention of nations? Previously, Jiang Yue had not garnered significant attention due to doubts surrounding his identity. Yet this time, Takamura Da is a renowned figure, with compelling evidence both before and after becoming superhuman, thus drawing significant scrutiny. The disaster sequence possesses the capability to transform ordinary individuals into high-tier superhumans. This news spread like wildfire, and even the Japanese government could not conceal it. Upon its revelation, the world was shaken. Ordinary people were astonished by the emergence of this new disaster sequence, increasingly concerned about safety. For those in power, the appearance of new members in the disaster sequence was less significant than the methods they employed. High-tier superhumans determine a nation's strength, if they could also master such techniques. Even small nations could overnight transform into superpowers through the mass production of high-tier superhumans. Many countries promptly altered their stance, lifting restrictions on entry and granting permits to the Eastern Xia in Japan. Our nation no longer recognizes the disaster sequence as a terrorist organization, instead designating it as a legitimate entity. Negative propaganda against the disaster sequence was immediately halted, and their endeavors to liberate and assist civilians were extolled. Television stations began broadcasting friendly messages about the disaster sequence, conveying intentions of cooperation. Within a day, the international discourse surrounding the disaster sequence had completely turned. For being labeled a malevolent terrorist organization, it had transformed into a champion of freedom and democracy. In the Eastern Xia Empire, in Yanjing, the bulletproof glass of the conference room insulated it from the tumult outside, yet could not filter out the jarring clamor from the international community. A 3D projection screen displayed an impassioned speech from the leader of a small South American nation at the United Nations. We must reevaluate our relationship with the disaster sequence. They elevate mortals to the divine. They're certainly not a terrorist organization. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. What utter nonsense! Defense Deputy Minister Zhou Zhenlin smashed his teacup, shards scattering across the conference table in a fan-shaped crack. Just 2 months ago, they were condemning us for insufficiently strangling them. Now, upon hearing they can transform superhumans, they want to rush forward to lick the ashes. 17 nations issued a joint statement demanding the protection of the human rights of the members of the disaster sequence. Intelligence Director Su when pushed forward tablet. The headline of the International Herald Forum blazed on the screen, searing like a branding iron. Human rights supersede nationality. New humanity should enjoy sovereign protection. Protection? Director of National Security Jiang Yue could not help but scoff, questioning whether a natural disaster sequence required the protection of a small nation. Lu Wenhao, his arms still bandaged, seized the moment to respond. The issue of protection is of little consequence. What truly matters is the shift in international public opinion, as the natural disaster sequence could potentially evolve into a legitimate organization. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. They all understood the implications, yet felt powerless. Some nations had even begun to call for Dongxia to immediately cease its crackdown on the natural disaster sequence. It was not inconceivable that such voices would grow louder, leading to a precarious situation for Dongxia. Setting aside the attitudes of those nations, Jiang Yue rapped his knuckles against the bright red mark of Sioux City on the projected map, where 3 blocks were obscured by a charred black overlay. Just 3 days prior, Jiang Yue had set ablaze a black casino, claiming the lives of 19 individuals, including 2 officials, reducing the 3 blocks to smoldering ruins. Silence engulfed the scene, punctuated only by the sound of torrential rain drumming against the bulletproof glass. He had acted with reckless abandon for several days, eliminating numerous officials. Jiang Yue surveyed the room. While he remains active in that area, we might as well ensnare him in an elaborate trap. Suddenly, the heavy, ornate wooden door swung open with a crash. A figure swept into the room, bringing with it an aura of chill. Zhao Chun, clad in black military boots, strode into the conference room, the tassels of his shoulder epaulettes and red cords swaying slightly with each step, creating an unsettling disturbance. He walked directly to the reserved empty seat, the sound of the metal chair scraping against the floor grating on everyone's nerves. All eyes were now fixed upon him. Just 3 months prior, this very director of the Yanqing Law Enforcement Bureau had resolutely declared his withdrawal from the efforts to eradicate the natural disaster sequence. Yet now he settled into his seat with an air of nonchalance, as if returning home. The blue light of the projection illuminated Zhao Chun, but his words transformed the expressions of those present. The Supreme Leader's original words were, either convert the natural disaster sequence for the use of Dongxia or shatter it into scrap metal. And it must be intact. A gasp echoed from a corner. The shards of Zhou Jinlin's teacup lay scattered on the table, reflecting an absurd glimmer. Who is the Supreme Leader? No one was unaware. The helm of Dongxia had finally issued a direct order. It was not difficult to surmise that the technique of the natural disaster sequence, which could transform ordinary individuals into high-level abilities, had garnered significant attention from the upper echelons of Dongxia. Such technology should not exist in this world. Someone trembled as they spoke. It exists. Zhao Chun interrupted, his icy gaze sweeping over the silent assembly. The previous cleansing plan remains in effect, but capturing takes precedence over killing. Zhao Chun pointed to the burning streets on the screen. Only living vessels could harbor the embers. In a clandestine location of the West Star Federation, a girl in a black dress scrolled through her phone, pondering whether the natural disaster sequence possessed the means to elevate ordinary individuals to high-level abilities. She chuckled lightly. What can that technique of the natural disaster sequence possibly achieve? The deep blue potion of that esteemed individual is all-powerful. Her words faded into the night sky. Chapter 44. The summer cicada's deafening chorus. The sightseeing train glided smoothly along the tracks, emitting a gentle creaking sound akin to a languorous lullaby. Suyi leaned against the cool seat as the mountain breeze, imbued with the refreshing scent of foliage, wafted into the carriage, tousling his hair. Outside the window, the emerald hills rose in layers, shrouded in a mist that shimmered under the fierce midday sun, their vibrant green almost blinding. The scenery blurred, with shadows dancing in the light. As the train came to a halt, Su Yi rose to depart, instantly enveloped by the cacophony of urban life, the scorching sun, and the mingled sense of the thronging crowd. The cicadas buzzed incessantly, while the sunlight spilled like molten gold onto the cobblestone streets of the old town. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of locust flowers, the enticing aroma of pancakes from street vendors, and hints of the rising summer heat. The dense shade cast by the roadside trees created mottled patterns on the ground, swaying gently with the breeze. Standing at the bustling entrance of the pedestrian street, Sui held a freshly purchased cup of chilled sour plum soup, droplets of condensation sliding down the cup's surface, bestowing a refreshing coolness. The air felt searingly hot, the cicadas' chorus overwhelming, filling his ears. Sui, a clear voice pierced through the noise, reminiscent of a mountain spring's crystalline flow. He turned towards the sound. A girl approached with a light jog, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her cheeks flushed from the heat. She wore a wide-brimmed straw hat, pulled low enough to nearly obscure half her face, complemented by dark sunglasses. Clad in an utterly ordinary cotton linen white t-shirt and light blue denim shorts. Her feet were adorned with faded canvas shoes, exuding a refreshing aura akin to a university student just stepping out of campus. To evade the gaze of the public and media, she had to disguise herself in such a manner. A smile involuntarily crept across Su Ye's lips, for the illustrious commander of the Western Realm was now resembling a truant student. Hush! Jiang Yue immediately raised a finger to her lips, her eyes darting nervously beneath her sunglasses, ensuring no one was watching before lowering her voice to reproach him. Be quiet. It will be troublesome if someone recognizes us. Today, there are no Valkyries or instructor Su Yi, only two, vacationers. That was the agreement. All right, vacationers. Su Yi readily acquiesced, his smile deepening. He understood her caution. The aura surrounding the Eastern Summer Valkyries was overwhelmingly prominent. Even the slightest stir could be magnified beyond measure. He realized that Jiang Yue's reluctance to disclose their relationship stemmed from her desire to shield him, an ordinary person devoid of any extraordinary abilities, from the tempest that her identity might invoke. Jiang Yue stood before Su Yi, the corners of her mouth curling upward in a hint of pride. Look, perfect disguise. I guarantee no one will recognize me. Her nose was delicately sculpted, her lips naturally tinted with a soft pink, now slightly raised in excitement. Even with the sunglasses obscuring much of her face, the vibrant essence of youth that belonged to a girl could not be entirely concealed. She removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes gently shaded by the brim of her hat, sparkling with flecks of light. Have you been waiting long? I just shook off two overly observant reporters. Just arrived. Su Yi offered her the cup of cool sour plum soup, saying here for refreshment. Jiang Yue took the chilled cup, delightfully squinting her eyes as she eagerly sipped through the straw, relishing the icy, sweet and sour liquid that coursed down her throat. A shiver ran through her, followed by a satisfied sigh. Ah, I feel alive. The heat of the day was intense enough to melt a person. Without hesitation, she wiped the corner of her mouth, slightly smeared with juice, with the back of her hand, her actions natural and unpretentious. The sun blazed down, causing the asphalt to shimmer with mirage-like waves of heat. They walked side by side along the bustling pedestrian street. Jiang Yue curiously examined the inexpensive trinkets sold by the street vendors, holding up a hairpin adorned with colorful feathers in front of Su Yi. Isn't it pretty? Her eyes sparkled, shedding the resoluteness of the battlefield, leaving only the vibrant essence of youth. Su Yi nodded, prompting her to beam with delight as she purchased it, casually pinning it to her straw hat. The feathers swaying gently with her steps, catching the sunlight. The small shops on the street played loud music, the inferior speakers causing a sense of restlessness. The ice powder stall was crowded with people, the owner loudly hawking his wares in a local dialect. The air was a medley of aromas, the greasy scent of fried skewers, the sweet fragrance of candied chestnuts, the inviting essence of milk tea, and the unique smell of sun-baked plants from the roadside flower beds. Su Yi observed Jiang Yue, who slightly bowed her head and deliberately slowed her pace. It was hard to imagine that this girl, clad in a simple t-shirt and shorts, with beads of sweat on her nose from the sun, had just days ago stood firm at the western frontier, confronting the iron tide of the Western Star Federation with her bare body, protecting thousands of displaced citizens in the narrow pass. When her S-rank abilities were unleashed, she was the most indomitable shield of the Eastern Xia. Yet at this moment, she was merely an ordinary girl striving to blend into this vibrant world. The two arrived at their destination, a newly opened cinema on the top floor of a commercial center. When selecting a film, she confidently pointed to the poster of her name. "Let's watch this. I've heard it's especially touching." Her tone was filled with excitement. The air conditioning in the screening room was quite strong. In the darkness, the grand screen was illuminated with resplendent visuals and a fateful pursuit. As the male and female leads ran on the hillside at dusk, desperately calling each other's names across time and space, Sui noticed Jiang Yue beside him slightly sniffle. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of her removing her sunglasses. Her eyes slightly reddened, intently fixated on the screen, her long eyelashes casting gentle shadows on her fair cheeks. In that moment, she was no longer the revered goddess of war, but a tender girl moved by a pure love story. After the screening, still enveloped in her emotions, she grasped Su Ye's wrist, her voice tinged with a nasal quality. "Do you think they will end up together? Overcoming time and death?" Her question carried a nearly innocent determination, touching upon faith and the possibility of reunion. "They certainly will," Su Yi replied firmly, feeling the coolness of her fingertips, convinced that as long as the belief is strong enough, they will always reunite. His response was resolute, akin to declaring an undeniable truth. Jiang Yue glanced at him, the light from the cinema corridor illuminating the unshed tears in her eyes and the renewed brightness of her smile. She nodded emphatically, her unwavering faith in perfection mirroring her steadfast belief in the triumph of justice as she guarded the Eastern Xia. The ground floor of the commercial center was a cacophony of sounds from a bustling arcade, vibrant lights flashing amidst a symphony of electronic sound effects. Jiang Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to a claw machine nestled in the corner, overflowing with plush toys, her heart set on acquiring a cuddly Gigi Kawa doll. "Watch me snag a Yusachi," she exclaimed eagerly as she exchanged coins for game tokens and positioned herself in front of the machine. Yeah. Previously, Jiang Yue had expressed her fondness for Yusachi, the high-pitched cries providing a delightful release from stress, as if she too were vocally liberating her burdens. Yet, the S-rank Esper, adept at navigating any battlefield, found herself repeatedly thwarted by the small metallic claw. Once, twice, thrice the claw consistently released its grip at the crucial moment. Her brows knitted in concentration, lips pressed tightly together. She wore an expression of focus tinged with mild frustration, reminiscent of her demeanor while strategizing in combat, exuding an endearing stubbornness unbeknownst to her. Sui stood behind her, observing her repeated attempts and the ensuing coin tosses, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Jiang Yue turned to glare at him, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "What is so funny? This machine must be malfunctioning." Her tone carried a playful annoyance, devoid of any commanding authority. "Shall I get a try?" Sui asked as he accepted the coin she offered. Though lacking in experience, his keen observational skills proved advantageous. After a few attempts, he seized the moment and decisively pressed the button. The metallic claw descended, firmly grasping the Yusachi doll by the neck, and then slowly, with a tremor, it dragged the prize towards the exit. "Wow, I got it!" Jiang Yue erupted in joyous celebration, jumping like a little girl, drawing the attention of those around her. She quickly retrieved the soft Yusachi from the machine, clutching it tightly to her chest, completely forgetting her earlier intention to win a toy for Su Yi. Her face radiated pure, unreserved happiness, a smile brighter and more genuine than any victory on the battlefield could evoke. "Su Yi, you're amazing," she praised generously, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Following this, they strolled like an ordinary couple enjoying a day out. She held a steaming skewer of lamb, carefully blowing on it before offering the first bite to Su Yi. Jiang Yue cradled a small bowl of icy jelly drizzled with brown sugar and crushed peanuts, savoring each spoonful with a satisfied expression, her neck recoiling slightly from a cold. Yet her eyes sparkled with bliss. She even encouraged Su Yi to try the notoriously fiery grilled chicken wings, laughing heartily as he sweated profusely, gulping down soda to quench the heat, her laughter ringing out beautifully amidst the clamor of the streets. Jiang Yue paused before a ring toss booth, her gaze scanning the array of small prizes displayed on the ground. She pointed at a modestly glazed ceramic cup and remarked, "Doesn't that cup resemble the one you broke in our mess hall?" Sui followed her gaze and indeed found it reminiscent of the ordinary white porcelain cup he had accidentally shattered when he first enlisted. Jiang Yue nodded approvingly and purchased several rings. The vine ring traced an arc in the air. The first fell short, the second grazed past, and then the third. Sui watched from the side, fully aware that with Jiang Yue's prowess, she could hit the mark even with her eyes closed. At this moment, however, she was merely relishing life as an ordinary person. The last vine ring flew forth, deftly ensnaring the small porcelain cup. Behold, she triumphantly held up the unassuming cup, waving it before Sui, her smile radiant as blooming summer flowers. "Here you go, a new one." As they strolled past a stall selling cold noodles, they encountered an elderly woman with graying hair. Jiang Yue paused, her gaze fixed on the woman's hands, which were skillfully mixing the noodles. "Grandma, 2 portions, please," Jiang Yue said softly. She naturally accepted the change Sui offered, paid the vendor, and even placed an extra 2 coins on the stall. The old woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Jiang Yue merely shook her head, carrying the 2 bowls of cold noodles as she led Sui to a stone bench beneath a nearby tree's shade. The chewy noodles were drenched in a vibrant red chili oil and thick sesame paste, garnished with shredded cucumber and bean sprouts. Jiang Yue picked up her chopsticks, indulging in the dish without a care for her image, beads of sweat quickly forming at her temples. "Delicious," she exclaimed, cheeks puffed out, her eyes sparkling, far surpassing the cafeteria's large pot meals by 100-fold. Sui observed her, slightly inhaling in response to the spiciness, yet unable to halt her consumption. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. The Valkyrie of the battlefield was, at this moment, merely a girl thoroughly satisfied by a bowl of cold noodles. After finishing the noodles, the pair wandered aimlessly. They came across a stall for popping balloons, colorful plush toys hanging from the canopy. "Care to give a try?" Sui inquired, glancing at her. Jiang Yue raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of a warrior's sharpness and competitiveness flashing in her eyes, soon replaced by a playful smile. "Sure, but don't cry if you lose." She picked up the rudimentary plastic toy gun. In that instant, an indescribable sense of coordination emanated from her. Her shoulders straightened, her arms steadied like rock, and her breathing became long and precise, a deep instinct honed through countless trials. Realizing the shift, she relaxed her shoulders slightly, deliberately adopting a hint of unfamiliarity, even tilting her head to adjust her aim. Bang, bang, bang. 9 out of 10 shots hit the mark. The vendor watched in stunned silence, handing her an adorable brown teddy bear while muttering, "Your aim is truly steady. Have you practiced?" Jiang Yue accepted the bear, casually stuffing it into Suye's arms, and mischievously winked at the vendor. "Just lucky, that's all." Once away from the stall, she whispered to Suyi, "That was close." "I'm just used to it. Muscle memory." She flicked her wrist, as if shedding the inertia of the battlefield. The setting sun melted like gold, casting elongated shadows of the 2 companions. They nestled amidst the throngs in the open square, captivated by street performers who breathed fire, leaped through hoops, and tossed balls, joining the crowd in applause and cheers. They queued before a stinky tofu stall, and Jiang Yue, overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma, wrinkled her brow yet pinched her nose to sample a piece, only to be met with a fiery sensation that compelled her to gulp down plum juice. In an unassuming little shop, she chose a simple leather bracelet for Suyi, meticulously fastening it around his wrist. As the evening breeze began to rise, alleviating the heat of the day, the 2 settled on a bench by the riverbank park, watching the lights flicker to life across the water. Jiang Yue removed her straw hat and sunglasses, allowing the evening wind to touzle her damp hair. She hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, gazing at the shimmering surface of the river. The cacophony faded, leaving only the gentle murmur of the flowing water and the distant, indistinct sounds of the city. At times, she truly wished for her voice to be soft, laced with an almost imperceptible weariness, merging with the evening breeze, a perpetual state of existence with no war. No extraordinary powers, no responsibilities, just Su Yi and Jiang Yue. She turned her head to look at Su Yi, her eyes reflecting the city's resplendent lights. Bright and gentle, living like an ordinary person, tending to the mundane, rice, oil, and salt, witnessing the rise and fall of each day. How wonderful it would be. Su Yi remained silent, merely extending his hand to gently clasp her cool fingers. Her fingertips bore the thin calluses of years spent wielding a sword. Jiang Yue reciprocated the grip with fervor. She gazed into the distance at the city lights, her expression gradually becoming tranquil and distant. "But, oh Su Yi," she whispered, each word laden with immense weight. "The children on the border, they do not even know what a normal life entails. Those displaced by the ravages of war. They cannot guarantee their next meal." She held his hand with such intensity. "If I can stand for one more day, endure a little longer, they might find a measure of stability, a glimmer of hope." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the evening breeze by the riverbank, etching itself upon Su Ye's heart. It was unrelated to glory or duty. It stemmed solely from the fact that someone is in need. This conviction was as pure as the lights reflected in her eyes at that moment, bright, warm, and not blinding. The cicadas seemed to reach a crescendo, merging into a colossal, deafening roar that enveloped everything. Buzz! The sightseeing train shuddered gently as it arrived at its destination. The jarring screech of the brakes shattered the illusion of cicada song. Su Yi abruptly opened his eyes. His fingertips instinctively curled, yet they grasped only a void of cold air. Outside the window, the verdant mountains remained lush, the setting sun molten gold, casting a tragic hue upon the undulating ridges. He slightly tilted his head, the transparent window reflecting his austere silhouette, along with the forest steeped in dusk behind him. The carriage was silent, save for the lingering warmth beneath his fingertips, a fleeting remnant of a moment not belonging to the present, along with the echo of that summer's thunderous cicada chorus. Chapter 45. The calamity of metal is a hero. The dawn of Kyoto is often awakened by the morning bells of shrines and the recitations of scriptures. However, recently, what has roused this city is frequently a piercing azure tail flame that rends the sky, followed closely by the thunderous boom akin to the heartbeat of the earth. The figure clad in silver-gray armor has become the harbinger of death, hovering ominously over the land of the rising sun. Takagi's metal armor, akin to the most precise of hunting hounds, relentlessly pursues the traces of copper and blood left by the remnants of the Divine Light sect as they flee in despair, executing their demise with unerring accuracy. Another location, the Welfare Society in the west of the city. The entire roof has been torn asunder. Witnessed, at 3 a.m, a beam of blue light swept through, transforming the luxurious vehicles of the priests within into mere fragments of metal. This time, it was the dock warehouse district. Rumor has it that a cache of tribute gold meant for transport was concealed there, and both the crates and the riches were entirely obliterated. News spread like wildfire across the stifled networks. Initially, there were terrified screams, curses against the demon mech. Yet, as the populace discerned that this cold metallic reaper targeted solely the higher echelons of the Divine Light sect, their financial strongholds, and the layers of hidden contraband, an unusual sentiment quietly began to blossom amidst the panic. Wherever the armor glided, only the culprits were reduced to ashes. Those trembling, ordinary believers, deeply ensnared by deception, were often left disheveled by the whirlwind, standing bewildered as they beheld the once sacred sanctuaries transformed into ruins amidst the metallic tempest. Didn't he kill me?" An old believer, tasked with cleaning the periphery of the stronghold, murmured as he gazed at the priest's vehicle, now crumpled into scrap by Takagi. For the first time, the murky depths of his eyes reflected the silhouette of the departing armor, rather than the gilded idol upon the altar. Fear still lingered. It was no longer the sole undercurrent. A more intricate array of emotions, doubt, bewilderment, and even a hint of long-suppressed anger began to ferment in the silence. The elite forces dispatched by the nation had become mere costly backdrops. Their roaring, armored vehicles often arrived only in time to catch a glimpse of that vanishing azure tail flame on the horizon. along with the billowing smoke ascending from within the stronghold. An ambush set by the psychics? Takagi's armor possessed terrifying capabilities, always penetrating from the most improbable angles. The metallic shards, under the control of the power of metal, could effortlessly shred the so-called indestructible energy shields, burying the ambushers along with their cover. They cannot keep up. They simply cannot catch up. The communication channels were rife with desperate howls. Report. Team S-3 has encountered the metal storm. All personnel are missing. The target has escaped. Repeat. The target has escaped. Ineffectual rage permeated the command center. Faced with an adversary wielding S-class combat prowess, possessing mobility akin to a supersonic fighter jet, and capable of manipulating metal at will, any plans for encirclement appeared laughably feeble. The remnants of the divine light sect's strongholds, exposed to the sunlight like snowdrifts, were evaporating one by one at the unrelenting speed of Takagi's assault. Panic soared to its zenith within the divine light sect. The upper echelons have been ruthlessly decimated, while the mid-level leaders live in constant trepidation, and even the most lowly missionaries sense the chilling winds of impending doom. Abandoning the faith has become the sole path to survival. I renounce my beliefs. I can no longer abide. The Church of Divine Light is a deception, a parasitic entity. Flee. The calamity of the metal element approaches. I am not a follower of the Church of Divine Light. The once ubiquitous white uniforms of the church vanished swiftly from the streets, as adherents, stricken with terror, tore the insignias from their chests and burned the beautifully printed gospel books. Online, the fervent posts that once flooded the digital landscape, fervently championing the church, rapidly fell silent, receding like a tide. In their stead emerged a suffocating silence, punctuated only by tremulous inquiries. Simultaneously, an undercurrent began to surge. Takagi's vengeance, akin to a searing iron brand, seared into the rotting veil of the Church of Divine Light. The fabric was scorched through, unveiling the festering sores hidden beneath. The scriptures of the church's leader, encrusted with diamonds, bore a staggering price tag exceeding 10 million. Exclusive revelations. The leader's clandestine account at a Swiss bank, amounting to billions. Disturbing revelations. The accusations from the chosen maiden. Coerced servitude. A documented account of psychological manipulation. The irrefutable evidence of former Prime Minister Abe Inizuka's collusion with the church in a sordid exchange of power and wealth. He is the greatest shield. The church's charitable foundation. 90% of the donations funneled into the pockets of the elite, squandered on private jets and islands. A cascade of meticulously detailed evidence and scandalous revelations erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. Some of this information leaked from within the church after its collapse. Some came from victims who had endured in silence for years and finally dared to speak out, while others were strategically disseminated by those with ulterior motives. In just a few days, public opinion underwent a seismic transformation. Good heavens, what have we been believing in all these years? My pension, all given to these vampires. My daughter was deceived into servitude by them. How infuriating. Takagi, he does not kill humans. He slays demons clad in human flesh. The once scornful denunciations of Takagi as a demon and a godslayer were drowned in a tidal wave of rage and awakening. Bystanders ceased their silence, turning their fury against the malevolence of the Church of Divine Light. Many former followers, awakened to their plight, wept profusely as they recounted their experiences of brainwashing and exploitation, each word steeped in sorrow. It was Takagi. He opened my eyes. A middle-aged man pounded his chest before the camera, declaring that he shattered the illusory idol, revealing the true visage of these fiends. The calamity of the metal element is not a demon. He is the Avenger's judge, the dawn that pierces the darkness. Such voices began to resonate online. A spontaneous force began to coalesce. Those whose lives were shattered by the Church of Divine Light, stripped of their families and fortunes, along with the populace awakened by Takagi's actions, quietly formed the Takagi support group. They gathered information on the remnants of the Shink KY cult, rallying support for Takagi Tatsu's endeavors online. Spontaneously, some individuals erected warning lines around areas where the Gongjin armor might appear, preventing innocent souls from inadvertently entering the battlefield. Simple posters declaring Takagi Tatsu as a hero and expressing gratitude for his actions, while denouncing the Shinkai as deserving of their fate, began to emerge on street corners. In previous times, such organizations would have been swiftly categorized as dangerous entities and disbanded. Yet at this moment, the higher echelons of Japan found themselves overwhelmed and preoccupied with their own crises. At the Prime Minister's residence, within the highest crisis management headquarters, the air was so thick with tension it felt as though it could be wrung out. On a massive electronic map, red dots symbolizing the remaining forces of the Shinkai were extinguishing at a visibly rapid pace. Each dot's disappearance was accompanied by a harrowing loss report. Prime Minister Akashi Shigeru's complexion was ashen, his eyes sunken, resembling a cornered beast facing inevitable doom. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. His roar reverberated, causing the chandeliers above to sway. Where are the Empire's elite forces? Where are the superhumans we invested so much to cultivate? We cannot even stop a traitor clad in tin. He watched helplessly as Takagi uprooted the Shinkai entirely. Seizing a report, he hurled it forcefully at the defense minister's face. Look, look, the Tiandao Palace has been reduced to rubble. The head of the nose cult used the deep blue serum. And what was the result? He transformed into a monster and was crushed to death by the cherry blossoms of the Thousand Islands like a mere insect. The leader of the Shinkai also used the deep blue serum, and yet he was pierced through the chest by Takagi Tatsu's fist. That was the deep blue serum. Each vial is worth a fortune. We traded true gold and silver, sacrificing national interests to acquire it from the West Star. Not for you incompetent fools to squander. Reports lay scattered across the floor, adorned with photographs of Nose Kenjin and the mutated Shinkai leader, alongside close-ups of the eerie blue liquid of the deep blue serum. Each photograph struck like a resounding slap across the faces of every official present. The foreign minister wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his voice dry. Prime Minister, the West Star Federation Embassy has sent another inquiry. They're dissatisfied with our ongoing loss of control within our borders. They imply that subsequent supplies of the serum and military assistance may need to be reevaluated. Reevaluate? A glint of ferocity flashed in Akashi Shigeru's eyes. Tell them, the terms are negotiable. The quota for the deep blue serum must be increased. Only with the deep blue serum can we hope to create the ultimate weapon to combat the catastrophe sequence. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous rage within. His voice tinged with a near-desperate rasp. Send the highest-level distress signal to Washington. Request assistance from the West Star Federation to help us. Eradicate the catastrophe sequence. Tell them that Japan is willing to pay any price. Any price. Silence enveloped the conference room. Only the heavy, labored breaths of Akashi Shigeru could be heard, along with the faint sound of yet another red dot representing a Shinkai stronghold quietly extinguishing on the electronic map. Outside, the sky over Kyoto remained shrouded in gray. Yet, in a corner of the city, the flag of the Takagi Tatsu support team fluttered gently in the wind, unfurling silently. The silver-gray armor glided silently into the crevice of an abandoned shipping container in the dock area, akin to a ghost of the city. The engine's low growl faded into silence, leaving only the faint hissing of the cooling system, reminiscent of a slumbering beast breath. Takagi removed his helmet, his stern visage flickering in the glow of the internal displays. He did not rest immediately. Instead, his fingers danced across the floating screen. News, discussions, and revelations about the Divine Light sect surged before him like a tidal wave. The sordid transactions once obscured by the sect as halo and the cruel truths that had been whitewashed were now laid bare, akin to an onion being peeled, revealing layer upon layer under the sunlight, provoking tears of anguish throughout society. New evidence exposed in the Divine Light sect's sexual assault case. Victims number in the hundreds. Former Prime Minister's secretary admits to colossal political donations from the sect's secret accounts. Tracking the donations, luxurious yachts in Tokyo Bay, real estate in offshore tax havens. Awakened followers launch collective lawsuit, demanding compensation for mental and economic damages. As he perused these headlines, The torrent of furious comments below reflected the anguish and determination of once confused faces, now marked by the pain of deception. The corners of Takagida's tightly drawn mouth began to relax, not out of pride, but rather solace. This was precisely what he yearned for. When he meticulously orchestrated the assassination of the former prime minister, intending to unveil the true nature of the Divine Light sect through bombs and bloodied letters, he was met with swift suppression, a frenzied counterattack from his sect, and the populace's anger that had been clouded by ignorance, culminating in a despairing suspended sentence. The truth was drowned beneath a deluge of lies and hatred, his voice weak as a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishment in a tempest. Ironically, when he relinquished reason, abandoned the pursuit of justice, and opted for the most primal, violent, and ruthless method, transforming into a calamity and using absolute power to dismantle every stronghold of the Divine Light sect, crushing their leaders and minions. The truth surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam of hypocrisy. People feared him, revered him, but more so, they began to contemplate and even believe in the truth he represented, as they witnessed his swift actions that targeted only the wicked while sparing the innocent. The narrative online shifted from demon-slaying to righteous vengeance. The streets were no longer suffused with dread of the calamity sequence, but echoed with disdain and condemnation for the vampiric sect. The emergence of Takagida's support group served as a tangible symbol of this transformation. It signified a spontaneous, grassroots recognition. Though possibly faint, it was profoundly genuine. The words of the Dark Lord resonated true. He raised his hand, clad in a metallic glove, and clenched it into a fist in the void. In this thoroughly rotten world, dealing with those clad in human skin, strength is the sole, most effective weapon. The energy core of the mech suddenly erupted with a brighter luminescence, akin to the awakening gaze of a colossal beast from the abyss, brimming with potential. There remained much work ahead. Chapter 46. Diverging Paths. Unshared strategies. The air in Sioux City was thick with an oppressive, charred stench, mingled with a deeper sense of dread. Jiang Yue's silhouette moved silently through the small town like a wandering specter of death. Wherever he passed, the opulent estates of the powerful were reduced to smoldering ruins. The local tyrants who had fed off the populace's lifeblood turned to ash beneath the judgment of the blazing red lotus. The inhabitants, though anxious and unsettled, strangely refrained from fleeing en masse. To abandon their homeland was to relinquish their meager means of survival and shelter. Moreover, the figure clad in a dark silver mask, surrounded by swirling violet flames, appeared to adhere to a specific code of conduct. He only incinerated those marked on his list, disregarding the quaking civilians huddled in their homes. As long as they did not provoke him or obstruct his path, the flames of destruction would not descend upon them. This restraint fostered a twisted dependency amidst the soil of fear. Increasingly, individuals discreetly exchanged information in dark alleys and behind tightly shut doors. Petitions stained with blood and tears, notes documenting evidence of corruption, and names that had driven families to ruin were quietly slipped into the corners Jiang Yue might traverse. Some, emboldened by courage or harboring grievances, would call out names and accusations upon glimpsing him, only to hastily flee. Jiang Yue silently gathered this evidence. He required no courtroom and no lengthy procedures. He himself was the judge, and his flames constituted the verdict. One by one, the names on the list were struck out. Each surge of violet flame was accompanied by the anguished wails of despair and the birth of desolation, while more pairs of eyes in the shadows bore witness and stifled their cries. On this day, on the outskirts of Sioux City, a lavish estate built against the mountains was transformed into a twisted skeleton of steel and charred rubble amidst the soaring violet flames. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh and the sharp scent of melting metal. Jiang Yue stood at the edge of the still, smoldering ruins, his gaze icy beneath the mask as he surveyed the inferno he had wrought. The local despot, who had colluded with the black market, seized farmland, and driven countless lives to despair, along with his minions, had been utterly eradicated. Just as the violet flames began to recede, and Jiang Yue prepared to turn away, an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped him. Buzz! The space seemed to freeze, the air thickening like glue. 3 figures appeared abruptly from the ruins, like phantoms, locking him in a tight formation. Directly ahead stood Minister of National Defense Jiang Yue, clad in a crisp dark green military uniform, his sharp gaze radiating an S-level pressure as steady and formidable as a mountain, causing the scorched earth beneath him to silently crack. To his left lay Lu Wenhao, donned in pristine Navy officer garb, with fine arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips, emitted a faint popping sound. The air distorted from ionization, delivering an unsettling, tingling sensation that made the scalp prickle. His eyes were cold, reflecting unmasked scrutiny and hostility. To his right stood an unfamiliar face, dressed in a well-tailored gray Zhongshan suit, appearing gaunt, around 50 years of age, with a calm yet profound gaze reminiscent of an ancient well. He stood there, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, yet seemed to meld seamlessly with his surroundings, subtly creating a realm of his own, his aura repressed but profoundly unfathomable. He was Lin Zhe, an S-class esper recently assigned to Longyuan, known by the codename Jiang Yue. 3 S-class individuals, the pinnacle of the Dongxia Empire's combat prowess, had gathered at this moment, united for the sake of a single person, Hong Lian. An atmosphere of lethal intent swiftly enveloped the area, causing the temperature of the ruins to plummet to freezing levels. The distant gazes that had been observing vanished in an instant, leaving even the insects in silence. Zhang Yao's brow furrowed, slightly beneath his mask. The purple flames surrounding him surged once more, akin to a vigilant beast, emitting a low growl that rippled through the thickened air. He did not act immediately, merely casting a cold glance at the trio. Hong Lian, Zhang Yao, and Yang Liwei spoke first, his voice steady and surprisingly devoid of direct reprimand. The farce must come to an end. Zhang Yao remained silent, the purple flames swirling silently around him. Yang Liwei is gaze burnet intensely, locking onto the eyes hidden beneath Zhang Yao's mask. The commander had given a directive, considering you are also a citizen of Dongxia, and acknowledging your fervent desire for revenge. It is understandable. If you lay down your arms and accompany us back, the catastrophe sequence can be restructured, allowing you to serve in the Empire's Special Operations Division. All past grievances will be forgiven. You and your companions will enjoy the benefits of the Empire's S-class provisions. Serving the nation. The terms are nothing short of generous. Forgiveness for the past, S-class provisions, and official status. This was perhaps the highest olive branch the Empire could extend. Lu Wenhao's lips curled into a cold smile, clearly not entirely in agreement with this proposal, yet refraining from voicing his opposition. Lin Zhe remained as inscrutable as a stone statue. Zhang Yao listened quietly, his mask concealing any expression. Only after Yang Liwei finished speaking did he slowly respond, his voice emanating through the mask, raspy and chilling like metal scraping against metal. Forgiven for the past? Serving the nation? He scoffed softly, the sound not loud yet laced with boundless derision and melancholy. Director Yang, tell me, where was the Law Enforcement Bureau when the powerful trampled upon human lives? Where was the National Security Bureau? Where was the so-called justice? Countless innocents have lost their homes, their very existence erased. Yet when evidence is presented, where is the law you speak of? Who will champion their cause? The cries of those civilians mercilessly slaughtered by the aristocracy. Have you ever felt even a fraction of concern for their tormented souls? His voice rose sharply, erupting like a long-suppressed volcano, each word imbued with searing wrath. And what of those on the list? They embezzled military funds, withheld disaster relief, seized women, and disregarded human life. Each and every case, with irrefutable evidence. Do you not see it? Is your enforcement agency blind? Or is it that their identities grant them a license to escape justice? He abruptly raised his hand, pointing to the still smoldering ruins beneath him. Look at this place. How many anguished souls lie buried in the cellar of this so-called gentleman? How many organs have been trafficked through the black market he colluded with, destroying countless families? Do you not see it? Or do you choose to ignore it? What you refer to as law is merely a plaything in the hands of the powerful. Your so-called justice is nothing more than a veil to shield the common folk from the harsh truths. Now, You dare to tell me to let bygones be bygones? To serve this nation? Which nation shall I serve? Is it this one that allows parasites to gnaw at its foundations, permitting the innocent to die unjustly? Jiang Yue's voice was not particularly loud, yet his barrage of questions carried a penetrating force, tearing apart the bloody reality. Yang Liwei's face turned pale. Lu Wenhao's eyes glinted with chilling intensity, and Lin Zai's gaze finally revealed a faint tremor. Jiang Yue, you are far too radical. Yang Liwei spoke in a deep tone. The system has its own operational rules. Every matter requires investigation and evidence to be handled according to the law. Your use of extrajudicial measures and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is a profound violation of the law itself. Do you believe you are acting heroically? You are only sowing greater chaos and terror. Innocent? Jiang Yue seemed to hear the grandest of jokes. He pointed to the ruins. Do you claim that the souls within are innocent? Who speaks for those whose lives were shattered by them? Rules? Those rules are tools they wield to protect themselves while trampling the weak. What I trample upon is not the law, but the evil cloaked in its guise. He surveyed the three. Purple flames surged fiercely around him, the temperature rising sharply, the scorched earth beneath him beginning to melt. Our paths diverge. We shall not conspire together. Abandon your hypocritical rhetoric. My sense of justice requires neither your acknowledgement nor your forgiveness. The negotiations had utterly collapsed. Stubborn and unyielding, Lu Wenhao scoffed, his eyes flashing with lightning. If you insist on courting death, then let it be. The trio's momentum surged abruptly, and the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 47. The fiery lotus spins above the ruins on the outskirts of Suzhou. The air hung heavy as lead. The lingering echo of Jiang Yue's declaration, with divergent paths, "We shall not collaborate," had not yet dissipated when Lu Wenhao's eyes ignited with electric fury. "If you insist on courting death, then let it be so," he bellowed, his command causing his uniform to stir without wind, as delicate arcs of electricity swiftly expanded into a blinding, serpentine bolt of lightning, rushing toward Jiang Yue with the force of a tempest. The acrid scent of ionized air pierced the atmosphere. Almost simultaneously, Yang Liwei sprang into action, his fist crashing into the ground. Boom! The earth writhed as if alive. Beneath Jiang Yue's feet, the scorched soil erupted into a roaring chasm of molten lava, viscous and searing, gushing forth like a colossal claw from the depths of hell, intent on dragging him into the abyss. The scorching waves of heat warped the very fabric of vision. Lin Zai, codenamed Jiang Yue, the newly appointed S-Class, moved with lethal silence, yet his presence was profoundly menacing. His hands tightened imperceptibly, and though devoid of grandiose spectacle, a weighty, suffocating force field descended abruptly. Buzz! It was as if the space had been filled with quicksilver. Jiang Yue's enveloping purple flames faltered abruptly, as if gripped by an unseen titan. His body became 100-fold heavier, his bones groaning under the relentless burden, while the suction of the lava beneath him intensified exponentially. This was no mere gravity. It was the very will of the earth, manifesting in the weight of Jiang Yue's name, aiming to suppress all tumult. The three S-Class warriors, Thunder Prison, Earth Dragon, and Jiang Yue, struck with lethal intent. Thunder, fire, and overwhelming pressure. The triad of destructive forces swiftly engulfed Jiang Yue. "Die for me," Lu Wenhao sneered, the lightning intensifying. Boom! The deafening explosion obliterated the ruins. A blinding radiance consumed everything. The shock waves surged like a formless tsunami, sweeping up debris, molten rock, and charred remnants in a frenzied circular expansion. In the distance, at the edge of Suzhou's urban sprawl, the glass windows of towering edifices vibrated under the shockwave's assault, akin to a swarm of bees. An earthquake! A terrified resident peered out. In the next instant, he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. From the direction of the suburbs, a cataclysmic column of destruction, a fusion of purple flames. Lightning, lava, and dust ascended skyward, piercing the clouds. The heavens were painted in ominous shades of purplish red and ghastly white. The disaster sequence is the Crimson Lotus. Someone screamed in shock. The National Security Bureau. It is high-ranking officials from the National Security Bureau engaging the Crimson Lotus. To contend with the Crimson Lotus means several S-class are clashing. Run for your lives. When deities battle, mortals suffer. Panic erupted instantaneously. The streets devolved into utter chaos. Car horns blared. The crowd cried out and jostled, desperately fleeing the eye of the destructive storm. Some lost their shoes and did not pause to retrieve them. Others fell to the ground, trampled by those rushing past. The cacophony of cries, curses, and alarms melded into a symphony of doom. At the heart of the battlefield, the brilliance and dust gradually settled. A gaping chasm, plunging several dozen meters deep, has replaced the former ruins. The walls of the pit are bathed in a dark red magma, while its edges glisten with glass-like crystals. The air is thick with a noxious blend of sulfur, ozone, and the acrid scent of charred remnants. At the very center of the pit, Jiang Yue kneels on one knee, his dark silver mask riddled with web-like fractures, a stark crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. His surrounding purple flames flicker dimly, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. Swaying violently under the oppressive heat of Yang Liwei's molten remnants, Lu Wenhao's crackling arcs of lightning, and Lin Zai's weighty, invisible force field, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Is that all you have? Lu Wenhao hovers in midair, serpentine bolts of lightning dancing around him. Though his own breath is somewhat erratic, his eyes gleam with a scornful certainty. In the face of absolute power, your flickering flame of vengeance is merely a jest. Yang Liwei stands at the edge of the pit, the lava flowing docilely beneath his feet. His brow furrows as he gazes down at the resilient figure, declaring in a grave tone, "Jiang Yue, this is your final opportunity. Surrender now." Lin Zai remains silent, his hands maintaining a poised position, the oppressive force field unwavering. Growing even more concentrated, resembling an invisible millstone, gradually grinding down Jiang Yue's will and strength. Jiang Yue slowly raises his head. Fragments of his mask cascade down, revealing a bloodied half of his face and eyes ablaze with an indomitable flame. Ayest. His voice, though hoarse, carries the stillness preceding a volcanic eruption. Let's see. Who truly is the jest here? Boom! It is as though something within him has detonated. The formerly dim purple flames erupt into a fiery inferno. The color transitions from a profound violet to an almost transparent, searing white. Temperatures soar to unimaginable heights, distorting the very fabric of space around them. Infernal flames, consuming sins. Jiang Yue unleashes a beastly roar as he brings his hands together before his chest. Buzz, a colossal lotus, entirely composed of radiant white flames, suddenly blossoms between his clasped palms. The petals unfurl layer upon layer, each imbued with the power of annihilation. At the heart of the lotus, a deep violet glimmer serves as the core of destruction. The moment this crimson lotus emerges, Lin Zai's previously unyielding force field trembles violently for the first time, as if a boulder has been cast into a furnace. The lava manipulated by Yang Liwei begins to boil uncontrollably, vaporizing before their eyes. Lu Wenhao's surrounding lightning flickers erratically, scorched by the extreme heat. This is dire. For the first time, a grave expression crosses Lin Zai's typically impassive face. He shouts, pressing his hands down forcefully. In the void, the phantom of a towering mountain suddenly solidifies, descending upon the crimson lotus with the intent to suppress the very heavens. This is the ultimate technique of mountain spirit suppression. Mountain soul prison. Yang Liwei roars in fury. The earth beneath him fractures, and a fearsome, lava-formed dragon rises up, bearing its enormous maw to devour Jiang Yue. Lu Wenhao compresses the lightning into a colossal spear, spanning the heavens, its tip locking onto the core of the Crimson Lotus, tearing through space as it hurtles forth. Three ultimate S-class techniques converge upon the seemingly precarious, searing white lotus. Time appears to freeze at this moment. The radiant lotus spins silently, In the next moment, the lotus petals quivered. 3 formidable S-rank attacks struck simultaneously, yet there was no cataclysmic explosion. Instead, a series of swift sounds pierced the air as the mountain's phantom was effortlessly penetrated, crumbling into nothingness in an instant. Lindsay let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. His mountain soul prison was so easily shattered. The head of the lava earth dragon was pierced by a fiery line, the raging magma instantly solidifying, causing its colossal body to disintegrate inch by inch, dispersing into the air like ash. Jiang Yue staggered back as if struck hard, his face pale as death. The thunder spear collided with the fiery line. There was no explosion, only the sharp sound of melting. The thunderous spear, which had gathered all of Lu Wenhao's strength, was cleaved open like snow under the sun, devoured and obliterated by the lotus flower. The violent lightning vanished without leaving even the slightest ripple. Lu Wenhao's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion draining of color. The residual power of the fire lotus instantly spread to the horizon, silently piercing through a heavy layer of clouds, leaving behind a perfectly smooth, circular void. Jiang Yue pressed his palms together and suddenly thrust them outward. Boom! The blazing white fire lotus erupted. Rather than expanding outward, it collapsed inward, forming a searing singularity that consumed all. A terrifying pull erupted instantly, drawing everything within the explosion's radius, energy, matter, light, into its voracious grasp. The lava of Jiang Yue, the dissipating lightning of Lu Wenhao, the shattered mountain power of Lin Zhe, and even the dissipating energy of the three themselves were all wildly torn by that searing singularity. All three let out muffled groans, their forms unsteady, their protective energy fluctuating violently as they were unceremoniously dragged forward by the singularity's insatiable pull. Seizing this precarious moment, Jiang Yue transformed into a blazing purple meteor, propelled by the terrifying recoil of the singularity's explosion and the ensuing chaos of energy. At a speed surpassing all limits, he charged against the all-consuming force, breaking free from the death trap laid by their combined S-rank powers. He tore through the smoke and ruptured the still roiling energy currents, leaving a sorrowful purple-red flame trail in the air, vanishing into the distant skyline. The blazing singularity gradually dissipated, leaving behind a bottomless, pitch-black spherical void, slowly filled by the surrounding air, producing a dull, mournful wail. Above the ruins, there was an eerie silence. Jiang Yue clutched his chest, blood staining his lips, his face ashen as he gazed in shock and unwillingness toward the direction Jiang Yue had disappeared. Lu Wenhao, in the most disheveled state, had half of his uniform scorched by the residual waves of the singularity's explosion, revealing a charred lining. He stared intently at the sky, unable to mask the lingering terror in his eyes. Lin Zhe slowly withdrew his hands, his fingertips trembling slightly. He looked down at the cracked ground beneath his feet, then toward the healing void in space, his usually calm face betraying a deep sense of gravity and confusion for the first time. How could his mountain power be forcibly breached by the opponent in such a manner? What, indeed, was that lotus flower? All three bore varying degrees of injuries, their breaths chaotic, despite their combined efforts to ensnare their foe in a meticulously woven net and unleash their ultimate attack. They had still allowed an injured Jiang Yue to escape. On the outskirts of Suzhou City, amidst a chaotic throng, a middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed yet pale as a ghost, trembles, exclaiming, "Is there no law left? How could 3 S-class individuals fail to apprehend him? Who will be able to control these lawless fiends in the future? Utterly incompetent. A bunch of worthless fools." A woman in the crowd shrieks, her eyes burning with resentment. "After all the money spent on you, you can't even capture a murderer. Has my husband died in vain? It is all over, utterly lost." A former informant to the Enforcement Bureau collapses, ashen-faced, knowing full well that the fugitive will undoubtedly return for him. "Run! I must flee." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the tumult, supporters erupt with uncontainable relief and exhilaration. A young man, phone raised high, captures the image of a crimson meteor streaking across the sky, his voice trembling with excitement. He broke through. Hong Lian has escaped. He is alive. Thank the heavens, Hong Lian still lives. A woman clutching her child weeps tears of joy. I knew it. Good people are rewarded. Hong Lian has come to rid us of evil. An elderly man, once oppressed by the powerful, sheds tears of gratitude. 3 against 1, and they couldn't hold him? What disgrace! Someone mutters, though their tone betrays a sense of relief. Amidst the pandemonium, a young girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, breaks free from her mother's grasp and shouts at the top of her lungs from a vantage point. Go, big brother, who wields fire? Her call ripples through the unsettled crowd like a stone cast into a lake, causing many fleeing figures to unconsciously slow their pace, turning back to gaze at the still smoldering battlefield, their expressions a mixture of fear and a faint, lingering sense of gratitude for surviving, alongside complex emotions for the bloodied, yet triumphant Hong Lian. In the distance, atop a high-rise, a sharply dressed man lowers his binoculars, brow furrowed, quietly reporting through his communicator. Target has successfully breached the encirclement, heading northwest. All 3 S-class individuals sustained varying degrees of injury. The operation has failed. I repeat, the operation has failed. The threat level posed by the target requires reassessment. One detail he withholds, however, is the stark polarization of public sentiment, a phenomenon that has reached alarming proportions. It is easy to surmise that the news of Hong Lian's escape from the 3 S-class enforcers will surely spread like wildfire after today. A hint of barely perceptible concern lingers in his expression, accompanied by a foreboding sense of the impending chaos that may ensue. Chapter 48. The pseudo-deity, the morning light of Chang'an village, is always imbued with a hint of briny sea salt and the warm embrace of incense. Once a remote fishing hamlet, it has now burgeoned into a bustling and peculiar town. The lowly fishermen's cottages have been supplanted by pristine white walls and dark tiles, while the winding cobblestone paths have expanded into a main street wide enough for 2 vehicles to traverse side by side. The air is no longer merely infused with the pungent odor of fish, but is now a delightful emlaying of the aroma of freshly baked bread, the sharpness of herbs from the apothecary, and the delicate fragrance of incense wafting from homes dedicated to the worship of the goddess of Luo. People come and go. There are elderly fishermen clad in coarse cloth, bearing fishing gear with a steady gait. Women with bamboo baskets whisper prayers, their expressions imbued with sincerity. Children chase one another in playful abandon, their laughter ringing clear as they pursue colorful kites beneath the sun. Among them are many faces evidently belonging to outsiders, some bearing signs of illness, others weary in demeanor. Yet upon stepping through the village's archway, they seem to shed their burdens, moving with a newfound lightness. At the heart of the village stands a 3-tiered altar, constructed of white marble, serving as the very essence of the town. The sacred water atop the altar glimmers with a serene blue hue under the morning light, enveloped in a gentle mist. Below, a steady flow of visitors can be seen, some kneeling in silent reverence, others queuing for water, and many simply pausing to absorb the tranquility and power that permeates the air. At the altar's edge, newly planted willows sway gracefully in the breeze, their tender green branches almost brushing against the shoulders of those in prayer. Xiao Haochuan melds into this vibrant tableau, clad in a sun-faded indigo garment, with his trousers speckled with mud. He drapes a somewhat worn towel over his shoulder and carries a bamboo fish basket filled with several fish he caught in the shallows beyond the village. His face bears the mark of the sun, his hair loosely tied back with a grass rope, a few stray strands falling over his forehead, concealing the once sharp glimmer in his eyes. At this moment, those eyes reflect a deliberate tranquility, as if veiled by a fine mist. Like any ordinary villager, Xiao Haochuan purchased 2 steaming vegetable buns from Wang's bun shop at the street corner, squatting on the stone steps by the roadside, devouring them alongside pickled vegetables. He listened quietly as several elderly fishermen animatedly discussed the miraculous recovery of a lad who had, after drinking the sacred water, been freed from a high fever. He merely listened, nodding in agreement from time to time, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. This place is wonderful, truly wonderful. There are no endless special operations from the special forces, no sordid tasks hidden from view, no colleagues, either overtly or covertly, seeking to undermine or mock him. No superior patting his shoulder and proclaiming, "Ah, young Chiu, you are a genius, capable hands should bear more burdens," only to turn away and assign him the most perilous and unsavory tasks, with his name forever absent from the record of commendations. Here there is only the sea breeze, the smoke of cooking fires, the laughter of children, and a near-blind yet heartwarming faith in the goddess of Luo. On that day, when those supernatural beings invaded the village, explicitly seeking him out as a wild dog, chaos ensued. He had hidden among the crowd, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing the impending doom. But what was the outcome? The goddess of Luo intervened, wielding formidable power to eliminate those scourges, crushing both their malevolent presence and their audacious arrogance in one fell swoop. In the aftermath, no one inquired about the identity of the wild dog, nor did anyone delve into the origins of the trouble. The villagers merely intensified their devotions at the altar, expressing gratitude for the protection of the goddess. Even the ethereal figure of the goddess, with cascading blue hair, perched atop the altar, seemed indifferent. It was as if Chiu Haochuan was truly just an inconsequential, ordinary fisherman passing through. This sense of being overlooked bestowed upon him an unparalleled tranquility. He cautiously integrated himself into this paradise, learning to live as a true villager. Fishing, selling fish, purchasing rice, dining, sleeping. Life was simple to the point of monotony, yet allowed his heart, tempered to a cold hardness by the special forces, to experience an unusual warmth. Perhaps it would not be so bad to continue this way, to be an ordinary person, living incognito, and letting life unfold quietly. He carried a fish basket toward the small market at the eastern edge of the village, intending to sell his catch for some oil and salt. The sun shone brightly, casting a languorous glow upon the scene. Beneath the sprawling old banyan tree at the village entrance, several elderly men swayed their fans while playing chess, encircled by a gathering of onlookers. A few half-grown children dashed past, stirring up a cloud of dust and laughter. Everything appeared so serene, harmonious, and brimming with vitality. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. A sharp, piercing sound shattered the afternoon calm of Chang'an village. 6 figures descended like meteors from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground before the village entrance. The immense force shattered the bluestone pavement, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, 6 imposing figures clad in uniform black combat gear emerged, exuding a palpable energy that sent shivers down spines. They were 6 upper-tier, A-level supernatural beings. At the forefront, a stern-faced man bore a grotesque scar that slashed from his brow to the corner of his mouth. He was Chun Feng, the leader of the 3rd Action Group of the Special Forces. "Wild dog, come out." Chun Feng's voice rang out like the clash of metal, laced with unmasked malice and disdain, echoing throughout the village. The once bustling street fell into an immediate silence. The elderly men playing chess froze, and the children, frightened, sought refuge behind their parents. Fear rapidly spread through the crowd, yet it did not incite panic among the villagers, for they all knew the goddess was safeguarding their home. "Are they here to stir trouble again?" a trembling woman inquired. "Do they not fear the goddess?" A young fisherman clenched his fists, his voice tinged with anger. Chun Feng's gaze swept across the crowd like a flash of lightning, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The goddess? Huh, a mere charade. Do they truly believe they are in the presence of that goddess of calamity? A joke." His comrades erupted in derisive laughter, brimming with contempt. Impudent, an elderly fisherman, his hair white as snow, suddenly stood up, trembling with rage as he pointed at Chun Feng and rebuked, "How dare you show disrespect to the goddess? You shall face retribution. Indeed, when the goddess reveals her might, you won't even know where you stand." Another middle-aged man summoned the courage to shout, "Leave Chang'an village. You are not welcome here." A chorus of shaky yet resolute curses began to rise from the crowd. A band of foolish peasants. Behind Chun Feng, a tall and gaunt team member with a sinister gaze let out a derisive laugh, his fingertips dancing with arcs of ethereal blue electricity. frightened by a mere water elemental. Today, not only shall we take the wild dog, but we will also see if your so-called sacred land can withstand our assault. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his foot and violently kicked a stone altar adorned with fresh fruits and flowers. Boom! The altar shattered with a resounding crack. Fruits and flowers scattered everywhere. A gasp of terror erupted from the crowd. Stop! The old fisherman's eyes widened in fury as he lunged to protect the fallen fragments of the idol. Seeking death, the sinister team member's eyes glinted with malice. An electricity in his palms surged, poised to strike the old fisherman down. At that moment, a deep, slightly raspy voice broke through the tension. Stop! The crowd parted as if compelled by an unseen force, and Xiao Haochuan slowly emerged, clad in his indigo robe and carrying an empty fish basket. The calm demeanor he once held had vanished, replaced by a profound weariness. He positioned himself in front of the old fisherman, looking up at Chun Feng with a terrifying calmness. I will go with you, but do not involve the innocent. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Haochuan from head to toe. Wild dog. Huh. Hiding in this rat hole? You have certainly managed to present yourself well. A cruel smile spread across his lips. Taking you is only natural, but his gaze swept over the surrounding faces filled with rage and fear, over the pristine houses, and the altar radiating tranquility. A flicker of brutality crossed his eyes, seeing such a fine village. I simply can't resist the urge to dismantle something. He then waved his hand forcefully. Attack! Let's loosen the bones of this sacred place. Yes. The other 5 team members answered with wicked grins, their powers surging explosively. Flames, frost, rock, hurricane, and lightning. 5 torrents of chaotic energy, like unleashed feral beasts, surged towards the surrounding homes, the panicking crowd, and the altar that symbolized peace. The villagers' cries and wails erupted in a cacophony. Xiao Haochuan's pupils constricted, his body instinctively tensing, a long-buried ferocity belonging to the wild dog threatening to break free. At this critical moment, buzz! In the center of the altar, the tranquil, holy water began to boil violently, without warning. Not merely bubbling, but as if stirred by an unseen colossal force, it instantaneously surged into towering waves. Ethereal blue columns shot skyward, a vast, frigid pressure, as if hailing from the abyss of the deep sea, descended with the weight of reality, enveloping the entire Chang'an village in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Atop the surging holy water, a figure quietly coalesced. Indigo hair danced as if in a tempest, while like the furious tides of the ocean. Qian Luo, barefoot upon the waves, was surrounded by flowing water, resembling a deity descending to earth. Her face, strikingly perfect and unearthly, bore no trace of compassion, only an icy glare that could freeze souls. Her voice was melodious, yet devoid of warmth. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Chapter 49. The guardian of the altar, the figure of Quan Luo, materialized atop the sacred waters, her indigo hair swirling like tempestuous waves of the deep sea. Barefoot, she tread upon the surf, surrounded by ethereal blue currents that emanated a chilling aura capable of freezing souls. On her visage, flawless and otherworldly, there was no trace of compassion, only a frigid indifference that looked down upon the insignificant. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Her voice, though soft, resonated within the depths of every soul present, dispelling all fear in an instant. The once anxious villagers erupted in fervent excitement. The Lady of the River has manifested. A miracle, a divine intervention. With her benevolence, may she punish those who desecrate our sacred ground. With the lady here, we fear nothing. Long live the lady. Let her exact retribution upon these insolent ones. In an instant, the silent village of Chang'an erupted into a cacophony of ecstatic cheers. Elders wept tears of joy, kneeling in reverence. Mothers clutched their children tightly, faces alight with the bliss of survival. Young fishermen clenched their fists, their eyes aflame with unwavering faith in the deity and fury towards the invaders. Xiao Haochuan stood at the forefront of the crowd, his pupils constricting violently, a tempest brewing within his heart. He had anticipated a bloody battle today, prepared for a scorched earth scenario. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that, in this critical moment, the mysterious Lady of the River would truly reveal herself. An indescribable shock and a flicker of elusive hope quietly took root in the depths of his once still heart. Chun Feng and the other 6 Special Operations team members were indeed taken aback by the overwhelming pressure and the villagers' fervor when Quan Luo appeared. Their heightened senses, honed from their status as upper-tier A-level operatives, instantly recognized that the blue-haired woman before them was no ordinary water-based ability user. However, the arrogance cultivated from their long tenure in elite forces and confidence in their own prowess swiftly overshadowed that initial trepidation. Playing the part of a deity, Chun Feng's scarred face twisted, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes. So, you are the so-called Lady of the River? Merely a water ability user, and you dare to act grandly before me? Kneel and surrender, and perhaps I might spare your life. The team members behind him shared cruel smiles, their abilities flaring back to life as flames, frost, and lightning coiled around them, forming an encirclement. They did not recognize Quan Luo as the second in the disaster sequence, merely viewing her as a powerful rogue ability user hidden in the area. 6 against 1. Surely they could test her. Quan Luo's gaze remained icy, devoid of words or unnecessary gestures. She merely lowered her foot, ever so slightly, upon the crest of the wave. Buzz! The seemingly tranquil currents enveloping her transformed into 6 silent sides of death. There was no grand display, only unparalleled speed and chilling intent. The water solidified into a tangible form, its edges shimmering with a cold light that could slice through space. Accurately and silently aimed at the foreheads of the 6 Special Operations team members. With lethal intent, the 6 men's expressions shifted dramatically. Not good. Block. Quick dodge. The souls of 6 individuals trembled in terror, for what appeared to be a simple onslaught of water bore a chilling intent that froze their very spirits. The shadow of death had never been so vivid. They shrieked, exerting every ounce of their extraordinary abilities. All their ultimate defenses erupted instantaneously, intertwining into a chaotic yet formidable energy barrier. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 6 faint sounds echoed, akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified fat, barely audible over the cacophony of cheers. All defenses, in the face of overwhelming power, proved utterly futile. The 6 ethereal blue streams of water pierced through their defenses without hindrance, striking precisely at the center of each of their foreheads. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The grotesque expressions of the 6 Special Forces members, marked by fear and disbelief, were instantaneously frozen in place. The wild radiance of their extraordinary powers extinguished abruptly, akin to a candle snuffed out. Their bodies stiffened, their gazes rapidly losing focus, as vitality ebbed away like a receding tide. With a series of thuds, 5 corpses fell to the ground like sacks devoid of bones, a blue glow swiftly spreading from their foreheads, sealing their fates. Only Chun Feng remained alive. As the team leader, he possessed the greatest strength and the quickest reflexes among them. In the face of imminent death, he managed to forcefully turn his head aside, the lethal stream grazing his temple and leaving a trail of blood and scalp in its wake. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from him, half his face instantly drenched in crimson. Yet he had thus snatched a sliver of life back. Chun Feng clutched his bleeding temple, trembling uncontrollably from pain and sheer terror. He gazed at the lifeless bodies of his 5 subordinates, his heart shattered. He finally comprehended that the being before him was no ordinary extraordinary user. She was a monster, a harbinger of death. Stop! You cannot kill me. Chun Feng's voice warped and twisted under the duress of fear and agony as he shrieked hysterically. I am Chun Feng, the leader of the 3rd Operations Group of the Eastern Xia Empire's Special Forces. If you kill me, you will be at odds with the entire Special Forces, at odds with the Eastern Xia Empire. The repercussions will be endless. The Empire shall not spare you. His bluster masked deep-seated fear, as he sought to intimidate her with the might of the state. Xiao Haochuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Chun Feng's words struck him like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within him moments ago. Indeed, the special forces, the machinery of the state. To kill the leader of the special forces was tantamount to declaring war, no matter how formidable this goddess was. Could she truly stand against a nation? Did she dare? Xiao Haochuan's gaze dimmed once more, bitterness welling within him. It seemed he was ultimately unable to escape the fate of being captured, potentially dragging the entire village down with him. However, before his thoughts could fully coalesce, the expression in Quan Luo's eyes remained utterly unfazed. It was as if Chun Feng's frantic cries were merely the buzzing of a fly. She even deemed it unworthy of a second glance, casually raising her right hand, fingers pointed toward Chen Feng, and gently clenched her fist. Ugh! Chen Feng's scream was abruptly silenced. He stared wide-eyed in terror, feeling an irresistible, bone-chilling force envelop him entirely. The blood and moisture within his body seemed to be forcefully extracted and frozen by an unseen power. A dull thud echoed through the air. In the horrified gaze of Xiao Haochuan and all the villagers, Chun Feng, along with the blood that gushed forth, was instantaneously compressed, frozen, and then exploded, transforming into a dazzling, scarlet mist of crystalline blood, leaving not a trace behind. Divine retribution, true divine retribution, clean and decisive, without a mark left. Xiao Haochuan drew a sharp breath, his entire being chilled, as if drenched from head to toe with ice water. All his luck and concerns were utterly shattered in that moment. The leader of the special forces? The machinery of the state? Endless repercussions? In the presence of this figure, they were nothing but a grand joke. She was not an ordinary supernatural being. She was the renowned calamity ranked second globally. The one who dared to confront Dongxia, the goddess of Luo. Yet, the residents did not panic in the face of such violence. Instead, they erupted in praises. Heavens! Divine retribution. This is true divine retribution. The blasphemer turned to ashes. The goddess of Luo is invincible. They exclaimed. Did you see that? This is the power of the goddess of Luo. What the special forces? They crumble before her might. With the goddess's protection, Long'an village remains unscathed. Long live the goddess. After a brief silence, a more fervent and deafening cheer erupted. The villagers had witnessed a miraculous domination. Observing an arrogant foe being eradicated like an ant before the goddess of Luo, faith reached an unprecedented zenith at that moment. Quan Luo remained unfazed by the villagers' cheers. The pervasive bloodshed, or Xiao Haochuan's astonishment, as if she had merely brushed away a speck of dust. The water around her coalesced, and her figure gradually sank back into the ethereal blue holy water at the altar's center, disappearing from view, leaving only the mist rising from the altar and a faint, chilling aura in the air. Xiao Haochuan stood frozen, his heart pounding fiercely, nearly bursting from his chest. He gazed at the now calm, holy water, then glanced at the 5 cold corpses on the ground and the quickly dissipating blood mist, finally sweeping his eyes over the frenzied villagers. An unprecedented thought, bold enough to make him tremble, ignited like wildfire in his heart. He no longer needed to flee, no longer required to hide his identity and scrape by. This figure before him was the one who could completely alter his fate. To follow her, to follow the calamity-ranked goddess of Luo. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within. He strode to the altar, disregarding the gazes of the surrounding crowd, and, with profound reverence, knelt deeply before the ethereal blue holy water, his forehead striking the cold white marble ground heavily. Then he rose without a moment's hesitation, step by step, ascending the altar's steps. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, each step taken with unwavering resolve. At last, he reached the center of the altar, once more kneeling before the seemingly empty, yet imbued with supreme majesty holy water. He proclaimed, "O great goddess of Luo." Xiao Haochuan's voice trembled ever so slightly, yet it resonated with remarkable clarity and unwavering conviction. I am a former member of the Eastern Xia Special Forces. I humbly beseech the Lord of the Luo to take me in. I am willing to follow you faithfully, offering my utmost service. I shall brave fire and water, without hesitation, in this life and the next. I shall heed only your command. Should I ever betray you, may my soul be obliterated." He bowed deeply, his posture humbled to the ground, yet his eyes blazed with the fervor of a desperate gamble. In the center of the altar, the water rippled gently. The figure of Quan Luo did not materialize. Only a hazy outline, sketched by the flowing waters, flickered above the holy spring. Xiao Haochuan felt a chilling gaze descend upon him. "Who are you?" Quan Luo's voice was detached and emotionless, as if it emanated from the heavens above. "What purpose do you serve me?" Xiao Haochuan abruptly raised his head, locking his gaze upon the silhouette within the waves, his eyes aflame with passion. "Lord of the Luo, I am Xiao Haochuan, adept in infiltration, penetration, assassination, and intelligence analysis. I can manage all trivial matters for you, clearing every obstacle from your path. I can oversee this sacred ground, guiding faith, and drawing more souls to kneel before the altar. I can transform Chang'an Village into your most steadfast bastion of belief. My everything, my abilities, my loyalty, belongs to you. I seek but a chance to follow." He spoke with great rapidity, laying bare his worth without reservation, each word resonating with authority. The waters on the altar surged silently. The indistinct outline of Quan Luo seemed to stir slightly. She required assistance, someone capable of managing mundane tasks, someone who comprehended her intentions, a tool to alleviate her burdens. This former Special Forces member appeared to be precisely what she needed. The fervor and desperation in his eyes also evoked a flicker of pleasure within her. After all, this was an indirect testament to the reverence for the might of the Zero Lord. After a moment of silence, Quan Luo's cool voice resounded once more. "Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the guardian of Chang'an Village. Remember your words. If you are useful, you shall live. Should you prove otherwise—" A fleeting glimmer of icy menace flashed within the waters. Xiao Haochuan trembled, overwhelming ecstasy flooding through him. He bowed deeply again, his voice choked with emotion. "I am grateful for the grace of the Lord of the Luo." Xiao Haochuan swears eternal loyalty. Chapter 50. The lonely sing heartfelt songs as the night descended with unwavering intensity. Tears fell without the accompaniment of sorrowful cries. To love someone, right or wrong, why is it that the one who suffers is invariably me, not you? Chun Jin hummed a melancholy tune, his fingers drumming a rhythm upon the steering wheel. His fiery red supercar raced along the coastal highway, the roar of the engine piercing through the briny sea breeze. Lonely souls listened to sorrowful melodies, seeking the remnants of past joy. Repeatedly, he played the refrain of "You will love me." Yet the tears within his heart weighed heavier than any sorrowful note. He sang fervently, his gaze scanning the roadside for any potential figure of interest. Ever since he dealt with Zhou Tingting and her uncle, Gao Lei, Chun Jin felt an unprecedented clarity. Gao Lei's check and that diamond-encrusted limited edition watch had been effortlessly liquidated, instantly augmenting his account with a seven-figure sum. Money arrived with such ease that spending it bore no burden. He procured an even flashier, customized supercar, adorned in an ensemble that was nothing short of dazzling. A fluorescent green fitted t-shirt, leopard print shorts, a gold chain the thickness of his thumb around his neck, and a diamond-studded watch that sparkled blindingly in the sunlight. La, la, la la la, la la, la, la la la, la la, lonely soul sin solo fel songs. TSK, where are the beautiful women? Chun Jin murmured, his eyes sweeping over the scant bikini-clad figures on the beach, his enthusiasm waning. The quality of their presence had truly diminished. There wasn't a single one worth a glance. Sai, a blue-haired beauty like number 2, with her captivating allure, or the aloof yet stunning Miss Wang, such rarities in this world. He licked his lips, a flutter of excitement coursing through him. He, Chun Jin, desired precisely this caliber of beauty. Just then, a figure captured his attention. Beneath a roadside bus stop sign, a woman clad in a cream-colored professional suit frowned slightly as she glanced at her phone, appearing somewhat anxious. The sea breeze tousled her softly curled chestnut hair, revealing her elegantly contoured profile. She was tall and slender, her curves elegantly accentuated beneath the fitted suit, her legs graceful in delicate high heels. Though her aura did not match the icy sharpness of Quan Luo or the regal elegance of Wang Mengyao, she exuded a perfect blend of professionalism and gentle beauty. Undoubtedly a stunning woman. Chun Jin's eyes sparkled. With a deft maneuver, he executed a dramatic drift, bringing his supercar to a halt before the bus stop. Tires screeching against the pavement. The window slid down, and he leaned out, donning what he believed to be his most charming smile. The gold chain and diamond watch glinting in the sunlight. "Hey, beautiful!" Waiting for the bus. "This place isn't ideal for hailing a taxi. Where are you headed? Would you like a ride?" His tone was playful, his gaze unabashedly roving over her figure. The woman appeared startled, looking up at Shinjin. Her almond-shaped eyes, now filled with surprise and caution, quickly assessed his ostentatious attire and dazzling car. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue danced in her eyes before she donned a polite, yet slightly distant smile. "Thank you, but no, I'll wait for the bus." "Don't mention it," Chun Jin replied, stepping out of the car and leaning against the door in what he considered a suave pose. "Look at this scorching sun. Waiting for the bus is quite the ordeal. Isn't it? My vehicle boasts remarkable speed and a refreshing air conditioning system, ensuring your utmost comfort during the journey. Moreover," he elongated his tone, his gaze laced with flirtation, proclaiming it an honor to serve a lady. The woman furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly hesitant. She glanced at her phone, then at the distant bus that had yet to arrive, and finally let out a gentle sigh. "Well then, I suppose I must trouble you. I am headed to the Cloudtop restaurant in the city center." "The Cloudtop restaurant? A splendid choice." Chun Jin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he graciously opened the door to the passenger seat, exclaiming, "Please, allow me. Serving a lady is no trouble at all." As she entered the vehicle, a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of floral sweetness, filled Chun Jin's nostrils. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though his very bones had softened. During the drive, Chun Jin exerted himself to entertain. He regaled her with tales of his fictitious adventures around the globe, lamented the tribulations of his family business, also fabricated, and skillfully expressed admiration for independent women. Initially, the woman remained somewhat reserved, responding politely and brief, yet gradually. It appeared that Chun Jin's exaggerated sense of humor and unabashed sincerity began to resonate with her, prompting her to engage more freely in conversation. Her name was Lin Wei, a marketing manager for a foreign enterprise. She had been scheduled to meet a client, only to find herself stranded here when the location was changed at the last minute. Her voice was gentle, her manner refined, and at times she would stifle a giggle at Chun Jin's antics, her eyes sparkling with the allure of a mature woman. Chun Jin found himself captivated. He believed he had discovered the true love he had been seeking, though she may not possess the breathtaking beauty of Miss Wang. There was an irresistible charm in Lin Wei's blend of intellect and grace as a professional woman that drew him in. He felt akin to a love-struck youth, his heart racing, palms sweating, yearning to lay bare his feelings before her. "Miss Lin, do you know?" Chun Jin said, glancing at her while driving. Convinced of his own romanticism, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were uniquely different, like a flower suddenly blooming in the desert. A sight that dazzles the senses. Lin Wei chuckled at a straightforward yet somewhat crude metaphor, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Mr. Chun, you certainly have a way with words." Chun Jin, growing earnest, replied, "I am not jesting. I speak with sincerity, although I may appear unreliable. When I set my sights on something or someone, I pursue it with unwavering determination, with all my heart." He pounded his chest in promise, the clinking of his gold chain ringing out. Before long, they arrived at the Cloudtop restaurant, perched atop a skyscraper in the city center. The restaurant exuded elegance, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the glittering cityscape. Lin Wei, seemingly quite hungry, ordered several exquisite dishes, while Chun Jin exuberantly selected the finest red wine. Throughout the meal, Chun Jin's true nature became evident. "Miss Lin, this foie gras with caviar is the signature dish. Do give it a try." "Miss Lin, the wine has decanted sufficiently. Let me pour you a glass." Miss Lin, your skin is truly radiant. What skincare products do you use? Miss Lin, your smile is simply enchanting. He lavished her with attention, his gaze fixed upon Lin Wei, hardly touching his own plate as he busily served her, continually showering her with compliments. Lin Wei appeared somewhat helpless, yet did not refuse. She merely accepted his kindness with a smile, occasionally responding with a few words. Chen Jin was overjoyed, feeling that this meal was truly the epitome of delight. Every smile and frown from Lin Wei captivated him, leading him to fantasize about a blissful life together in the future. Miss Lin, Chen Jin set down his wine glass, crafting a heartfelt confession in his mind. At that moment, several men clad in casual attire, exuding a formidable aura, seemingly strolled into the restaurant, their hawk-like gazes fixated on Chen Jin's table. Outside the window, a few drones, their red lights flickering, hovered silently near the glass. Fade. Lin Wei's smile faltered, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes as she raised her glass and took a gentle sip, avoiding Chen Jin's ardent gaze, oblivious to the shifting atmosphere. Chen Jin remained ensconced in the sweet bubble of true love, grinning at Lin Wei while contemplating whether to confess during a movie or while stargazing atop the mountain. The aroma of the dishes mingled with the cold menace outside, permeating the opulent air of the restaurant. As Chen Jin indulged in his romantic reverie, 3 messages detonated like powerful bombs within the sea of information in the Eastern Summer Empire, creating tumultuous waves. The first message reported the devastating defeat in Suzhou, where the 3 S-level experts returned in disgrace. This news ignited public discourse. Despite official attempts to downplay it, eyewitness accounts, anomalous data from energy monitoring stations, and the unmistakable disarray of the 3 S-level warriors upon their return rendered the truth undeniable. No way is this real. The 3 S-level titans together couldn't subdue Hong Lian. Is Hong Lian that formidable now? The disaster sequences Hong Lian. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? How long has it been? It's over. If even the S-level can't handle him, who can manage these disasters in the future? Eastern Summer is on the brink of chaos. What is the National Security Bureau doing? Training troops for 1,000 days only to falter at a critical moment. And this is the result. Stop spouting nonsense upstairs. Hong Lian's purple flames are too sinister. I've heard they can even burn through space. That the 3 titans managed to escape intact is remarkable. Escape intact? I say they fled in disarray. Hong Lian broke through. What a slap in the face. I concur, it feels like the disaster sequence is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The news of Hong Lian breaking through the encirclement of the 3 S-level experts shattered the audience's scant sense of security, casting an even larger and more menacing shadow of the disaster sequence. However, the second message swiftly altered this dire situation. The Imperial Academy of Sciences, in conjunction with the Abilities Research Institute, issued a monumental announcement. The first batch of Swearin medicines has been delivered. The Swearin project's first phase has been a resounding success. The first batch of 3,000 safe and stable ability awakening medications has completed production quality checks and will be supplied at cost price to citizens aged 18 and above, who passed the basic physical and mental assessments starting next week. The era of universal ability users is officially commencing. The announcement detailed the principles of the medication. Boasting a safety rate of 99, the types and tiers of abilities that could potentially awaken classified as C and D levels, as well as the application process. Simultaneously, it was announced that potential activation centers would be established in major cities, offering guidance and subsequent training. This news ignited a fervor like never before. The public's reaction surpassed even that of the initial announcement. Swearin, God of Fire, such a formidable name. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Supplied at cost. The nation is magnificent. No longer must we envy those born with extraordinary abilities. Whether one attains D to C level, enhanced strength, swifter speed, or even the ability to ignite a small flame, it suffices. At least we would possess some means of self-defense. Enrollment. I must enroll. I aspire to become a man as swift as the wind. Wake up upstairs. It's highly likely to be an enhancement type. the kind that runs fast and jumps high. Enhancement types are acceptable, doubling my efficiency in labor. Earning over 10,000 monthly from deliveries is no longer a dream. The horizon expands. What if I awaken a rare ability? Henceforth, I would ascend to the pinnacle of life. Regardless of the calamities, once we are all empowered, let's see if they dare to challenge us again. The panic was momentarily overshadowed by immense hope and anticipation. Countless ordinary individuals glimpsed the dawn of a transformative fate and the acquisition of power. Forums and social media were instantly inundated with keywords such as swear-in, ability awakening, and enrollment strategies. Enthusiastic discussions erupted regarding potential abilities to awaken as people envisioned their new lives as empowered beings. The fear of calamities seemed temporarily subdued by this wave of collective evolution. As the fervor for the swear-in potion swept across the nation, the Empire's Ministry of Defense and the National Security Bureau jointly released an even more concise yet explosive announcement. A new star shines. Dongxia welcomes another S-Class Guardian. Confirmed by the Supreme Command of the Empire, our nation has recently birthed a new S-Class ability user. Their powers are exceptional, and their potential is boundless. To ensure national security and the growth of this formidable individual, specific identity and ability details will remain undisclosed until the official award ceremony and press conference scheduled for early next month. Dongxia's shield of protection now possesses an additional blade. S-Class. This term itself signifies strategic level power, a vital asset of the nation. Each existing S-Class in Dongxia stands as a pillar of stability. Now another has emerged. Amidst these tumultuous times, this announcement ignited a fire in an already boiling cauldron. The public discourse erupted. S-Class. My heavens. Is this true? We have produced another S-Class in Dongxia. The announcement next month. I can hardly contain my excitement. Who could it be? A military prodigy? Or a hidden giant from the civilian sector? Regardless of who it may be, it is impressive, and that is all that matters. Dongxia is magnificent. Previously dormant forums and discussion boards are now ablaze with enthusiasm, and the topics of conversation have shifted dramatically. Haha, heaven bless Dongxia. To give birth to a new S-Class at this critical juncture is nothing short of timely assistance. No matter how rampant the Red Lotus may be, we have an increasing number of S-Class individuals. Let us see if they dare to be arrogant. With a nationwide awakening from the swear-in potion, coupled with the presence of the new S-Class, the future is bright. The rise of Dongxia is unstoppable. Calamities? Mere jesters in the grand scheme. Once we are united as a formidable force, under the leadership of the new S-Class powerhouse, we shall effortlessly vanquish them. Indeed, a motley crew of cowardly terrorists dares to challenge our esteemed Dongxia. Such audacity is but a dream. The tide of public opinion has swiftly reversed. The shadow of Suzhou's defeat has been wholly dispelled by the collective hope ignited by swear-in and the invigorating presence of the new S-Class. Major platforms are inundated with optimism, pride, and even derision towards the calamity sequence. Countless netizens transform into keyboard warriors, fervently proclaiming long live Dongxia and predicting the impending doom of the disaster sequence. Two monumental pieces of good news have perfectly neutralized the impact of a single adverse report, overshadowing it. The public discourse in Dongxia has surged from a momentary abyss of panic to the pinnacle of optimism. It seems as though Suerin's elixir and the new S-Class's accolades have forged an impregnable fortress for this nation. Meanwhile, amidst the explosive public discourse sparked by three pieces of news, Chun Jin remains entirely oblivious, lost in the enchanting smile of Lin Wei before him. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal net, fueled by the fury of the Gao family, has silently begun to tighten overhead. Chapter 51. Your smile is truly enchanting in the restaurant. A gentle piano melody flowed through the air, while the crystal chandelier cast a warm golden glow, illuminating the silver cutlery to a dazzling shine. A yearning for distant mountains and a desire to gaze at seagulls by the seaside stirred within me. Regardless of the storms that may arise, your presence is sufficient. I relish the sight of your lips curling into a smile. I delight in the arch of your brow. The white clouds hanging in the blue sky resemble your radiant smile. Chun-Jin reclined in a comfortable booth, humming a tune while his fingertips tapped rhythmically against the pristine tablecloth. Your smile is truly enchanting, akin to the blossoms of spring, dispersing all worries and sorrows like petals in the breeze. He watched Lin Wei's graceful silhouette as she departed, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Your smile is truly captivating, reminiscent of summer sunshine, enveloping the world in a beauty akin to a painted canvas. Lost in his ruminations, Chun-Jin hummed an off-key melody, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Should he confess his love directly with an "I love you," or should he be more discreet? Perhaps he should present her with a gift? He caressed the diamond-studded watch on his wrist, its brilliance blinding, envisioning how perfectly it would adorn Lin Wei's delicate wrist. Or should he simply transfer a sum of 5 million? Would that adequately express his sentiments? No, that would be too commonplace. Romance was essential. Engrossed in his fantasies, he failed to notice the gradual changes in his surroundings. The piano music had ceased without him realizing, and the previously murmuring patrons had begun to rise and depart, the servers quietly retreating. The fragrant effervescence of champagne and delectable dishes was gradually replaced by an invisible, chilling aura of foreboding. It was only when the heavy doors of the restaurant closed silently and locked with a soft click that Chun-Jin jolted awake. Huh? He lifted his gaze, bewildered, and surveyed his surroundings. The vast restaurant now held only him as its solitary occupant. The warm, golden light persisted, and the exquisite dishes still emitted steam from the table, but the once bustling space now felt eerily desolate. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's dazzling nightscape remained. Yet several figures clad in identical black tactical attire stood silently by the window. Their presence was heavy, their gazes sharp as hawks, coldly observing him through the glass. It was not just outside. Shadows within the restaurant began to coalesce into figures, emerging like phantoms, blocking all possible exits. They moved swiftly and silently, taking precise positions, encircling Chun-Jin in an instant. The energy emanating from several of them was unmistakably that of upper-tier level individuals. Others exuded a more chilling and obscure aura, dressed in specialized matte bodysuits, adorned with a small, sinister, dark dagger emblem on their chests. This emblem symbolized the Gao family's death warriors, the Ink Blades. The area was secured. The trap was officially set. Damn! Chun-Jin grasped the situation in an instant, a surge of fury mixed with incredulous absurdity coursing through him. He abruptly stood, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. Where is Lin Wei? Lin Wei, where are you? Come out now. His roar echoed through the empty restaurant, tinged with a hint of hurt. Stop shouting, Mr. Chun. A chilling female voice emerged from the shadows, prompting Chun-Jin to whirl around. Lin Wei appeared, yet she was no longer the demure office lady clad in a cream-colored suit. Instead, she donned a fitted black combat uniform that accentuated her athletic physique, her long hair neatly tied back, and her face devoid of makeup, leaving only a frigid demeanor and a hint of mockery. She toyed with a gleaming tactical dagger, advancing step by step, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply in the stillness. You! Chun-Jin gazed at her, his throat constricted as if something were lodged within. Mr. Chun, or should I say, Chun-Jin? Lin Wei's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her gaze cutting through him like a knife. Your performance was quite commendable, so heartfelt, so sincere. TSK. Even I was nearly nauseated. Chun-Jin realized then that the so-called chance encounter, the charming conversation, the allure, all were meticulously crafted traps. What he had believed to be true love was, from the outset, a ruse aimed squarely at him. Who are you? His voice was parched, each word squeezed from between his teeth. Lin Wei, leader of Field Operations Group 7, subordinate of Mr. Gao Qiyuan, she introduced herself, her tone as flat as if she were detailing an additional service, specifically tasked with eliminating those who overstepped their bounds and dared to encroach upon the Gao family's interests. Like you, again with the Gao family, why? Chun-Jin roared, veins bulging at his temples. Is it because I killed that insignificant Gao Lei? He deserves to die. His entire family deserves to perish. Gao Lei, Lin Wei scoffed, as if she had heard a ridiculous joke. A worthless side branch. His death is inconsequential. The Gao family does not lack for such individuals. She paused, her gaze sharpening. What we truly wish to know is why you dared to touch the Gao family's interests in the first place. Who instigated you? The West Star Federation? Or some nearsighted family? There must be some backing for someone audacious enough to encroach on the Gao family's territory. She scrutinized Chen Jin as if he were a specimen awaiting dissection. Speak, confess honestly, and perhaps you might suffer less. Mister, Gao has instructed that you be brought back alive. You should consider yourself fortunate. It is not a death sentence on the spot. After all, living is a prerequisite for a proper reception. The coldness in her words caused the nearby members of the Mo Rin team to instinctively tense up, their gazes toward Chen Jin tinged with a barely perceptible pity. Those singled out by Gao Qiyuan for a reception often faced a fate far more harrowing than death. Reception? Instigation? Chen Jin felt a fire ignite within him. Stepping forward abruptly, the air around him swirling violently, sending napkins fluttering from the table. To hell with your instigation. To hell with the Gao family. I will kill when I wish. I will burn when I wish. Do I need to heed anyone's command? His eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Lin Wei, his voice contorted by unrestrained fury. Again the Gao family. Again you relentless wretches. Once was not enough for you to deceive me. You seek to ensnare me a second time. Do you take me for a fool? Deceive you? Lin Wei's eyes narrowed, her dagger twirling in a deadly flourish. You're the one who is foolish. Did you truly believe that a mere wind-based ability would grant you unfettered freedom? Today, let me enlighten you on the essence of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Engage. Capture the living. No sooner had the words been spoken than the assembled crowd, poised and ready, sprang into action. Two upper-tier, A-class ability users initiated the assault. One pressed down with both hands, causing the ground to instantaneously soften and collapse into a viscous quicksand trap that ensnared Chen Jin's feet. The other let out a fierce shout, his arms transforming into gleaming metal, resembling two heavy hammers that descended upon Chen Jin's head with a shriek that rent the air. Simultaneously, three members of the Ink Blade team, like phantoms, lunged from three different angles, their specially crafted alloy daggers silently aiming for Chen Jin's vital joints, intent on incapacitating him in an instant. Their coordination was impeccable, their lethal moves sharp. In their eyes, dealing with an inexperienced wind ability user required nothing more than this arrangement, perhaps even an overreaction. However, the next scene rendered the expressions of all present frozen in disbelief. Faced with the encroaching quicksand and the metallic fists crashing down, Chen Jin merely raised his right hand with an air of nonchalance. Buzz! An invisible, violently raging whirlwind erupted abruptly around him. The quicksand trap, capable of ensnaring a tank, was mere child's play before the tempest, instantly scattered and swept away. The descending metal fists, mere half a foot from his head, were halted dead in their tracks by an invisible wind wall, emitting a resounding clang as metal met metal. The metal ability user's complexion changed drastically, feeling an overwhelming force rebound against him, causing his arms to ache as if they might shatter. The three Ink Blade members, who had lunged forward, collided with an invisible, rapidly spinning meat grinder. Swoosh! 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 No screams of agony escaped. Only a few sickening sounds reminiscent of sharp blades slicing through leather. The three seasoned Ink Blade members found their bodies inexplicably frozen mid-air, before like disassembled building blocks. They shattered into pieces. Severed limbs and remnants, mingled with crimson liquid, were swept up by the furious whirlwind, crashing violently against the restaurant's walls and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Emitting a dull thud, scarlet droplets splattered across the opulent wallpaper and crystal chandeliers. The entire restaurant transformed into a hellish battleground in an instant. What? The metal ability user was struck with terror, the luster of his metallic arms dimming as he staggered backward. Impossible. The ability user controlling the quicksand screamed in horror, his face as pale as a sheet. Lin Wei's mocking demeanor and coldness vanished entirely. replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. She beheld the dismembered ink blade members and Chen Jin, who effortlessly neutralized two formidable A-class assaults with a mere gesture. A terrifying thought struck her like icy water, rendering her blood nearly frozen. S-class. A voice trembled as it broke the silence. Wind ability, such power, such control. Another A-class ability, user gazed at the concentrated, violently unmatched azure vortex surrounding Chen Jin, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. The disaster sequence. He is the rising of the disaster sequence. Rising. The disaster sequence. The name reverberated like thunder, shattering the silence of the restaurant. Just moments ago, the Gao family had exuded confidence, certain of their victory, but now they felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. A primal fear, originating from the depths of their souls, seized them instantly. The entity they had sought to hunt down was not some obscure wind elemental ability user, but rather the terrifying force that had obliterated armored convoys at Changshan Port and unleashed 18 tornadoes in the western district of Yanjing. It was the third in the disaster sequence. Fuyao, run! A piercing scream, distorted with terror, erupted from the crowd. All notions of missions, captures, and the Gao family's commands evaporated in the face of absolute dread. The remaining two A-class ability users did not hesitate. They turned and hurled themselves toward the nearest window. The few members of the M.O. Rin team, their hearts pounding, could only wish to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom. Lin Wei, the quickest to react, transformed into a fleeting shadow at the utterance of Fu Yao's name, darting toward the kitchen in a desperate flight. Her speed was astonishing. Trying to flee? Chen Jin's voice was devoid of warmth, icy and unyielding. You deceived me, and now you wish to escape? The last flicker of emotion in his eyes, stirred by Lin Wei, vanished, leaving only a pure, cold storm bent on annihilation. With his right hand open, he suddenly clenched it toward the panicking crowd. Wind burial. Boom. In an instant, the air in the restaurant was siphoned away. Countless razor-sharp azure wind blades materialized from thin air, weaving a net of death that enveloped the entire space. SSSSS. The sound of slicing was so dense it sent shivers down the spine. The A-class ability user attempting to crash through the window was cleaved into pieces mid-air by intersecting wind blades. The reinforced glass shattered like paper before the wind blades, along with the alloy frame being ground to dust. M.O. Rin team members rushing toward the entrance were severed in half by a colossal horizontal wind blade. Those seeking refuge behind the bar were impaled against the liquor cabinet by a wind blade that pierced through the bar itself. Cries for mercy, please. The sounds of splintering bones and flesh being torn asunder intertwined into a symphony of despair and death. No, don't kill me. I was forced into this. Spare me. Lord Fuyao, one team member, fortunate enough to evade the initial onslaught of wind blades, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he bowed frantically toward Chen Jin. Chen Jin's gaze remained indifferent, his fingertips twitching ever so slightly. A slender line of wind swept silently through. The pleas for mercy abruptly ceased. Lin Wei burst through the kitchen door, but froze in place. Amidst the carnage of severed limbs and pools of blood, Chen Jin stood like a demonic figure, devoid of color, as she collapsed into the blood-soaked ground, shrieking, "Spare me. I was coerced by Gao Qiyuan." She raised her blood-stained face, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down. "As long as you spare my life, everything I possess will belong to you. I shall serve you for all my days." In her gasping breaths, Lin Wei even thrust her chest forward, using her beauty as her final bargaining chip. The winds swirling around Chen Jin momentarily hesitated, looking down at the woman who had transformed from a mocker to a supplicant. He relaxed the grip of his wind blades just slightly. Lin Wei seized upon this fleeting moment of hesitation, crawling forward desperately. "Lord Fuyao, I pledge my loyalty solely to you. What is the Gao family to me?" She spoke incoherently, flattering, gathering intelligence, and even resorting to assassination. Anything to warm the bed. Chen Jin's gaze fell upon her, and the visage that once stirred his heart now filled him with revulsion and fury. I detest deceivers. The blade of wind swept across her neck. The splattered blood and the lingering echoes of flattery formed a glaring irony amidst the crimson pool. Thud! The headless corpse thudded heavily to the ground. In the restaurant, only the mournful whispers of the dissipating wind remained, mingling with the nauseating stench of blood. The light from the crystal chandelier filtered through the blood-stained lampshade, casting a kaleidoscope of shadows that illuminated this hell on earth. Chun-Jin stood still, the violent winds around him gradually subsiding. He looked down at his hands, speckled with blood, then glanced at Lin Wei's lifeless eyes, wide open in death and devoid of spirit. A drop of scalding liquid slipped from the corner of his eye, without warning, splattering onto the cold floor, creating a dark stain. He raised his hand, roughly wiping away the moisture, his expression turning cold and hollow once more. Damn it, she was undeniably beautiful, and we had shared a connection. Chun-Jin muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse. No longer able to bear the sight of the carnage and corpses, he turned away, stepping through the viscous pool of blood, advancing towards the tightly shut, bloody door of the restaurant. His silhouette appeared particularly desolate and ferocious against the crimson light and shadow. He pushed the door open, his figure merging into the still resplendent yet frigid night of the city outside, leaving behind a profound silence stained in scarlet. The sirens, at long last, arrived belatedly, piercing the night with their sharp wails. Chapter 52. The jellyfish of night does not swim. The silver bullet train of the Shinkansen glided silently, akin to a dragon soaring just above the earth, slicing effortlessly through the golden rice fields and lush hills of the plain. Sunlight streamed through the expansive windows, casting bright patches of light within the pristine carriage. Chitose Sakura pressed her face against the cool glass, her crimson pupils reflecting the swiftly retreating scenery outside, sparkling with the pure curiosity reminiscent of a child. Her canvas bag, bulging with the spoils of her conquest at the vending machines on the Kyoto platform, sat beside her, filled with strawberry milk adorned with a lucky cat, exquisite rice balls wrapped in bamboo leaves, and even a steaming box of takoyaki. A culinary delight she seemed particularly fond of. Beside her sat Su Yi, his ink-colored trench coat draping elegantly, maintaining a demeanor of calm composure. The soft strains of a melodious song wafted through the air, singing of lost love and the inevitability of heartache. The sunlight accentuated the delicate curve of Chitose Sakura's upturned nose and the gentle line of her slightly pursed lips, while a few strands of her fiery red hair danced in the breeze, brushing lightly against her porcelain neck. Suddenly, Chitose Sakura straightened in her seat like a startled fawn, her excitement palpable as she gazed out the window. With fervor, she quickly scrawled in her sketchbook, "Look, Mount Fuji." Sui followed the direction of her pointed finger. Outside the window, at the horizon where the land had once been flat, an unexpected conical peak, blanketed in snow, intruded upon their view. It stood silently beneath the azure sky, its summit glistening with pure white snow under the sun's radiant light. The mountain's body bore a deep, serene hue, shrouded in a veil of mist that curled around its lower slopes like a gossamer shroud. The immense mountain contrasted starkly with the diminutive train, evoking a sense of timeless majesty and tranquility. Chitose Sakura gazed intently at the majestic mountain as it drew closer, gradually shifting to the rear, until it ultimately vanished behind the rolling hills. Lost in the moment, she suddenly remembered something, awkwardly retrieving her brand-new smartphone from her pocket. Fumbling slightly as she unlocked the screen, she clumsily typed in the search bar, and soon, the screen displayed clear images and information about Mount Fuji. She glanced between the screen and the direction where the mountain had disappeared, her crimson eyes sparkling with excitement. Cautiously, she pressed her phone against the window, aiming it toward the distant, now absent Mount Fuji, and pressed the shutter. The screen captured a vast expanse of distant scenery. Recently, Chitose Sakura acquired her mobile phone, and she has already become quite adept at using it, indicating that while she may struggle with verbal expression, her learning ability is certainly commendable. With a contented sigh, she opened a box of takoyaki, delicately skewering one with a bamboo stick, blowing gently on it before savoring it in small bites. her cheeks puffing slightly like a squirrel indulging in a feast. The train smoothly arrived at its destination, a coastal town named Kamakura. Stepping out of the station, the briny sea breeze immediately enveloped her, carrying an aroma distinct from that of Kyoto. Here, the tranquility of ancient temples was replaced by a leisurely coastal vitality. Saintess inhaled deeply, her crimson locks dancing in the wind as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. Tourists clad in light attire, boys skating effortlessly, and the distant azure horizon barely visible. This place is remarkably different from Kyoto. After displaying her sketchpad to Sui, she took out her phone and captured a snapshot of the quaint station building. The first stop was the bustling shopping street. The narrow lanes were flanked by an array of shops. An old establishment selling local specialty pigeon biscuits, a craft store adorned with a dazzling array of glass wind chimes, a stall wafting the enticing aroma of grilled squid, and even a charming shop dedicated to various cat-themed merchandise. Saintess's eyes were almost overwhelmed. She paused in front of the wind chime shop, her fingertips gently brushing against a string of dolphin-shaped glass chimes, the tinkling sound bringing a smile to her face as she raised her phone to capture the delightful movement. Hesitating momentarily at the grilled squid stall, she ultimately succumbed to the alluring scent and purchased a generous portion, mimicking the actions of nearby tourists as she walked and ate. She lingered in the cat merchandise shop, enamored by an adorable beckoning cat piggy bank. Quickly, she took out her phone to search for the significance of the beckoning cat, skimming through the lengthy explanation until she spotted keywords like good fortune and prosperity, illuminating her face with a joyful understanding. In the cat shop, she was completely captivated by the delightful beckoning cat piggy bank, and ultimately, Sui silently paid for it, allowing the charming cat to join her canvas bag. This beckoning cat is simply adorable. Following that, she pulled Sui along to experience the renowned Inoden Green train. The tram clattered through residential areas, its tracks nearly brushing against the walls of homes, occasionally allowing glimpses into the interiors of the residents' abodes. As the train passed the famous university crossing, it was filled with tourists posing to capture scenes reminiscent of classic anime. Saintess watched the excited young people with curiosity, sketching a large question mark on her paper while snapping a few photos of the crowd and the crossing with her phone. So he glanced over and explained casually, "It's a location from an anime." Saintess nodded in sudden realization, promptly searching for something on her phone. Moments later, she turned the screen towards Sui, revealing a classic anime screenshot that bore an uncanny resemblance to the crossing before them, where the male protagonist had a fateful encounter with the destined female lead. Her eyes sparkled as if she had accomplished a significant task. Soon after, Saintess Sakura's gaze was captivated by the breathtaking seascape that unfolded before the train. The cerulean sea met the sky in the distance, white waves crashing against the rocks, and Enoshima appeared like an emerald gem nestled within the bay. The vastness of the ocean was striking. She directed her phone's camera once more towards the boundless sea. Ultimately, they set foot on Enoshima Island. On the bridge connecting the island to the coast, the sea breeze grew more vigorous. Saintess Sakura pressed down her tousled red hair and excitedly pointed towards the observation deck atop the island. They chose not to take the elevator, but instead ascended step by step along the ancient stone steps. Flanking the stairs were dense vegetation and quaint stone lanterns, occasionally revealing lazy cats basking in the sun. The cats were quite adorable. Saintess Sakura walked briskly, pausing intermittently to touch the moss on the stone lanterns or to crouch down and lock eyes with passing cats, capturing their alert yet curious expressions on her phone. Upon reaching the observation deck at the island's peak, the view opened up magnificently. A 360-degree panorama of the sea lay before them, with Mount Fuji faintly visible through the mist and the Shonan coastline winding like a ribbon. Sailboats dotted the surface of the water, while seagulls circled and called in the wind. Leaning against the railing, her crimson eyes reflected the vast azure sea and sky. She fell silent, the sea breeze rustling her garments. She lifted her phone, earnestly framing the majestic scenery, experimenting with various angles in an attempt to encapsulate this expanse of blue within her small screen. As they descended, Saintess Sakura was drawn to the inscription on a signpost indicating the Enoshima Cave. This was a natural cavern formed by the erosion of waves. The entrance was deep and cool. Inside, the dim lighting illuminated the jagged rocks and a small shrine dedicated to the dragon god, creating an aura of mystery. Chitose Sakura curiously touched the slick rock walls and paused before the shrine. She first quietly took out her phone, utilizing the colored lights to capture a gentle photograph of the solemn and somewhat enigmatic shrine. Then, emulating the other visitors, she pressed her hands together, bowed slightly, and adopted a serious expression. Upon leaving the cave, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. Once again, Chitose Sakura's attention was caught by the enormous aquarium sign by the roadside. She tugged Sui along into the establishment. An ethereal blue light enveloped the massive tank, where various marine creatures glided gracefully. While she found little interest in the vividly colored tropical fish, she lingered for an extended period before the giant manta ray tank, mesmerized by the elegant, ghost-like figure gliding beneath the water, capturing its graceful trajectory with her camera. Her favorite section was the jellyfish display. In cylindrical glass tanks, transparent or dreamily luminous jellyfish resembled flowers blooming in the deep sea, gently expanding and contracting with the currents, their tentacles flowing and dancing at the edges of their caps. The shifting lights cast enchanting hues upon them. Chitose Sakura took out her sketch pad and wrote, "Do jellyfish not swim at night?" alongside a simple drawing of a jellyfish. Strictly speaking, neither day nor night jellyfish swim. Sui observed the jellyfish within the water tank, noting that some specimens exhibited a peculiar tendency to gravitate towards light sources. Thus, the notion arose that nocturnal jellyfish might refrain from swimming. He added that, conversely, even at night, as long as light illuminates these jellyfish, they would stir into motion. Qian Dao Ying, seemingly grasping the concept, nodded in understanding, her crimson pupils reflecting the ethereal blue glow of the jellyfish. As if entranced by their silent rhythm and fragile beauty, reluctant to depart. She pressed her phone against the glass, activating the recording function, intent on capturing the mesmerizing dance of these deep-sea phantoms. As they departed from Inoshima, the setting sun had already painted the sea's surface in hues of gold and crimson. They strolled along the Shonan coastline, where the soft, fine sands were dotted with individuals relishing the afterglow of the sunset. Children frolicking in the surf, couples strolling hand in hand, and surfers clad in wetsuits, clutching their boards as they repeatedly faced the incoming waves, leaving behind agile silhouettes upon the golden crests. Qian Daoing removed her shoes and socks, her dainty feet making contact with the cool sand, savoring the exquisite sensation of fine grains slipping through her toes. Should a certain audience with peculiar tastes witness this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless with delight. She chased the receding waves, squealing in playful fright as the next surge approached, her laughter ringing clear, her fiery red hair ablaze in the sun's glow. Crouching upon the sand left bare by the retreating tide, she meticulously searched for treasures, occasionally picking up a smooth shell or an oddly shaped stone polished by the sea. With each remarkable shell or stone she discovered, she gently wiped away the sand with her sleeve, then lifted her phone to capture a delicate photograph in the soft light of the setting sun. Finally, she scampered back to Sui, who stood steadfast against the sea breeze, and opened her palm. Within her hand rested several small, exquisite shells, the most striking of which was a pale pink shell resembling a tiny fan. She swiftly scribbled in her notebook, "Does it resemble a small fan?" Sui lowered his gaze to the diminutive shell, imbued with the essence of the ocean, its surface kissed by the warm golden light of the sunset. Qian Daoing blinked, suddenly placing her phone before Sui. The photograph was clear and warm, capturing even the intricate sheen of the shell, with an angle and light that exuded an essence of pure observational beauty. The salty sea breeze wafted by, as silhouettes of surfers ebbed and flowed upon the shimmering golden surface of the sea. Satisfied, Qian Daoing inhaled deeply the briny air, her crimson eyes gazing at the last resplendent hues of twilight where sea met sky, a silent smile gracing her lips. The sunset melted the boundaries of the heavens. While the sea shimmered with flecks of gold, the waves caressing the shore and intertwining the warmth of the day into the fine grains of sand. Qian Daoing stepped barefoot onto the cool beach, her soles sinking into the soft grains, each step resembling a tread upon flowing honey, leaving behind delicate footprints that the encroaching tide tenderly erased. Suddenly, she crouched down, her fingertips parting the damp sand to reveal a spiraled, colorful shell, its inner surface glimmering with iridescence, as if it contained a fragment of the sunset. "Look, a rainbow resides within the shell," she swiftly inscribed in her sketchbook, her crimson eyes illuminated by the twilight. Immediately, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, she hastily retrieved her phone, holding her breath in anticipation as she captured a close-up photograph of a rainbow shell basking in the fading light upon the sand. Not far off, tidal pools gathered the receding sea, forming natural mirrors that reflected the deep violet sky. A few translucent crabs scuttled sideways through the shallow waters, their delicate legs creating ripples and leaving behind intricate web-like traces on the sand. Qian Daoing approached quietly, but startled them into retreating into the crevices of the rocks, leaving only a trail of fine bubbles. She pouted in frustration, but did not forget to activate her phone's video function. Patiently waiting at the entrance of the rock fissure, Suyi stood silently behind her, the hem of his coat lifted by the sea breeze. His gaze swept across the rocky expanse, landing on a crevice adorned with clusters of deep purple sea anemones, their tentacles unfurling in the currents like miniature fireworks. Qian Daoing tiptoed closer to observe, swiftly sketching the anemone's contours in her notebook, annotating with a small note. They resemble fireworks blooming beneath the water. Simultaneously, she captured this underwater spectacle in her phone's gallery. The coastline meandered to an old fishing port, where a wooden pier extended toward the dimming sea, its pylons encrusted with barnacles and dried seaweed. Boats anchored in the shallow bay swayed with the waves, their ropes creaking against the hulls, producing a hypnotic rhythm. The fish market had just closed, leaving traces of the ocean's brine mingling with the charred aroma of grilled delicacies in the air. Drawn by the sizzling sound of grilled squid, Qian Daoing followed the wafting smoke to a stall, where she excitedly sketched a giant exclamation mark beside the squid tentacles sizzling in oil. The elderly vendor smiled and handed her a skewer. She took a bite and gasped from the heat, yet her eyes squinted in satisfaction, the grease at the corner of her mouth resembling a drop of amber. While waiting for her food to cool, she did not forget to lift her phone, capturing a photo of the bustling food stall infused with the warm glow of yellow lights. At the end of the pier, a solitary lamp flickered to life, gathering street performers beneath its glow. The strings of a guitar resonated with a melancholic tune, intertwining with the sound of the waves as dusk settled in. Leaning against the railing, Qian Daoing listened intently, suddenly retrieving a fortune cat piggy bank from her canvas bag and gently placing it into the hat of the musician. He nodded in gratitude, and the melody abruptly transformed into a lyrical, sudden love story. She rose on her toes to the rhythm, her crimson hair dancing in the sea breeze like flickering flames, while she quietly recorded a brief segment of this melody carried by the wind. The horizon ignited in a blaze of colors, clouds shifting from molten gold to rose purple, then settling into indigo, resembling a spilled palette submerged in the deep sea. Qian Daoing dashed toward an unoccupied stretch of sand, where, as the tide receded, countless ethereal blue points emerged on the surface, sparkling beneath her footsteps like fragmented stars. It was bioluminescent algae. Suyi, unusually prompted to speak, his voice calm as if ice met rock, remarked. She crouched in astonishment, her fingertips brushing against the glowing grains of sand. The blue light flowed along her skin's texture, as if she had grasped the dust of the Milky Way. She promptly activated her phone's flashlight to illuminate the beach further, only to find the effect lacking compared to its natural brilliance, and quickly turned it off. Holding her breath, she extended her fingers once more, delicately touching the starlight, taking great care not to disturb this natural wonder. Her phone lay quietly on the sand, its lens silently capturing the ethereal silhouette of the girl dancing with the stars. As the last rays of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, she suddenly faced the sea, arms wide open, The wind filled her oversized shirt, her figure solidifying into a silhouette against the twilight. Sui observed as a cherry shell flew from her outstretched palm. A gift received earlier on Kamakura Beach. The shell traced a silver arc before plunging into the waves, as if returning the snow of Mount Fuji and the winds of Shonan to the ocean. She slowly lowered her arms, gazing towards the shell's vanishing point, retrieving her phone to take a panoramic shot of the moment, where the deep, tranquil sea met the indigo sky. Nightfall stitched together sea and sky as the lights of the fishing port flickered to life, resembling scattered stars descending into the satin-like deep blue. As Qian turned, the remnants of twilight shimmered in her eyes. She glanced at the multitude of photos taken that day. Distant views of Mount Fuji, seascapes, wind chimes, cats, sea anemones, jellyfish, footprints in the sand, and the lanterns of the fishing port, before brushing her fingers over the familiar sketchbook. Hesitating between the smooth screen of her phone and the rough pages of the book, she ultimately opened a new page in the sketchbook and penned, "So, dusk is a love letter from the sky to the sea." The two departed from the fishing village, their journey still unfolding. At that moment, a gaze fell upon Qian from the shadows. Chapter 53, Are We Truly Molded from Clay? In the tranquil embrace of Kamakura's night, the cacophony of the day faded, draping the landscape in a serene blue veil. The sea breeze, imbued with a subtle chill and briny scent, caressed the desolate streets, leaving only the eternal whisper of waves lapping at the shore. Kitanda Sakura and Sui did not linger on the beach, instead opting to explore the less trodden paths of Kamakura's other side. They ascended to the obscure viewpoint of Hashimi Hill on the opposite side of Inoshima, where the elevation granted a broader vista, devoid of the clamor of tourists. A few archaic stone lanterns cast a gentle glow, outlining the contours of stone steps and low shrubs. In the distance, the lights of the Shonan coastline twinkled like scattered constellations, echoing the Milky Way above. The glow of Kamakura City resembled a piece of warm jade, embedded in deep blue velvet. Kitanda Sakura leaned against the cool stone railing, her crimson eyes reflecting the myriad of lights and the vast expanse of stars. She retrieved her phone, attempting to capture the serene brilliance with the night mode. After several attempts, dissatisfaction flickered across her brow as she hastily jotted down on her sketchpad. The stars are too dim, the lights too bright. She quickly sketched a frowning emoji. Sui stood silently by her side, blending seamlessly into the night, offering no commentary. Leaving Hashimi Hill, they descended a narrow alley adorned with wind chimes. The night breeze stirred hundreds of glass chimes, producing a delicate, tinkling symphony that resonated like an ethereal ocean. Most shops that bustled during the day had closed, their windows darkened, save for a few late-night diners that glowed with warm yellow light, wafting the enticing aromas of oden and grilled rice cakes. Kitanda Sakura paused before a quaint establishment draped with a Norin curtain. The interior was modest, accommodating no more than 5 or 6 patrons at the bar. The proprietor, a taciturn elder, deftly stirred a bubbling pot of soup with long chopsticks. She pointed at the steaming radish and konjac noodles, glancing back at Sui. They settled into a corner at the bar. Sakura delicately blew on a piece of the tender, soup-soaked radish, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction as the warmth tinted her cheeks. She did not forget to capture the moment, snapping a photo of the steaming oden served in a rustic ceramic bowl, the warm light accentuating the contours of the dish. After their meal, they traversed the silent torii of a shrine, the moonlight illuminating the stone path in silvery hues, passing a small art gallery, now closed. Its graffiti on the exterior took on an enigmatic quality in the night. Kamakura's night, shedding the day's vivacity, revealed a tranquility steeped in zen-like serenity. They wandered into a secluded residential area near the foothills, away from the main thoroughfare. Dense bamboo groves and neatly trimmed hedges flanked the road, where streetlights were sparse and the light dimmed. Massive black rocks cast ominous shadows under the moonlight as waves crashed against them with a dull roar, shattering into countless sparkling droplets. The air was thick with the pungent scent of the sea and the damp chill of the tide. Only the chirping of insects and the occasional distant horn pierced the stillness. At that moment, An unfamiliar presence abruptly invaded the space. Amidst the chaos, heavy footsteps, laden with unmasked malice, suddenly echoed from the shadows ahead and behind, reminiscent of predatory hyenas encircling their prey. Over a dozen figures silently obstructed both ends of the embankment path, trapping Su Yi and Chitose Sakura in between. This motley crew bore the coarse scent of the streets and the faint menace of blades, their eyes glinting with a sinister intent. Fixated firmly on the two individuals at the center, the air thickened with tension, leaving only the monotonous lament of the river. The leader, a towering figure, cracked a grin that revealed teeth stained yellow from smoke. His greedy gaze roamed over Chitose Sakura, as if appraising a rare treasure within arm's reach. The raw desire to possess her hung palpably in the cold night air. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little lady is quite a catch. That red hair is wild enough. The man licked his lips, turning his contemptuous gaze toward the quietly standing Su Yi. Pretty boy, you'd best keep your distance. Don't get in my way. His lackeys erupted in lewd laughter. One whistled while another brandished a steel pipe and a baseball bat, their eyes equally filled with malice. Hey, boss, this girl looks like a real treat. She is bound to be a handful, cackled a henchman with dyed yellow hair, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The leader stepped forward with a sinister grin, his eyes locked onto Chitose Sakura's face. Don't be afraid, darling. If you play nice with me, I might let you go. But if you dare resist, he deliberately hefted a metal knuckle duster, producing a dull thud while gesturing toward a silent, imposing bald man behind him. You see? We have an A-class superhuman here. Crushing you two would be easier than squashing ants. The bald man stood expressionless, arms crossed, his muscular forearms glistening with a metallic sheen. Clearly a metal-type superhuman. He slightly lifted his chin, regarding Su Yi and Chitose Sakura with the indifference of a superior surveying mere corpses. Behave, and perhaps I might spare your lives. The leader, seeing the two in silence, especially the red-haired girl, seemingly petrified, felt a surge of confidence and stepped forward, intending to grasp Chitose Sakura's wrist. This time, there was no need for Su Yi to speak. Chitose Sakura would act on her own accord. She had already discerned how to confront these wretches. Her calm gaze swept over the grotesque faces of the thugs before her, and deep within her crimson pupils, an icy vortex began to swirl ominously. With a swift motion, she grasped the hilt of the katana at her waist. The sharp, clear sound of the blade being drawn resonated through the crashing waves, standing out with remarkable clarity. The blade reflected the cold moonlight, cascading a pool of frosty brilliance. Yet, this act of drawing the sword was merely a prelude, or perhaps an unconscious ritual. For Chitose, Sakura's annihilation ability did not necessitate any external weapon. Thus, the katana served only as an ornament. The leader paused, momentarily stunned, before erupting into even louder laughter. Ha ha ha, drawing your sword? Quite feisty, aren't you? Who are you trying to scare with that rusty blade? Laozi's boisterous laughter came to an abrupt halt. This was because Chitashiro Sakura had not wielded her sword. She merely grasped the hilt, presenting the blade, barely unsheathed, towards the void ahead with an air of casual nonchalance. Judgment. A resonant hum, an unseen, soul-freezing wave of terror, suddenly descended. Centered around Chitashiro Sakura's head, a colossal, profound, pitch-black eye, seemingly capable of devouring all light, materialized silently in the night sky. This giant eye, as if it were a living entity, swiftly surveyed the surroundings with its dark pupil, exuding an aura of coldness, ruthlessness, and indifference. It was as if a supreme judge cast down the final verdict with its gaze. What in the world is that? Were these dark patterns? My abilities? Rendered inert? The onlookers were startled by the ominous eye and the black symbols emerging upon their bodies. All the ruffians, including the A-class ability user, felt their twisted smiles of malice and indifference instantly replaced by boundless dread and terror. They sensed their bodies, souls, and even the surrounding space were firmly ensnared by the eye's gaze. An overwhelming feeling of inevitable demise, stemming from primal instincts, washed over them like a cold tide, submerging them in despair. Within that terror lay profound horror. Before they could react, Cheetah Shirosakura's lips moved, uttering two words, judgment. As her voice echoed, the colossal eye suspended in the night sky contracted its pupil abruptly. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no carnage of blood and flesh. Time seemed to slow to a crawl at that moment. The fear etched upon the leader's face became frozen. The bald ability user maintained a defensive posture, yet the astonishment in his eyes faded into a haunting silence. The expressions on the faces of the other thugs were eternally captured in a moment of distortion. In the next instant, puffed, 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 a soft sound akin to bubbles bursting. Over a dozen figures silently and swiftly disintegrated, vanishing. All the matter constituting their existence was instantaneously broken down into the most fundamental particles, returning to nothingness. There were no remains, no traces of blood, no screams. Only smooth, mirror-like, bottomless circular pits remained in their place. The sea breeze swept through, dispersing the stilled air. The rocky area returned to silence, leaving only the eternal symphony of waves crashing against the shore. Cheetah Shirosakura gracefully turned her wrist, and the blade returned to its sheath without a sound. She did not cast a second glance, as if she had merely brushed away a few bothersome specks of dust. Turning to face Su Yi, her crimson eyes remained clear, as though the recent silent slaughter bore no relation to her. She retrieved her sketchpad and drew a small cross, followed by an arrow pointing in the direction they would depart. Shall we change our course? Suyanodit sidaitli. His gaze sweeping over the now vacant area dotted with pits, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smile. In recent days, Cheetah Shirosakura's mastery over her annihilation abilities had progressively heightened. It remained uncertain whether it was due to her departure from confinement or an improvement in nourishment. Handling a dozen individuals no longer left her utterly exhausted as before. The two figures, akin to returning wanderers, tread upon the fine sand, their silhouettes gradually melding into the profound darkness of Kamakura. In the heart of Isia, at the headquarters of the Special Operations Team, within the subterranean command center, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. A massive circular light screen was segmented into dozens of surveillance feeds, with data streams silently flowing. A burly man, his visage as unyielding as granite, stood with his back to the screen, hands clasped behind him. Miao Tianyi, the supreme commander of the Special Operations Team, directly overseeing Chun Feng. Report. The voice of a communications officer trembled ever so slightly. The Longan Village Task Force has been uncontactable for over 3 hours. Based on intelligence analysis, the squad is presumed to have perished. Miao Tianyi abruptly turned around. Uncontactable? Chun Feng leads an elite squad. 6 upper-tier, A-level agents. How could they possibly be annihilated by a rogue traitor like Qiu Haochuan? His voice, though low, resonated with the fury of thunder, rendering the command center silent. According to the energy detection report, it is virtually certain there are no survivors. The communications officer's voice dwindled. Last time, an ordinary ability user team was wiped out in a mere fishing village. Miao Tianyi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Now, 6 upper-tier A-level ability users have been lost. The tension in the command center was palpable, with not a soul daring to draw breath. Though the identity of the one sheltering that rogue was unknown, the audacity to strike against the Special Operations Team was utterly intolerable. Miao Tianyi's countenance twisted into a grimace. Convey my orders. His voice, reminiscent of a chilling abyss, brimmed with wrath and resolution. Target, Longan Village. Priority S. Assemble the Heavy Assault Team Demolisher, the Cold Crow Sniper Team, and bring the Reconnaissance Team as well. I demand to know who dares to stand in the way of the Special Operations Team and that rogue Qiu Haochuan. I want him alive if he can be found, or dead if he cannot. Chapter 54. Hush, can we reach an accord? The roar of engines tore through the heavens, akin to the growl of hellhounds, yet it had become a new background sound in certain corners of the land of the rising sun. People cast a fleeting glance upwards at the cerulean tail of flame that split the clouds before returning to their tasks. Housewives hung laundry, children chased after bouncing balls, and office workers squeezed into crowded trains. Many merely glanced briefly, then averted their gaze, resuming their routines, completely indifferent to the silhouette of Takagi-da, which had transformed into a distinctive part of the scenery. Fear had been supplanted by apathy, even mingled with a perverse anticipation. Had the calamity of the golden disaster been unleashed again? Judging by the direction, it seemed to be towards the headquarters of Shinku Heavy Industries. TSK, another influential figure destined for misfortune. Serve them right. That cadre of vampires has drained the lifeblood of countless individuals. Keep it down. However, it is indeed cathartic. The armored figure of Takagi soared over the city, the cold metallic visage reflecting the throngs of people below, reduced to mere ants. The apathy, whispers, and attitudes of the populace lay bare before him. Takagi remained unfazed, his mind occupied solely by a chilling list scrolling through his processor. Though the core of the malignant Shinku sect had been incinerated, its intricate roots continued to siphon nourishment. The corporations, tycoons, and politicians that clung to it, those partners who had forged mountains of gold from the blood and tears of devotees, were equally complicit in their sins. Shinku Heavy Industries stood out as a prominent name on that list. At this moment, in the upper echelons of Shinku Heavy Industries headquarters, within a so-called impregnable sanctuary capable of withstanding thermobaric weapons, the air was thick with tension, akin to lead. He has arrived. He truly has arrived. The current president of Shinku Heavy Industries, a silver-haired elder, well-preserved yet pallid as parchment, slumped on an expensive leather sofa, trembling uncontrollably. The surveillance screen before him displayed the azure trajectory, piercing the sky, unerringly aimed at this very location. Incompetent fools. A cadre of incompetent fools. He seized a crystal ashtray from the table and hurled it violently against the wall, shards scattering in a chaotic dance. What the exorbitantly hired obsidian security? Wasn't he acclaimed they could withstand even an S-class assault? Where are they? In the corner, a bodyguard captain clad in black tactical gear. His demeanor fierce, yet his complexion ashen, stammered, "President, the Obsidian Squad lost all signals 3 minutes ago." What? The elder's eyes bulged with fury. Only 3 minutes? And no alarm was triggered. Yes, indeed. The captain's voice was hoarse. The last footage showed them seemingly dissolved from within by some unseen force. The elder felt as though struck by lightning, a chill racing up his spine to the crown of his head. Even the most elite of psychic security had been rendered as fragile as paper, silently obliterated. What manner of monster is this golden disaster? Quickly, initiate the final defense protocol. Lower all alloy gates. Maximize the energy shield's power. He screamed hysterically, as if that alone could stave off the encroaching specter of death. The heavy alloy gates crashed down, sealing the sanctuary completely. The azure energy shield hummed to life, enveloping the entire room within its protective embrace. The elderly man curled up at the center of the shield, clutching a divine statue encrusted with diamonds, murmuring incantations that could either be prayers or curses. However, this so-called impregnable barrier crumbled before the calamity of the metal element, akin to a child's sandcastle. A resonating hum filled the air. The heavy alloy walls of the safe house began to twist and cave in, as if molded by an unseen force. A piercing sound of tearing metal echoed. A ghastly crack appeared in the wall, its edges glowing with molten red light. A massive metallic hand, draped in silver-gray armor, gleaming with the sheen of liquid metal, reached through the fissure, effortlessly shredding the alloy layer that was claimed to withstand armor-piercing rounds. Following this, a head encased in menacing armor emerged, its icy blue electronic eyes scanning the interior, locking onto the trembling figure at the shield center. "No, spare me, Lord Metal. I have riches. I will give you everything. The secret treasury of the Divine Light Church. I beg you, grant me mercy." The old man wept profusely, collapsing to the ground, fervently bowing in desperation. The armored figure of Takunda stepped inside, his heavy footsteps resonating upon the luxurious carpet. He disregarded the old man's wails, his gaze fixated on the diamond statue the man clung to. Divine light. Protection? A voice, cold and imbued with a metallic rasp, dripped with sarcasm. He raised his right hand, as the liquid metal swiftly coalesced, transforming into a formidable war hammer of ancient design, exuding an aura of destruction. With a chilling decree, the massive hammer descended with tremendous force. Boom! The ethereal blue energy shield shattered like a fragile soap bubble. A violent shockwave swept through the entire safe house, instantly reducing opulent furniture and electronic devices to mere dust. The old man and his bodyguard barely had time to scream before they were obliterated beneath the hammer's cataclysmic might, along with the diamond statue, morphing into an indistinguishable amalgamation of metal and flesh. Takumada retracted the hammer, the liquid metal seamlessly reintegrating into his armor. He turned, stepping amidst the debris, departing through the gaping hole in the wall, leaving behind a silent wasteland and the acrid scent of charred remnants. The engine roared once more, the ethereal blue plume streaking across the sky in search of the next target. It seemed the president of the Divine Light Heavy Industries had met his demise. A commendable execution. That corporation, with a name suggesting ties to the Divine Light Church, surely harbored countless sordid deeds behind the scenes. Today's pace was swift. Perhaps another location would soon suffer. It was none of my concern. Best to resume my work. People would comment briefly, then shift their attention elsewhere. It appeared that the populace had gradually acclimated to Takumada's actions. On the Real Forum, trending discussions. Pinned hot topic, the fifth calamity, titled Metal, analyzing its path of metallic vengeance against the Divine Light Church. Posted by The Skeleton Never Lies. Dear friends, the skeleton has returned, with fresh, rigorously cross-verified hardcore analysis. The fifth core member of the catastrophe sequence, the armored warrior who uprooted the Divine Light sect of the Japanese nation and ignited a tempest of metal, has finally been bestowed with the title, Gungjin. The rationale is as follows. 1. Core power. Gungjin embodies the essence of ruthlessness. In ancient terms, Gung belongs to the metal element, symbolizing transformation, ruthlessness, and warfare. His ability to manipulate liquid metal, transforming into armor and coalescing weapons, epitomizes the ultimate manifestation of metallic power. Unyielding and formidable, his energy cannon and metallic hammer are tangible expressions of Gung Jin's fierce spirit. 2. Behavioral pattern. A champion of justice. He does not seek destruction for its own sake. His actions are distinctly aimed at the Divine Light sect and its network of interests. With clarity of purpose, akin to wielding a hammer of judgment, he precisely shatters each decaying rivet. The core of his actions is to enact judgment through the power of Gungjin. 3. Codename Resonance. Correspondence with the heavenly stems. Previous names such as Dark Knight, Red Lotus, Luo, Shun, Fu Yao, and Judgment reflect attributes or ideals. Gungjin continues the sequence of the heavenly stems, resonating with its metallic essence, while subtly suggesting the cyclical nature of transformation and ruthlessness, portraying a grand vision. 4. Public consensus, the armored war god. Among the populace of the Japanese nation, reverence and admiration intertwine, often referring to him privately as the armored war god or the metallic arbiter. The name Gungjin perfectly encapsulates this sentiment, embodying both the rigidity of metal and the majesty of judgment, aligning harmoniously with Eastern cultural imagery. Conclusion. Gungjin as catastrophe. He wields the authority of metal, transforming into a machine of judgment. His power shatters all laws, and his actions resonate as celestial retribution. The downfall of the Divine Light sect stands as a testament to the purifying force of Gung Jin's ruthlessness. This post is accompanied by extensive analyses of Gung Jin's combat footage, energy spectrograms, and statistics of public appellations, all substantiated with reason. In the comments section, a flurry of responses rapidly emerged. User, I love the white-haired one. First, the skeleton boss is impressive. Gungjin. This title is exceptionally fitting, infinitely superior to the ridiculous monikers assigned by the Japanese media. User, well-founded and substantiated. Gungjin embodies ruthlessness and transformative metal. This fellow specifically targets the nefarious strongholds of the Divine Light sect. Is that not the essence of transformation and ruthlessness? Gungjin as catastrophe is well-deserved. User, Gung sounds exhilarating, and it aligns beautifully with the titles of the previous catastrophes. The skeleton boss is indeed the authority on historical references. However, it is worth noting that his mother, Takagi Keiko, still publicly denounces him as a demon. What a contrast. User, alas. It can only be said that she has been irreversibly poisoned by the Divine Light sect. Some can awaken, while others cannot. No more to say. Lonely souls sing sorrowful songs. I must go run knives in the Delta. Farewell. Just like before, the name Gung has gained widespread recognition, demonstrating exceptional prowess as a true hunter. This time, even more voices emerged, expressing high regard for Takagi-da. His rational behavior and profound sense of justice, paired with a commitment to refrain from indiscriminate slaughter, have garnered him much acclaim. Aside from the pinned hot topics, discussions regarding Takagi-da are fervent, with many engaging in conversations about other matters. User, Gung has achieved remarkable recognition, perfectly aligning with Takagi-da. However, it must be noted that Red Lotus was besieged by the 3 major S-ranks in Suzhou and has reportedly sustained serious injuries. What is the current state? A user expressed their ignorance, remarking that the military personnel have not caught any rumors. So how could the common folk possibly obtain information? Another participant pointed out that besides Red Lotus, there's also the absence of news regarding Lady Luo and Fu Yao for quite some time. One wonders what they have been engaged in since leaving Yinjing. Someone expressed a peculiar interest in Lady Luo's whereabouts, merely out of curiosity, speculating whether a mysterious ability user named Luo Shun from a coastal fishing village could possibly be her. They inquired if any prominent figures would verify this. Another user, seemingly aware of the implications, retorted sarcastically about the inquisitiveness implied by the name. They acknowledged the prolonged silence of the calamities and expressed curiosity about their current endeavors. The Eye of Annihilation noted that the 4th Annihilation vanished after the battle at the Heavenly Tao Palace, disappearing alongside the Zero Lord. What grand scheme are they plotting? And what could be their next target? The Western Star Federation or Europa? Users engaged in fervent discussions not only about the calamity sequence, but also various recent events, creating a vibrant atmosphere on the forum as new users continuously joined. In stark contrast, the joys and sorrows of the world do not resonate with one another. The vast majority of ordinary people reacted indifferently to Takamura's actions, and the news of the executions of those associated with the Divine Light Church had long ceased to be significant. Initially, there had been media outlets following up on the atrocities committed by Takamura, but eventually, updates dwindled. Every day, various strongholds and enterprises were obliterated, rendering any reports futile, leading to a complete abandonment of coverage. After all, could daily occurrences still be classified as news? Hardly anyone cared, while the common populace remained indifferent. Some individuals could not remain passive. Within a towering building in Kyoto, a middle-aged man paced anxiously, his complexion paling further upon hearing that Divine Light heavy industries had been dealt with. What should be done? What can be done? Clutching his cigarette, he completely forgot to ignite it. Why was Takamura so impervious to reason? What enmity could not be resolved through wealth and power? Yet he was fixated on their lives. Nakamura's words dripped with resentment. They had previously attempted to communicate with Takamura, proposing an opportunity for peace in exchange for mutual benefit. Such overtures, in Takamura's eyes, appeared as a desperate plea for mercy from adversaries. Sho, can we reconcile? The rift between them had become irreparable. Takamura's response was blunt. Reconciliation? Surely, you jest. Thus, he rejected their overtures without hesitation. Consequently, those who had profited and incited unrest lived in constant trepidation, unable to find solace. Whether they sought refuge in safe houses, petitioned the Japanese government for protection, or hired ability user bodyguards at exorbitant prices, they ultimately faced Takamura's merciless wrath. Those who had yet to be named would hear daily of their peers being slain, living in a perpetual state of fear. For those individuals, this is undoubtedly a profound mental torment. Nakamura Shusuk, the chairman of the Shinka Church Charitable Foundation, is among them. He crushed his cigarette into fine ash, exclaiming, "I can no longer endure this. I cannot simply sit and await my demise. Since both the psychics and the government are unreliable, I shall devise my own solutions. Nakamura opened his phone and computer, scrutinizing a multitude of contacts and messages in search of potentially helpful information. After a considerable time, he found himself at a standstill. Those individuals had previously attempted various methods, and had they proven effective, they would not have perished at the hands of Takagi. Nakamura was not dissimilar to them. Thus, this endeavor seemed a mere folly. However, his mind operated differently, and he soon discerned a detail that had been overlooked. In the current climate, no one dared to defend the Shinka Church. Instead, the public was vehemently attacking it. Yet, there was one who swam against the tide, not only praising the Shinka Church, but also denouncing Takagi-da's actions as criminal. That individual was Takagi Keiko, the mother of Takagi-da. She tirelessly posted on social media, with messages that roughly conveyed, "Dear followers, do not panic. The Shinka Church shall once again flourish. As for my wayward son, he will undoubtedly be brought to justice by the government." Nakamura slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. How could I have forgotten about her? Quickly, mobilize the personnel, invite Takagi Keiko, and announce a media event to honor her. Yes, his subordinates swiftly executed the command. The color returned to Nakamura's face, and the earlier panic vanished, replaced by the confidence of one who believed he held all the cards. He gazed at the wanted poster of Takagi-da, muttering to himself, "Takagi-da, I wonder how you will respond next." Chapter 55, He is defaming me. The news erupted like cold water, splashed in a boiling oil, igniting the already tumultuous public opinion in Japan. The front page of the Asahi Shimbun showcased a striking colored photograph. Nakamura Shusuke, chairman of the Shinka Charity Foundation, will host a banquet tomorrow evening at the Tsukimi Pavilion in Kyoto, with the esteemed Ms. Takagi Keiko invited to discuss charitable endeavors and to pray for divine illumination, granting forgiveness to the lost. In the photograph, the middle-aged Nakamura Shusuke is impeccably dressed, exuding a harmonious smile, while beside him stands a weary yet resolute woman, Takagi Daisuke's mother, Takagi Keiko. The report is laden with grandiloquent language, yet an inexplicable strangeness permeates its lines. A charitable banquet? A plea for forgiveness? What scheme does this old fox Nakamura intend to execute? What else could it be but using Takagi Daisuke's mother as a shield? Who does not realize that the next target could very well be the remnants of the Shinka sect? Will Takagi Daisuke attend? After all, that is his mother. To go, attending would be akin to walking into a trap. Nakamura must have laid out an elaborate snare waiting for him. To not go? To watch helplessly as his mother is used as a pawn? She is the one who gave him life and raised him. The heavenly calamity of the gung metal is a harbinger of vengeance. Purging evil is his mission. Familial ties? In the face of the sins wrought by the Shinka sect, they hold no weight. Many individuals joined the online discussion, some even anonymously voicing their thoughts. A banquet to ensnare him? What a brilliant idea. Lure out the monster Takagi Daisuke and have the psychics ambush him at the Tsukimi Pavilion. An opportunity to eradicate the menace. The Tsukimi Pavilion, Kyoto's premier kaiseki dining establishment, is ablaze with light and heavily fortified this evening. Outside the courtyard, a dense throng is cordoned off by police tape, with journalists armed with long lenses and social media influencers streaming live, while curious citizens crowd in, their murmurs swelling like a tide. Here she comes. It's Takagi Keiko. A black sedan halts amidst the flashing lights, and Takagi Keiko, donned in white Shinku attire, solemnly enters the Tsukimi Pavilion, flanked by two Shinka guards. She disregards the surrounding clamor and cameras, her gaze hollow yet resolute, as if partaking in a sacred ritual. She truly dares to come? Look at her demeanor. Does she genuinely believe herself a believer? How pitiable yet contemptible. Within the courtyard, the once elegant atmosphere of the Japanese garden is now heavy with tension. The invited guests, a mix of political and business elites along with the remaining high-ranking members of the Shinku sect, exhibit a mosaic of expressions, anxious glances darting toward the entrance, laden with anticipation. Takagi Keiko is guided to the head of the banquet, where she bows before the divine effigy, then turns to the crowd, her emotions surging as she exclaims, almost frantically, "I thank the divine grace of Shinku. Today I, Takagi Keiko, stand here to repent for the unspeakable sins of my unworthy son, Takagi Daisuke. He is unworthy of being my son. I implore the divine to cast down punishment and purify his soul. A profound silence envelopes the courtyard, as guests were expressions ranging from awkwardness to disdain, some indifferent. Just then, a hearty yet subtly insincere laughter echoes from the entrance of the courtyard. Ha ha, Mrs. Keiko truly understands the greater good. Her devotion to Shinku is indeed moving. Nakamura emerged gracefully, adorned in a meticulously crafted silk kimono, his face aglow with vitality, flanked by several composed bodyguards with piercing gazes. He first bowed respectfully to the statue before turning to the guests, his face radiant as he waved in greeting. Thank you all for your esteemed presence. This evening, we gather not only for charity, but to witness the benevolence of divine light. His voice resounded robustly, his demeanor tranquil, as if he were entirely unconcerned by the looming specter of death, a confidence that seemed to soothe some of the attendees, easing the atmosphere slightly. Mr. Nakamura possesses such spirit. With divine protection, how could any nefarious scoundrel dare to disrupt? However, outside the courtyard, the focus of discussion swiftly shifted. Will the calamity of the metal element descend? Surely not. Only a fool would leap into the fire. Hard to say. That S is mother. If it arrives, it's a death sentence. The bodyguards surrounding Nakamura exuded an air of formidable presence. Perhaps the calamity of the metal element is entirely indifferent to this matter. As time inexorably passed, the banquet commenced. Delicate kaiseki cuisine was presented one after another, maintaining the fade of harmony amidst the clinking of cups and glasses. Yet each individual remained on edge, their eyes occasionally darting toward the entrance. Suddenly, an intangible pressure descended upon the courtyard, as if it were a tangible force. The air seemed to freeze. The sounds of merriment abruptly ceased, and even the clamor of chatter outside fell into an immediate hush. A figure stood there, having appeared unnoticed, contrary to expectations of a menacing figure clad in gleaming, fearsome armor. Takagi stood simply in faded work attire, his posture erect, his expression stern, and his gaze as tranquil as a deep well. He stood there quietly, seemingly just another tardy guest. Yet, the chilling aura emanating from him, forged through countless acts of slaughter and destruction, swept through the courtyard like an icy tide. All guests froze in place, forks and knives suspended midair, the liquid in their glasses trembling ever so slightly. The smile on Nakamura's face instantly froze, his pupils dilating, the contents of his glass swaying uncontrollably. His throat parched, he forcibly suppressed the instinct to flee and managed to utter, "Takagi-kun, you have arrived? Welcome. Please, do take a seat." His voice was hoarse, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Takagi paid him no heed, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing upon the woman beside the main seat, who was now rigid with fear, her complexion ghostly pale. Takagi Keiko abruptly stood, her body quaking violently with exhilaration and terror, pointing at Takagi with a sharp tone that pierced the silence. You sinner, how dare you come here, defiling this sacred banquet? Get out. The divine light shall not forgive you. Leave. Her voice echoed in the still courtyard, filled with venomous resentment and a twisted terror. Takagi silently regarded her, his once clear eyes now swirling with a tumult of emotions. Anguish, disappointment, sorrow, ultimately coalescing into an unfathomable silence. He refrained from retorting or elucidating, merely gazing at her in silence, as if to engrave the visage marked by madness and folly deeply into his memory. To Nakamura, this silence appeared to signify a form of submission. A flicker of ecstasy danced in his eyes, as though he had grasped a lifeline. He stepped forward eagerly, donning an even more sincere smile. "Takagi-kun, it is all a misunderstanding." Mrs. Keiko was merely caught up in the moment. "Look, your presence here indicates that there remains much to discuss." He rubbed his hands together, speaking at an accelerated pace. The past was the work of a few malcontents within the Shinku Church. Our foundation has always been devoted to charity, benefiting the populace. Takagi-kun, with your exceptional abilities, Why entangle yourself with bygone grievances? Should you choose to lay down arms, wealth and prosperity shall be within your grasp. We could even assist you in petitioning for a special pardon from the Empire. All past transgressions could be wiped clean. What do you say? He extended an enticing olive branch, his gaze fervently fixed on Takagi, as if awaiting his epiphany. Finally, Takagi shifted his attention from his mother to Nakamura. His gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. His voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, carrying a metallic quality. Nakamura, chairman of the Shinku Church Charity Foundation. On the surface, you appear polished, yet behind the facade. With each word he uttered, Nakamura's complexion paled further. 3 years ago, you misappropriated 370 million yen in disaster relief funds to purchase a private yacht, aptly named Shinku. Last year, under the guise of establishing an orphanage, you forcibly expropriated residential land in Shinjuku, leaving 7 families homeless, one elderly resident fatally injured when your subordinates pushed him during the demolition. Last month, 3 girls sold through your chosen maiden assistance program have been confirmed dead. Additionally, your personal account harbors an immense amount of unidentified funds from the Oregon black market and illicit drug trials. Each detail, time, location, amount, names of victims, was vividly clear, irrefutable evidence crashing down upon the hearts of those present. I warn you to refrain from speaking recklessly. Nakamura hastily faced the crowd, attempting to clarify. He is slandering me. He is defaming me. However, the assembly paid him no heed, convinced that Takagi's words represented the unvarnished truth. His complexion shifted from pale to ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead. The exposure before the crowd signaled the demise of his career as a director. To salvage his position, he resorted to a cacophony to drown out the revelations of his past. He erupted in a frenzied roar. Humph, humph, ah! Takagi, you murderous fiend. To obscure your own crimes, you dare to frame me. You slaughter priests, annihilate sacred grounds, your hands stained with the blood of the innocent. You are the true demon. He attempted to amplify his voice to overshadow Takagi, muddling the waters. Innocent? A cold smile curled at the corners of Takagi's mouth, unfazed by the commotion. His words measured. Is the elderly man you forced off his land innocent? Are the girls you sold and tortured innocent? Are the disaster victims starved due to your embezzlement innocent? He took a step forward, the invisible pressure causing Nakamura to stumble backward. Each life I have taken bears irrefutable evidence. They deserved their fate. Yet you, Nakamura, cloaked in the guise of charity, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a hypocrite committing devilish acts in the name of divine light, are the true sinner. Each word struck like a blade. Each sentence pierced the heart. Nakamura was stripped of his pretense, laid bare before the horrified and disdainful gazes of the onlookers. His complexion turned pale as parchment, his lips trembled, rendering him incapable of uttering any defense. Enough! Nakamura completely shattered, a frenzied glint ignited in his eyes. Kill him! His roar served as a signal. From the shadows encircling the courtyard, behind the rockery, and even among the guests, a multitude of powerful psychic waves erupted instantaneously. Flames, ice shards, wind blades, earth spikes, and telekinetic shock waves all manifested at once. 5 upper-grade, A-level psychics, already lying in ambush, unleashed their long-prepared lethal assaults. The target, Takagi. Run! The guests screamed in terror, clutching their heads and fleeing in chaos. The banquet descending into utter disarray, plates and cups scattered, in the face of the onslaught of raging energy from all directions. Takagi's gaze remained unperturbed. A deep, resonant metallic hum reverberated throughout the courtyard. Countless fine silver liquid metal surged forth from his body, pores like a living tide. It flowed rapidly through the air, coalescing and taking shape. In an instant, a sleek silver-gray exoskeleton, adorned with menacing spikes at the joints, enveloped him entirely. The helmet's eyes glowed with 2 piercing ice-blue beams, reminiscent of the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Boom! 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 Flames collided with the exoskeleton as if striking a wall of lamentation. dissipating instantaneously. Ice shards shattered upon contact. Wind blades twisted and deflected under an invisible force. Earth spikes were effortlessly crushed beneath the metallic claws extending from the exoskeleton's feet. The telekinetic shockwave vanished without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, leaving not a ripple behind. The full-force assault of the 5A-level psychics was rendered child's play before the completed exoskeleton. What? Impossible. Our attacks are completely ineffective. The assailants turned pale with dread. Takagi moved. His right hand, clad in metallic armor, casually lifted, fingers splayed open. In the courtyard, every metallic object, the decorative blades on the rack, the forks and spoons dropped by guests, even the metallic wind chimes adorning the courtyard, began to tremble violently at that moment. In the next instant, swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 torrents of silver composed of countless tiny metal fragments, like a death storm controlled by an unseen hand, tore through the air with deadly precision, piercing the heads of the 5 psychics. Blood and brain matter erupted in the exquisite courtyard. The 5 corpses fell to the ground, their faces frozen in shock. Instant kill, an absolute crushing defeat. The surviving bodyguards and a few remnants of the Divine Light Church, who attempted to resist, were paralyzed with terror, shrieking as they turned to flee for their lives from the courtyard. Stop him! Quick, stop him! Nakamura was born, his spirit shattered with fear, desperately attempting to flee. A silvery figure appeared before him, like a specter, obstructing his escape. The metallic visage lowered slightly, its icy blue electronic eyes locking onto Nakamura's contorted face, twisted in terror. Takagi's voice emerged from behind a mask, cold and devoid of emotion. The banquet you meticulously orchestrated has yet to satisfy the guests. As the host, how can you depart first? No, please don't kill me. Takagi-kun. Takagi-sama. Nakamura collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely, fervently bowing his head. I was wrong. I deserve to die. I have money. I will give you all my wealth. The foundation will also be yours. I beg you, spare my life. His words tumbled forth in a frenzy, a grotesque display of desperation. Takagi observed him in silence, slowly raising his right arm, encased in metal. Liquid metal coalesced in his palm, morphing into an ancient-looking longsword, its blade shimmering with a cold, azure light. Your sin shall not go unpunished. I shall be the judge. In an instant, the blade flashed. With a sickening sound, Nakamura's pleas were abruptly silenced. His eyes, wide with terror and despair, witnessed his own head soaring into the air, blood gushing from the severed neck, staining the exquisite stone courtyard and splattering onto Takagi Keiko's pale kimono a few steps away. The headless corpse wavered before crashing to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the courtyard, interrupted only by the sound of dripping blood and the distant wail of sirens. Takagi slowly turned, his icy blue gaze sweeping over the trembling guests within the courtyard, then the terrified crowd beyond, ultimately resting on his mother, Takagi Keiko. Keiko stared vacantly at her son's bloodied, fearsome armor, at the lifeless body of Nakamura Nobuaki, at the glaring crimson. Her body trembled violently. Her lips quivered as if she wished to speak, yet no sound escaped her. The fervent, twisted light of faith in her eyes began to fracture for the first time. Chairman Nakamura, was he truly a philanthropist? Were those accusations genuine? Did my son truly slay only the guilty? This thought coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent, gnashing at the beliefs instilled in her by the teachings of the divine light for years. Takagi cast a deep, complex glance at his mother, ultimately choosing silence. Behind the mech, the azure thrusters ignited suddenly. With a thunderous roar, a violent gust swept through the courtyard, sending remnants of the banquet and shattered dishes flying in all directions. The silvery figure ascended, tearing through the night sky of Kyoto, vanishing into the vast expanse. All that remained were the scattered remnants, a headless corpse, and a mother, her faith shattered and spirit adrift. Outside the courtyard, after a brief, stunned silence, a frenzy of flashing lights and uncontrollable gasps erupted. Unbelievable. It truly happened. And he appeared in full regalia. What composure. Nakamura met his end, as he deserved. A fitting retribution. Takagi Keiko's words made me nauseous. How could she utter such things? However, Takagi cast a glance at his mother, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. A new tempest has undeniably arisen. What lies ahead for Gongjin? In the outskirts of Dongxia, a quaint little town, Jiang Yue leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. His entire body was wrapped in makeshift bandages stained with crimson, and he exuded an aura of fatigue. On that fateful day, he had broken through the encirclement of 3 S-rank adversaries, compelled to resort to forbidden techniques for his escape. Now, gravely injured, his strength was reduced to a mere fraction of its former self, forcing him to seek refuge and evade capture. As Jiang Yue was about to lie down for a moment's respite, he heard the distant sounds of footsteps and the glow of lights approaching. He subtly shifted his position against the door, observing as 2 patrolling enforcers drew near, heading directly towards the abandoned house. Chapter 56. This is a trial. The sound of footsteps echoed along the gravel path, gradually drawing nearer to the derelict building. The voices of 2 enforcers became increasingly distinct. What the hell is going on up there? Why on earth are we dispatched to this godforsaken outskirts in the dead of night? What else could it be? It's that infernal Red Lotus. Rumor has it that after causing chaos in Suzhou, he vanished without a trace. He could very well be lurking in this wretched place. Damn, an S-class wanted criminal. If we run into him, will we have enough strength to deal with him? Isn't this tantamount to a death sentence? Enough chit-chat. Let us finish the search and wrap it up. This eerie place gives me the creeps. I can't shake the feeling that something's watching me. The 2 young men, clad in standard enforcer uniforms, cursed under their breath as the beams of their flashlights swept erratically through the crumbling ruins, startling a few crows into raucous flight. One of them hunched his shoulders, unable to suppress a shiver. Inside the forsaken factory, the air was thick with a nauseating blend of mildew and rust. Jiang Yue curled up behind a pile of decaying burlap sacks, his body pressed against the cold, damp concrete floor. Each slight breath tugged at the jagged wound across his torso, a searing pain gnawing at his consciousness like a relentless parasite. Cold sweat soaked through his tattered clothing, clinging to his skin and sending chills coursing through him. The footsteps drew ever closer. The flashlight beams sliced through the darkness like searchlights, narrowly missing the corner where he concealed himself. Shadows danced upon the dust-laden, cobweb-covered walls. He held his breath, his heartbeat reverberating in the oppressive